the Fan.
3rd and 6, back to throw it out to the right, intercepted, and this is going to be a walk-in pick 6 by Fuller. He went right back to the well, and Fuller was sitting right on it.
Well is right.
This is not a good feeling heading into the playoffs. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, live with you on your home of Cowboys football. Peyton and Ryan in the back. Bobby Belt, fresh off the plane back from Washington, D.C., will be in 30 minutes. They got it out of their system.
Yeah.
All the bad things.
Literally.
All the bad things are out of their system. They're all cleaned out. Special teams, Dak Prescott looking horrible. Receivers not getting any separation. The cornerback. They showed everyone Trayvon Mullen on tape. We need DeRon Bland back healthy. Pass rush. Nobody besides Micah. They just got it all out of their system yesterday, and nothing but positive vibes moving
It's
forward.
great. There's so many positive things to take from that game. Like for starters, it's over. The game's over. That's a positive thing.
It is.
The plane made it home. And that was positive. Positive vibes. They're on the schedule for next week. That's positive.
It's good.
They're a favorite. They're a road favorite.
Are they the favorite?
Yeah. The Cowboys did the unthinkable. They are the first road favorite in a playoff game over Tom Brady.
Wow.
So they can put that in their pipe and smoke it if they want to.
Not Tampa by 3. It's the Cowboys by 3.
Yeah, now I'll move down. We've already bet it. It'll move down. It'll move down to 2.
What was that? What the hell was that?
That was a team that played like we thought the Lions were going to play like last night. They played like they had nothing to play for.
Yes.
I saw some people on social media, and I don't know. There's no way of knowing. Oh, it's clear they're running their preseason game plan.
Saving it.
Okay. All right, fine. You want to hang your hand on that? I'll bite. Whatever. I'll go along with that. It sounds good. Sounds good to me. It's better than losing sleep over this thing. I'd much rather just bury my head in the sand for the next 4 days and then worry about what happens. Maybe you get lucky on Monday. Maybe you get lucky and you win.
Mike McCarthy saying, I'm not a burn the tape guy, so we're going to watch it. He wanted everyone to leave everything in the locker room, but then they're going to watch everything on the way back home. I mean, if you believe in carryover effect, everyone in the city right now has them eliminated Monday night. Monday night is the playoff game against the Buccaneers. If I put up a poll question right now, who thinks that they are advancing, you might get 10% of the Tolos believing in the Cowboys. Now, look, the world of sports is crazy, right? Anything can happen. Tom Brady and the Buccaneers have not played well offensively all season long. You can argue that they've kind of hit their stride now. Brady and the Bucs played at the beginning of that Falcons game yesterday before ultimately getting pulled, and Tom finishes with a record under 500 for the first time in his career. Still ends up being division champs of the NFC South, but Tampa is not a very good team. The problem is figuring out what you're going to put out there. And this Dallas Cowboys team yesterday, I mean, there's nothing positive that you can say. Nothing. My star for the Cowboys, and I worded this incorrectly apparently on Twitter, was their kicker, the other team's kicker. That's it. I thought maybe they would go into halftime and say, all right, this is as bad as we can play. Wake the hell up. Come on now. Like, the Giants are still alive a little bit. And even if the Giants are getting demolished by Philadelphia, y'all are not coming out of this game until you right the ship, until you get back on the road. And it never, ever happened.
No, it didn't.
At all.
They didn't right their ship. They didn't do anything like that. But look, at the end of the day, you like you said, you can go to Tampa. They can win that game. Tampa's not a very good team. Do you want to play Tom Brady on the road in the playoffs? Probably not. But this isn't the same Tom Brady. This isn't the same Tampa team from 2 years ago. You could burn this tape. You could watch this game. The Cowboys know if they played this game like it was a division championship type game. They know if they game planned for this game like it was a division championship type game. And they also know if they game planned, assuming that Philadelphia was going to wreck shop on the Giants, and that they just kind of wanted to go on out there, go through the motions, stay crisp, and then go get home. They know.
Well, Broadus said something interesting in the postgame, and he's right. He said this is a playoff team that they faced. If Ron Rivera did not start Carson Wentz, that's what I'd be losing sleep over as a Commanders fan right now this morning. If Ron Rivera did not misjudge the pulse of their football team and misread the thermometer, who knows if you have Heineke, if you even have Sam Howell against the Cleveland Browns and you get that win, what type of different discussion they are having. But none of that excuses the performance that the Cowboys had. That was embarrassing. There's no excuse. That was humiliating to the point of, well, Kellen Moore didn't want to show Tampa anything. Well, then why is the first team in? Those two things don't add up to me. Now, maybe you're not going to unveil your special trick plays that you're saving for the postseason.
Yeah.
Your, desperation attempts that you're working on in a situation to get you out of trouble in order to try to advance to the next round. But why is the first team in for basically all 4 quarters if you're not running any first team plays? Those two things do not add up. They don't
add up at all.
That's kind of, him or her sitting at home and you're like, I know they're cheating on me, and you just accept the excuse when they walk in the door. Oh, just late meetings. Got a big project. Well, you smell like gin and tonic. Oh, well,
that's okay.
It's a candle. It's a different candle they're trying out in the office. Okay, I'll go ahead and accept the first excuse thrown out there, and I don't know how many Cowboy fans are actually going to buy that. Dak Prescott.
We don't have to do this. No, we don't have to do this.
What was that? 14 of 37 for 128. He averaged 3.5 a pass. 3.5 yards a pass. The QBR was a 14.8 for Dak Prescott. This team looked completely lifeless. Mike McCarthy showed the most emotion of anybody after Washington missed the 31-yarder. That's it. And then I saw Jason Peters try to rally the troops. Dak looked lost, dazed, stunned. And I know a lot of the Dak asses are hitting me up, and I'm sure they're hitting you up as well. And I know Bobby has it in his feed. Y'all wanted to defend him. Y'all wanted to talk about how well he was playing. He has been playing well. But what I said the problem is about Dak Prescott, you never know which one you're going to get. You never know which side of the coin it's going to land on. And against Jacksonville, he was good. He was incredible against the Eagles. I can't remember how we said he played against the Titans. I thought we said, decent or pretty decent. And then you had one of the worst games he's ever played yesterday. That doesn't erase how he played against Philly. That doesn't erase how he played against Jacksonville. You got to take each game and isolate it, in my opinion, in terms of judging Dak, because you don't know what's going to happen week to week. That was atrocious, RJ. I tweeted, he's like Shaq at the free throw line with these passes. I mean, the pick
you don't know what you're going to get.
The pick six should have happened the exact play before.
That was inexcusable. He literally went back to the same play.
Same play.
Pretty much the same play. One was a curl, one was an out. I don't know if they had miscommunication, which would not surprise me. I have no idea. But that was bad. That was bad to watch.
And a miscommunication would be the best possible outcome.
Oh, for sure.
But then I go to the Tolo who tweeted, we keep having these types of miscommunications in week 18? That's a problem too. These are not brand new guys. This wasn't with T.Y. Hilton. This is with Michael Gallup. The stuff with Noah Brown. People are sick of Noah Brown already. You don't target CeeDee Lamb until well into this game at all. Man, I'd have to think. I'm holding on. I'm buying the gin and tonic candle that Kellen Moore is like, I'm going out here with the most blasé game plan.
You better hope.
Maybe this is what Brad Sham was referring to.
You better hope.
When Brad came on a few weeks ago and he said, don't be surprised if they play around. They work on a few different things. That's our only hope.
Okay, that's fine. But they didn't work on anything. I would love for it to be that it was a very vanilla, generic preseason game plan.
And there was probably an aspect of a mail-in as they had Giants, Eagles on the scoreboard.
Well, of course. I mean, but that's an effort. That would be an effort situation, right? If there's a mail-in.
Yes.
Not a game plan situation. Now, the game plan changes after about 10 or 15 plays anyway.
Yep.
So that would be an effort changeover where you just stop caring. And usually the effort issue comes on the defensive end. Defensive end where it's, I'm not really going to tackle this guy. I'm not going to stick my nose out there. I'm not going to try to get hurt. I just want to get to this game. On offense, it's not usually like that on offense. But there's no way to sugarcoat this. This was the worst game of the year. The worst game of the year. And it was Dak's worst game of the year.
Some are saying it was at the worst game of his career. Let's go inside the locker room. Let's hear what these guys had to say. Zach Martin, Micah Parsons, Dak Prescott with really strong words. What does the playoff format and bracket look like? It's not positive, y'all. It is not positive whatsoever. And did Aaron Rodgers tell us it was the end last night after the awesome conclusion of the season with Lions-Packers at Lambeau? Cowboys Monday, just getting started on the Fan.
Is today's crazy world in your busy routine?
Here, 4th and 1. These Packers fighting to get into the playoffs. Goff takes the snap, back, looks, throws, caught. First down, Detroit Lions. DJ Chark down inside the 10-yard line. This game is over.
Yes.
It is over.
Yes. That was fun. Thank you, Dan Campbell. Thank you, Detroit Lions. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They go into Lambeau Field with nothing technically to play for, and they eliminate the Green Bay Packers. And this may finally be the end of Aaron Rodgers. He's going to have a lot of fun with speculation and being wishy-washy and going back and forth. But after the game, one of the Lions went up to him and asked him for his jersey, and the mics picked up Aaron saying, I think I'm going to hang on to this one.
Yeah.
So let the speculation begin. Aaron Rodgers, despite all this Green Bay turnaround, and we gave you the numbers last week, he has not played great for a month. Everything was 1 touchdown, 200 yards. That's it. 200 yards, 1 touchdown. Their little turnaround, and that's all it was a little turnaround, coincided with the running game and their defense. It was not Aaron Rodgers choppy, and now Green Bay is done. Ha, 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 ha.
This is I'm bummed because I do want to. I want Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs. I don't not want to have him in the postseason. But this is the best thing that could have happened to the Cowboys. We're not gonna have to hear about the Cowboys today on national TV.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I mean, they'll be there, but they won't be the main character.
They'll be 50% of it.
Yeah, they ain't the main character on social media right today.
And then starting tomorrow.
They will be. Free reign tomorrow. But today, they're going to get a break. Thank goodness. They are going to get a break. Stephen A. will have his little thing.
Yeah.
But for the most part, this is going to be about Green Bay losing this game. It's going to be about Green Bay missing the postseason. They had it there. I thought the NFL did a great disservice to Seattle yesterday by not having these games on at the same time. Last night, it should have been Tennessee, Jacksonville last night. That was a true winner-go-home game. The Green Bay Detroit game.
But they got us all to watch that Saturday night. At least I was in.
Yeah, they did. They got us all to watch it. But, for example, the moment Seattle won, there was a question as to whether or not Detroit was going to care.
Right. So you're taking away the incentive by not having them on at the same time, maybe?
Yes. And if Seattle lost, it truly became a playoff game. And that would have been great. But and Seattle almost lost. They almost did lose that game.
Yes,
should have lost. But that was that was a prideful game, a prideful game from Detroit, who had as good of a season as you could possibly hope for. They get a winning record. If you were to pick the playoff teams for next year, you're going to pick them to make it. And they got 2 picks in the first round. And they'll probably trade down. They're not going to draft a quarterback, I don't think. They'll probably trade out of the Rams pick and pick up, another first rounder. They may have 3 first-round picks in this draft.
Aaron Rodgers asked after the game, have the Packers hinted towards wanting you back next season?
I think to assume it's a foregone conclusion, would be probably slightly egotistical. So I'm going to be a realist here and understand that there's a lot of different parts to this. And like I said, I was aware of the possibility of them going young if we had gotten to a point where we're out of it. And I'm aware of that possibility as well.
So there's Aaron Rodgers. The most surprising thing that could happen here is Aaron quickly announcing that he's retiring versus dragging it out and getting all the attention.
Yeah, I don't know if he intends on returning to Green Bay or not, but he wants you to think that he intends on not returning.
You think this is more about maybe his final game as a Packer versus just final game period?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think he's gonna want to play next year. I think he does.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think it's is either he was I don't know. This is my last game in Lambeau, but I want you to think it is for now. That's just how he is. He's a weird cat, dude.
How did the Cowboys react to that embarrassing ass whipping that they suffered to Tutty in D.C., Mike McCarthy, after the game?
I think that's a bit dramatic. I think the fact is we played poorly tonight, and that starts with me, and I'll take responsibility for that. But we've played 17 games. I think our productivity over the course of 17 games is good or better than anybody's in the league. So if you want to be playing your best ball in January. Absolutely, I totally agree with that. We're all disappointed in our performance tonight. even if we were to come out on the other side of it, we have to reboot and go. I mean, we knew that coming out of here. We know we're playing Tampa in Tampa, and hopefully by the time we land, we'll know when the game is. But yeah, we're not gonna. I'm not a burn the tape guy, so we're not flushing this away and not being accountable for it. So let's just make that real clear. But we'll watch it on the plane, we'll watch it on the bus ride, and we'll make sure it'll be cleaned up because. The thing about it, let's be honest, we don't know if we're in a 6-day week, a 7-day week, or an 8-day week. So we got to be ready to go when we touch down.
McCarthy did say, and we should write this down for Friday when he joins us to preview Tampa Bay. We just need to ask him, how was the week of practice? Because he said they had a bad week of practice. He said one of the practice better than we did last week. Very disappointing. Jerry Jones responding to that abomination after.
We get to suck on that all week. And if that doesn't make you want to get ready to go in about 6-7 days, nothing else will. And that was as thorough a butt kicking as we've had this year. We're going to find out if that'll get you ready or not. It should with what these guys are ready to. I'm frankly, they're sound. They've got really outstanding players, and they're very physical. And so you can basically see a scenario where some of the physicalness that were there, but more important than anything is we get to, and I know you've heard that, and I haven't been down here, but I've heard it, but this one you get to come back over a bad dream and get to Jimmy Stewart, had to have a wonderful Christmas, come back next week, get back in the gear. But that's certainly the way I look at it, and I'm so disappointed for our fans, but not half as disappointed as I would be if I were sitting here this time next week. So we got something to go for, and we'll empty this bucket this week.
That is the good news. That they lose nothing by losing this game. Like that's if you're gonna have a silver, that's it.
Except everybody's confidence and optimism.
Sure.
But yeah, technically you lost nothing.
You lost nothing.
Can you imagine? Like, I looked up at that scoreboard. There was a few minutes left, and all of a sudden, like, the Giants, I think they cut it to 10. I think it was a 10-point game, something like that. And I was like, oh, my God, no. Oh, please.
Yeah.
Oh, please, no. But you didn't end up losing out on anything. I just am really wondering, Choppy, what Jerry Jones, remember last year, around this time, after they lost to San Fran, he called up these radio shows multiple times, and he wanted the fan base to know how furious
So angry.
and how incensed he was and how unacceptable this was. And he wanted to send messages to Mike McCarthy and his coaching staff. And I just wonder now, after the last 2 games, and really overall the last month with the way the entire team has played, it's a topic for 720 Expressway of, is something with Mike McCarthy in play depending on how the Tampa game goes? Is it back in play when a few weeks ago he would have laughed at that entire discussion and subject? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, as the Cowboys suffer the embarrassment in DC 26-6. Star down?
I mean,
Star down?
yeah, I don't even know where to go here. Because you just say everybody.
We can just say star down. And Bobby Belt was in Washington. What was it like in the locker room and with this team flying back? Our Cowboys insider on the scene. Bobby joins Sean and RJ for Star Down next.
35 minutes of From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First down and goal at the 9. High snap to Howell. Play fake. He keeps it. Comes up the middle. Makes 2 men miss. Gets to the goal line. Breaks 3 tackles. Touchdown Howell. His first rushing touchdown.
That was my candidate for quitting moment of the game. Bobby, do not fist pump.
We're in the playoffs, baby.
That's right.
Bobby Bell coming in all energetic, bringing breakfast even after the plane. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
As always, Bobo. We're going to have to go ahead and reciprocate in Arizona for all the breakfasts that Bobby be bringing in. Sean,
On expense accounts.
right.
As soon as Odyssey's paying for it.
Sam Howell. So the play before that, I guess the Cowboys thought the play was going to be whistle dead, but Washington just continued to go ahead and hustle and push ahead with a handoff. And then Sam Howell, Brad caught it perfectly. He ran through 5 Cowboys for the rushing TD. And that's when I said that was pathetic effort. That right there was my candidate for quitting moment of the game as the Cowboys embarrassed themselves 26-6. And now they get Tampa Bay Monday night for their first playoff game. Bobby, was it as bad in person and in the press box as it seemed on radio and TV?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. And
Pretty bad? I mean,
it was awful.
Yeah.
It really was. Now, I could only see half the game because there was a steel bar in my face. But other than that...
That's a Friday night for you.
Yeah. No, it's funny. As soon as they muffed the snap on the punt, as soon as Brian Anger dropped the ball and they scored 2 plays later, I was like, this is a bad feeling. Like this just in general has one of those, you remember during Tennessee, the entire game during Tennessee, even when they struggled, nobody really felt like this is a game Dallas is losing. Even if when it's tied or close or whatever else, it felt the whole time like Dallas is going to win this. This one felt really quick this is not your day.
I wasn't worried after that. I wasn't worried after 13-0. I was fine at 13-6. I'm like, okay, that was a big drive.
It should have been more than 13-0.
Hell yeah, it should have.
Should have been 23-0.
That game felt like it was a miracle. You keep looking at the score, and the Cowboys are down 7.
Oh yeah,
that was a miracle.
Yeah, they should have had touchdown off the Turpin, a play. They should have had the field goal.
So cost me $200 Turpin, by the way.
How so?
Because I had bet Sandler had said before the year, Sandler was like, there's no chance that Kevontae Turpin does anything. He's a training camp superstar. I was like, he'll run a kickback in the first 7 weeks. He's like, bet you $100. I was like, okay, fine. And then he
doubled down.
And then it got to 7 weeks and he missed it. He goes, all right, you can either pay or you can double or nothing for the end of the season. It's like double or nothing. He'll run my back at some point.
You mean Deion Sanders, according to Gavin Dawson? He made the Pro Bowl, though. He made the Pro Bowl. Yeah. Let's just go in order because I don't think we're going to have any star ups except for their kicker. Anger drops the punt. McLaurin touchdown. Anger then, later on, also had a 41-yard punt. That was an awful day for him. He had a 41-yard punt later on. Ball off of Turpin's helmet. They missed a 31-yarder. It's like, okay, they're still the Commanders. They suck. Maher then has his miss. He missed an extra point. But from Trayvon Mullen, Noah Brown, Dak Prescott, receivers not getting open, where do you want to take it for star down, star down? First down runs, Kellen Moore. All right, Bobby, before we get to RJ's star downs, how much do you buy that they put out a preseason game plan?
0. And if they did that, they are they're being fake smart. It's like taking names and numbers off of jerseys in a blue-white scrimmage. Like, it's that same move. Because you can run your same game plan you've run for 17 weeks. Like, Tampa's got more than enough tape. Tampa has played you this year. Tampa's going to have a good enough sense. Now, if there are certain things you don't want to show that are new come Wild Card Weekend, I understand, but you can beat Washington with a game plan without showing those things. So that's ridiculous to me.
All right, so you're not buying that.
No, not at all.
Chop, star down, star down.
All right, well, star down to that not being a preseason game plan. All right, it would have been much better for me to come in here today and realize that was a preseason game plan. So star down to the Cowboys actually planning to play this game and coming up with that game plan.
Yes.
Okay, that right there is a star down. That is awful.
I agree. And now we take it to the quarterback. And I had to defend my guys because I got the Tolos on Twitter saying, just wait for Bobby and RJ. Wait for the Dak defenders. They'll figure out a way to spin it. And I told him, I said, they're not going to spin it. You cannot spin it. It's not. Bobby, although did give me a butt in the first 10 seconds of walking in the studio. We'll get to that in just 1 second. But Dak, how do you explain that?
For me, I mean, not to use the language, but simple as that. And defense, I thought gave us a chance. Did enough. I mean, obviously, some put them in bad positions. Us and special teams did. They're able to hold them to a field goal, get a touchdown. I mean, I gave a touchdown on an interception. So I mean, I think defense did enough, obviously. But for offense, just completely not who we are. I don't think I've seen us like that in damn sure the last 2 years. Something that as much as you want to burn the tape and move on, know we got forward, there's a lot that we've got to learn from and get better and use this tape.
And the broken record was played after this game again, just like the last umpteen weeks. After tying for the league lead with 15 interceptions, I got to get better. Simple as that. This won't continue. And it just keeps continuing every single week. He started 2 of 9. That may have been his red-hot moment of the game.
Oh, yeah, 2 of 9.
When he was actually 2 of 9, 14 yards, interception. The rating at that time was literally
a 0.
A 0.0. Then at one point, he was 10 of 30.
His sleep number was higher than his passer rating.
And I wrote down the different throws, unfortunately. Overthrew CD on CD's first target, finally. It's like, oh, we have like a true number one, a Pro Bowl receiver. Let's finally get it to him. Overthrew Lamb, overthrew Schultz before half, behind Schultz. The Zeke miscommunication out in the left flat, like a wheel route to start the third. The pick six to Kendall Fuller. Fuller should have had a pick six on the exact play before. I mean, he was way off. Like, when he's really off, he can be really off.
Yeah. Oh no, but you see, you're completely missing the point here. I mean, he had 4 receivers that had 6 targets or more. Okay, he spread the ball around like a champ.
I spread it around.
Yeah, he had 5 receivers whose longest catch was over 10. I mean, you can't just come up with games like that, Sean. Okay, you just don't make them out of nowhere. This is a fantastic performance from Dak.
Shannon Sharp suggesting that Noah Brown has a picture of Dak and a Texas William, get this on a meme, that Noah Brown has a picture of Dak and a goat somewhere to justify all these targets.
Star up to Noah Brown. I'm pleased to announce that he is Dak's go-to receiver during triple coverage. When he is triple covered, he has earned the graciousness of Dak Prescott to be gifted a throw-up pass in triple coverage. Star up to Noah Brown for emerging as a true number one in this league.
Dak was bad. Like, and that's the thing, is that when you get people on Twitter or elsewhere saying, how are they gonna spin it? How are they gonna say that Dak did this or Dak did that? It's like, no. That it's the reverse. When he plays bad, we say he plays bad. The problem is that what the anti-Dak crowd, the Dak asses, as Sean has named them, does is that they spin his performances that are acceptable as he was trash.
Right.
That's what it is. When he's trash, we say he's trash.
Yes.
And when he's trash, you say, see, here is the statistical showing of what I've told you he's been for, 9 weeks while he's led the number one offense in the NFL. Oh, okay. Right. All right. You're on top of it. No, he was awful yesterday. It's probably the worst game I've ever seen him play.
Worst game?
Worst game. Not just the season period. Probably the worst game he's ever played. He was bad.
But you dropped the but in the commercial break of saying they're also running 30 stop routes over and over and over. Man, Greg Olsen was all over this. I'm going to have to apologize a little bit to Greg Olsen when I found out he was taking over for Aikman and Buck. He's been pretty solid. He's good. He's very likable. He's good. But he was calling out the lack of separation. He's like, every single pass is challenged. Every single pass, the defender is right there. So they either weren't getting any separation as receivers or
quarterbacks off time.
Or both.
Or schemed up wrong. They weren't schemed open.
You trust your arm enough to throw the ball in tight windows, right? Make some of them. Like, there's some of that too. Like, I understand it's covered. You're going to be covered in the playoffs too. You got to complete passes. Like, the receivers were not great. They're not getting you a lot of separation. But you got to complete. Yeah.
Michael Gallup, 1 for 10. Ty had a drop, and then he had his 3rd and 30 miracle moment. The ball actually hit his hands. That was a desperation heave. Dak just threw it up. It was a desperation heave, trying to replay the 3rd and 30. Schultz had 4 for 33. Noah Brown, 1 for 10. Michael Gallup, 1 for 10. Tony Pollard did not catch a pass. It was hideous.
Yeah, when a receiver's 1 for 10 with 6 targets, that typically ain't on the receiver. That's on the quarterback throwing the ball to grass.
What happens when you have literally 2 of those?
Yeah.
Which is what Noah Brown and they have the exact same stat line, the same 6 targets, the same 1 for 10. It's just, everybody was awful. Dak was the worst of them all, though, yesterday.
At one point, they ran 25 plays for 45 yards.
Is that good?
In the first 6 drives, they had 1 first down.
Oh.
They had 5 in the drive before the half. 5 of the first downs came on that one drive before the half where CD eventually scored. William tweeted, "I'd rather watch Broadus drink OJ than look at this offense." It was an amazing GIF he put out there as well.
GIF.
10 3-and-outs. Season high. Tied for the most 3-and-outs this year with the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh.
That's a little scary. 10 3-and-outs. And it felt like in the beginning of this game that they were just fine and content. They do this sometimes. I get this feeling that they're just fine and content to get in 3rd and 5. It's like, as Peyton Manning consistently says, the rules don't state you have to be in 3rd down.
No, you can get a first down on first down. It's really wild.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
They created this rule a couple years ago.
There's a loophole.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that. I think they started it when Manning got in the league.
Yeah, it's called the Manning rule.
Yeah, it is. So, like, in 98, they're like, you know what? You can actually get a first down on first down. It's really wild.
You can try and reset the chains on 2nd.
Huh? What? No. I don't think that's in there.
Crazy idea.
I don't think that's it. Let's not get carried away.
And again, you take it to Bobby's first down runs. And RJ has been complaining about this for years. Bobby, most recently, what do the first down runs look like? Bobby, when I tweeted you that 5 for 11, 5 first down runs for 11 yards. Got his steps to run.
7 for 10 is what it was. 7 for 10 up through the 3rd quarter. And then I don't know I don't think they ran it on first down again until like Cooper Rush came in there. But it was an awful showing. And again, the next time they did it after that was 5 minutes left in the game, and it was Malik Davis. Like, Pollard and Zeke were out. Game was done.
2nd and 9, though, that's a really good position to be in. Very advantageous. I mean, you should almost pick that up 40% of the time. I mean, that's a really good spot.
All right, I think I need RJ's sarcasm today. I need it.
So I think it's going to get me through today.
It's the only thing. Start down Trayvon Mullen. Now, they were throwing him out there just to see, right? Although we got to see how hurt DaRon Bland is hurt.
Yep.
We were all
chest
panicking
injury.
about Van Der Esch. DaRon Bland is out. See you later. Bye-bye. I know it sounds crazy, but we're relying on him a ton. Way more than we should.
No, if DaRon Bland's out, they're going to be out quick. Like I mean, because he's been one of the only things that has saved them from giving up, 35, 40 points every week. And so
Trayvon Mullen, Nashawn Wright, and Kelvin Joseph.
I mean, look. I mean, Nashawn Wright's over 6'4" or 6'4". I mean, that's. I mean, you don't. You can those
Can't
guys
teach that.
No, you can't teach that. They don't grow on trees. Those guys. I mean, that's top notch right there. They'll be fine.
And Boss Man Fat's a really good rapper.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have those kind of talented players on any team. You don't see guys selling records on Spotify elsewhere. They don't have that.
No, yeah, and Trayvon Mullen, I mean, that was awful. And then, like
3rd and 8 penalty versus McLaurin. Gave up the 52-yarder to McLaurin in the third. He got away with third down PI. They were down 20-6. He got away with pass interference. He was hideous as well.
He jumped, and there was one point where like there was a ball thrown at the receiver's feet. He did nothing, and he jumped up and did the whole little like incomplete, and was like, trying to high five everybody, really aggressive. Like, I mean, it was like it was some Micah Parsons intensity on the old Morris Claiborne incomplete on a ball that was just thrown 10 yards over their head. But if they have to roll out there next week and their starting quarters, I don't even know who'd play the nickel at that point. If Deron Bland's out, I don't know who they're running out there consistently. I guess it'd probably be Mackenzie Alexander off the practice squad.
What do you think his status is as of now? Is it questionable, doubtful, probable?
I have no clue. We'll have a better idea this morning, but they didn't really give us any indication last night. So you've got Xavier Rhodes, I guess, who they signed on over the weekend, but that's about it.
Yep, the Cowboys add a corner, and even if you beat Tampa, let's look at the rest of the path. After the bracket was set last night following Green Bay's elimination against the Lions. How does the NFC playoff picture look? And you know what? I want to get a few calls in here. I want to unleash the toes. I want the calls to get nasty today. I want to get vicious with the phone calls. Just don't curse. 877-881-1053. Let's open it up early for the 6 a.m. club with Sean and RJ next. But y'all,
Fair catch, he dropped the ball, and Washington has it right, bouncing off his body.
Right off the face. Right off the face.
In the face. In the face.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a Cowboys Monday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, what was it like in the locker room, plane ride back home?
It was pretty quiet. I mean, I guess that's to be expected. But usually, like the last two losses, Jacksonville, Green Bay, even all the way back to Philly, like usually there was somebody like really like loudly mad. I didn't see a lot of that. It was just very kind of even. The only person I saw like visibly frustrated going in the locker room was Dorrance Armstrong. He looked pretty mad at one point and I think kind of like hit a wall, but that was it.
Zach Martin afterwards, quote, "We do this again. We'll be sitting at home next week."
Mm-hmm.
Dak called his and the team's play Essie. Simple as that. And you had said in the commercial break that Micah was probably the most fired up talking to reporters. Here's Micah Parsons on the team playing like that.
I honestly don't know where you can start. From the very beginning of the game to the end, it just wasn't good. And when we're talking about championship teams, you got to perform better. But, you know, I think everyone has a fall, and there's a rise in every movie. So hopefully this was our falls and we can rise up and next week, get it together because we got to play better.
You know, Sean, you can't hit the top of the mountain without rock bottom first. Okay, you got to be at the bottom of the mountain at some point. And if you want to get to the top of the mountain, you got to be on the bottom first.
It's the climb.
It's
Miley
the climb.
Cyrus taught us that.
Yes, she did. It is the climb.
That's Miley. That's not Fast and the Furious.
That's Miley.
That's the song.
Fast and Furious is all about family.
Oh,
okay.
Family.
Look, if you believe RJ Ochoa, then we're perfect. We're set up. We're set up right where we want to be. If you look at the Cowboys' schedule of things, before we get to the Tolo phone calls at 877-881-1053, RJ from Blogging the Boys put this out. Cowboys win-loss pattern this season.
Oh, yeah.
Lost a game, won 4 in a row. Lost a game, won 2 in a row.
Woo!
Lost a game, won 4 in a row. Lost a game, won 2 in a row. And yesterday they just lost a game. So if the schedule holds, the Cowboys win their next 4 and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, man. Dude, I mean,
I got to tell you how many people love stuff like this.
how you can't be optimistic about that?
This got retweeted like at least 600 times.
Yeah.
People, like you get like 5% of people who actually like buy into it.
I don't know how you can't buy into that. I mean, you can't.
Against playoff teams, no difference. No difference whatsoever.
Are they 5-3 against playoff teams this year?
Man, that was 7-1 like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, it was.
And then all of a sudden, when Green Bay loses, it dropped to 5-3. that was 7-1 against teams over 500.
Yep. There you go.
Now all of a sudden it dropped back down.
How did it drop though? Because you lost to Green Bay.
Yeah.
Someone told me it went to 5-3. I believe the people.
I sent that. Yeah.
Oh, that was paid. Okay, explain that then.
Yeah, well, if Green Bay had made it, they would have been 5-4 against, because it was against over 500 teams. It was just playoff teams.
Oh, playoff.
And Green Bay was in the playoffs, but now since they're not, they're 5-3. So it's better. But you get 2 wins against the Giants, 1 against the Eagles.
Well, they beat Detroit, who's got a winning record. Okay.
5-3. That's
Not a
plus money.
team.
That's plus money. You'll take it.
5-3 is plus money. You take that any day of the week.
Let's let the Tolos unload. Take it wherever you want. Just don't curse. Scott in Frisco, start us off. Scott, you're live on the Fan.
Oh, boys, how we doing on a freaking Monday, man?
Not well.
What's that?
Yeah, me neither. Is there anybody out there that still believes in this team? I mean, it's an abusive relationship. CA was right yesterday on Twitter. It is awful. Is there anybody that still believes this team can do anything? Because I don't.
Well, that's an interesting way that you phrase that question.
Yeah.
They can go in. They can beat Tampa. Now, I know that right now this morning, 95% of the whole city thinks that they're going to lose. I think we need to take a breath. That's more for tomorrow, Wednesday. Today's about rage and just go ahead and freak out on them. But Tampa Bay is not a very good team. I'm more worried about the Cowboys. I have more confidence in the Cowboys offense than I do the Cowboys defense, but I'm more worried about the Cowboys scoring points against Tampa than I am Tom Brady shredding up this defense. This defense is not great. I said throughout the entire year they were getting overhyped and overrated, but You got to believe in the sum of the season. Like Aaron Rodgers last night showed why Green Bay's little turnaround had nothing to do with him. He had not played great for a month. And last night, he showed it. If you believe in that consistency and not the light switch theory, then Tampa Bay is not going to score over 17 points on Monday night against the Cowboys. Will the Cowboys be able to score? And will the Cowboys S the bed like sometimes they do in big moments? Yeah. So I'm not terrified. I'm much more worried now. If that game didn't happen yesterday, I'm like, okay, I feel good about this. But the problem is not Tampa. The problem is afterwards. Because now you were set up.
Oh, no. They'll be fine. Don't have the quarterback advantage.
Go ahead. Explain.
I mean, I guess that's the one good thing. The silver lining. How many games, if there's potential matchups, will they have the quarterback advantage in the NFC playoffs?
I could argue all three.
I could argue they have the best quarterback in the NFC playoffs right now.
They probably do.
I could. I wouldn't, but I could.
I know, but they probably do. Like when you consider Jalen Hurts being injured, they probably do.
Well, and there you go.
So it'd be Brady, Hurts, Purdy.
Yep.
Brady, Hurts, Purdy.
And then the other teams that they could play, Seattle, and Daniel Jones.
Here's
guys, why are we even upset today?
Here's the thing about Dallas. When Scott says they're like, hey, can we what's the confidence they can do anything? Can the Giants beat anybody in the playoff, like in the NFC? No. Can the Seahawks beat anybody in the NFC? No. The Cowboys can beat any of those teams on any given day. Yeah. The problem is they can lose to the Seahawks and the Giants on any day too.
Yes. Okay. Terry. Oh, I'm sorry, Darren. Darren and Salina. Darren, you are live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Great. I want to be really mad, but the more I think about it, it's just expected. Dak stinks. Sorry, Bobby. He stinks. The defense stinks. The special teams stink. It's just expected. He does it every single week. Yeah, you'll talk about his numbers. He gets great numbers when they're down by 20 and they're playing prevent defense. I'm sick of it. You know what? Kellen Moore needs to be fired. McCarthy's going to get fired. We're going to bring somebody else in here. And we got outplayed by a rookie quarterback again, Bobby. Again by a rookie quarterback. Go ahead, defend Dak.
Okay. So you need Kellen Moore and Dak gone. They're both awful, right? How is that literally possible when they are the number one offense since they've both been back together? One of them can potentially be bad. They can't both be awful and both need to be out the door. That's just not consistent.
Number one offense. Where was that offense yesterday, Bobby?
Yeah, I mean, they lay eggs occasionally, but we're talking about that again. If you want to talk about 1 week, fine. I'm talking about 10 weeks. So what's your answer to 10 weeks? Why they should both be gone? If you wanted to pick one, fine. But you can't say they're both awful and have the number one offense. It's not possible to do that.
Number one offense didn't win yesterday.
All right. Okay. All right. Darren, if you're not going to be reasonable, there's nothing I can do to help you. And when you say Dak is just like, oh, Dak's terrible. Mike needs to go. Kellen needs to. Okay. All right.
Don't be vacuum fan. Don't be like, okay, one game. What did that all mean for yesterday? Come on. Try to zoom out a little bit. They're dangerous and they're inconsistent. They're dangerously inconsistent.
Oh yeah. Oh, they can be bad.
For the good and the bad.
They can be very, very bad.
They're dangerously. The disappointment is we don't feel like we're in a position of power like Philadelphia and San Fran. It feels like the Cowboys should be on that side of the fence. And instead, we're right in the middle, right? We're not with the Giants and Seattle. We're not with Philly and San Fran. We're in the middle. And it's a little bit frustrating because with the defense that we thought we had and the number one scoring offense, you should be on the side of the true contenders. And no one feels that. You can't feel that right now. Terry and Little Elm. Terry, you are live on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, fellas. I got to say I was very disappointed in yesterday's game. But if there is any kind of silver lining, I think it was that even though they were put in terrible, terrible situations, the defense didn't do that bad. I got to say that a lot of those points shouldn't be on the defense when they're put in a horrible, horrible situation. 2 turnovers and inside their 20. How are you supposed to just completely stop that and move forward?
Well, that's true, but the 2 turnovers inside your own 20 only resulted in 7 points. They gave up 19 points outside of that to Sam Howell.
Right.
Sam Howell, yeah, and that's the thing. They played their last 2 games.
Robinson was missing. Who else was missing?
Antonio Gibson, Jonathan Allen, like they were on their 3rd and 4th running backs.
Yeah.
And Sam Howell, like, I mean, if you cannot stop Sam Howell running the ball like he did, like you're not going to stop Jalen Hurts if you play Philly.
Right. Like they in the last 2 games, they've played a 3rd string quarterback. And neither one looked inept against them.
Yes. You're right.
Like Josh Dobbs didn't look inept. He wasn't good.
Right.
But he didn't look like he had no idea what he was doing and no clue out there.
Right.
And then Sam Howell, granted, there was a time when Sam Howell was thought of as a 1st-round pick.
Yeah.
But he didn't look
you're
bad at all.
Totally right.
And those were essentially like borderline practice squad players.
Irvin in Atlanta. Irvin, you're live on the Diamond Factory hotline on a pretty miserable Cowboys Monday. Go ahead, Irv.
What's up, man? How y'all doing?
What's
I'm
up?
in Dallas. How y'all doing? All right, yeah. Cowboy Nation is huge here in the ATL. We were very disappointed yesterday. Very, very disappointed. Now, I'm not understanding why the starters were not rested for the remainder of the game. I'm not understanding that.
All right, this is a great call. Let's talk about this. What were y'all saying, be honest, and Tolos and the Fantex throughout the game in terms of keeping them in or pulling them out? What were y'all saying to yourselves?
I mean, I was fine taking out like somebody like Micah, like maybe a guy or 2 here, but in terms of until the game's over, you know, and until you're sure that like the Giants have lost it, and the Giants cut it down to 6-point game at the end. I mean, they were a 2-point conversion away from it being an 8-point game with like 10 minutes left in the 4th. And so now a bunch of the Cowboys players say they were not aware of the score in the Philly game. They had no idea what Philly was doing.
Mike McCarthy asked Aaron Andrews at halftime.
Yeah, it was nowhere in the stadium. They didn't have it posted anywhere in the stadium.
Oh,
the
really?
Scores. Mm-mm.
Aaron Andrews said they were going to post it.
I think it flashed at like like maybe once or twice, but it was not up. Like there wasn't like a place you could just look up and see what the score was.
Yeah.
But I'm sure somebody can get that info and then radio into McCarthy. But in general, I was just, if you want to rest Micah, fine. But otherwise, I was fine with them playing him as long as they did.
Look, normally RJ and I always differ. It's football. You were born to play football, go play football. And I'm always on the opposite side, like the worried grandparent. I'm like, there's nothing to play for. Get them out. Get them out. But yesterday, it was probably the wrong motivation. I was like so disgusted. I'm like, leave them out there. Leave them out there. And you also don't want that horrific taste in your mouth. Like, clean some of this up in the second half. So I was totally fine with them playing first half. There was a question at halftime, what do you do? I like them coming out and playing in the third quarter. I thought Micah and Diggs were left in one series too long in the fourth. I thought that was reckless and unnecessary. Micah looked a little bit banged up on one of the plays, of course. I forgot for a second he was Micah Doncic, so he had to really milk it like he normally does before being miraculously fine. But I thought they were left in one series too long. But otherwise, leave their asses out there and try to clean some of this up. That's how I felt about it.
I was okay having them out there. I would have rather, I guess, just, I didn't think anything was going to get accomplished by taking them out.
Well, you accomplished not getting hurt.
Right, but I'm never worried about that. I just don't like football players get hurt all the time. You can't worry about that. You're going to get hurt. This team, I thought, could have used actually some practice time out there. They could have used some reps.
Yeah.
They played awful. And I think you're right. The taste in your mouth. Now it's not going to carry over. The taste, the bad taste, the good taste.
This team may actually need this. Like, this may actually be better. They are going to be, they're eliminated in everyone's mind right now today.
Yeah.
This whole city has them out. In fact, I want to put up the poll question. It won't get over 12% of people thinking they beat Tampa. They're a 3-point favorite. They're going to get laughed at today by Stephen A. and everyone else on national TV, deservedly so. But throughout the week, the Dallas Cowboys are going to be picked against on television and radio shows. They're done. They're out. They're a joke. They embarrass themselves. And this group of people, this group of players, they may actually need it because, as we know, they're allergic to prosperity. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. All right, what else happened around the rest of the NFL? How does the entire playoff bracket set up? And the not one but two goosebump moments in Buffalo yesterday with one of the best sports memories that you could ever ask for. We recap the rest of your weekend with Sean, RJ, and Bobby next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
to the 40, 35, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Nyheim Hines, 96 yards. Run as fast as you can. You're not catching Hines. He's your end zone man. Buffalo on the board with the first play from scrimmage.
Oh my God! How did I get fired?
What is that call? We should have gotten the TV call. Not your fault, Peyton. You'd think to get the Bills call.
Yeah.
Dang. No mention of Hamlin. He's the end zone man.
Run as fast as you can.
It's the holidays still.
What does that mean?
The gingerbread man.
Get the TV call. There's your ESPYs moment. That's your ESPYs goosebump moment. Nyheim Hines opening kick return touchdown in Buffalo against the Patriots as everyone is wearing their number 3 shirts. That was for 96 yards. All right, now I got to hear this follow-up. Now I got to hear the second one. Let's see if he mentions Hamlin at all on Bills radio for kickoff return number 2.
Hines takes it a yard deep in the end zone, going to bring it out. Out to the 10, to the 15, up over the 20, 25, 30, gets away from the tackler, 35, 40, 45, 50. They're not going to get him. He's going for another one. 102 yards. Nyheim Hines sets Highmark ablaze with his second kick return touchdown of the game.
Okay. Nope. Nyheim Hines takes 2 back. The Bills officially eliminate the Patriots. It was 3 years and 3 months since the Bills' last kick return touchdown. Damar Hamlin's number? 3. And he was watching. He is with it enough to watch and react. He went on Twitter after the first kick return and tweeted OMFG. Hines, the first player since Leon Washington in 2010.
I remember that name.
To have Jets, right?
Yep.
First player since Leon in 2010 to have 2 kickoff return TDs in a game. Just the 11th player in NFL history to do it. Bills win one for DeMar.
Man, that was an electric moment. Like
Yes.
I don't know.
That's a goosebump, teary-eyed moment.
You and I are pretty dead inside.
Yeah.
You know, pretty dead inside.
Y'all are.
Yeah.
And you might be the deadest.
You're deader than we are.
Not accurate.
I'll read our text chains and we'll let people
Please
decide.
don't. That'll get somebody canceled.
Yes, it will. I have a tear every now and then. I well up. I
That's
get a little
true.
choked up every now and then.
Is that a tear? As what's his name would say?
Yeah, what's his
Tracy
name?
Lawrence.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who
Who knows?
knows? Yeah.
You had to get goosey. You had to get goosebumps there.
All right, so what happened throughout the rest of the playoffs to set up the AFC side? The Miami Dolphins get in. What an atrocious game that was. That was unwatchable against the Jets.
You don't like field goals?
I don't like field goals.
You don't like backdoor covers on safeties?
I don't like Joe Flacco. I don't even know who Miami was playing.
Wasn't it something Thompson?
Skylar Thompson.
Skylar. I was Skylar Thompson. How do you not know? How
Thompson.
do you know about
Pittsburgh was staying
She
alive.
sounds hot.
Pittsburgh was staying alive somehow, some way. Thankfully, they get eliminated, even though Mike Tomlin, legend, never below 500 for 16 years. All 16 of his years, he has not been below 500 as he wins the game with Kenny Pickett. But Miami gets in despite not winning anything in the entire month of December.
Yeah, I thought they were the first team to make it in the playoffs by going 0-4 in December. But they sneak into the postseason, and they are going to be the sacrificial lambs to Buffalo. That is going to be the I think it's the first game out of the chute on Saturday. Sunday.
We ruling Tua completely out. He's definitely gone because Miami went to Buffalo in bad weather. And that was a close game.
I think the NFL is terrified of him getting hurt again, especially in the playoffs. Like they would, you take everything into account, everything that's happened with Damar Hamlin. It would be on the NFL playoff stage. It would ruin the playoffs if Tua got hurt again. I don't think they want him playing again.
I totally agree. You can't have a standalone game and him have another issue on the field with a head injury. This game opened as a 10.5 point line, and it's already to 11.
And now we have to get to the firing. Lovie Smith becomes the second straight Houston Texans coach to be a one and done And it happened after this.
Ultra prevent defense on 4th and 20. Mills buying some time, fires towards the end zone, and it is caught.
Oh, my word.
Improbable. Akins.
It went right through his hands. I thought it was an interception.
Rodney Thomas had a chance, but instead it's Akins on a 28-yard touchdown.
Spiro Ditas on CBS. The Houston Texans blow the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
Multiple 4th down conversions. They score this miracle touchdown that goes through the hands of an Indy defender. And then Lovie Smith, with his final middle finger on the way out, goes for 2. They're down, goes for 2. Houston converts. They beat the Colts 32-31 and hand the number 1 pick to the Chicago Bears.
I have a conspiracy theory, a football conspiracy theory.
Is it what I just said, that Lovie intentionally did it to screw them?
No, it's the opposite. They were trying to lose the game. Lovie is just so ass backwards. He thinks going for it on 4th down and 2-point conversions is trying to lose the game.
Yeah, he is backwards.
And so he thinks that's trying to lose it, and this is too aggressive, and he's actually putting them in a better chance to win.
I know, he really is. They are such a garbage franchise. Like, to blow the number 1 pick.
Nick Wright tweeted that Houston should have knelt down for the 2-point conversion.
They should have. They really should have.
Can you about all the play to win the game people? And for you numbnuts on social media who don't understand, well, Chicago doesn't need a quarterback, so Houston's going to get the first one.
No, they're going to trade out of it, dorks.
Good Lord. Are you serious? Yeah, well, Chicago's going to stay. You don't know. You don't give up the control of it.
Right.
You seize control of it to do whatever you want, because now you may have to trade up so someone doesn't leapfrog you.
Yeah, which they can. Yeah, and moving from 2 to 1. I mean, it'll cost.
Damn right
It'll cost you.
Yes.
It's definitely going to cost you. Now, look, Bryce Young wasn't going to go number 1 to Houston anyway, because Nick Caserio doesn't draft 6-foot quarterbacks. He's anti. He's one of these, you got to be 6'4". You got to be 6'4" guys.
What did it cost Chicago when they didn't even have to jump anybody? San Francisco just said, we will trade this away to somebody else if you don't give it. Like, that cost them, I think, a first. Like, they had to pay like super capital just to get the flip from 3 to 2. So that, yeah, absolutely. You can hold somebody big time hostage, especially if somebody really likes Stroud or Bryce Young.
Okay, so here we go.
They got unlucky, though, that touchdown happened before the 2-point.
Yeah.
These long 4th down conversions. But you never played the game. Way to show you never played a competitive sport. Okay, have fun missing out possibly on your quarterback.
All right, here's the trade in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners had the 2nd pick. They traded that pick to the Bears for the number 3 overall pick, a 3rd rounder, number 67, a 4th rounder, and a 3rd round pick the following year.
That's what. Yeah, they had gotten a first, because I remember San Francisco had another first that round later in the round. And they took Reuben Foster, but still, yeah, you got 2/3 and a 4th to literally just give them the pick and not jump.
Yeah.
And I don't think they actually had a trade partner. If you had a trade partner that wanted to go up at all, they would have had to have given you a first. So they just held them hostage.
Let's talk about, by the way, Jeff Saturday. See you later. That's done. Finished his interim coaching run with a 1-7 record and a -80 point differential. So bye-bye, Choppy. Your Jeff Saturday experiment.
Oh, man.
That didn't turn out so well.
No, he didn't have a quarterback, though. So he didn't have a quarterback, so can't blame him.
Can't judge him. So let's talk about Lovie for a second. This is a really bad look from a Rooney Rule perspective, too. It is. I mean, it's going to be talked about. RG3 tweeted about it, and I agree with him. You have 2 sacrificial lamb 1-year guys that are both black coaches. We're just going to bring you in, use you for a year, see you later, bye-bye. Now, no one's going to remember that they're going to get paid. David Culley is chilling on a beach. He can be chilling on a beach, and Lovie Smith can do the same thing. We're going to bring in 2 black 1-year rentals. Everyone knows it's a joke, and then see you later. That's kind of like the National Football League giving the middle finger to the Rooney Rule. It's a really, really bad look.
Yeah.
And people are going to go off on it today, and deservedly so. It does not look good. And why would you take this job? Any self-respecting individual, you're going to have to be desperate. Why would you go into this situation after they're like, nah, this is a one-year merry-go-round. See ya.
Because you would have probably the top quarterback of the draft. That's why.
Yeah.
You would take that. You would take that job if you believe in Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud or whoever. You would take that job. That's why. If there's 32 of them. It is a nightmare of an organization. It is a dumpster fire of an organization. But again, all these organizations are literally one player away from being a great job to have. Every single one of them. Jacksonville was a train wreck.
Yep.
They get Trevor Lawrence. Like every Cincinnati was a nightmare. 2 years later, they're a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Every job is one quarterback away from being a great job.
A quarterback and also picking high. It matters that Jacksonville got Lawrence, but Jacksonville is also picking at the top of those rounds, so they get like Travis Etienne. They get like other guys. So you're able to build around that. If you're somebody who you luck into a good quarterback at pick 9, that may not be enough if you don't have capital throughout the rest of the draft. But yeah, in general, you're right. It's just the problem is, are any of those guys that guy in this draft this year?
Who else is in trouble today? Black Monday around the NFL. What's the rest of the first round look like? We're set 1 through 18.
Mm-hmm.
What do we need to be worried about when it comes to the rest of the NFC East? The rest of the draft order is set. Who else is going to get the axe today? The full playoff schedule and back to the disaster in D.C. on the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby next.
But let's get you over to the great.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dax Milne is the punt returner for Washington. And the snap floats away from Anger. He picks it up and then is going to be tackled back at the 20-yard line. And Anger spikes the ball in anger. The wind appeared to grab the snap from Matt Overton. It drifted away from him. You don't think that was the fake, do you?
No. It was a clean snap. He just drops the ball.
And that's how it started, and that is how the rest of the game would go. Washington recovers, Cowboys 20-yard line. Terry McLaurin touchdown, 7-0, 26-6, as the Cowboys play their worst game of the year as they wanted to get some momentum heading into the postseason.
Yeah, I gotta say, this wasn't how I planned this game to go. This wasn't what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, my hot streak finally ended. I got shut down.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. This was pretty much the worst thing I've ever seen, or one of them. It was up there. They played about as bad as you could have imagined.
What were the worst three things in no particular order?
The start, the middle, and the end.
Offense, defense, special teams. They were terrible in all three phases.
Okay. Man, that was by far the worst special teams game of the year.
So going into this, the Cowboys, I think, had the number 2 or 3 special teams DVOA in the league going into this, which I can only imagine this game dropped them out of the top 10. Like, so bad.
Anger dropped the opening punt. Then he only had a 41-yarder. Maher missed an extra point. And then Turpin had one go off his face mask. They also gave up a little bit of return yardage as well. Awful.
Oh, yeah. And see, now I'm curious because yesterday or earlier we were talking and you said even at like 13-6, you didn't think of that was one of the moments where I did feel like it was over. When Maher missed an extra point, I was like, oh, gosh. Like we can't even get Maher, who's been awesome this year.
Why would you think it was over against them and they played like this against Houston and Jacksonville, and you didn't think it was at Tennessee, and you didn't think it was over at those times?
Because they had more than one first down through the first like 30 minutes of those games. They got a first down on their opening series, and then that was it. They didn't get anything going the rest of the time. It was awful. And I know we did star down earlier. But like if you want to give any positivity out of this game, which I know is tough for people, Dorrance Armstrong was really good yesterday. I think Chauncey Golston played a good game. Jason Peters was pretty good. Outside of that, it was pretty rough.
Dak Prescott actually played like he was blind. That's honest.
That's a compliment.
Like
not.
That's how horrific some of his passes were. I mean, when this guy's off, he's way off. And I just can't stand this stunned, emotionless look that Dak and the rest of the team has while this. Mike McCarthy showed the most emotion of the entire team while on TV that we were able to see after Washington missed the 31-yarder. That was it. The rest of the guys just looking around stunned at each other with miscommunications and pick sixes and Dak overthrow and Dak behind. You think this may have been the worst game he's ever played?
I think it probably was. I mean, some of the games that stand out in my head are Denver last year was awful. That's what the game overall reminded me of was Denver last year. But Denver last year was bad. Tampa earlier this year was bad. He played a really bad game, the second one against the Giants his rookie year, but those are the only ones that really stand out and are in contention for me.
Jerry Jones, how concerned are you about the way your team not just played, the way they've been playing?
Well, I would go down just individually and look at each individual, and I'm sure each individual will have performances there that they can and will do better, and so that's for them to say. But make no mistake about it, that's a good team that we played out there tonight, and they could have very easily and probably should have been in the playoff where we were. But we're better than that, and we all believe that very strongly. But now then, we've got to put it out there and get it out there for everybody to look at here next week.
Remember this. Just when you go back and look at this game, we could simplify this, I think, a little bit. If Dak doesn't play as bad as he does, none of this happens. None of this happens. How many short fields did the defense have to work with? A couple. If Dak is not awful, all your problems are solved. Like, for the most part. In the way the NFL is today, if your quarterback plays well, you're going to win the game more often than not. And if he plays like that, you could lose to any team in the league. Any team.
Easily.
That was on him.
Well,
for the most part.
I mean, who played well? Bobby named a couple of D linemen. They gave up 150 yards rushing. Number 2 corner is a blinking red light.
Oh, yeah.
Like, come and get it, y'all. Come and get it. Terry McLaurin at 3 for 74. Jahan Dotson at 3 for 72. We're used to picking on Kelvin Joseph when he's out there. Then Nashawn Wright. Yesterday it was Trayvon Mullen. Like, Leighton Vander Esch is going to join Brad Sham tonight for the Players Show. Brad better get a positive medical report and clearance for Leighton Vander Esch to be back on the field. Because this team has major holes, and they have not played well overall for about a month. And in 15 minutes, and Mike McCarthy is not going to like us on Friday, especially with what needs to happen with Jerry Jones tomorrow. We got to have a conversation about Mike McCarthy's job status at 7:20 this morning. McCarthy was asked, what gives you confidence that you guys can actually reboot?
Well, you got to reboot anyway. It's playoff time. There's no more guaranteed games. You're guaranteed one game, and you got to do whatever you need to do in playoff football to win, and that's our approach. And I have great confidence in this team. I have great confidence in the locker room. I think we got exceptional leadership. I think our young guys, have contributed early in the year and have grown up. And at the end of the day, we're gonna have a tough time picking 48 guys, and that's a great spot to be in. But we need to practice better than we did last week. All those things. So this is ebb and flow of seasons are a part of being successful. I mean, this has been a consistent team throughout. I mean, our record speaks for that. Our productivity numbers speak to that. But at the end of the day, it's about one game. It's about beating Tampa. That's all we'll be thinking about when those wheels touch down.
The Buccaneers were playing for nothing against Atlanta. Tom Brady started this game. They eventually pulled him in the second quarter. Still not enough to prevent Tom from finishing with the first under 500 record in the history of his GOAT career. But it's going to be the Buccaneers and the Cowboys Monday Night Football on this radio station. Cowboys are favored by 3. How are you feeling about a Monday night game like this?
Hate it.
Why?
I mean, you're going to be the winner of that game is going to be the only team playing on short rest. Yeah, I just don't like it. I don't like. Now listen, because if I assume the team that plays on Monday night can't play on Saturday,
I would hope.
That's my assumption.
I would hope so.
That's my assumption. So if that's the case, then it is no different. If they play on Sunday, it's no different than a team playing on Sunday playing on Saturday.
Yeah.
So it is no different. But the issue is they are going to have to travel home, so it is a short week.
And now the bracket would set up as Tampa, Philly, San Francisco.
Yes, some form of that. They could.
Gauntlet
it could
of death.
Change. Yeah.
Gauntlet of death right there.
Yeah, they're going to face, a team that won the Super Bowl 2 years ago. They're going to face the number 1 seed, and they're going to face the hottest team in the league. Like, that's their road.
You're going to get
then you get Kansas City or Buffalo.
You get the greatest of all time. Then you get the MVP.
Peyton retired.
And then you get the hottest team in the league that beat you up last year, and then either KC or Buffalo.
Yeah, or Cincy.
That doesn't appear to be happening. A run does not appear to be happening right now for this football team.
So you're basically going to be going up against, like you said, a Hall of Famer, the MVP, and then the Super Bowl you're going to face either.
Don't skip over San Fran. Don't skip over San Fran.
No,
they might be the favorite.
I'm just talking about from a quarterback standpoint. You're going to face either a guy who's probably going to wind up being the greatest ever, the other guy who's probably going to go to the Hall of Fame, and then another guy who is Joe Cool. Like, good luck. Good luck. The only saving grace is you probably have the second best quarterback in the NFC. That's the only saving grace.
Meanwhile, we were scoreboard watching as Jalen Hurts made his return against the Giants, who weren't playing anyone.
Shotgun. Hurts
Gives it off to Scott. Up the middle. Touchdown! Boston Scott. The Giant Killer does it again.
They were up 16-0 in this game. Jalen Hurts wearing his... Now, look, I've tried to spare my Sirianni hate and not have it carry over to Jalen Hurts. I like Jalen Hurts. I can't stand the raccoon with all his stupid sayings and facial expressions and T-shirts. But Jalen Hurts wore an I'm Back Michael Jordan shirt yesterday. Are you freaking kidding me? The MJ I'm Back against the Indiana Pacers T-shirt. And I wasn't watching this game. I was just looking at the scoreboard. So I was asking my meathead friends in New York, because they were paying attention to the Giants. I'm like, how does Hurts look? And they were saying he didn't look great. So that is maybe a little positive. I don't know. But he was back. He played. And the Eagles clinch, and they're the 1 seed.
Yeah, they're the 1 seed. They're going to be favored in the game against the Cowboys or Tampa, and it's probably going to be about a 5 or a 6 point spread.
I said, how does Hurts look? The response, this is from the New Yorkers, terrible, looks nervous in the pocket, short on some throws, and then someone said looks the same as Dak. So, terrible for Hurts yesterday. Apparently, I didn't see it, but the Eagles take care of business. All right, headlines here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I did go to sleep with a smile on my face, though, after this happened at Lambeau to shut Aaron Rodgers up.
The Lions can end this ball game right here. 4th and 1. These Packers fighting to get into the playoffs. Goff takes the snap, back, looks, throws, caught. First down, Detroit Lions. DJ Chark down inside the 10-yard line. This game is over. It is over.
Yeah. Lions Radio with the call. All that little smart-ass talk from Aaron. Oh, y'all didn't think this. Y'all didn't think that. This team's capable of something special. Bye-bye. See ya. See you later. The Green Bay Packers eliminated by the Lions, who had nothing to play for except for pride. At home, 20-16 Detroit. And then Aaron Rodgers, after the game, would not give his jersey up. He told the Lions player, I think I want to hang on to this one. So, let the speculation begin.
Yep, let it begin. This is exactly what he wants, too. He absolutely wants you to think that was his last game.
Now, I had someone pretty plugged in with the Packers saying he's going to be back. He'll string it out like always. He's also dating the Bucs owner, so he's in no hurry to leave. That's an interesting little wrinkle.
Oh, there you go. Mallory Edens, Mallory Edens.
Eden or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The contract is very friendly for him to return one last time, but maybe Jordan Love asks for a trade. But either way, the fighting Dan Campbell's one of the feel-good stories of the NFL that I was rooting for last night.
I was too. I love Dan Campbell and I love Jared Goff, and both had really good years. And they have 2 first-round picks this year. They're going to have the Rams pick, which is going to be pretty high. And I don't know which route they're going to go. I would doubt they would take a quarterback, but they certainly could. Or they trade down and stockpile more picks and get more talent. That's a really talented young team.
So here's how the playoffs are set. On Saturday at 3:30, Seahawks at 49ers. San Fran is favored by 10. At night, Chargers at Jacksonville. Brandon Staley is catching heat for playing guys in this game when they had nothing to play for. I think Mike Williams ended up limping off. The Chargers, as always, hurt, and Brandon Staley's getting roasted. The Chargers are favored by 1 in Jacksonville.
People just want to complain about Brandon Staley. They just want to kill. Like there's a lot of teams played guys in this game that didn't matter. A lot of teams did.
Yeah, and if Micah Parsons and Diggs got hurt in the fourth quarter yesterday, then Mike McCarthy deserves to get destroyed. If your guy gets hurt, I don't know the circumstances of the Charger game. I wasn't paying attention.
It wouldn't have mattered for them.
No. The circumstances when Mike was playing. I don't know the time and all that.
Okay.
But if Micah Parsons got hurt in that fourth quarter, then Mike McCarthy is up for criticism, in my opinion. I thought they played one defensive drive too long. And look, Jerry Jones may be pissed if Dak and them got hurt when they were playing in the second half, even though I was fine with leaving them in to try to knock off the rust. Sunday, triple header. Dolphins at the Bills. Buffalo's favored by 11. Giants at Vikings. Minnesota by 3. Ravens at Bengals. Cincinnati's favored by 6.5. And then our game, Monday night, Cowboys are favored by 3. And tonight, the national championship game.
Yep, Georgia and TCU. That game has been bet down to 12.5 now. A lot of money coming in. Well, not a lot of money, but some big money coming in on TCU. I've made a couple of wagers on this game so far. And this is one of those, if it happens, we're talking about one of the greatest upsets and one of the biggest upsets ever. Like this is Duke UNLV. This is Duke UNLV. UNLV is the team that can't be beat. And then here comes Duke. Granted, the best player on the floor of Grand Hill. But there is really nothing that you could point to that says TCU's got the advantage here. But you could also have said that in about 8 different games they've played this year.
Right.
And they've won them all.
Headlines here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Bell, we got to get a little Bobby road trip recap with Babe Laufenberg and marijuana. Bobby throwing up mac and cheese. What did Sean Taylor's display look like up close? And is Mike McCarthy's job status back in question? 877-881-1053 next. But first,
shotgun with backs on either side of him. And the ball goes into the left side of the end zone. It's intercepted. Malik Hooker picked it off in the end zone.
Look, if it wasn't for that, like the Cowboys got lucky that Washington missed a 31-yarder. They got lucky that was a red zone interception with Malik Hooker coming up with that play. They got lucky they weren't down 24 points in this game. You kept looking up, and it's like, God, the Commanders suck. They're still the Commanders. It's still a 7-point game. Malik Hooker with that end zone interception. Washington was on the 5. They were already up 7-0. And then, of course, right after the Dak threw the pick six anyway. But that was about to be 14-0, and they lucked out of that. A miserable, embarrassing performance for the Cowboys. They didn't lose anything seeding-wise, but they're not heading into the playoffs with any momentum. And apologies now to Mike McCarthy, because on Friday, this is going to get blown up. It's going to turn into a hornet's nest. But tomorrow now, at 8:30, we have to ask Jerry Jones if there's something that could happen. We've ignored this topic all year long. We have avoided this. We've stayed away from it. Cowboys' fantastic record. And we personally like Coach, of course. Fridays at 7:15, he's been delivering us radio gold. But now it is a fair question, I believe, to be on the table. Can something happen in the Tampa game to cost Mike McCarthy his job? Does anyone think that's an unfair question? RJ is usually, here we go. RJ is usually the defender of anyone getting fired.
I don't think it's fair yet. He hadn't done anything wrong to make it fair.
Well,
let him lose the game first.
Well, yeah, but you're not listening to the question. I said, could something happen in the Tampa game? Is there something that could happen in the Tampa game, including losing by 3, losing by 6, losing by 23, losing by 36? Are we at a point where that door has opened up? Starting with the Giants, starting with Thanksgiving, here's what this team has done. Sloppy win over the Giants, 28-20. They were basically tied with Indy after 3 quarters, and they exploded. They should have lost to the Texans. They won at the very end. Ugly game against Jacksonville. That may have cost them seeding. They lost to the Jaguars, which right now that doesn't look like a terrible loss. Epic win against Philly. Sloppy, uneasy game against Tennessee. And then yesterday's embarrassment. That's what's happened in consecutive weeks since the Giant game. They did not play well against the Giants, Indianapolis, Houston, Jacksonville, Tennessee, or the Commanders. 6 out of 7 games. And they only lost, and they won 5 of them. So you get to answer.
5 and 2.
They were 5 and 2 over that stretch to where I thought they weren't really impressive over that run, a 7-game stretch.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. If you want a style point, that's fine. I don't know that.
This whole style point
organizations
thing.
do that.
It really isn't. It's really annoying. We style point the Giants. You got to pay attention to something.
We don't style point Kansas City.
You're right, and they're the only one, and they deserve a pass.
Do they? They've got one.
You said they deserve a pass.
I know. And
let me finish my point real quick. We at some point in time during a season, you have to judge someone. That's a 7-game stretch. So we pick apart the Giants. We were right. We pick apart the Vikings. We are right. But we can't pick apart the Cowboys.
The difference is the Vikings and the Giants aren't any good and don't deserve the record they have.
Based on what? What are you basing that off of?
Well, for one, their point differentials, which matters.
I agree.
And the Cowboys' point differential for the year is very good.
Yeah. So you're judging it off of their regular season.
Right, but the difference is that the Cowboys...
So I'm taking almost half of the schedule of the Cowboys, a 7-game run, and I'm style pointing it. I'm taking 7 games to be like, they weren't impressive. They weren't that impressive. They didn't play that well during that whole stretch.
They didn't play great. The difference is that the Cowboys are actually a good, talented football team. And the Vikings and the Giants are not. The Cowboys aren't lucky to have the record they have. They had the same record last year. Right? The same record, 12-5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not lucky. This is not a fluke.
Why are the Vikings not just as good as the Cowboys on paper?
Because they're like 10-1 in one-score games. Like it's just faulty.
But my point is, you're using the Vikings regular season against them justifiably. At some point in time, you have to take the games that they play to judge the team.
Well, I'm also taking their talent level into account.
And the Vikings have better offensive talent than the Cowboys, arguably.
Except for quarterback. They have 2 good receivers.
They have 2 good receivers. They have
And a good
Dalvin
running
Cook.
back.
They have the best receiver in football.
They have TJ Hawkinson.
They have a better running back than we do.
And over the last 5 weeks, if you
They
just
have
take
a better tight end than we do.
If you take it from the Texans game, the Cowboys finished the final 5 weeks. Their point differential is -2 over the last 5 weeks, which is bad. That's concerning. They eked by a couple wins and they got their asses kicked in Washington.
All I'm saying is not two or 3 games. It's like a 7-game uneasy stretch. If you don't want to, if you don't want to judge it, don't judge it.
I would say it like this. If you could have a 7-game uneasy stretch, you could have gone 3-4.
Mm-hmm.
We do kind of.
And I'm using your rule, which I think is correct. I'm not just going to be a slave to what happened at the end of the game. They should have lost to the Texans. I thought they should have lost to the Eagles, and the Colts game and the Titans game, were up for grabs through 3 quarters. They should have lost to Houston, but
They should have lost to Houston.
But you're just taking the W. The Giants game was there, Anyway,
I'm not just taking the W. I see what you're saying. I just I look at it I think it's too early. Let him lose his playoff game in a bad way, in my opinion. Before I don't want to throw that out. I don't put that out there in the ether. I don't know that his job remotely is in jeopardy today. Now they lose the playoff game. It might be a different story.
How could it not be in jeopardy? How could it not be a question? But then if they lose in 6 or 7 days, he's gone. It's it would have to be in someone's mind.
Well, because the teams are generally overreactionary anyway.
All right, so you don't want to answer the question.
What question?
Mike McCarthy, could he be fired? What would it take to get him fired? You don't want to answer it.
I don't think he could be fired.
Okay.
I don't think he could. I mean, 12-5 in back-to-back years, and you're going to wind up playing.
What if they lose 26-6? You don't think that they would do it?
Not if it's going to take a 1 to get Sean Payton. Sean Payton. Who are you going to bring him in? Who are you going to replace him with?
Quinn.
Oh, God.
You keep Dan Quinn from going to Denver.
We've seen that song and dance in Atlanta.
I mean, they should have won the Super Bowl.
Should have.
I'm sounding
Should've.
like you now. They were 28-3.
They should have.
So then
they did. I didn't need the final score.
That's an RJ Choppy title.
Listen, you've done a well job of backing me into a corner here. I got to admit that one.
I'm just using your arguments against you.
It's okay. Look, I can. It's the playoffs, man. I can hypocrite with the best of them right now, and I fully plan to.
All right. So you don't think? Choppy's taking it off the table.
It's for me. It's off the table.
Right.
I'm not going to fire a guy who's going 12-5 back-to-back years.
Bobo.
Jerry said yesterday that he's very disappointed. This is, he's glad everybody got a bite of the sour apple, blah, blah, blah. But then he also said, I'm not half as disappointed as I will be next week if we're in the same position.
Did anyone ask him about McCarthy's status?
No.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked over that.
Because I think it's sort of this same thing where it's like you're going into the playoffs and that's a question they're going to hit him with immediately after a playoff game if they lose.
You think we should ask it tomorrow?
I think there's a way to ask it that's maybe not as pointed as you would ask it right after they lose a playoff game probably, but there's a way to bring that up and have Jerry weigh in on it. But here's the thing. Yeah, if they lose 26-6, if they play like they did yesterday, I think a lot of things are on the table for them. And
so you think Mike McCarthy could lose his job?
I think it's at least something that they would have to evaluate. And because why was he hired? He wasn't hired to put up a better record in the regular season than Jason Garrett. He was hired because of they talked about his pedigree and what he can do in the playoffs. And so, okay, all right. So if you come out of this 3 years in a row, and 2 of those where you felt like you had one of the better teams in the NFC in a vulnerable conference, and you come out of it 2 years in a row without a playoff victory. And Jason Garrett, even with all his faults, won 2 for you while he was here. Mike McCarthy and Jason Garrett have the same number of losing records with the Cowboys. 1 year. That's it.
Wow.
And so...
Props for Jay Jeezy right there.
I'm just saying that, at the end of the day, they end out looking remarkable. We always like to say McCarthy and Sean Payton's like careers look remarkably similar. So far, at the end of the day, like Jason and Mike, if Mike were to get bounced in round 1, their resumes are remarkably similar.
Yep. Sean had 3 straight losing seasons with Drew Brees.
Mm-hmm.
Were they losing or 8-8?
7-9.
Oh, yeah, 8-8.
3 straight years.
8-8 was here. This was Jerry after the game yesterday talking about next week.
We get to suck on that all week. And if that doesn't make you want to get ready to go in about 6-7 days, nothing else will. And that was as thorough a butt kicking as we've had this year. We're going to find out if that'll get you ready or not. It should with what these guys are made of. I'm frankly, they're sound. They've got really outstanding players, and they're very physical. And so you can basically see a scenario where some of the physicalness that were there, but more important than anything is we get to it. I know you've heard that, and I haven't been down here, but I've heard it. But this one, you get to come back over a bad dream and get to Jimmy Stewart. Had to have a wonderful Christmas. Come back next week. Get back in the gear. But that's certainly the way I look at it, and I'm so disappointed for our fans, but not half as disappointed as I would be if I were sitting here this time next week. So we got something to go for, and we'll empty this bucket this week.
All right, here are the Tolos. I want to know what Twitch, YouTube, and the fan text are saying. I got Twitter. Wesley, I think there's 0 chance McCarthy's job is on the line. Back-to-back 12-win seasons with no Dak for the majority of his first year. Captain 8-8 was here 10 years with only 3 of those with double-digit wins. McCarthy's averaging 10 wins. Chris J. So everybody wants to fire McCarthy because his quarterback is obscenely inconsistent. A joke, an absolute joke. Marty Schottenheimer, Choppy, was this from Lamar. He was fired from the Chargers after going 14-2, losing in the second round in the playoffs after Breeze got hurt. Don't tell me McCarthy cannot be fired. What are the Tolos saying about this topic or McCarthy's job status?
You've got on the YouTube, Joe Taylor says with the Cowboys, he says they're too predictable. They expect Dak to be Miracle Mahomes every play, which he usually is, but some games it doesn't work a couple times a year. You've got somebody else on here saying it's all BS, that it's all a con game with the Cowboys, and they're just going to continue to sell you a bill of goods. Hookem7222222 says if they lose in the first round, absolutely. McCarthy's job is on the line. S. Dawkins says, please no. So, I mean, there's a lot of, people who seem to think it seems pretty split that either it's a lot of people think it should be done, which I think that's just the case on McCarthy in general, right? Like half the fan base has wanted him gone. Half the fan base thinks he's good. And so the result probably will influence your opinion on it.
Yeah. And real quick, Marty didn't get fired because of 14-2 and missing out and having a first round exit. He orchestrated his own firing by trying to hire his brother to be his defensive coordinator. He wanted to take Spanos' money and go play golf.
Now
he essentially quit.
I'll tell you what is becoming a popular take on both the Twitch and the YouTube right now is people saying not McCarthy's job, but Kellen. That there's a lot of people who want to say Kellen's the one who should be pushed out before McCarthy.
Philosophically, I refuse to blame the coach for the failures of the quarterback. And Kellen Moore is not the reason that they lost yesterday and had a bad offensive day.
Didn't we blame Scott Linehan for the failures, though, for a long time?
Exactly. And what's the common denominator?
They played better as soon as Linehan left. They played better with Kitna and Moore and together, working together, and then
Kitna left.
Yeah, but I mean,
They have the top offense in the National Football League.
Yeah, one of them can be. It's possible. I think it's possible to have the best offense in the league over a stretch and have one of them be a problem. That's absolutely possible. That Kellen could be scheming things up in a way like we see.
Like I don't like the first. Sorry, Bobby, go ahead.
No, you're good. It's just Kyle. Like you can see how Kyle Shanahan can scheme things a certain way to make a successful offense without an elite quarterback. So that's possible. You see how Dak can, or you see how quarterbacks can sometimes raise themselves up over bad play callers. Generally, if you've got a bad coordinator and a bad quarterback, you have a bad offense.
Generally, yeah.
You're not going to be able to have the number one offense in the league over the course of 8 weeks in any measure you want. EPA per play, yards per game, points per game, all that stuff you wouldn't be able to have if they were both bad.
They're number 4 in points. They put the stat on TV. And look, I don't love the first down runs. And I felt like yesterday, they are the number one team on third down. Yesterday, it felt like they just only wanted to be in third down. Most points per game by a starting quarterback since 2020. I mean, Dak Prescott leads the league by 3 points. Now, do I think sometimes these numbers are a little misleading? Yes, I do.
Well, I got numbers for you.
Okay. Dak, points per game is 32. Josh Allen, 29. Mahomes, 29 since 2020. And again, this year, after last year being number one, they're averaging 27 points a game. Like, that's hard to fire Kellen Moore on paper.
No, look, Kellen's not to blame. Kellen's not to blame. If the offense looks bad, it's because of the quarterback. And if the offense looks great, it's also because of the quarterback. That's just the reality. The teams, great quarterbacks lose their offensive coordinators all the time. And they don't take steps back. They continue to be great because they're great.
How many years into this deal is McCarthy?
3 out of 5. It was a 5-year deal.
So 2 more after this one?
Mm-hmm. What is it, $5 million a year? So I mean, if you walked away, you're paying out $10 million, and then you're having to pay a new coach.
Who wants $20 million?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of assistants coming out of contract, though.
And personnel control. And you got to give up a first.
Control, yeah.
Here's Ian Rappaport. Let's just figure out what's happening with Sean Payton. Like, if Sean Payton wasn't available, would this be a much easier question to answer? Here's Rappaport on the NFL Network yesterday morning.
In coaching news, we've known the Denver Broncos are going to swing big. How big? They have received permission to interview Sean Payton, the former Saints coach. Expect that to happen this week. And that is not all, guys. My understanding is the Saints and Broncos have begun negotiations for a deal to compensate the Saints. No doubt the Saints are going to be looking for a first-round pick and more. Denver knows this. They have not blinked. My understanding is they are on the same page as far as what it will cost. Meanwhile, for the Los Angeles Rams, former Super Bowl winning coach Sean McVay plans to take a little time after the season to evaluate his options, his future, and whether or not he wants to coach next year. Really not a surprise. Did the same thing last year. Will have similar TV opportunities, but does plan to step away after a difficult year and at least think about what's next.
Yesterday on the Fox pregame show, Strahan asked Sean Payton, what are the chances you'll be here with us next year at Fox? 1 to 10. Sean Payton said 7. But we didn't get clarification on which side of the scale he was talking about.
Oh, I don't know.
So Sean Payton said 7, scale 1 to 10. But the Saints and Broncos have started negotiations. So keep that in mind. I don't think McCarthy would be gone unless it was like some crazy humiliation. Unless you'd be like, okay, did they quit in the second half of this game? Which I don't see happening.
Yeah, if the team quits on them, yeah, then you got a different.
Yeah, it's hard to say that they're going to quit during a 12-5 season. Jerry also showed too much loyalty, in my opinion, to Jason Garrett. He goes overboard instead of these other coaches paying all these guys that aren't employed, like the Giants and other teams. So I don't think Mike McCarthy gets fired, depending on what happens Monday night. But I think it's. The discussion is fair to have back on the table.
And let's not forget Wade.
As crazy as it sounds.
Let's not forget Wade. He didn't just go along with Garrett. Wade went 13-3, had home field throughout, got beat when the offense was lifeless by the Giants, and then the next year has a more talented team. Arguably the most talented team in the 20 years I've worked here. That 2018. Where they added Pac-Man, they added Tank, they added everybody. Mm-hmm. And then they go out and they vanish like a fart in the wind against Philadelphia 44-6.
08 is the best team they've had since. It's funny. The two best teams I think they've had since they last won a Super Bowl were 08 and 19, and they both missed the playoffs and went 9 and 7.
And he didn't fire Wade after that. I can't imagine he would do this with Mike.
Man.
That was worse.
Yeah, but there's also like a sense of urgency about your window, how vulnerable the NFC is. And again, he was brought in here for January. He was not brought in here for September, October, November, December. And if he's failing you in January, Jerry may say, I need to go find somebody who can make a difference in January.
877-881-1053. We're going to take your Cowboy calls at 8 o'clock this morning. Brad Sham will answer this question as well at 8:40. But let's get the field trip report from Bobby Belt back from the nation's capital.
So, where do you think I ate on Saturday night?
Let's see. Applebee's.
Applebee's, baby. Applebee's.
That's too easy. Saturday night.
Good marketing, though. Have you seen that commercial? Food looks actually good.
What time did you land?
We landed in Baltimore, and then we had to drive all the way to like College Park, and so it was a long drive, and so we didn't actually get into the hotel till like 6:30.
At least when my brother was there, that wasn't in the best area either. We're in College Park.
Yeah, it was 6:30. We got
University of Maryland Terps.
Got to the hotel around 6:30,
and I got rejected.
Which was, I'm so glad we got there at 6:30, not 6:35 though. Because we go in to check in. You have to check in like a normal hotel. So there's all these people who come off from the Cowboys checking in at the same time. That's bad enough as it is. We arrived 5 minutes before the entire Ohio State basketball team that was in town to play Maryland, and then they got stuck behind us to check in. So they ended up standing around trying to wait to check in for about 30, 45 minutes. But
right, well, you did eat somewhere like Applebee's then, because at least when I was there,
I Grubhubbed it.
No great restaurants.
Oh, God. You didn't even get out?
Nope. I mean, I went down to the bar later that night, met up with some listeners, but I did order.
The listeners came into the Cowboy Hotel?
Yeah. A lot of people had sniffed out where the hotel was, and they wait down in the lobby.
Can you tell us what the hotel was?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that. Now
Nice
that it's passed,
hotel?
I think I could. Yeah, it was a nice hotel.
Nice hotel bar?
Yeah. It was really nice. Now I paid $17 a shot for Bullet Bourbon.
Stop going to hotel bars and ordering bourbon.
Yeah. Well, and here's where
shots of it.
Here's where
Quavo, stay out of the hotel lobby.
Here's where I screwed
First off,
up.
get
too.
a bottle and then sneak into the lobby.
Yeah, a bottle of Bullet's like $23.
Well, and
you spent $17 in the shot.
Here's the other thing. I had no idea I didn't buy. I ordered one. I saw how much it was, and I was like, I'm not ordering that again. And so I stopped.
You order big time liquor when you go out, which is you're giving away money too.
Yes, but I'm smart enough not to spend $17 on a shot of a Bullet.
I didn't know it was $17. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I will.
Where I kept getting killed throughout the entire season by the wife and everything was the fact that I never went up to the hospitality suite until this trip. And the hospitality suite is free alcohol. And so there's like, now it's not like shots of it, but they have like beers there for you. So you get like free like beer or whatever else. But yeah, I ordered Charlie's cheesesteaks. I ordered a cheesesteak in Washington, D.C.
Hey, East Coast, though, they have. Okay,
And you know
was
what?
it better than the Philly one?
It was much better. Just like the ones I order in Las Colinas are much better. And the ones are like Philly's claim to the cheesesteak is the weirdest thing since like people in California thinking In-N-Out is amazing.
You went to...
I went to a top-ranked Ishkabibbles. I went to a top-ranked...
On what site?
Plenty of that. I've referenced them before.
You never thought about like maybe getting a crab cake?
No, because that comes out of the water. That
What?
comes out of the water, and I don't eat things that come out of the water. They're disgusting. But
fried shrimp.
I ended up having to. I got the Grubhub, went down to the bar area, met up with some listeners there, bumped into some people with the Cowboys who, without saying who, they all were very complimentary of the morning show.
Oh, thank you.
Of the morning show. I'm dead set. So I heard a lot of compliments about the morning show, heard a lot of compliments about Love of the Star. But
Which became the #1 sports podcast on Odyssey. The company email sent out you and brought us the #1 in the whole company.
We did it.
Come on, tell us what some trash talk that they said about either me or Choppy.
You know there's got
to be. I know there's an insult.
No, I need you guys. See, and that's the thing. I need you guys to evaluate this for me. I was told nothing but positive things.
Yeah.
But this is routinely almost every week somebody with the Cowboys, someone in the organization, whether it be
so they're listening
in various places, telling me like, "Hey, I was listening," or "That was really cool what you said the other day." Blah blah blah.
You think that they're not listening because of you?
No. Is that a compliment? Is that really a compliment, or is it a subtle way of saying, "I'm listening"? Just so you know, we hear what you're saying.
Well, they should love the fact that I think they should all keep their jobs then.
I think it's a compliment. I think it's a compliment.
I think it is too. But it is also, there's probably an added benefit of, just so you know, mofo, I'm listening to you. I know what you're doing. So I ended up going up to the hospitality suite, watching the rest of the Jacksonville game up there. That was good. I gotta say, when we traveled to FedEx, we're getting to the outside of the stadium. You heard Nick Eatman dumped all over the place. Sean, you lived out there. Like, what were your thoughts on FedEx?
It's got no character. Like,
really? Because I thought it did. We're pulling up to the outside.
What's
I see those giant, and I don't know if it was the same way, but they have these giant, almost rocky steps leading up to the front gate.
Oh my God! What amazing architecture!
No, but I'm just saying.
Holy cow! They have stairs. That's just fantastic.
Would they have fancy escalators too? Will they have buttons in the elevator?
They have signs with a section on them. They have numbers over the section. That's incredible.
Wow,
Bobby.
these steps!
Wow. Holy cow!
Tell me what looked cool about the
It's
stadium.
like the Guggenheim.
Actually, what Nicky
y'all ready for me to finish?
What Nick Eatman said was absolutely correct. Nick said they'll put you in front of beams with an obstructed view in the press box, and you tweeted that out yesterday. You could not see in your seat.
Yeah, I was not only could so they have these beams in front of each slide of glass. But really quickly, first let me say, the outside of the stadium I thought looked really nice aesthetically. And then once we got in, I thought the actual bowl area I thought it looks nice.
Okay.
And I understand, if I'm getting sewage pouring all over me, I probably
And the
think
railings collapsing.
But we get up there, and I had heard so many bad things. I had so many people tell me that the NFC East title game they played against RG3 there, that was a national game. I've had several people tell me they served boxed lunches. With a bottle of water, just basically almost
Fire Festival?
Dead serious. And so they've always talked about how embarrassing it was. So I get up there and I'm like, what are you guys talking about? There's a carving station at AT&T Stadium. And I was told by some Washington friends like JP Finley at NBC Sports Washington, he was like, yeah, this is not the norm. He's like, I think they just they're showing up for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But
so I just want to clarify this.
Yeah.
Okay. The stadium that literally has poop coming out of it is not bad. But the city that has 340 days of sunshine that's on the Atlantic Ocean is a dump in Jacksonville.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah. Like everything I was told, the difference is, Chop, you just got to avoid Section 207 or whatever it is not to get dumped on. In Jacksonville, you just have to not go to the city to smell sewage.
You go to Ponte Vedra, you go to Amelia Island, you go around it.
It's all sewage and meth, in Jacksonville.
There's some good meth there.
So we get to, and I get down to my seat. Not only do I have a beam in front of me, all the seats have these metal beams separating them, but generally the seats are kind of off center from. But not only do I have a beam in front of me, I'm at the spot where the press box starts to turn, and so the desk points out, it jots out at me, so I'm sitting out a half a foot further than everybody else is, and I've got a beam in front of me. Luckily, the seat to my right was open, so I ended up just scooting off to the side and be like, all right, I'm gonna sit here. I don't want to have a crick in my neck. But after sitting there for a while, it's the real estate, the space up there is not great. Thank God for the forward-thinking Cowboys individuals who built the press box in AT&T Stadium where you have actual elbow room. Because some of these press boxes I've been in, it's like riding on an airplane.
Tell RJ what you did with the lobster.
So, when I looked at the food at halftime, I ran into JP Finley again. He said, man, they got lobster mac. He's like, they heard you guys were coming and they did it up fancy. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to try something new. Because you guys give me S all the time for wanting to play it safe and playing the hits. And, if I want to listen to the same song 10 times in a row, that's my prerogative. But you guys want me to try things that I know are disgusting.
Yeah.
38 years old, lobster mac is something new.
So here's the thing. I even felt confident enough looking at it. I opened it up. I was like, you know what? This doesn't look bad. I will get not just a couple shells. I will get a full scoop. So I did. I went full scoop. Plopped it on the plate, sat down.
Chunks? There was chunks of lobster? You saw it? Or tidbits?
I saw some, I guess I saw one red thing in there, but I don't know. I couldn't tell, to be honest. I've never looked at lobster outside of walking past a display at Tom Thumb.
Does your wife like it?
No, she's not a seafood fan either.
Wow.
No, and she's not a picky eater. She just doesn't like seafood.
Are you allergic to mollusks?
No. But we get there and I pick it up and I give it the smell test and it just smells like macaroni. So I'm like, okay, maybe Sean's right. Maybe this is subtle. And I put it in my mouth and it was as subtle as Jacksonville. Like everything I've said about Jacksonville, if they put it into a dish, that's what it tasted like.
Lobster mac, the most luxurious side dish that there is.
Disgusting.
You don't like fish at all.
I put it in my mouth. I'm sitting next to like a security guard. I put it in my mouth and I start going like this. I go.
Like the
I really
two
did
girls,
start
one
to-
cup reaction.
Stop that. Don't do that.
Get the trash can.
I had to go to the trash can and I felt bad because I was right next to like the setup. I spit it out and then I'm sitting there like gagging and coughing and drawing like all these eyeballs as I'm taking the food I just plopped on there that everybody else who's normal to Washington thinks this is a luxury for us.
Lobster?
And they see me going like this and just
Imagine
throwing it in the trash.
Lobster mac and cheese at the press box.
You just threw away like $10 worth of mac and cheese.
10.
Or maybe more.
Are you kidding me? You order that at a steakhouse, it's like $18, $22.
I threw away $17 at the bar the night before. What's $10 more that weren't even mine?
But you drank the bullet.
I did drink the bullet.
Yeah.
The bullet tasted much better.
All right, we got the next bet payoff. You're gonna have to sit in a fish market. Like you're gonna have to sit in a fish market for like six hours. Like Chiafalo in the Waffle House. That Waffle House bet payoff. Him in a fish market, just smelling the soft crab.
I will
and
throw
the
up.
seafood.
Yeah, that's
Why is that what you want? Why do you want me to throw up?
Because people throw up. That doesn't
Because
gross me out.
it brings me humor.
It brings you joy
Yeah.
to see me suffer.
Yeah, just like you like to torture Wolchuk.
Oh my gosh, like that. I hope you're understanding now, especially after
Lobster mac and cheese, gross to you.
Yes, it tasted like I'd imagine like what it would have tasted like if I licked the curb in Jacksonville. That's the same.
So bad.
That is the same taste. It's disgusting. Like I thought the whole thing was like, no, it's subtle and it's fresh and it's over here. No, it's not subtle.
No seafood is subtle. I don't believe.
Yeah.
It's all fishy.
No, it is. It's fishy. And I mean, look, to be fair, you also got to give me this leniency. It is Dan Snyder in Washington. It is very possible that it was bad lobster.
Yep. Or fake. Let's bring in the Tolos. Y'all unleash on the McCarthy topic, on Dak Prescott being awful, on how fast this team gets eliminated. Do you still like their chances to make a run throughout the NFC? Cowboy calls like we do every Monday. 877-881-1053 next. But look, y'all want to party it up.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd and 6, back to throw it out to the right, intercepted, and this is going to be a walk-in pick 6 by Fuller. He went right back to the well, and Fuller was sitting right on it.
That was Brad Sham with the call. The Voice of America's team will join us at 8:40 after a miserable, ugly, ridiculous, maybe hopeless game that the Cowboys played against the Commanders. This is where we unleash you on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The number is 877-881-1053 after they lose 26-6. 877-881-1053. You want to take it to Dak? You want to take it to the receivers? You want to take it to the defense, the secondary? Mike McCarthy, front office, Jerry Jones, the playoffs as they're going to take on Tampa Bay Monday night on this radio station.
Playoffs, baby. They're in. Sean, they're in.
We already knew that. We
did know that.
We already knew that.
Yeah, but we didn't know where they were going to finish. They finished with the 5 seed. That's impressive.
All right, what are the chances?
Better than 6.
So you have already dismissed that they were throwing out a preseason playbook to hide the real stuff.
Yes, that's silly, I think.
Okay, you think that's silly. What about that they just knew that the Giants were playing third-teamers and Philadelphia was going to win that game? There was nothing to play for. There was nothing really to play for.
There were things to play for. I mean,
what?
we talked about them last week. The offensive line cohesion,
Oh, my God. You think they went into that game going,
Yeah.
all right, this is really about offense? The players.
I think those guys on the line absolutely felt like that was a chance for them to get more reps. CeeDee Lamb said it yesterday. He said, we came into this game and we're sure we were going to win. And maybe that was it. Maybe they came in there a little too overconfident, thought they would just be able to walk in there. You know what's nuts? I had looked this up because it dawned on me that they got their ass kicked by Washington back in 2020 in both games. 4 out of the last 8 games they've played against Ron Rivera, they've lost by 19 points.
What?
19 or more. 4 out of the last 8 times the Cowboys have played Ron Rivera, they've gotten beaten by 19 or more.
Wow. I remember the fake punt game. I think that was in Arlington.
You got whooped both games in 2020. You lost by 20 yesterday, and then you got to go back in 2015 when he was coaching the Panthers. They lost by 19 there.
All right. Peyton said we need to take this call first from D.C., and the caller wants to be identified as Making Sense. So Making Sense, you're first up. Go ahead.
What's up, man? How you guys doing, man? Love the show.
What's up?
Thank you.
Love everything. You guys, the content, everything.
Thank you.
First thing is up, man. I'm just as confused as you guys are with what happened yesterday. I'm going to say all 3 phases of the game was some garbage. All 3 phases of the game was some garbage. Well, I will say with the exception of the defense did play pretty good, considering they was on the football field all game. All game they was on the football field. 1, 2, 3 and out 10 times, man, that's just ridiculous. But I will say that this is the worst that I've seen Dak Prescott play since I've been observing Dak play, watching him play, watching his mechanics, throwing off the 1 foot. This is the first time that I've seen Dak Prescott play as bad as he's played. Now, I was of the mindset as well that out of all my ranting that I was doing yesterday, I was of the mindset as well that, man, is this something that they're trying to throw off Tampa Bay? And if this is something that they're trying to throw off Tampa Bay with, why even start? Why even suit up? Because first thing is first. You're shooting up hoping that you would get the number 1 seed. Well, not the number 1 seed, to win the East Division. That's number 1. Well, if you notice that Philly was winning the game the entire time, going into the third quarter and going to the end of the third quarter, pull out your starters. Because at this point in time, you have no continuity. You don't have any identity. Dak is playing horrible. The running defense is only averaging 2.8 yards a game. 2.8 yards a carry. The defense has been on the football field for a long time, so they're long in the tooth. So at some point in time, Mike McCarthy has to make the decision to say, hey, get him out of there.
Thank you for the call. Well, it comes down to the Giant game isn't over, and maybe more importantly, we can't go into the Tampa game playing like this.
Yeah, the Giant game not being over was crucial. It had gotten to a 6-point game.
Yeah,
like there was you had to. Now you could say who cares? The
it was
off
16,
chance.
It was 16-0, 19-0, basically throughout.
Davis Webb or whoever the hell was he wasn't coming back.
Yeah.
And winning that game.
It was one of those ones where at the end of the third quarter, I think it was between Dallas and Washington, the Giants had just scored. That made it 19-9, and if they missed the 2-point conversion, but if they converted that, it's a one-possession game. It's 19-11. They're a touchdown and a 2-point conversion away. They finished the game, 6-point victory for Philly. Jalen Hurts was, by the way, that's the other thing. Jalen Hurts does not look healthy. Like he is very clearly like that's not just he's full go. That dude is still banged up. He was bad yesterday.
You were able to see it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a lot of I'd have YouTube TV up and I was popping around games and stuff like that.
Yeah, in order to believe that the Cowboys went in with a preseason game plan, that means during their prep for the week, they said, all right, we got a chance here to win the East and be the 1 seed. Let's go in with our vanilla Game 2 preseason calls.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't add up. Tony,
no, it doesn't.
Tony in Fort Worth. Tony, you're live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead, Tone.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Love the show. Been hearing y'all for like 3 years or so.
That's it.
So just 2 things. Well, I started driving a whole lot, and next thing you know, the radio came on, and I was listening to you guys, and I've been stuck with it since. But just 2 things for you guys, and I'll let y'all talk about it. Dak, my goodness, yeah, that was just, man. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. I think that one of the things that we had always talked about, or I had talked about over the past few years with Dak, obviously he's in like year 7 now, right? Was that he was at least he was consistent. He wasn't going to be the greatest. He wasn't going to be a leader or anything like that. But he was going to be a good quarterback for you. He was going to be able to manage the game for you. Doesn't seem like he's doing that right now. I know it's just a 1-game sample. We'll see what he does in the playoffs. And then the second thing is, at the end of this game, we're 12-5, and I don't think that I've ever been as disappointed as I am today to be 12-5. So I'll just go with that.
And people are going to call Cowboy fans spoiled, by saying, "Oh, you're crying and whining over 12-5." Well, this is why. This makes y'all look good if you've been worried since Thanksgiving, right? You're not just going to be a victim and base your opinions. That's a smarter sports fan, in my opinion. That's why I was complaining after the Giants and after the historic quarter against Indy and after finding a way to win against Houston. I'm like, this isn't impressive. None of this is good football. If it happens for 1 week, if it happens for 2 weeks, fine. When it happens over a course of 7 games, that's a large enough sample size to question your team. And many of you did that. And right now, today, you're looking correct. John and McKinney. John, you're next up on the fan. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Look, every year we do the exact same thing, y'all. I'm a Cowboy fan and been for years, and every year we do the exact same thing. I hear people call in here and cry about the end of the year. Look, man, we're losing. We're losing. If we were really like that, if we were really truly a tough team, and we were really like that, we would have sent the message last night and kicked Washington's teeth in. But we didn't. We got our teeth kicked in. And Tampa's going to kick our teeth in next week. And you know what's going to happen? You guys are going to call here, and you guys are going to cry and complain about the exact same thing all over again. Y'all have a good morning.
It does kind of feel like the same thing. Look, again, you put up the poll question, it would be 90-10. Everyone thinks we're getting bounced.
You know what would be interesting, though?
Round
and
one.
I'll do that this week. Or whatever. So have you put a poll up already?
I have not.
Okay, I'll put a poll up. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put one up each day. And I want to see by Friday.
Yeah.
I bet you it's 20% different and people have calmed down after the game. But I bet it's not going to be about the same throughout the week. They will.
Oh, yeah.
This is always the most upsetting day. But here's the thing about the Cowboys, like we mentioned earlier. They can absolutely, any given Sunday, lose to anybody in this playoff field. Yeah. AFC or NFC. But they are also one of the only teams that can beat any of them on any given Sunday, too.
Every team in the postseason, with the exception of 1 or 2, can lose to any of the teams. They can. Like, teams that make the playoffs are generally pretty good.
Yeah.
Right? They're generally pretty good teams.
It's weird how that works.
That's why each team in the playoffs, like, you never see somebody with more than about a I don't know, 15% chance of winning the Super Bowl when they get to the postseason. Because which means that you have a much greater chance. Every team's got a much greater chance of not making or winning it. Because all these teams are generally pretty good. And to me, that's why I look at the regular season more in terms of anger than the postseason, because you're losing to a good team. Losing to Washington, to me, would be far worse than losing on the road to Tampa.
The problem is that it's scary how Dak played. It's scary how awful he was.
Yeah, he was bad.
It's scary, like awful bad, like blind bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of his throws, like forget about just a little bit off. He was way off. Like throughout the game, he turned it on a little bit at the end of the second quarter for the touchdown drive to CeeDee Lamb. But just some of the things they were doing, the first down runs, just welcoming third down, being off of the throws, not targeting Lamb until I think 6 minutes left in the second quarter. Like it felt like they wanted to go in there, order a cheesesteak on Grubhub, and get out of town. That's it. Here's Dak on that performance.
For me, not to use the language, but simple as that. And defense, I thought gave us a chance. Did enough. Obviously, some put them in bad positions. Us and special teams did. They're able to hold them to a field goal, get a touchdown. I gave a touchdown on an interception. So, I think defense did enough, obviously. But for offense, just completely not who we are. I don't think I've seen us like that in damn sure the last 2 years. Something that as much as you want to burn the tape and move on, know what we got forward, there's a lot that we've got to learn from and get better and use this tape.
All right, let's get to Xavier in Fort Worth. Xavier or Xavier, you're live on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
Morning. Thank you for calling.
Hey, I got a comment in a scenario. My comment is, how long is it gonna take for Dak to learn from all his mistakes? And I'm sick of all the same excuses that Dak's been giving us, because I still don't feel like he's owning up to anything that he does. Really, if it's the interceptions, the bad throws, and all that. And my scenario is, do we win that game if Dak sits and they play Cooper Rush? That's all I want to know.
Oh,
no.
About time Cooper Rush got brought up. Oh, I saw it on Twitter, and he was trending yesterday.
I saw 3 Cooper Rush jerseys yesterday.
No.
Did you make those?
You can have anything made.
They I've never suggested that Cooper Rush, all that stuff, that point has been proven. But yesterday, they may have won that game with Cooper Rush.
No.
Yeah.
No, he came in, he didn't look good either. That entire
Oh my God, you're gonna judge him off judge him how he came in.
What no, but here's what I'm saying. What
By not losing it.
What do you think? Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Regardless,
pick 6, there's 7 points there.
Right.
And there's no way Cooper Rush throughout that game could have been that inaccurate. I'm saying, just by being safer, I'm not advocating. I'm just saying, in a hypothetical 1-game scenario, there's no way he would have been as bad as Dak. It was still a 7-point game at halftime. There's no way he could have been if Cooper Rush couldn't play better than Dak Prescott's arguably worst game of his career, you got to give that.
No. I'm not saying he couldn't play better. I'm saying he's not playing better enough to win the game. They still lose.
Yeah, they still lose because there was look.
They couldn't run the ball. They run the ball so heavily with Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush is not throwing the ball 37 times if he's in there, but those receivers are still getting the same amount of separation they did, which is not very much, and they're still running into a brick wall and averaging 2 yards per carry on offense.
Turpin still fumbles the punt. Anger still muffs the snap.
They would have had a better chance to win. On 14 to 37. He's not going 14 for 37.
He was awful. I'm not going to defend Dak Prescott.
No.
Yeah. Dak Prescott was the reason they lost that. Well, the major reason they lost that game.
What was Xavier's first point? We're talking. Oh, Dak does take responsibility, though. Yeah, that part is true. He says basically, Stephen A is right. He says nothing in press conferences, but he does own. Mike McCarthy's the one that doesn't own anything. Jerry sounded pretty disappointed. McCarthy takes the public strategy of, hey guys, I don't know what to tell you. It was bad. Let's move on. He is not going to publicly admonish them ever. Now, a lot of people would say, what's the point of doing that? Why would you want to? What benefit is there to calling them out? He's definitely a player's coach publicly. I don't know if he's going off behind the scenes. I don't know if he's cussing them up and down today, whether he did it at halftime, whether he did it after the game. McCarthy will always take up for them publicly. Some people may like that. All right, a few more calls and some texts. Stephen A. Smith laughing at us, of course, this morning. Zach Wolchuk is going to suffer from the Micah Parsons bet, just like Gavin Dawson did on G-Bag on Friday. And at Fox, they may finally be turning on Skip Bayless. Did you see what Michael Strahan did to Bayless yesterday? All that, Brad Sham at 8:40 right here on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum.
employers, Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
There's the snap. There's the spot. The kick is away. And the kick is good! The Seahawks win the game! They win it at home against the Rams. And now the playoff chances still live for the Seahawks. The final score, Seattle 19, the Rams 16.
Most surprising teams in this NFL postseason. How do you rank them? The Seattle Seahawks, the New York Giants.
Yeah.
Got to be up there. Is it all surprises in the NFC? Jacksonville? I mean, but Jacksonville, you were waiting for like a Trevor Lawrence corner to be turned. Man, Urban Meyer's getting smoked. He was just the butt of every joke after Doug Peterson went in there. One of the players on Jacksonville a few days ago was quoted as like, I feel so good for Trevor Lawrence that he doesn't have to deal with Urban Meyer. He had to deal with Urban Meyer last year, and he's like, I would die for Doug Peterson. So the Doug Peterson love is there. Man, did they get lucky against Tennessee. That fumble return from Dobbs gave Jacksonville the AFC South Saturday night.
It did.
Not that Tennessee was like outplaying them.
No, but I mean, they had a fourth quarter lead.
It wasn't Jacksonville's offense.
No, they had a fourth quarter lead. I mean, that was, and then at the end of the game, Tennessee gets the ball with a chance and they throw the ball in the flat on like a 4th and 10, 4th and 14. Very, very odd to do that, but I guess it's weird. He was going downfield all game, and all of a sudden Dobbs decides to check down at the very end. Didn't understand quite that. Didn't understand that much, but.
So the surprising playoff teams are Seattle, New York, Miami, and the Jags. Miami, just from the sense of everyone thought a lot of people were writing Tua off, going to be done. And they didn't win a game in December.
No, they didn't. They didn't win a game. And after his his first concussion, he was a little bit off. He was a little bit off, but man, that was a really bad month for them in December. I don't know how they did it. I mean, the Jets are so bad. I mean, that was such an awful game. What a bad beat. What a bad beat at the end there. If you had the Jets and the points.
Oh, gosh.
At the very end with that lateral safety. Good gosh.
That's almost as bad as the Kansas beat the other night in their bowl game where they scored those late touchdowns off an onside kick and made it close. This is funny because I remember you always ask the question at the beginning of the year, Sean. What's the stat about the changeover from year to year with playoffs that you like?
5 new teams.
5 new teams are in. Which did we get 5 this year? We got Jacksonville, the Chargers were out.
7, I think.
Seattle, Miami, Minnesota, New York. Yeah, so it went over. I think
it's the best stat in sports.
I think it was 6. So yeah, it was pretty reliable. But man, that's the biggest one to me. If you would have said this team's in at the beginning of the season, that I would have been stunned by is New York. I thought zero chance the Giants were going to be good at the beginning of the year.
And now the Giants are going to go to Minnesota.
Boy, that is for Chop. That's the flukiest match. That's the matchup of the 2 flukiest teams in history.
Someone's got to win.
They already played earlier this year.
Yeah, and it was a close game. What was it? It was like a 5-point win for Minnesota. What do you? I don't want to. I'll save it for degenerate. I heard an interesting debate.
And a debate.
I don't know where that came from. I heard an interesting debate about that point spread yesterday, and I was curious for your take on it. But we'll save that for Friday. We're doing degenerate.
All right, we're gonna have a TCU degenerate at 9:00. Get you ready for the national championship after Brad Sham at 8:40, and either later at the end of this week or on Monday, since the Cowboys are playing the Bucs on Monday night. I think we're going to have on our friend / nemesis, Stephen A. Smith, again.
Oh, yeah.
After he responded to the Cowboy game last night. All right, stop it real quick. I will say this. He does make me laugh when he starts that video every time he does he whips his head around. He just whips it around with that look on his face.
He's got great stage presence.
He does. That part of it is funny. This is Stephen A's Cowboy celebration.
You thought I forgot about you, didn't you? You thought I forgot about you, but I didn't. You see, I could have laughed a whole lot longer. But I decided I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait. I didn't want to overreact. It's the last game of the regular season. Those Dallas Cowboys still going to the playoffs. But you see how I kept preaching patience? Because all of a sudden, Dak Prescott can't get himself together. The running game can't get itself together. The special teams can't get itself together. Everything seems to be crumbling. Everything seems to be falling apart. Just like I told you, this is just the beginning. The playoffs are here, which means the crumbling is inevitable. See you next week,
Liberty.
Cowboy fans. How about them Cowboys?
So there you go. There was Stephen A. looking right again, as everyone last night and this morning thinks that the Cowboys will be eliminated round one again.
There's one person who doesn't think that they will be eliminated.
You?
Jerry Jones, Dak Prescott?
Las Vegas.
Yep.
3.
And that is probably the most important person and thing or entity to be on your side.
But favored by 3 tells us that?
Oh, yeah. On the road?
Because that means in Arlington it'd be 6 or 5?
No, because they don't really give 3 anymore.
Okay.
They give like
4.5 maybe there.
2 max.
Yeah, I was gonna say 4.5 if it was AT&T Stadium.
No, because you're taking away 1.5 to 2 from Tampa. So just by going to a neutral site, it's 4.5 to 5.
So then it'd be 7.
7.
Do you think they're any more than a 3-point favorite if they don't just crap the bed against Washington?
I would assume that line was out before. I was assuming that Vegas had a line in mind before, even though the game wasn't we didn't know it was gonna be the game. You know, they didn't sit there at 6:30 and say, "Oh, that's the matchup." Okay, here we go.
Which I didn't understand why the Washington spread was so low. There you go. I got torched in terms of saying take the Cowboys and the points.
Vegas doesn't typically react to individual games. The line is basically the line, regardless of the outcome of the previous game.
Do they react to trends though?
They react.
Tennessee and Washington are concerning back-to-back performances.
They will. I mean, look, they use computer models, so the computer models react to trends, but they don't usually overreact. Vegas will dock you for quarterback injuries and cluster injuries. So if both your tackles are out, they'll dock you a ton.
So, did you see what Stephen A's former partner? Did you see what Bayless tweeted yesterday?
Was this the Russell Gage tweet or whatever?
This kind of went under the radar. So Skip, already getting destroyed for being insensitive towards DeMar Hamlin, tweeted this. Now Russell Gage is banged up. Tampa receiver. But hey, I'll take it. Feels like by playing today, the Bucs decreased their chances of winning a potential home playoff game against the Cowboys. So here's Skip like happy and rooting for the injury that took place to Russell Gage. And that's when I said to myself, I think he might be losing it. I think like mentally, his mental capacity, maybe it's fading a little bit because you're not supposed to, and you don't see anyone cheer on injuries publicly, especially someone in his position or stature. No one says, Gage is banged up, but hey, I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it that he's hurt. You're not supposed to root on injuries like that.
No, you're not.
So there's Skip tweeting that. Michael Strahan, finally someone with some balls at Fox. No one else has them, except for Shannon a little bit. Michael Strahan on the Fox pregame show talking about DeMar Hamlin while firing some shots at Bayless.
I've struggled with this in a lot of ways because it's not so much just about, being an athlete and experiencing being on the field and being that close to guys, and then you see something happen to a young man like that. It's just, you don't have to be a football player to understand how big this was. And you spoke about humanity. And I think, but there were things done here by someone here at this network that were inhumane. And we sit here and we talk about how good, and I'm sorry to take it this way, but this route, but I just felt like sensible people and sensible human beings have a heart. And they understand that your words and what you say really have an impact, not only on that young man's family. And so all the attention should be on this young man and his recovery for sensible people like us here to say that it didn't affect anybody at this network, nobody at this network minded. That's a lie. Obviously didn't talk to us because it matters to us.
Woo! Matt Barnes went on his social media and said he had to talk an NBA player and a coach out of beating up Bayless in the last 2 years. 1 year was a coach, one was a player. And he said, I think Skip's day is coming, and it may not be getting fired, that someone's going to put hands on him. And he's just being really disrespectful to Shannon. So that was Bayless saying, Russell Gage hurt. I'll take it. I'll take it for the Cowboys.
Yeah, Skip is, again, catching heat that he deserves, but also heat that he may not catch if he wasn't Skip.
Right.
That he's not going to get the benefit of the doubt.
Yep.
Because we are way more angry at Skip Bayless than we are at the Pittsburgh Steelers for that ridiculous sack celebration they did yesterday.
That was dumb.
Explain that.
So, there's the guys on the ground after he sacks somebody, and one of his players comes up and does chest compressions on him. CPR. Like, you know, man, a week later? Like, that's where we're going?
Idiotic.
That's bad anywhere.
Yep.
That's insensitive anywhere. If you want to say you could have done that 2 weeks ago and nobody would have blinked an eye, okay, I could buy that.
Yep.
Still probably something you don't want to do.
Yep.
But then doing it this week? Yeah, man.
How in trouble are the Cowboys? What does this say about the Cowboys? Look, the beauty of sports is yesterday may mean nothing at all. We may be sitting there in the fourth quarter with a 17-point lead at Tampa Bay and saying, meant nothing. This team has the mental fortitude to just forget. They ripped out the page. What does it actually mean? Or are they in a lot of trouble? And what does Brad Sham remember about the first game of the year? And could Mike McCarthy be in trouble depending on what happens in the playoff game Monday night? The voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham, joins us next.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Don't go through another year with that knee pain.
touchdown, C.D. Lamb. That one was a bullet. That was a strike. 15 yards to Lamb.
And I was still thinking they were okay. Couldn't possibly play as bad in the second half. I was wrong. That was a C.D. Lamb touchdown with 6 seconds left in the second quarter, 13-6. Why? Because Maher decided to be like the Washington kicker and miss his extra point. First 6 drives of the game, 1 first down. That drive where they finally decided and remembered, oh yeah, C.D. Lamb's, he's our number 1. We should throw it to him. 5 first downs on that drive. Brad Shan, the voice of America's team, joining us here on Sean and RJ via the Diamond Factory hotline with a big guest tonight. Hey, if he needs you to ice it, massage it, whatever you need to do, you got to get Van Der Esch back out there. He's the guest on the Players Show.
Yep.
What did last night say about the Cowboys, if anything?
My guess is very little. We'll know in a week, but my guess is very little. That was obviously a disaster. It was just a colossal failure on just about every front. But by the way, Bobby, what time did you get to sleep?
1:30.
Oh, you beat me by at least an hour. Okay. But here's what my gut feeling, Sean, is they wanted to win. They're convinced they tried to win. I don't think that's what they were mostly about, whether it was intentional or unintentional. Here's part of my evidence. How many times in a normal NFL game do you recall seeing the exact same pass play called twice in a row?
Yeah, it's true. Well, one was a curl, right? And the other one was an out.
You talking about the Dak pick and near pick?
And then later they threw 2 deep bombs, seam routes right down the field, back to back.
Mm-hmm.
Threw the deep bomb, didn't get it. One was to Brown, one was to Gallup. That never happens. My gut feeling, and I don't expect that they will admit it this afternoon when the coaches talk, I think they were trying stuff. Let's look at this. I think they were doing things in some circumstances that they would not normally do. And I think the example, Sean, that you just gave is further evidence. How many times did they really get into hurry-up mode or try to get the ball to Lamb? Or they were out of sync from anger dropping a punt snap. Literally, Babe had asked him about stuff like that before the game, so we blame Babe. But I think Anger said he'd never done that. That was before the game he was talking about it. I mean, they tried to one time they sent Elliott out on a wheel route.
Yeah.
And the ball was thrown in the flat. I mean, they had miscommunication on routes between veteran play Prescott and Schultz, Prescott and Elliott. I mean, things that don't happen. And all of them played poorly. And all I know for sure is that we've all watched them all year long. They were horrible in the first game, and they were horrible in this game. And then for 16 weeks in the middle, they were pretty good. And this is not who they are. If this was who they were, then we wouldn't be talking about a game next week. So it was a complete outlier. There are reasons for it. I'm not sure totally what they were. It was gruesome to watch. And I guess the good news is that no Cowboy fan had to pay for a ticket because it was away from home. So that's over. Moving on.
So, look, I like what you're saying because it makes me feel better about the performance. But let me play devil's advocate. You are still in contention for the division title, the number 1 seed, even though it looks like Philly's going to win against the third stringers from New York. So why screw around with experimenting with those things on the line?
Without knowing the answer, the best that I can say is they were keeping track of I would say it's 2 things. One, you talk about the number 1 seed, but San Francisco had to lose to
Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah.
That wasn't going to happen, and they knew it wasn't going to happen. But they were keeping track of both of those games. And then if you tie to that, my guess is that they thought that they were going to be able to go play, as you said in a tweet last night, completely vanilla. Let's just go play. We'll run plays, and we're not going to really try to structure things the way we would. They were certainly experimenting in the secondary. So let's just try. We think we can win the game by just being ourselves. And then it turned out that they couldn't. And but then they were in deep doo-doo. And your point about even without the missed extra point, they thought the same thing. I talked to Zach Martin after the game, said, was there a point? I mean, at that point, it's 13-6. It's not like it's things out of reach. You can't play worse than that.
Yeah.
We thought. And and you're there. You're right there. Did you think there was a point that the game was going to turn around? He said, yeah, I think maybe in the second half, because we went in the 2-minute period and we functioned well. And we thought, okay, we can get some stuff done. And then they didn't. I mean, there are just too many things completely uncharacteristic. Anger with the drop, and Turpin, the guy muffs it right into the guy's bread basket. And I mean, it's just too many things. It's the only thing that makes sense to me is that it's an outlier.
Isn't that concerning then, Brad? Like let's even say they were just going vanilla and it was all going to be about execution. Isn't it concerning that they had that much trouble just out executing Washington, though, especially with as banged up as Washington had been?
Bobby, I would say you can certainly say yes. And on the other hand, it's a reminder that in the NFL, I think that's the hardest game of the year to play, that last game, when one team is, especially if it's in a division game. So one team's going to play their butt off. And that quarterback was fired up, and whoever they had in front of him was going to be fired up. And so they're going to be after it. And you're just not going to be. You can't be. There's no way you can expect human beings. We would like to. There's no way you can expect human beings to have the focus that, for instance, they will have next Monday night. I'm not saying they're going to win, but they'll have better focus. Mm-hmm. They won't make those mistakes. You can't possibly have that focus in a game like this. And so that in that sense, it's less concerning to me. I mean, we want them. We all want to say you only have to do this 17 times a year. Do your best all the time.
Right.
And they believe they're doing their best. There's not a football player anywhere who knows that a bad game is coming. Maybe sometimes if practice has been horrific and there's nightmares going on the practice field that we never see. But generally speaking, somebody has prepared better, has more of an edge, whatever. It just happens. So it's not fun, and it doesn't inspire confidence. So, Bobby, I'll give you that. It does not inspire confidence, but it's not going to keep me from sleeping.
Brad Shand, voice of the Cowboys, join us 105 through the Fan. Are you surprised they're a favorite in Tampa?
I'm shocked. Yes, I think that's stupid. I think they've been favored in a few games. Remember the beginning of the year? They were underdogs all the time. And then McCarthy said we're nobody's underdog, and then they were beating everybody. And now they get in a part of the year where they're favored, where there's absolutely no reason for them to be favored logically. I mean, third party objectively, doesn't seem to be any reason for them to be favored.
Why?
So yes.
Why shouldn't they be favored in your opinion?
Because Tampa had to play the way it had to play. Forget about yesterday. To get up to this point, they had to rally and be Tom Brady and overcome injuries. They've been missing people, and they were 8-9. They earned those other. You want to throw yesterday out because they didn't play everybody? Great. They earned the other 8 losses too.
Yeah.
So, but then they came back and they were what they had to do to win the division. You can say they won a bad division, but they had to win the games enough to win them. And they're playing at home, and they've got momentum, and the Cowboys are coming off that nonsense. And I think it's silly that they would go on the road and be favored until you understand that the line is all about getting people to bet.
Right. In your experience, your vast legendary experience.
Yeah.
Heading into the postseason on a roll or stumbling or struggling, to summarize that, your experience of it means what?
It means whatever you want it to mean, and it's like the old joke about there's lies, damned lies, and statistics. I mean, you can make it be whatever you want it to be. Were they on a roll last year? I mean, we've all seen years where they have played poorly. Not just them. Pick a team,
right.
And then you have to pick an era because it's not the same as it was 20 years ago or 15 years ago because the game has changed. It's wider open, and free agency and money have changed things. So, yeah, I've seen teams go into the playoffs on a roll and lose right away. And I've seen teams go in not apparently being impressive at all and find it on the practice field. I don't remember what year it was. I remember one year the Chiefs pre-Mahomes. They were making a run. I think they had statistically the worst run defense in the league. And I think maybe they played the Colts. Something makes me want to say with Edgerrin James, Manning and Edgerrin James. And all of a sudden they started playing great run defense. I mean, things like that happen in the playoffs. So we want everything to make sense. We want there to be momentum, positive and negative. We want everything to fit in the little box that makes us feel comfortable with summing it all up. The fact that that's never the case is what makes watching sports fun.
Do you think something could happen, something could play out Monday night against the Buccaneers that could put McCarthy's status in trouble?
If they were to play like this again, I think that might do it. Okay. If they get beat by Tom Brady, like for instance in the opener, we didn't really see Tom Brady.
Right.
They just ran the ball too well. He never had to beat Tom Brady. If they get beat by Brady, if both teams score in the 30s and they have the ball last, and Brady brings them down the field and they win the game at the end, it would be a gut punch. It would be horrible. But if they play well the rest of the time and they get beat by Tom Brady, I don't think that would put them in jeopardy. If they play like they played yesterday, then I would think all conversations would be open. But I think that those hypotheticals, while they're mandatory for a multiple-hour talk show, there's not time to consider the whole body of work. I mean, you really have to look at the strides they've made, the things they have accomplished already. Last time they were in the playoffs 2 years in a row. Last time they won double-digit games 2 years in a row. I mean, heck, fire. Let's stop. We're on the runway going out to Oxnard. We just hit the pause button.
Right.
12-5. Anybody in?
Yep. 12 and forget about the runway after game one when Dak was out.
Several times.
Triple in.
Yeah, right. Coming back from Oxnard, the day that Tyron got hurt.
Yep.
The first game, like you're saying. Yeah. So that's all. That's also part. That's in the recipe too.
I agree.
Let's consider the whole thing, and then I think you have to do that in order to answer the question that you asked. Then I think you have to throw all of that in there, and I believe that would be the case.
All right, get Van Der Esch back on the field tonight. Thank you. We'll be listening.
I don't think he needs my help. I think he's ready to go.
Brad Sham, Diamond Factory Hotline, the voice of America's team. Can TCU, would it be a miracle? Do we need to stop using that term? Can TCU shock the world? And how Micah Parsons screwed Zach Walchuk while Babe Laufenberg was feeling
low.
Not low. The opposite of low.
The opposite.
Final hour, Cowboys Monday, as maybe.
live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Am I smelling a little of the ganja? I think I am.
Apparently that was Babe Laufenberg last night. The mics were not pulled down, and the great Babe Bino was smelling it in D.C. Final hour. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt on a Cowboys Monday. Did Brad Sham make you feel better? Did Brad Sham just make you feel a little bit better about what happened yesterday with that offensive performance, saying that they were trying things? Like, come on, some things were just way too obvious. They were screwing around, trying some different things, and that led to one of the worst games we've ever seen from Dak Prescott and such a flat performance against Washington, losing 26-6. We'll see if Nick Eatman buys it at 9:20, and how hurt is Deron Bland? Who would have ever thought, this is why part of the beauty of sports, that we'd be so concerned about Leighton Vander Esch and Deron Bland as X factors to keep you alive in the postseason. And Brad stunned that the Cowboys are favorites in Tampa. That stunned me that he was stunned.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like
12-5 versus 8-9. That's a hell of a difference.
That's considerable.
Yeah.
I do believe that's 4 games.
I think maybe Brad's fallen into a little bit of the Brady trap. The GOAT. He's just the GOAT.
Okay, here's what I want. If Brady does turn back the clock and do Brady things, you owe everyone an apology for mocking that for the last 6 weeks. Because you'd be like, he's washed. Who cares? If he goes out there and does Tom Brady magic things, you need to apologize.
Which is what?
Win the game?
Not win the game.
Look,
Tom Brady things. The man's thrown for more than... Go ahead.
Here's what I'm saying. I don't think any of us are going to have a debate about whether Brady did, like, absurd Brady things or not. Like, I don't think we need to set a line.
Okay.
We'll just come in Tuesday morning and go, that was Brady.
And what if he doesn't?
Then
what are you going to do?
You're right. You're right.
Oh, that's it?
I'm not saying... No,
That's all
you're
I
right.
get?
I'm just saying, like I've said before, like, he's not the same player anymore. But I'm just saying that there's always the... we talked about last week, irrational fan bases that always think they're going to win. And I think, Chop, you mentioned the Patriots were one to you. That just always seems to think they're going to pull it out in the end.
Yeah.
When Plexico Burress scored that touchdown in 07 in the Super Bowl, and that game is done. There's 20 seconds left. They're up. They're not getting in position.
Still thought they were going to. I still thought the Patriots were going to win.
They cut to Brady on the sideline, just throwing bullets, warming up right after. Like, they go from Burress catch to Brady warming up. And I saw him warming up, and I was like, they're going to win this freaking game. Like, that's just the...
Yeah, how many years ago was that?
I'm just saying in general, throughout his career, that's been the feeling. We can go back to 2 years ago, if you like, when he won the Super Bowl.
It has been. Okay, and none of those years did they average 18 points a game, the 25th best offense in the league.
100%. I'm just saying...
25th.
I'm just saying, be careful of just welcoming the Brady mystique. Because I'm not saying he's gonna turn back the clock or anything else, but that's also a real thing to other NFL players. He is a psychological hurdle.
He is a mind F. But I'll say this for sure. He doesn't have to apologize for a team losing in the playoffs. Even if
you get it, nobody else does.
Yeah, everyone will get it.
Is that from Joyride the movie?
South Park.
Apologize. Where is it?
Apologize.
But even if, let's just say, what do you think the Cowboys have? A 55% chance of winning this game?
Yeah.
Okay, that still means that out of 100 times, Tom Brady's going to win this game 45 times.
I don't know.
It's not Tom Brady, though.
Or no, but the Bucs. You know
Tom
what I mean?
Brady.
Like
This
is not like some lock.
This is for later in the week, but I'm not worried about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because of Tom Brady. I'm worried about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
I'm not worried about any great Brady performance. Yeah, the only chance they have to score big is to air it out and complete bombs to Mike Evans like they did the other day. Or maybe they can, remember that they ran it down the Cowboys' throat like they did week 1, and they've never been able to do it against anyone else the entire season. I'm not worried of Brady. I'm not scared of Brady. I'm scared of the Cowboys because of how bipolar they are. And we saw that yesterday, 26-6. So let me hear that Laufenberg one more time with Babe, with the mics not pulled down in the broadcast.
Am I smelling a little of the ganja? I think I am.
Babe, increasing that street cred, baby.
By the way, it is the most intense marijuana smell I've ever had at a stadium.
Really?
It's throughout the whole stadium. It's everywhere.
Man.
When I went down, shout out by the way to Tolo Julian Garcia, who was at the game, listens every morning, was fawning all over you guys. I was like,
Yeah,
please stop.
Julian's a long time
I'm tired of
follower.
hearing this. And so, but when I went down to get him, and like that was the first thing I smelled walking downstairs. I was like, oh my gosh. What the hell is that? And like you walk around the stadium. When I went to go see the Sean Taylor mannequin, I had to walk to the other side of the end zone. The entire walk there, like there were times like you'd see smoke blow out. Like people were just doing it, standing right there.
How did that look up close?
Like an Oshman's display, like exactly what we said last week. That's they finally fixed the tape on the face mask. They added that, but it's
the tape
weird.
wasn't up there originally?
No, they didn't have the face mask tape. That's one of the things they got crushed for. So they fixed that. But it is like it's even weirder when you see it. It's this giant glass encasing with what looks like those like Microsoft Office like little stick figures like scratching their heads, the little stock image characters.
Yeah.
It looks like one of those in a glass case in a football uniform. It's very weird.
Minecrafty.
It's very weird. And the funny thing is there were so many people around it taking pictures, but not for the way that the Commanders wanted. It's everybody going like, look how hilarious. Like people were laughing while they were taking pictures of it.
Well, today we're going to be laughing during the G-Bag Nation because of Bobby Belt's bet with Zach Wolchuk over Micah Parsons' sack total. So today Wolchuk is losing his beard.
Yeah, I was sweating it there. I had because what he was at Micah after the Minnesota game, I think it was at 12, and that was with 6 games to go or whatever it was.
Yeah.
So I was certain that I was losing this bet, and ultimately he hits a cold spell in the month of December, and now I get to preserve my beard. The bet was Zach had said he thought Mike was going to get 16 sacks in training camp. I was like, I don't think so. I think they're going to have him play a lot of linebacker at times, and times they did. But honestly, what it ended up being was just he got double teamed and chipped and everything. So we said 15.5. If he hits 15.5, neither of us shave. If it's under 15.5, Zach's got to shave. If it's over 15.5, I got to shave. And my wife was going to send me to the couch for 3 days if I had to shave. And so this afternoon, I think it's during cross, Zach's going to get shaved on the air, clean shaven.
Look, props to Gavin Dawson for following through with that bet. My wife did not believe it. She thought it was Photoshop. Gavin Dawson shaving his head like Brian Broaddus. Nothing, straight down the middle, keeping the sides and dyeing the sides gray.
Man,
what a champion.
Could not believe that. I could not believe he did that.
What was the bet?
It's their Survivor bet payoff. Like it's just
That's it?
That's it. It's just to get back into the Survivor picks.
Like not something huge and epic and like something crazy that happened, like the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl. That's a Cowboys winning the Super Bowl type bet.
Yeah.
No, and it's I mean, well, he's not going to rock it the whole way. He will come in looking full Tommy Sledge today. He's going to shave off the sides. He's not rocking that moving forward. But I'm just saying he is going to look very like 2014 Gavin Dawson.
Wow. That was incredible. So more shaving today.
No, he doesn't. You know, he lucked out though. He does not have a lumpy head. Like,
he's got a good looking head.
He's got the right dimensions to do it.
You could have a mole or like a birthmark up there, Gorbachev,
clean as hell.
Yeah. Oh man, what a gift!
All right, let's get to tonight. We got the gambling degenerate. Last year, Bobby said Georgia was going to win it. Can the TCU Horned Frogs pull it off and win the national championship? Let's get to the degenerate.
I do not have a selection for you in the point spread.
Okay.
Not going down that road.
Still at 13?
No, it's done to 12.5 now.
All right. So you respect TCU enough that you think they could cover the 12.5.
I think they could.
Respect.
Yeah.
What?
He doesn't respect TCU a damn bit.
Who, the Horned Frogs?
Yes.
No, I don't. No, you're right.
What like?
Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah.
But he's showing he does because he's not taking Georgia in the points.
Well, I'll say this: TCU has the better
Horned Frauds. Wow, RJ Choppy, y'all.
TCU has the better quarterback, and that is always an X factor. That is always a game changer.
Horned Frauds.
He just doesn't believe in 12-win purple uniform teams. That's Choppy's thing.
Yeah, I mean, look,
But he's not taking Georgia in the points.
Yeah.
That's respect. He's not betting
He's not
it.
going to give us a pick at all.
Go ahead.
Say it with your chest. Say
You wanna win
TCU
money?
covers.
You want to win money like you did with the picks this weekend, or do you not want to win money?
I can't bet, but you know.
That's 2 weeks in a row, by the way.
Yeah, easy, Bobby
What?
Kozar.
We're winning money with our picks.
Oh, dude, we're up like 35 units for the year.
You in this now?
Oh yeah, man.
All
I
right.
went 5-3 2 weeks ago.
Wow, we've never heard about it.
And he called out the Jacksonville, Tennessee pick as a bad one on Friday.
Right, but he was silent on the other being undefeated with the rest of the way.
Who won y'all straight up? Did you make picks against Choppy or just you corrected here and there?
I just said it was a bad pick.
Okay.
I took the opposite.
Yeah, I won every other pick.
Every other pick?
Buffalo -7, Minnesota -7.5, Niagara Fairfield over 122.
Wow.
If you happen to bet Detroit +4.5, you would have won that one too.
Hell yeah. All right, let's go.
All right. The Georgia team total over 37.5.
Team total.
So that means they'll score more than 37.5.
Okay.
So that take the over.
You're taking that over.
Taking the over.
Oh.
I am taking the second half game over 30. And these games generally start slow. I am taking the first half under 32. First half under 32, second half over 30. That's for both teams combined. And the Georgia individual team total over 37.5. And there's your 3 games for the 3 picks.
Bobby, what happens?
So TCU's covering, that's for sure. Like TCU, I'll say that one with my chest. TCU covers. I want to pick Georgia. Like, just my head wants to pick Georgia. But like seeing that article from The Athletic last week where anonymous CFB coaches are saying they're going to get boat raced. Georgia's going to crush. I just like, part of me is just out of spite.
Georgia's going to kill the TCU.
Yeah, that's these anonymous coaches were telling The Athletic like 0 chance. TCU's going to get blown out. This is going to be ugly. So just on that alone, I'm going to pick TCU straight up.
TCU
just
has
because I believe like somebody's got to keep believing. Like at some point, you just got to believe what they're showing you.
Here are the prop bets. The other things you can bet on from Bet Online. Length of the national anthem. Hang on, I know I'm the butcher who's singing it.
What about the girth of the national anthem?
Pentatonic.
Oh, Pentatonics?
Pentatonics, yeah. I think I like them. Is that the ones who just play the instruments? Or there's no instruments?
They're the a cappella group.
Yeah. They're good. Length of the national anthem, over under is 110 seconds. What will be said first? Sonny Dykes or Kirby Smart? Sonny's the slight favorite. The MVP, Stetson Bennett is the favorite. Kenny McIntosh is second. Duggan is third. Then Quentin Johnston. First TD scored by Kenny McIntosh is the favorite. Margin of victory. Georgia winning by 1 to 6 points is the favorite. Georgia by 13 to 18 is next.
Wow.
Georgia by 7 to 12 is after that. Georgia by 19 to 24 is after that. The first chance they give TCU on the board is 5th that you can bet on TCU by 1 to 6 points.
And what's the money? What's the payout on that? What are the odds?
7 to 1.
Oh, see that's the if you're going to place a bet, if you I would not do a TCU money line bet. I would do that. You're not going to get plus 700. I don't think.
TCU
on the money line.
winning by 7 to 12 points, 14 to 1.
Yeah, TCU's money line is only plus. Is only 3.5 to 1.
First half margin of victory. Georgia by 13 points or more is the favorite. Then Georgia by 7 to 12 points is second. Outcome of the first Georgia drive, punt and touchdown is tied. Outcome of the first TCU drive I got you can bet on. Punt. Longest TD of the game, over under, shortest TD of the game. Total field goals in the game. Will there be a defensive or special teams touchdown? Largest lead in the game. Will there be overtime? Time of the first score. I got it all.
So would you bet against that, Chop? The 13-point first half margin? Since you're saying under, you say these games start off slower.
They generally start off slower.
So you would bet against that being a favorite, a 13-point lead in the first half?
Well, I would probably wind up taking, if I think the under is going to hit, the under 30, you're more likely to bet the dog. So I'd be more likely to bet TCU plus 7.5 for the first half.
He was on fire. He crushed it this past weekend. He's on a national network.
Yes, I am.
The BetQL network. TCU versus Georgia tonight. Full coverage tomorrow morning here on the show, along with Jerry Jones at 8:30. What was it like in that locker room and plane ride back home? And is Deron Bland in jeopardy of missing this game against Tom Brady? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. What the heck was that, Nick? Next. But first,
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
First down and goal at the 9. High snap to Howell. Play fake. He keeps it. Comes up the middle. Makes 2 men miss. Gets to the goal line. Breaks 3 tackles. Touchdown Howell. His first rushing touchdown.
And that's when I was close to accusing the Cowboys of quitting on that drive. The play before, like Washington just kept moving forward. I guess Dallas maybe thought the play was dead. And then Sam Howell ran through 5 Cowboy defenders. And I'm like, all right, that's my most pathetic moment of the game. And there were a lot of them, including like the whole thing. They lose 26-6 to the Commanders. By the way, Tolos are sending me Ian Rappaport. The Broncos have requested permission to speak with Dan Quinn, one of their top candidates last year, one of their top candidates this year. So Denver already has engaged with New Orleans to talk about Sean Payton compensation. So the Broncos are talking about Sean Payton. They've requested permission to speak with Dan Quinn. We're going to have to follow up with this when it comes to Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30 and ask Jerry, is there anything that could happen Monday night in that Tampa game that could have Mike McCarthy in trouble? And by the way, Lovie Smith fired in Houston, the second straight one and done.
What? They fired him?
Well, he cost him the number 1 pick.
That's true.
He
was trying to blow it. But.
Good morning, Nick Eatman. What was that yesterday?
Morning, guys. That was, well, Dak called it crappy.
Yeah, he did.
And, among other things.
What's your headline today? What's your headline today on the website?
I said it's something. The end of the regular season was worse than it began, and basically, going full circle is not always a good thing, especially when it started out like it did against Tampa. We didn't think that they could play worse than that. We didn't think Dak could play worse than that. And they did, and it's a little different now because, you don't have, then you had one game in, and now you played 17, you got a larger sample size. This is a better football team than it looked like, Sunday, and it looked like in week 1, but man, it was not a good way to put a bow on it, to head into the playoffs.
Does it mean anything? Can you feel confident in answering that today, or we have to wait for Monday?
Well, yes and no, because the things that are problematic about some of the things that we saw in that game, like I don't think Anger is going to drop a bunch of punts. I don't think Turpin's going to let him hit him in the face like that. But the fact that they can't run the football still is an issue. The cornerbacks just cannot stay healthy on the other side of Diggs, and the ones that are out there aren't they're giving up plays. So that I think the problems, a lot of them that you saw in the game, are still going to be issues, and I think that Brady is a much better quarterback than Sam Howell. He's played a little bit more. So
going out on a limb there.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that. I think Brady's a little bit more accomplished and somebody you should worry more about. But let me say this too, and I think this is worth pointing out. The Cowboys crushed Philadelphia last year. I mean, they did. Philadelphia wasn't trying to play. Cowboys were. They killed them. 5 touchdowns by Dak. Everyone scored a touchdown in the game, and it carried over like crap against the 49ers. They were flat as a pancake. They could not win. That they couldn't start out at all. So anything that happened to end the regular season last year certainly didn't carry over.
Right.
And the Cowboys can only hope that this doesn't carry over either.
Brad Sham suggested a theory that the Cowboys were trying some things. Maybe they either were going vanilla or, hey, let's play around with this. Let's see if this works. Let's target other people other than CD. Let's try a couple plays right in a row. Are you buying into that at all?
Yeah, a little. When I saw Terry McLaurin catch a pass, then I knew that there was going to be an issue there because he doesn't catch passes against the Cowboys.
Right.
Diggs shuts him down. And there was too many times, and he's probably going, man, I'm going up against Mullen.
Right.
Like, I'll take this, and he's not used to that. And so I think that was one example. I think they wanted to see some other cornerbacks play. If that was a tryout for Trayvon Mullen, I don't know if that was a great thing. And I hear he was a little upset on the sidelines, which I thought is odd, but he hasn't played much.
Upset about what?
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, I think that, maybe they're all just upset about, playing like crap. But I don't know if, there's a lot of other things, but it didn't feel like they were playing a normal game, and I fell for it. I mean, I thought they were. I thought they were going to go and try to play and try to win this and try to build confidence. That's what they said. And in this case, I bought into it, and that certainly wasn't the case. They were definitely going through the motions. The offensive line couldn't block anyone. I thought Dak and I know this isn't right, but they just looked disinterested. They really did. And we say it a bunch of times. I said it before. I'll say it again. I mean, I bet you they lost this game on Wednesday or Thursday. They tried to play hard on Sunday a little bit, but they just didn't seem as prepared and focused in the middle of the week.
Nick, what is your concern level, or what do you think the outlook is on Deron Bland, who missed a lot of the second half with a chest injury?
Yeah, I think, and they said that he'll be reevaluated, and I personally right now have not heard an update on that and if that reevaluation has happened. But I don't even want to speculate because I wasn't too worried last night when I was kind of talking to some people about it, but I've been so burned with that before. I've been like, I don't think it's going to be bad, and then it's like IR the next day. So I'd hate to speculate on that, especially since it's so important. I mean, they're struggling to find three corners. They thought Bland was now the second one, and now this could be a huge setback because even though they've been pretty bad all year, it does seem like that Mike Evans and Godwin and those guys are starting to figure it out with Tom again. So, they've got receivers, and we talked about that all year. Teams that have more than one receiver can really hurt this team. Devontae Smith did it with the Eagles a couple of weeks ago. And so, then the Bucs definitely have more than one quality receiver.
Nick Eatman, Diamond Factory Hotline here on the Fan. What was it like in the locker room or talking to some of the guys after?
It's always terrible there, because especially, it's when they lose, just because it's, it could probably fit a pretty good junior high team. The locker room is about that big. So, it's never good when they lose and you're trying to move around. You got sweaty guys with a towel walking by and and it's just, it seems like any kind of any kind of locker room incidents that I've come across in the past, it always seems to be there, just because it's so tight quarters and it was just such an ass kicking that, it's everyone's just, kind of pissed off and yeah, they want to move on to the season and, okay, let's go. But just to play like that, it was definitely an embarrassing game. And so it felt like that. It didn't seem like, oh, let's get ready for the playoffs. It was, we cannot put that crap out there again.
Nick, do you like that they got the Monday game?
No, not really. I'm ready to do this. I don't. Me personally, no. But I mean, I just don't have a good vibe for it. It might change. I'm not giving away the pick right now, but I just, I've been here a long time. I've been here this is my 24th season, and I've never seen a road playoff win. And, and I certainly hadn't seen them beat Tom Brady. And so, the Monday night, it always adds to it. It'll be a raucous stadium. I'm sure there'll be a lot of Cowboy fans there too, but still, I think that's going to be a really tough place to go and win. So I would have rather a different thing, but it's all right. I mean, it is what it is.
Do you think that Mike McCarthy is safe no matter what?
I don't know about no matter what, because Jerry I mean, you're trying to get in ahead of Jerry. I mean, this is pretty much a one-man committee there, kind of like the Ring of Honor. I mean, this is what I'm not saying he's the only one to make decisions on this, but if it depends on how this game goes. I would think he's safe. But all I'm saying is that with Jerry, I don't think anything's ever 100%. And and it depends on how it goes and what he's looking for. If it doesn't happen. But I mean, you guys said it earlier, and I listened to you this morning about the consistency and also how much turnover it is usually in the playoffs. New teams that weren't here last year. So there's not a lot of teams that come back and get in again. And so I just think you're really messing with chemistry and continuity when you try to change staffs all the time. So I think Jerry has said it. And one of his biggest regrets is to fire Chan Gailey after 2 seasons. Both of them ended in the playoffs. So I just have a hard time thinking he would do that. 2 12-win seasons here. But let's see what happens. I mean, they're 4 games better than Tampa Bay this year, and one of them was a loss back in Week 1. But they should be a better football team. Not only are they 4 games better, but they did not play Atlanta twice, Carolina twice, and the Saints twice. They played that division twice. So you're 5 or 6 games better than what Tampa's record is. Will that matter Monday night? I don't know. But, I mean, they should be a much better football team.
Did you eat the lobster mac in the press box?
No, I didn't.
Who would not? Why not?
Wow.
I didn't see that. Honestly, I didn't.
All right.
I really didn't see it. I mean, I heard people talking about it, but it wasn't available. I'm not like.
It was gross, Nick. Don't worry. You didn't miss anything.
Okay. Well, I mean, I probably could have guessed that one from the start.
How could you guess it was going to be bad? Lobster.
Okay. Lobster at this press box? I mean, might as well just
fair.
Put on and just see what I mean. Like you're not necessarily going to go just because it says lobster. I mean, but then again, it is a battle. I don't know if you guys have seen. I'm sure you have, but like at halftime, like I'm not like the first guy there because you got radio people that have the 13 minutes. They go in and they say they're getting 4 hot dogs for the crew back there, but you never really know.
Yeah.
And so the line is long, and so I'm never one that just like attacks the line right out of the gate.
Let me interrupt you for a second, ladies and gentlemen listening. If you want to feel better about yourself, watch a horde of media people.
Oh yeah,
eat.
Oh, the amount of no, you can't. That is a disgusting. Is it a cavalcade?
It's a horde
of people.
It's a scene. It's a crime scene.
Oh, the cholesterol that is in line. It is disgusting. I've never seen anything free.
The
You've never
Lipitor
seen
line.
What's that?
The Lipitor line.
The Lipitor line.
The size of the average belly button of media members. It's a swimming pool.
But
Small
just
children can
piling
swim.
up their artists and piling up the plates and balancing like
The plaque in the arteries. There's more plaque in the arteries than anywhere else.
All right, Nick,
pretty bad.
get some sleep. Thank you, man.
I feel like I'm getting attacked.
I'm in there too. I'm in there too.
No, I'm talking about who's that guy who used to work at Fort Worth Star Telegram?
No.
Yeah, I've heard toenails flying around. I've heard
Let's
many.
don't call out names. Yeah.
Yeah, let's not do
care.
that.
I don't care. I don't like this guy. All right, thank you, Nick.
Whatever. I'll do what I want.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Did you know who I was going to say?
I knew exactly who you were going to say.
Man lectured us about
I
going to New York.
don't know who you were going to say, but
What are you so scared for? You already stopped me from doing one thing this morning. You already lectured me.
I did not lecture you. I'm protecting everybody here.
No one's gonna do anything. He already stopped me from doing one thing, and now he's scared about this guy. Is he even working anymore?
I think he's retired.
Okay, so then I can't. He's irrelevant. He's already irrelevant. Bassick might be insufferable. Trevor Lawrence is a division champion. And he's go, how about the Cowboys? How about Cowboys are on their way, right? That really looked impressive. Let's crosstalk with KMC next.
Cashew with BetQL.
Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. What?
I think the mic cover stinks. That's bad.
Oh no.
It smells like underarm.
Like lobster mac.
Ugh.
It smells like the
Yeah.
Cowboys' head because they had it up their rear end.
Oh, I got him in the eye.
What the hell did you just do, Choppy?
What did you do?
Bleach in it.
No, not that bleach.
Did you spray that in his
Sprayed
eyes?
the Lysol over there?
on the microphone.
But his head was right next to it?
Well, I didn't tell him to put his head there. He knew I was.
Mark that.
No.
His head was there.
No, this doesn't have bleach.
But you could see how it probably still stings,
Hang on.
right?
You all right?
Much like bleach.
I'll be all
kills
right.
COVID-19 virus.
Oh,
it says right there. It kills the COVID virus.
Everybody has that.
Very
in their
bad
eye.
virus. Very bad.
yeah, I'll be
After
COVID.
T-line.
Worst viruses we've ever seen.
It got into my bloodstream.
Very bad. But it is good. Fake news. Fake news.
Just shine a light inside my blood or something.
This does kill the China virus.
Will it kill?
Oh dear goodness.
Well, are you okay? Can we come to you for the tease, Corey?
We have Stephen Jones at noon and
That's gonna go
That ought to
great.
be real
We
fun.
just gotta execute
former
better.
Horned Toad and Super Bowl MVP Larry Brown joining us.
Tried
at
to get
12:20.
Herschel Walker, didn't work out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wanted Herschel.
What did his
Still want to send a
representatives
runoff.
say back to you?
They decline.
They decline. We're hoping he's the greatest. I mean, is he the greatest Georgia Bulldog of all time? Like, there's nobody ever better than him.
Quincy Carter.
He won the Heisman. He was considered
Yeah.
like one
Probably
of the
get him
greatest
up.
running backs in the history of college football.
Yeah.
Matt Stafford.
Yeah, Matt Stafford.
Matt
Stafford.
Stafford
Won a
didn't
Super
do
Bowl.
much there.
All right, Mike, why are you so positive today about the
One,
Cowboys?
T-Law is going to the playoffs and played over 500 football.
Spare.
The next one is
sure.
I know I'm going to combine basketball and football here, and it's not the best comparison, but the Boston Celtics got embarrassed by the Oklahoma City Thunder. And then they came here and said, look, this just isn't good. When a good team gets embarrassed, they're going to concentrate and focus on what they're doing. Now, Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones, either they lie to us all the time or
Never.
they live in La La Land. Okay?
The movie?
Sure.
Never seen it. Any good?
And
Loved it.
When
All
we
right.
asked
Had Jennifer
Stephen
no,
Jones last week I asked the question, Stephen, how do you feel like the Cowboys are playing right now? And he pretty much said, Corey, you were here with me, right?
Nope.
Kevin, you're here with me,
It's
right?
Alec Medford.
It was Alec and
And
Reggie.
Reggie.
He pretty much said, we are playing great. Almost like you couldn't ask to be playing any better going into this Washington game into the playoffs. You guys then asked Jerry Jones a similar question. Jerry's like, I mean, could you play any better than the Cowboys are playing right
Could
now?
we be playing any better?
And so it's just like they're either lying to us because they feel like promotion-wise they need to lie about how their team is playing, or they just live in a fantasy land where when you win, we tell everybody in the building, I don't care how it happened, winning is perfection and losing isn't good. And so I do think getting embarrassed your last game of the year will have them very focused during practice.
Yeah.
There can't be one player, one person who said they had a good game or we played well on this part of it. Everybody played bad.
True.
So I think it's very good to either, I think the worst thing would have been if the Cowboys would have won that game, let's say 23-20, and had another average game where like there was moments where they were good, there were moments where they were horrible.
Which
but,
when it was 13-7, I thought might happen.
right, like kind of the Houston Texans
6.
game.
We missed
Or
the extra point.
13-6.
Yeah, they didn't
played-
score 7 points
They
yesterday.
played bad against the Texans.
My bad.
Yes.
That was the only team that they could have beat playing that bad in the whole NFL that week. Maybe like Indy, I guess.
Right.
But like that was the worst. You can't beat an NFL team playing like that.
Yeah.
And they came out of it, and Steven and Jerry like, great game. I mean, look at what we did. The W's there. And it's like, so I do think this is a wake-up call and a reality check for this team on how they've been playing for a month. And so I do think you will get, I don't know if it'll lead to a win or not, but you will get a better Dallas Cowboy team.
I like it, and I agree.
I would have, I mean, I hear what you're saying.
It's all over.
I still
mean,
keep
just might as
hoping
well
that
end it now.
wake-up call would have come from the Houston game, but I hear what you're saying. When you still win.
I know it's not, Jerry's not the coach, but
Coach James.
I do feel like when the owner and the Suns owner say all those things it does trickle down to the players we are great. Like they don't call us out.
Son, you understood.
The
He
owner's
sold
son.
the team.
Come on.
So who believes that McCarthy could be in trouble? One, and does anyone buy into? Okay, Bobby, yes. Kevin, yes. What do you think has to happen? What would it have to?
I think
look
they
like?
have to lose.
If they just lose,
if they lose,
wow.
Your team is making no progress, and that is the way we operate sometimes around here.
Wow.
Do we though? Jerry has never operated like that. He hasn't operated like that in 30 years.
He operated like that with Chan.
And Gailey.
Yeah, in 30 years.
30 years.
Yeah, but I'm saying he has operated that one. That was 20, but he's operated like that with that Chan. He started getting there with Garrett. I know people felt like you moved up, but you got to remember he tried to make the trade for Peyton in 18. They let him coach on his contract without an extension. They put the pressure on McCarthy at the end of last year. Jerry went on a whole media tour talking at Senior Bowl. You know who'd love to coach his team? Dan Quinn. He would love it, you guys.
yeah. The difference between Dan Quinn and everyone says Dan went to a Super Bowl. Mike, we forget he actually won one.
Aaron Rodgers won one.
We
but
don't
okay.
forget that. Jones has reminded us of that every time we talk to him.
Didn't you just tell me earlier the coach doesn't matter, the quarterback does?
Yeah.
If anything happens well, it's the quarterback, not the
Exactly.
coach.
So, why would I blame Mike if Dak stinks?
Why would you hire him to begin with then? If the coach
gotta have somebody.
I don't think. I personally don't think he's in trouble at all. It doesn't even matter what happens Monday night.
Why?
Because he went 12-5, 12-5, and I think that's good enough.
He wasn't hired for that though.
I think that's good enough for Jerry Jones not to eat $10 million.
What do you think, Corey?
I mean, if you show up like you did yesterday and lose that way, then yeah, there's no you don't have your team. You have no understanding of what your team actually is. Even the team. I mean, J-Ron Curse is the one saying I can't put my finger on why we're not playing well right now. And if the coach can't do that, then yeah, you should be gone. But I do think that Mike has a really good thought on look, you have stability for the first time in a long time. You look like a franchise that's ept. The word that I've created this year. So you do look a little more ept than usual.
Does anyone buy into Brad Sham's theory that the Cowboys were experimenting yesterday, trying out some things, and that we should keep that
running on 3rd and 5?
Been experimenting since the Texans game then. All right? That's the way that I'll look at that. They've been experimenting a lot since then.
That's a bold strategy when you still could have gotten the number 1 seed. If you say that in the second half,
yeah.
I hear you, but that's a bold strategy to be jacking around when you could still get the number 1 seed in a bye. So I do not buy that.
And you haven't been able to run the ball since the Texans game, productively, since Terrence Steele got hurt, and you look bad at it, poor. Tyron Smith doesn't look like a legit right tackle at all. Your center looks poor out there. If you can't run the ball and you're saying, hey, we're just out there goofing off and throwing things around, you had other things you needed to work on.
Biotish is making good progress, by the way.
Great.
That's not going to be as
That
tight.
is.
That doesn't look like it's going to be as tight as it initially appeared. He should be good to go.
When did your confidence level change about them advancing past the first round?
When we threw the double pick six, that just felt like such a.
Oh, but it was for you yesterday.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, don't mistake. Tampa Bay sucks.
So you think they're gonna lose?
I don't. I still think they're gonna win, but my confidence level is way down. Tampa Bay is terrible.
I asked on Friday. I had during Mike Likes It 5 different questions on what could change your mind that the Cowboys could lose to Tampa, and almost all of them came true. If you can't stop the run, if your cornerback gets picked on and you can't stop a rookie quarterback,
if you can't run,
and then all of a sudden now you can't do anything offensively. So everything happened. Because you guys
turnovers.
Said, if Dak throws another pick and it's kind of his fault, then and so all those things happened. To kind of, I think, for any Cowboy fan to be like, oh no, we're in trouble.
That's what I needed, Mike. I needed you to say all of the above. What if every single one of these things happens? Because that is how it played out yesterday.
Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30.
Is there any way I can get these two guys, if Tampa Bay wins on Monday night, they have to do the Tom Brady diet until the Super Bowl is played?
Oh, man.
We have to research it, and you have to do, it's pretty much 80% plant-based diet with 20% animal protein.
What are you putting on the line?
I'm a Tom Brady guy.
Yeah, but you got to lose something if you lose.
I'll do it with you.
Or else why would I make that bet?
Well, I'll do it.
You want to do that. I know you're all about that.
TB12, and we got to buy all the supplements, too, to make sure
I'll
that
do
we're
it.
doing it right.
I'll do it. But on the other side, the money I owe you for betting with Bassick this year goes away.
Jeez, man, you're like at $200 now.
All right. T-Law and the Cowboys.
Hey, don't forget about the next crosstalk where poor Wolchuk has to shave his beard because DeMarcus Lawrence's promise didn't come
His hair
true.
grows fast, though.
Weakest bet payoff in the history of the station. You got to shave your beard.
He loves his beard.
Dawson looks crazy.
Like, what else does he have? You know?
What else does he have?
I'm just asking.
God,
I don't
he's a
know.
human being.
Okay, yeah.
No,
not
really.
What?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Weakest bet payoff, fine. If you want to say weakest bet payoff for that, but like it was going to cause marriage problems for me, and Wolchuk is actively trying to get laid, and so he's now going to be in
problems.
So
trouble
you
with
think
that.
this is going to stop him?
Yes, you saw the pictures.
Yeah, Bobby's wife
In
doesn't
2
like his
weeks,
face.
you'll have a beard again.
Maybe less.
Yeah.
Unless you're Peyton.
Peyton.
This is like a month right now.
Then you go to
The bearded
Frankel.
Frankle and
Peyton's got
Frankle.
like a pencil thin mustache.
Let's
after
go
a
to
week.
break. Come on. Let's go.
All right. We're back tomorrow.
Coming up next, the Cowboys' road to the Super Bowl.
Here we go.
Yes.
Here we go. Right here on the Fan.
Keep the volume turned up and night. And thanks for being a Tolo. We're DFW Sports Station 105.3 The about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Way, the left-footed punter, puts it high in the air, and Turpin calls for fair catch. He dropped the ball, and Washington has it right, bouncing off his body.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And
that wasn't the Chargers preseason game, was it?
No, there's a lot to choose from. 877-881-1053. What was the lowest point in the Cowboys' most thorough butt kicking of the season is what Jerry said about this. I don't know. Is that cut number 12, Reggie? Let's fire off cut number 12 from Jerry.
We get to suck on that all week. And if that doesn't make you want to get ready to go in about 6-7 days, nothing else will. And that was as thorough butt kicking as we've had this year. We're going to find out if that'll get you ready or not. It should with what these guys are ready. I'm frankly, they're sound. They've got really outstanding players, and they're very physical. And so you can basically see a scenario where some of the physicalness that were there, but more important than anything is we get to it. I know you've heard that, and I haven't been down here, but I've heard it. But this one, you get to come back over a bad dream and get to Jimmy Stewart and have to have a wonderful Christmas.
All right,
come back
I got
next
it.
week.
Yeah, so all of that, they're a physical team. That was his coded language for, I thought that team sucked, and we were going to win this game.
You shouldn't look that out of sorts against any opponent, ever, especially the Washington Commanders. And, you could say the Washington Commanders were like this close to being a playoff team, even though they're inept as well. From top to bottom, they're inept in a lot of different phases.
Name one way.
Ownership.
Okay.
All right.
Their quarterback situations, though, sound.
It shouldn't, and it shouldn't happen. And I can only hope that the coaches use it. Here's my problem, Kevin. I just feel today, and I know I've been, over the last couple of weeks, I've been, look, your record is this. Be happy with it. And I am happy with what was the regular season. You went 12-4. That's awesome. Is that the record there?
12-5. Yeah, you want to add that?
Crap.
Last
Let's
game
take
in?
that one away. You went
the
12-5.
Cowboys didn't show up, so it's okay not to put it on the ledger, right?
And that's the part of me, Kevin, Reggie, that's really frustrating is what happened to, and Mike, I think this is where you are most frustrated as a Cowboys fan. What happened to being excellent? What happened to the desire to, on every day that you show up on the field, we're just going to go be great, and we're going to be better than the opponent no matter what. Yeah. We're not going to let something like that happen. And that team showed up yesterday, Kevin, looking like they had not run plays together. I've never seen Dak Prescott and Dalton Schultz that out of sorts. And that's where I understand it's a game that you don't have to win, and it really doesn't mean anything if Philadelphia doesn't wins. Or if San Francisco wins, it doesn't mean anything. But what about being excellent and saying no opponent is good enough to be on the field that we're on today? And this team just doesn't have that right now.
I wish I could remember the game, but I think a lot of people watch the Chiefs because they're on the national game a lot. Sure. And I can't remember. I'm looking back at their schedule. It might have been the Titans game where they won 20-17, but Patrick Mahomes is getting interviewed on the field after the game is over. And he says, I played like crap.
Yeah.
And I can't play like that. You got to give it to the defense. The defense won this game, and I got to play better. Then they go to the post-game show or whatever, and they show the coaches and the players talking in the locker room for sound inside the locker room. And Patrick Mahomes gets in front of his whole team, everybody, and says, I played like crap, but we won the game. Defense, great job. You carried us. Offense, we're going to get better. I'm going to get better. Let's go Chiefs, something like that. And I'm like, that's when I know you're evaluating yourself correctly. Patrick Mahomes won the game. Patrick Mahomes, I can't remember. He might have made a drive late in the game to kick the field goal to win the game or whatever. But he took it upon himself to tell the media, to tell his teammates, to tell his coaches, unacceptable from me. And they won.
Yeah.
And so I feel like the Cowboys are horrible self-evaluators.
Agreed.
And so now that they lost, I do like what Jerry said. I'm going to be honest. I think that Jerry sees it as this is maybe the wake-up call that this team needed, even though he needed one too, because he said on the radio, if you want to believe what he says, he said, we're playing great coming into this Washington game. And all of us have been saying, hey, they're winning, but don't you wish they were playing better? Like that Houston game was pure luck. They won that game. Every other team would have beat the Cowboys by anywhere from 10 to 30 points. Very Washington-like. Because they played about the same as they played against Houston. They honestly didn't play much different than they did against the Houston Texans, except they played a competent NFL team, and so they lost by 20 points.
I see this on the fan text a lot, and I think that's where I am as well, it's the, as I mentioned in Crosstalk, it's the back-to-back pick sixes. The one that was dropped, and they were like, you know what? We got something here. Let's go right back to it. And they went right back to it, and then this time they got the actual pick six. I thought that was just sad on a day that the offense looked just awful. Awful.
So the first touchdown pass by Sam Hale being his first pass, or Howell, being his first pass ever. Wasn't a low point either.
That didn't bother me as much because it was from really close.
The fact that they were on the 10 irritates the crap out of me.
It was turpentine.
What a standout day for our special teams. Actually, I thought special teams across the board, this was the worst half of special teams play I think I'd ever seen. You had a punter drop the snap. You had your returner muff a punt. You had 2 missed field goals by Washington and then a missed extra point by the Cowboys. It was an all-star bonanza of errors by special teams. And so that was pretty bad. But your offense was abysmal. I heard, and I'm sure it caused a lot of chaos, but I think it was Sean who floated the idea that perhaps the Cowboys would have won that game with Cooper Rush. And then that started this whole big thing
that would have been a great idea.
To just put Cooper
Rush. They would have at least gone, hey, we're going in there with Cooper Rush today. We're gonna play Cooper Rush football. So they had a better plan than what they had on Sunday.
And at least then if it would have ended 26-6, you wouldn't have felt like, okay, well that wasn't your first team offense that you rolled out there, so things are going to be okay.
Especially when they were actually trying. They were actually trying and couldn't get it going.
Yeah,
Kevin, there were moments where they were like, no, let's do this. Let's make a commitment to it. We can't. Coming out in the second half, I think that's when, Kevin, I was like, this is it. When I heard them say, Mike McCarthy said, we got to make more of a commitment to run the football. And I was like, all right, let's see it. And they were negative yards. And I'm like, what is that? And they're not like this. I am concerned about if Biotic isn't back, we have some problems. You're already a little weak on the right side with Tyron. Let's go ahead and admit that. Yeah. Watching him on Sunday, he wasn't prepared for that game. He doesn't look like he's a good offensive right tackle. I don't know what the problem is there.
It felt like that changed so quickly too, is that that first game and then the second game, the first game where he got the whole run, I was like, hey, this is looking pretty good. And
yeah, and I think, the guy in your middle being gone whenever Biotic goes down, that changes a lot of the communication across the front and everything. But Kevin, that was the moment, was when they said, hey, we're making the commitment in the second half to run the ball so that the clock will run faster and we can go home. Is what I was guessing that meant. But to add on to it, they couldn't do it. And that's where I'm like, I had some real concerns at that moment in that game. That was a low point for what I think has been a really good running football team all year.
You know what's interesting, Corey, is you said the Howell pass. Somebody goes, for me, it was the Howell rushing touchdown. And that is what, for me, it was the combined terribleness of the offense. I got 3 stats and they just continually make me sadder. You had 1 first down on the first 5 drives, which is the least they've had in 5 years. Now, the one thing that could play into Brad Sham's theory is they didn't target CeeDee Lamb until the 5th drive.
Is that good?
No, it's not, because I kept going back to watch the defense, and I was
They didn't want Tampa to know that we have CeeDee Lamb
on
the team.
Tampa's going to have no clue going into this game that CeeDee Lamb is on our team.
3rd and 5, we just showed Tampa. We like running up the middle for 2.
I could not believe
I was like,
that play.
What are we doing?
But that feeds into the logic. They had 10 3-and-outs, which was tied for the most in any game by any team this season. And then Dak's 37.8 completion percentage is the lowest of his career. It was just bad offensively across the board.
Yeah, I had to text you afterwards. I was like, wait, did you say Dak was 5th in QBR coming into this? Because then I looked it up and he was 12th at the end of the year, or at least during late on that Sunday night
I think he
game.
still is 12th.
So I was like, man, he dropped 7 spots in one game.
But remember, in the span of 2 games, he jumped up from 19th to 5th. So he has been, which 12th feels about right to me, because that is actually the average between 19 and 5. And I was like, yeah, no, 12 feels about right. Because when he jumped up to 5th, I was like, I don't feel like he's having the 5th best season by a quarterback this year. So I think 12th feels more accurate, and the turnovers continue to run wild, whether it was the pick 6, whether it was the turnover on downs because Brian Anger can't catch a football, whether it was Turpin muffing the punt. These turnovers are why you're going to be done.
I can agree with that. One of the things that I'm worried about now on Monday, because watching that game, I really was, especially when Philly got off to a pretty quick lead. It wasn't a huge lead, but they got off to a pretty quick lead. And you're like, probably this game isn't going to matter. But I was just thinking, Tom Brady's going to watch the last 3 or 4 weeks of the Dallas Cowboys. And as long as the Cowboys don't get to Tom Brady within 2 to 3 seconds, he is going to throw the ball on whether it's 37 or 25. He is just going to find those 2 numbers. He's going to go, I don't care. I don't really need to read the defense. I think it's funny sometimes when you're really smart, you make things really simple.
Yeah.
And I think that Tom Brady's going to make the game plan very simple against the Cowboys on Monday night. And I hope it doesn't work out as well as it looks like it could, because watching 25 and 37 or 1, I don't think Kelvin Joseph is getting on the field on defense for the playoffs, but he's going to he has 3 numbers he's looking for. And Tom Brady's going to find that number, and he's going to go, that's where the ball's going. I don't need to read everything. I just need to make sure that they're not doubling them hard, and I'm going to throw the ball on that guy. There's a good chance there's pass interference. There's a good chance we catch the ball. Like, there's a good chance of a positive play, and I don't know how the Cowboys cover that up on Monday night. But I get the turnovers could be the downfall. But even if you don't turn over the ball, I could see where the downfall is that Tom Brady's smart enough to throw 20 plus times on your 2 numbers that you
Bell
don't want on the
field. Or excuse me, Mullen or Wright. Yeah, I did not particularly love the play of Trayvon Mullen yesterday. And this is another thing that I see that people are bringing up. Damone Clark from the 2-on-4 didn't care for, and the running on first down continues to infuriate them.
Vander Esch needs to be on the field, man, for this defense to be at its best.
I think they meant offensive running, but I hear you.
Well, you said
Both.
Clark, and but yeah, for that to be functional, you got to have him back on the field.
The good thing is you told me Tampa's last in running the football. I don't think it changed much yesterday. They, after, I don't know, 1 drive or a couple drives, they took out Tom Brady and
in the second half.
Yeah, they started playing backup. So the good thing is 2. I know one good thing is I remember one of my points. Corey talked about how frustrated you were with Sam Howell running the ball into the end zone. I remember when that happened, I thought, well, at least in the first round, you don't have to worry about that. Tom Brady can't scramble up the middle for 10 or 15 yards and hurt you. So that's one thing you don't have to worry about. The other thing, the Cowboys are bad against the run, and Leighton Vander Esch can help that.
And Jonathan Hankins
can help that. But in the first game of the playoffs, you do get a matchup where the quarterback can't run and the team can't run. So you don't have to worry about that. Now, how much help can you give the minor leaguers that you're playing on defense called cornerbacks on this team?
Yeah, I think we're all hopeful for that.
Only one time this season, Kevin.
Okay.
Have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost a game and won the next game. Every other time that they've lost a game, They've something like that.
Haven't the Cowboys
They've
not
another
lost back-to-back games?
Yeah, there you go. That's a good one too.
And the Cowboys are road warriors come playoff time.
Okay, look, it's true. It's been 30 years
Yeah, but
since
think
they
about how
won
many
a road
playoff games have we won on
game.
the road in our franchise history. Though.
That is a good point. And the
The
Cowboys
last three,
have lost 8 in a row.
1980, 1991, and 1992, they won road games.
Good years. Good years.
They haven't won a road game since then.
Yeah.
In a playoffs, but
And it's only been 8 different playoffs where that's happened.
and they're only going to have to win 3 road games to get to the Super Bowl.
Hey, you don't know. Seattle could go on a magical run.
Or New York.
Yeah.
This is the year.
Y'all didn't want to believe.
You're right. That is well documented that I did not want to believe that this is the year that
luck to
Geno
Geno
Smith
in the playoffs.
put it all together. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus perhaps get a betting with Bassick update that I think we're all dreading, except for Mike next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with our classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Hey, what's going on?
A lot of frustration, a lot of disappointment. What was your number one takeaway, I guess, from the game yesterday before we get into any specifics?
Well, I heard you say this, and I almost used it as the lead to my column. Bad, bad, bad.
Yeah.
Think about it. You know, you kind of had something to play for.
Yes.
At least for a half, right? Before you saw, I think it was 16-0.
Yeah.
The Eagles. But so you drop a snap on the punt, right?
Yeah.
Then
I couldn't believe it.
You have a punt.
It happens all the time.
And then you have a punt hit you in the face mask.
Yeah.
All right. And it bounces straight up. And by the way, and McCarthy was chewing on the official on his side of the field. When you call a fair catch, as long as the ball doesn't hit the ground, you have the right to bobble it and recover it. And the ball bounces right to the other guy.
Yeah.
Right? What are the chances of that?
I know.
And so when you start a game like that, you're sitting there going, okay, sometimes it's just not your day. But I kept thinking, oh, okay, they'll recover, right? It's only, what was it, 13? Was it 13-0 at that one point? Yeah, it was 13-0. And I'm going, and then they drove at the end of the half, scored the touchdown, and then he misses an extra point. And I'm going, okay, this ain't going to work. And so here are my two things that worried me more about the loss is their two glaring deficiencies got exposed. The offensive line that's not healthy and the cornerback position.
Yeah.
And then to make that worse, Deron Bland goes down with a chest injury.
Yep.
Now, word was they didn't think it was that serious, but he didn't come back in the game. Now, I don't know if that was precautionary, knowing that they had to play a playoff game the next week. But now you were down 3 of your top 4 corners. And, boy, that got exposed, right? And I don't know where you go from this unless Xavier Woods is some sort of savior. They're in trouble on that side of the field. And knowing that, we talk about, well, they got to play Tom Brady. Well, they got to play Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, too.
Yeah.
And did Hall ever throw a pass Diggs' direction?
I don't know. I don't think.
Do you ever remember?
Well, I might have turned it off before he got a chance to.
I needed to see how that Seattle game turned out. You know what I'm saying?
I don't remember a pass going.
Yeah.
In his direction.
So what the hell's Tom Brady going to do if Sam Howell figured that out?
And
Sorry,
so I just decided I didn't look at this, but I'm going to look at it right now. Diggs had 1 tackle. And I think it was on a running play.
Yeah.
So that means, his guy never got any action. But, boy, they sure found Terry McLaurin all over the place, right? And they had to, it was the first touchdown, right? They didn't expect Damon Clark to cover Terry McLaurin going on a crossing route over the middle, did they?
I think so.
No, that had to be a busted coverage.
It was part of the zone.
No,
Like.
if that was, well, you know what? And I went back and looked at it because I was thinking, okay, they were in zone. Everybody else had somebody except for 1 or 2 of the safeties. And I'm going, well, somebody probably should have checked the best receiver they have. So yeah, that's what concerns me going forward. Not so much that they lost the game, but the two glaring reasons why they lost the game, the cornerback position and that offensive line if Tyler Biadasz doesn't get back in time.
What's your assessment then of Tyron right now? And
he struggled.
Okay.
And I don't know if he had to face speed rushers like Washington has, and they do have two very good speed rushers, right? With Chase Young and Sweat, and he was overmatched over there. And it's not just the pass protection. I heard you guys talking about their inability to run the ball. Well, why is that? Well, the offensive line's not blocking well.
Yeah, no, I would be inclined to agree with that.
It looks like a cluttered mess whenever they say.
I mean, how many times did I didn't go back and count this. How many times did they have a 1-yard gain?
Well, and I think a great example of that was the quarterback sneak, where it looked like you got completely overwhelmed at the line of scrimmage.
But you mean on the fourth down?
Yeah.
I still think he made it.
Right. Because of the push in the back, yeah.
Yes. Which I think that should become illegal in this league. No more pushing in the back.
It always concerns me that the running back's going full bore at the back of the quarterback. And I'm like, hey, that didn't.
Yeah. Well, what was it the last game Tennessee lined up two running backs behind the center, mean the quarterback under center, and all they did was push him. But I got a but anyway, that's the least of their problems. So and then how do you fix that? I mean, if Biadasz comes back, I think you have a chance, right? Then everybody moves back to where they belong.
Yeah.
But again, they weren't exactly lighting up the league running the ball. I think in the previous 3-4 games
since Steele got hurt,
they were their average per carry was no more than 3.8 a game.
Yep.
And then now it's 2.7. Oh my. So that's a problem. And I think if nothing else, I think Tampa Bay still has a pretty good, defensive front. So I wasn't so worried about the run because I said teams were ganging up on the run. But the Cowboys still can hurt. If they're going to do that, they'll hurt you throwing the ball. Well, if you can't protect your quarterback, you can't throw the ball. And I mean, they only had one sack. I don't know how it was only one sack because it just looked Dak was not comfortable in the pocket whatsoever. He was feeling people around him, and he was making like bad decisions and bad throws.
Yeah.
When you only gain 182 yards, that's probably going to be problematic.
The back-to-back would be pick six and then actual pick six.
Yeah,
I think
right.
Stands out for a lot of folks.
Yeah, and that was on him. I think you know what? He needs to quit throwing the ball to Noah Brown.
Oh, you've struck a nerve.
I have a note, Mickey, in my notes that says the Noah Brown shine is worn off.
I mean, I don't know that it's his fault, but it seems like bad things happen. And he didn't. And I went back and looked. He didn't run a bad route. He ran what he was supposed to run. It looked like anyway. It's just that the corner knew he had deep help, and he was sitting on the out route, and he jumped it. And there you go. And we can talk about the defense and, their inability to stop the run. And they probably should have scored, 10 more?
Yes.
7 more points, 2 makeable field goals and an extra point. But as it was, if it wasn't for the bobbled snap that turned into the touchdown and the interception return for a touchdown, they had held them to 13 points.
I thought the defense did well yesterday.
So they held their own until the very end, right?
Yeah.
And I think my score on Friday was 30-13. Well, they held them to 13 points.
Yeah.
So, if you hold somebody to 13 points, you ought to win, but you can't give them 13 more. Not what you were looking for and not a lot of time to either correct things because basically, other than the addition of Xavier Rhodes and, Buffalo didn't think they need him and cut him, you are who you are. It's not like, Larry Allen's going to show up tomorrow to help the offensive line. Now, you hope Biotis is back, and you darn sure hope Deron Bland's good enough to play. But even at that, even if Bland's there, and, what they were trying to do is what they did the previous game, is play Bland on the outside when they were facing, just 2 wide receivers, and then move them into the slot. But they still haven't found somebody to play that left corner when they moved into the slot. So the other thing, after Bland went out, they had elevated Tyler Coyle, the safety off the practice squad, who's only played one previous game with defensive snaps. He played another with special teams. So now he was inserted into the slot, and he got lost on a play or two. So, yeah, I don't know where you go from there. They better hope Rhodes has got something more with his, 8 years experience than the guys they're throwing out there. And they've picked up everybody they can, it seems like, cornerback off free agency. And they were kind of settled on Mackenzie Alexander, and then he pulls, I think it was a groin, but he's been doing rehab now this entire past week.
And I don't think Mullen looked too captivating yesterday.
Yeah, I wasn't really excited. Boy, he got burned.
Yeah.
But you saw who they picked on, right? Well, what do you think Tom Brady's going to do?
Yeah.
Go at Diggs.
Great.
Yeah, right.
I'll
Yeah,
take my
we're gonna
chance.
give the
I'll take my
Cowboys a
chances.
chance, right? Yeah.
We might lose.
You know what? I was thinking, I was getting ready to write. I said, I'm going to take a shot at sarcasm here because this is so bad. I was going to say, the Cowboys just wanted to make sure, just in case, that they don't play Aaron Rodgers. And then I said, no, I'm going to have to put a ha, ha, ha after it because somebody might not get my sarcasm.
Sarcasm in print.
Because that's how bad it looked, right?
Yeah.
Drop the snap and have a punt hit you in the face mask. Seriously.
But Mickey, that does have something to do with preparation too.
No.
Like the whole group. Even McCarthy said after the game that they practiced poorly last week.
But the special team guy doesn't sit there and take 100 snaps a week. Right? He catches the ball. There was a little, I think they said it was a 6 mile an hour wind or whatever, but it was kind of weird when I was on the field because it was swirling, and it was kind of blowing the ball across the field. I tried to give Turpin an excuse, and he goes, I misjudged it. And I said, you wind it? And I misjudged it. And, that was that simple. So, I don't know. Is that not prepared? Or, maybe some of the stuff that happened on the offensive line, it wasn't a good week of practice. I think there was a lot of teams that probably didn't have a good week of practice, by the way, if you watch some of the other games.
Yeah.
Right? There was a lot of struggling going on.
That Jets and Dolphins game for sure. All right.
Yeah, what was it, 6-3 forever?
Yes, it was. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow. I lost that game betting with Bassick because of that safety at the very end.
No, you did.
Yes, and that stings quite a bit. But at least I didn't lose my job like
well,
Bernie
at least you
Kosar.
didn't lose the #1 draft choice.
Man,
by winning a game.
And we are going to talk about that later in the show. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
I'm glad we could have a laugh.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
You got a good point. Bernie Kosar did lose his job due to betting, so we should probably stop betting with Bass.
I think probably that's fair.
Call it off, and nobody owes anybody any money.
I think just for the sake of our job.
Probably the reason is he's like, I bet $19,000 on the Browns, which is astonishing. All right.
Isn't that like just under the tax?
Do you want to update Corey on betting with Bassett?
I don't.
Do you want one, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, I'm well aware of what happened, but tell me.
Corey bet first because
I meant tell me.
He was down
Corey said he doesn't want to hear.
And so he's like, you know what? Give me $40 on those Cowboys. Were they plus 13? I can't remember.
It was plus 7, Mike.
Oh, but they were
actually
minus 7.
Minus 7.
Yeah, they needed to win by 8 points or lose by 19 or less.
And
they didn't
win
do
by
either one.
No, the final score is 26 to -1 in this scenario.
So you're down 200. And then I said, you know what? I like those Cincinnati Bengals, no matter what Derek Holland calls them. And they won their 8th game in a row, and they covered. They were 9.5-point favorites. They won by 11. So, Corey, going into the playoffs, you've done this before, and you've dug out of the hole. You are down $220 going into the playoffs. Kevin?
Yep.
I bet those Miami Dolphins. And man, I knew they were going to cover.
No, you didn't.
With 18 seconds to go, I was like,
No, you
yes.
didn't.
They kicked the field goal. We got to push here, and all I need is a safety, and I bet the Jets give a safety with no time remaining.
You did not think that.
When I saw the final
That
score,
hurts
11-6,
so much.
When I saw 9-6, I was like, I'm going to be honest. I thought it was 3.5. I forgot that we
So you thought you were
betted
gonna
3.
lose? It
And I was
was
like,
only
oh,
3.
dang it, I lost. Then I saw 11-6 final score. I'm like, what happened? Safety? W. And
I
then,
thought we were going to go into the playoffs even.
And then, but you fought the law.
I didn't lose to Trevor Lawrence. Well, actually, I did lose to Trevor Lawrence because he spared it up out there and played terrible.
He knew. I don't need to cover for my guy Bassick, but I need to make the playoffs. And Jacksonville wins 20-16, not covering the 6.5-point spread. And that means, Kevin, you are down $20 going into the playoffs.
Kevin, you're in debt? Wow, that's crazy.
I know. It is. I kind of want to give you $20 right now.
That's kind of how I live my life all the time, I feel.
In debt?
Yeah, I just kind of always
Are you a United States citizen?
really like
That's the way the government wants us to live.
$20,000
You know what?
in debt.
I'm electing you to Congress immediately. You're going to thrive there, my friend.
If Herschel would have came on today, we could have asked him about it.
All right.
We tried. We're the KNC to talk about the national championship game, okay? We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, all things NFL playoff seedings and coach firings. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
RJ Chop.
PNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about the playoff seedings, the coach firings, because things have already started to happen. And let's start with a game that was super important for one team, but not the team that actually won the game. Cut 27 right here.
The Lions can end this ball game right here. 4th and 1 from the Green Bay 15. These Packers fighting to get into the playoffs. The Lions fighting to get this ball game right here. They're going to go empty. Goff takes the snap, back, looks, throws, caught. First down, Detroit Lions. DJ Chark down inside the 10-yard line. This game is over. Yes. It is over.
And so were the Green Bay Packers playoff hopes, and a lot of people have read further into this because Aaron Rodgers did not want to do a jersey swap afterwards, and people are like, that's because it was his last game. I don't know if that's the case or not.
Is it just because he's Aaron Rodgers?
What other reason would he have had?
Yeah,
to
what,
be
because of what Reggie just
I'm
said.
hold
what
on to this
Lion jersey does he want?
Jamal Williams.
Want to do
his
he
old
might
teammate
end up
that he
being
loves.
really good.
Yeah.
No, not Jamal. I'm sorry. The
Jameson Williams.
Jameson.
Well, Jameson
Williams
Williams was the one that asked him. He was like, "Hey, can I get that jersey off of you?" And he was like, "I'm holding on to this one." And so I would believe,
could be
like that. Like, what other reason is that special? You lost the game that would have gotten you into the playoffs.
I default to what
special?
Reggie said because he's Aaron Rodgers.
Would it be weird or cool or both?
Cool.
If you're like, look,
Weird.
I get everybody exchanges jerseys. I want to exchange pants.
Jock straps.
Jock straps.
What?
So you have a collection of famous players, either jocks, probably even better than pants.
What's the
Let's go
identifying
with-
factor on those?
They autograph it on the cup area.
Okay, thank
And
you
so
for
you
answering my
know,
question.
so you're like, all right, this is Aaron Rodgers' jock strap, and he dates it too.
And they have to take it off on the field.
This is a family.
Like they do
game.
with their jerseys.
I
the jersey
don't.
swaps. Are you saying you can't
everybody
imagine
has
that
jerseys.
happening?
I'm
How
trying
many
not
people
to
have
imagine
famous
that
players
happening.
jocks?
That's a point.
You would have, if you were the one player that did that, you would have a monopoly on that sect.
What do you think is the resale
what?
market
Sector.
for that?
I don't know. Let's go look.
Okay.
I'll go to eBay right now.
I don't think.
Because they're not available.
It's okay. I'm logged
That's right.
in as
Guess what? You're going to go to
Tiafalo.
eBay or whatever, and it won't matter because they're not available. So you'd have one-on-ones. By the way, did you guys want Seattle to lose just so that game
For
would mean
sure.
everything?
However, if we can go to cut number 26, that is not what happened.
There's the snap. There's the spot. The kick is away. And the kick is good! The Seahawks win the game! They win it at home against the Rams, and now the playoff chances still live for the Seahawks.
And if you heard me say no, that's because Corey is looking up jock straps and started to turn his computer, and he's like, you got to see this. When Seattle doinked the field goal at the end of regulation, I was like, all right, the Rams are going to win. It's going to be winner take all in the finale. And then it was only something on the line for the Packers, and it didn't matter. The Lions win. So the Seahawks are in the playoffs. And obviously, Reggie, I'm well aware.
This is the year.
I get it.
But Geno Smith loses by double digits in the first round of the playoffs. But he did do way better than I ever thought. So, Reggie, I will give you a lot of credit for that.
Thank you.
And I will
Me too.
also do this. I am jumping on the Corey Majors Detroit Lions bandwagon in 2023.
Oh.
They have the 6th pick. They have the 18th pick. And I think they have that division in 2023. I'm just putting it out there. Corey, I think, is going to agree because Corey really liked Detroit during this season. I never jumped on it. But just watching them finish this year and then having the 6th and 18th pick. Now, a lot of things can happen as long as Jared Goff stays there. I think they're going to be a 10-plus win team next year in that division.
Well, I'm not sure what the road is for Aaron Rodgers, but somebody said I was a clown for saying that Aaron Rodgers was washed this year. He was bad this year. He played poor football.
He did.
I watched all of his games.
I agree.
He was my fantasy quarterback for 3 years running. I had 2 MVP seasons out of him. I got what I was worth. Didn't get it this year. That being said, Justin Fields and company are not there yet, but it does, like, what they trade that number 1 overall pick for, like, that could be a big deal right there, is what they get out of that. They could really bump up their team. The Minnesota Vikings are going to be something to deal with, but You've seen, Kevin, I know you're a big fan of natural progression.
Yes.
You saw it from the Lions from last year to this year with Dan Campbell. They made a huge jump.
And I still think Dan Campbell had the most hilarious quote, maybe of the entire season, when he goes, I heard before that I was fired and now I'm not fired.
Mm-hmm.
Like talking about expectations and everything like that. So, I mean, good for him. Good for the team for going out there and fighting like they had everything on the line.
And by the way, they also have the Vikings second round pick. So they have picks 6, 18, 49, and 60 in this upcoming draft. And really, it's pick 48 and 59. It's a weird mock draft because the Dolphins forfeited their pick. So
oh, yeah, that's right.
In the first round, everybody that goes behind the Dolphins actually kind of moves up a spot.
So the NFC playoff picture will look like this. The number 1 seed, the Philadelphia Eagles. We will talk more about that later in the show. The San Francisco 49ers will open by hosting the Seattle Seahawks. That's your afternoon game on Saturday. San Francisco has been installed as a 10-point favorite to start that. And then Minnesota will host the Giants. That's your Sunday afternoon game. Minnesota only a 3-point favorite in that game. And then the 4-5 matchup, Tampa Bay hosting the Dallas Cowboys. Monday Night Football pregame starts at 4 next Monday right here on the Fan. Cowboys 3-point favorites in that game.
Corey, I am not interested at all in Giants versus Vikings. Like out of all the games he just mentioned.
Just in terms of quality?
I don't care to. I get Justin Jefferson is arguably the best receiver in the game. But that's the one game when I looked at it and I'm like, yuck. Now I will say this, if Shlomo Glitzstein starts again for the Miami Dolphins, that game is horrible too.
Sage?
Whatever.
Are y'all talking about
Sage
Skylar
Rosenfeld,
Skylar
the guy
Thompson.
from Iowa State?
Yeah.
Sage
No,
Rosenfeld
they're not
hasn't been
playing
in the league
Sage
for like a decade.
Rosenfeld.
Yeah, I don't. That just, that just New York Vikings game just looks like two teams that shouldn't be in the playoffs playing each other.
Which is a lot of the NFC. Like the NFC doesn't look the same as the AFC when it comes to the playoffs. And Mike, well, I know we'll get in the quarterback discussion there at some point. Mahomes being the oldest, that's like wild.
Would you have felt any different if Detroit would have gotten in the playoffs?
Probably so. I'm excited about Detroit at the moment because they've been on this upward trajectory, whereas Seattle was hot and then kind of just
like 8
coasted.
out of their last 10 games.
I think so. They feel kind of Jacksonville-y.
Yeah, and so they just kind of coasted into it. So
you don't pronounce the E. Kevin.
Oh, okay.
When the Vikings thing, Mike, the only reason I was really interested in them most of this season was because of Justin Jefferson. Had him in fantasy. Nobody cares about my fantasy team. But like that was one of the things. And he was chasing a record in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Just off the map completely. They said, no, that's not going to happen. New York's still interesting because I still think Dabes can get them a win. Well, they did lose this week.
That's
so
right.
But
And
they're
they
in the
didn't even
playoffs.
try. He
so
quit.
this is playoff time. Dabes.
Dable's
was never the rule.
Dable's a quitter.
Took on a team.
He's a quitter.
He took on a team
Quitter.
that shouldn't have even won 6 games this year.
Yeah.
Yet
Why
here
did-
they are in the
why did
playoffs.
he quit before the last game?
Because he
But then
had,
again, so
because
did
he
the
had to
Cowboys.
rest the greatness
So-
of Daniel Jones.
Man, I
can't
really
believe
wish the
just said
Cowboys
that.
would have gone that route, and then this loss wouldn't feel so horrible. All right, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 22 as we move to the AFC.
Shotgun for Dobbs. He drops. It's a blitz. An all-out blitz. They hit him as he lets it go. The ball comes out. The ball comes out and is picked up. The Jags are running it back. The Jags are running it back. The Jags are going to run it into the end zone. Josh Allen scores a touchdown. Josh Allen is running back.
The Jacksonville Jaguars,
Tell me about it.
through no help of their quarterback, are victorious. They move into the playoffs.
He didn't throw a pick 6.
I didn't say he was worse than our quarterback. I didn't say that at all. And Jacksonville takes the number 4 seed. They will host the Los Angeles Chargers. Not surprisingly, as both the wildcard teams have better records, those are the only 2 road teams favored. The Chargers are favored by 1
That's
point
it.
in that game. It's 1 point, Mike.
$220 on Jacksonville.
I
No,
don't think you're allowed to make the bet.
No,
like
and
that.
I will say this. Everybody, I try to apologize, okay? I try to say when I was wrong.
Uh-huh.
everybody who said that dude's a bust and that was a horrible pick and he's never going to be good. And I get it. Trevor Lawrence did not have a good game Saturday night. He didn't. I can't say he did. But that dude just took the worst team in the NFL and figured out, in a bad division, but figured out how to win that division in year 2 after having Urban the Finger Myers as his coach.
I don't like that
in
at
the
all.
first year. So
because of that time.
No, yeah, I know. I know.
And so
Where's
I would
his
just
hand?
like to say, everybody can start apologizing to me on social media
That's going to happen.
or on Twitch that said Trevor Lawrence is a crap quarterback.
If you would like to apologize to Mike, text in right now, 877-881-1053, and I'll read them to Mike.
Ooh, that sounds like a great idea. I will say that Trevor Lawrence was a crap quarterback on Saturday night because I'm still mad at him for that game. However, this season, I agree, is a remarkable achievement. I said if they got up to 7-10, I thought that was a huge step in the right direction because of that natural progression. 9-8, winning your division and hosting a playoff game, no chance. I would have thought of
early
that.
in the year, they lost to Houston and Indy, two of the worst teams in the NFL.
To your point, Jacksonville made multiple levels of history. They are the first team in NFL history to start 3-7 and make the playoffs. They are also the only team in the history of the NFL to make the playoffs in a season where they have a 5-game winning streak and a 5-game losing streak. So, that's some amazing consistency.
That's pretty impressive.
For Jacksonville.
Was it Brian Flores that was that close to doing something like that last year with the 7-game win streak?
But they didn't make the playoffs.
Play that highlight of the Chargers playing Mike Williams when the game meant nothing and getting carted off the field.
That is going to turn out to be hugely problematic for them. They are still a 1-point favorite, or they have opened as a 1-point favorite over Jacksonville. Now, you mentioned who you call Shlomo Glitzstein. That would be Skylar Thompson with the Miami Dolphins, who take the number 7 seed. They will go up against number 2 Buffalo in the early game on Sunday. Buffalo
Is that
starts
spread like 100.
It's 10.5.
Oh, they forgot a 0.
It's 10.5. And then the Cincinnati Bengals need fear not about the coin toss. We'll get more into that a little bit later. And they are going to host the Ravens, 6.5-point favorites going into that game.
Kevin, a lot of these apologies don't seem sincere.
Yeah,
What makes you say
you
that?
want a division
like-
where there's no quarterback.
I'm sorry.
Fuck you, Horn.
It's like apologies of I'm sorry that you blank. You know, just fill in the blanks.
Right.
A lot of apologies that are just kind of like, hey, I'm sorry that you didn't understand this kind of things.
Man.
But even like further than that, I feel like they're insincere. And Mike deserves the apologies because he was right. Trevor's doing well.
And I will be at the Dallas Card Show, possibly trying to sell some of those cards for a huge profit.
Okay.
This weekend.
In the coach firing news, Lovie Smith fired. The Broncos have received permission to interview Sean Payton and Dan Quinn, among others. And then supposedly, Sean McVay is going to decide really soon whether he wants to stay with the Rams. And the Cardinals have done lots of homework to decide if they're going to replace Cliff Kingsbury.
Is this okay?
Well, like geometry?
If they don't, are they trying to get the
homework
number
on-
1 pick the next year? Is that their goal?
I mean,
Kyler Murray won't be at training camp, or at least he can't do training camp.
Yeah.
He's not going to be ready for at least the first week of the season. I would say this: if you want to get Caleb Williams, which isn't a bad idea,
that is not
then
a
I
bad
would
idea.
keep Cliff Kingsbury because
running.
Oh, he just got fired.
He is fired?
Yeah, according
Kingsbury's
to
already fired. Because
Ooh.
you know what they should do then? If they want Caleb Williams, they should hire Lovie Smith, but don't have him coach the last game of the year.
I figured it was a bad sign when there was multiple reports out that the Cardinals have done their homework on coaching candidates, but
They're hiring Jeff
According to
Saturday.
Schefter
Coach
and Rappaport.
Bro fired. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on
Probably get
105.3 The Fan.
$73 million a year to be somebody else's coach somehow.
I mean,
What?
with the way he fails up, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure next he'll be like the
Commissioner
commissioner of the NFL. Glory, I wasn't even going to say that.
I was going to say of a football team. You didn't let
Coming
me
up.
finish.
Okay, fair enough. Coming up
Jeez.
next, we go around the NFC East. The Eagles win the division by setting one record and just missing out on another. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd and 6, back to throw it out to the right, intercepted, and there's going to be a walk-in, pick 6 by Fuller. He went right back to the well, and Fuller was sitting right on it.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan.
Way to go, Noah Brown.
Where, I mean, I hear what you're saying from a broader perspective that I think Corey wants to dive into. I would not necessarily single out that play as way to go, Noah Brown. But way to go, Coach Bro and the Arizona Cardinals. Let's talk about, we're going to go around the NFC East in just 1 second, but let's talk about how terrible the Cardinals are at existing.
Let's do it.
Is Cliff Kingsbury signed a contract extension through 2027, 10 months ago. Oh, God. The Cardinals as that's pretty bad, right? What if I told you, I got another stat that's going to put that stat to shame.
Do it.
The Cardinals as a franchise have existed for 100 years. They have never, not once, had a coach longer than 6 years.
Have they only been, has it been Chicago, St. Louis, Arizona?
I believe that is correct.
All right.
Never had a coach for longer than 6 years. So we talked about Lovie Smith, Cliff Kingsbury out as well.
If Lovie Smith would have lost, would they have let him still coach? Like,
nope.
You did your job. You dummy. You won the game.
We're going to get into that a little bit more because I like the idea that Lovie Smith was like, you think you're going to fire me and get the number 1 draft pick? I don't think so.
Dude, that seems like it would be a great job.
Which one?
Arizona.
You believe in that quarterback?
Likes video games more than football. He shouldn't be. I know he got hurt and he's not going to start the year next year. I know he got his surgery done here, in the Metroplex. It's like, it just really stinks that he has a lot of talent. He's a unique player, but he doesn't seem to care to try to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Also, and I will add, working with he was with someone, right? Kevin went down there. He didn't max out there. He maxed out with Lincoln Riley.
And he left.
But I mean, who was going to max out with Cliff Kingsbury? Like, I don't think any of us thought when he got the job that he was going to do a good job.
No, I think this is a necessary step for them.
And I think the Cardinals, once like you look forward and saw, hey, they're like, I know you said the 7-year deal are going to 2027. But with Kyler Murray, I think you saw they were supporting him more than anything else. If you're a good coach, you should be able to get more out of this guy.
Yeah.
I don't think Cliff Kingsbury's like, hey guys, y'all run the practices. We're just gonna be out here and running around. It's gonna be fun.
Cliff Kingsbury, to your point, is not a good head coach. I was shocked when he got this job and less shocked now that he got fired. All right, you ready to go across the entire NFC East? Do you want a general NFC East fact? Go with the Eagles, the Giants, the Commanders, or the Cowboys.
Who are the champs of the NFC East, Corey?
Not the Cowboys.
E-A-G-L.
No, stop that.
What are you doing right now? I'm just
now?
spelling it just in
Stop
case.
that.
An S.
You know what? That actually leads to my general NFC East fact.
It is spelled out Eagle.
It is now no one will know what you were spelling. It is now 18 straight years officially without a repeat winner of the division. That is the longest streak of any division in NFL history.
Really?
But let me ask you this. During those 18 years, what do you think the championship breakdown looks like between those 4 teams?
Even.
For all of them?
Yeah, they're
no, wait a second.
18 I don't think that is statistically possible.
I bet the Eagles have the most, but not by a lot. And the Cowboys have the second most, Giants third most, Washington fourth most. That would be my order. But if you're telling me how many in the 18, I will go 6 for the Eagles. Am I right on that?
That is correct.
Yes. 4 for the Cowboys?
Incorrect.
5?
Incorrect.
3?
Incorrect.
2?
Incorrect.
6?
That is correct. At no point did I say the Eagles had the most. That was your assumption.
So those are like even. A jacknut.
I mean, sure. T-Law.
Snap!
All right, so that's 12 of them right there. You only have 6 left.
So 3 and 3 for the...
Correct!
So it is even.
It is even.
Just not across the whole board.
So, Mike, it just depends on how you stack those. And I was like, there are elements of what you're saying that are accurate. So the Eagles have won 6. The Cowboys have won 6. The Giants have won 3, and the Commanders have won 3. So there's definitely a have and have not.
And Cowboy fans are upset today.
I mean, I am as well.
They're all mad at you right now for spelling out Eagles.
That is very fair. All right, let's
just spelling.
Let's start.
C-O-W. That's just Cal.
Oh, I really thought you got confused trying to spell Corey for half a second. So
I can't remember.
I did too.
Do you have an E?
Okay.
You're an E guy, right?
No, he hates
you're a
E's.
non-E.
I don't hate E's. It's just the incorrect spelling.
All right, so for the Eagles, they have now clinched the number 1 seed, earning a bye and home field throughout the NFC playoffs, and they did it with a franchise record 14 wins. So the most regular season wins in Philadelphia Eagles history. Do you know the other record that they were going for yesterday? Most team sacks ever in a season, which is held by
the 84-85 Eagle or Bears.
It is actually the 1984 Bears is correct.
I remember reading that in the USA Today last week.
They needed 4 to get to the record of 72.
Did they do it?
They only got 2.
In your face.
Suck on that.
Yeah, and it wouldn't even account.
For the whole
It was
week.
game 17.
Okay, so you're putting asterisks by all of these records. I like that.
It just if it's only teams that have to spell out their team name when they do something positive.
Okay, so the Eagles fall 2 sacks
What
short.
other team spells
The
out
Jets.
their name?
Yeah,
They're
the
both
Jets.
green. The green teams spell out their names.
Whoa.
Can you imagine if you're a Buccaneers fan and you had to spell it out? Like, how many letters are there? And are there 2 C's or 1?
You tell me. Let's
I think
hear it.
there's 2.
Go for it.
B-U-C-S. Bucks.
That's smart. Heady play.
That was very.
It's 2 C's, 1 N, and 2 E's.
Okay.
Oh, they love the E.
I don't know what to do with any of that.
Oh, that was fine.
All right. Do you guys want to go to the Giants, the Commanders?
The Giants are a playoff team with a great matchup to win.
The Giants went into their full mode of give up yesterday as Brian Dable is a coward, although I guess it doesn't really matter either way. The Giants gave up before the game began, sitting Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, Andrew Thomas, Julian Love, Dexter Lawrence. So, didn't matter. But what I know everyone was watching for, Corey, what I know you were watching for, was the play of Kenny Golladay. He just needed one of these 3 things to happen to get a $750,000 bonus. All right?
Okay.
He needed either 76 catches.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
That wasn't going to happen.
10 touchdowns.
That could have happened.
Or 1,149 yards. He fell just short across the board. He had 2 catches for 30 yards and 1 touchdown. Because remember, they have not used him at all. Well, hardly at all. So his barometers were 80 catches, 10 touchdowns, and 1,200 yards. And he fell just short of those numbers, Corey.
And that's savvy by Dable, right? Hey, owners.
Yeah.
Look, I know y'all don't want to spend this money. I'm going to hold this guy out all season.
Well, so you
don't have to pay up.
The buzz on social media beforehand was how motivated Kenny Golladay would be. And I was like, for what? To go get 10 touchdowns? Great.
Yeah.
Let's go do that.
If I walk in that day and coach says, we're going to try and get you that bonus this year.
Oh, my God.
Let's go.
That would be amazing.
I only 10 touchdowns? That's the one. I'll mark that one.
All right.
The other ones seem difficult.
Do you want to Do you want to go with the Cowboys or the Commanders?
Cowboys going all the way.
Okay.
Setting everybody up to Tampa.
They're going all the way
on Sunday. And
to
then they play
Tampa.
Monday night.
It's a substantial trip.
Yeah.
That is.
It's about a 3-hour flight, I think. Just matters how the Gulf winds are blowing.
Uh-huh. Thanks for that breakdown. I don't really know what to do with any of that. Tony Pollard's captivating 7-carry for 19-yard effort yesterday was in fact enough to get him past 1,000 yards, barely. He needed 12 yards. He got 19. So
nice.
He was like, you know what? Let's not work harder. Let's
doing
work
just
smarter.
enough.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Reggie was like, that's your MVP of the game. So congratulations to Tony Pollard for that. Do you want to hear a crazy Tony Pollard and Zeke stat? Please say yes. Please. I know you could say no and I'd have to move on.
It took him like 3 games to maybe get a combined 100 yards in the last 3 games.
All right, Kevin, tell your stat.
I don't even know what the stat is.
It's going to blow your mind. Okay. Zeke and Tony Pollard.
They better.
Both. Man, I might have oversold this. I don't know. We're going to find out. Zeke and Tony Pollard both have 12 touchdowns this season. How many yards do you think Zeke's combined 12 touchdowns have gone for?
No.
12 divided.
22.
36.
Okay.
Three apiece.
43 yards.
Oh,
Dang it,
wow.
I was in between my own guesses.
Wow.
How many do you think Tony Pollard's 12 touchdowns have gone for?
260 something.
120.
Wow, that was a really good guess. The correct answer is 301. Wow. So they both have 12 touchdowns. Now, obviously, Pollard has a few receiving touchdowns in there as well. Zeke's have gone for 43. Pollard's have gone for 301. Pollard has 3 touchdowns longer than all of Zeke's touchdowns combined, which is wild to me.
New news, Kevin.
As opposed to old news.
The Arizona Cardinals GM has also been fired.
That makes
Well,
sense.
actually, he's stepping down supposedly
okay.
to focus on his health.
Okay, makes sense.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because he
had
was
stepped
out
away for health reasons and definitely not because of that thing that happened in Mexico.
Oh,
yeah, because he's...
Yeah.
I'm not saying it, I'm just saying.
But
You said definitely not. You were just
Exactly.
pointing
Thank
it
you.
out.
I wanted to
so
make
if
sure
I
that was
said
clear.
I thought he probably was going to get fired either way, you would say we don't know that.
We can't be certain of that.
Okay.
Who's really bad at coaching college football?
Oh man, how
Jimbo
long you got?
Fisher is going to be their next
Jimbo
head
Fisher
coach.
is going to Arizona.
To coach?
Yeah, that's what they do. They
coach.
let people fail up.
Man.
Well, Jimbo does have a national championship on his resume, though.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy has a Super Bowl. How are we feeling about that right now?
I feel good. I think he's doing a good job.
Okay, great.
What was he supposed to do yesterday?
I do agree about coaching him up when he said maybe we need to have a better week of practice. The Brian Anger one is an example where I'm like, I'm not going to get blamed for that. Catch the football.
Yeah. Do you know before the game, Babe was talking with him, and he was like, never done that. I've never dropped a snap before. So, Kevin, should we blame Babe?
I think we should.
We blamed you for the Connor Williams stuff. So.
Yeah, but we were going to do that regardless.
That's a good point. Now, Dak had an interception in his 7th straight game. That is the longest single streak by a Cowboys quarterback since Vinny Testaverde did it 9 straight games in 2004.
I'm sure that season worked out for him pretty well.
Yeah, it wasn't the best.
I think it was like a 4.
They did. They got Drew Bledsoe, and everything turned around for the franchise.
He was a
after
4-12 season.
Wasn't the best either.
I like old quarterbacks. Like Danny White, I only know him as an old quarterback, not as like when he was good. Vinny Testaverde, Drew Bledsoe in the end. They just chuck and duck. They're just like, look, I'm too old to get hit. I'm putting my chin down and throwing it up in the air and praying they don't hit me.
Let's see what happens.
Do you want to go with the Commanders? I hope so, because that is the only other option I have remaining.
Man,
for you.
if they would have made the playoffs.
That would have been awesome. I'm not going to lie. It would have been really cool to see all
Sam
the Washington
Howell.
teams.
More
make
Major
playoffs.
Tutty?
Yeah, more Major Tutty.
I never saw him. Did they show him on the show?
I
on
thought
this game?
they did. He is horrifying looking.
Stopped watching somewhere like
When they
8
put
minutes
in
left
Cooper
in the
Rush,
fourth
I did
quarter.
change it to the Maverick game.
I was like, that's it. I'm going to go
Man,
Commander.
that's a good question. When did you stop watching or
8
listening
minutes
to
and
the
49
Cowboys
seconds
game?
left in the fourth quarter.
Mavs were up 31-20. If the game would have ended right there, it would have been great.
I definitely did my compliance training in the middle of this game.
Okay, that
Oh,
is very fair.
Did you comply?
Some really tough questions.
Don't
on
just
there.
deal with it, okay? That's never the answer in work.
Yeah. So dumb questions. All right, Sam Howell, you brought it up. He threw a touchdown pass on his first NFL pass. He was also the first Washington rookie quarterback with a passing and rushing touchdown since RG3 in 2012. I know it's just one game. Did you see any flashes from him to think, yeah, he could be usable? Or is it just tough to say after?
Sam Howell?
Yeah.
That didn't inspire me. I would look for a quarterback in the offseason, but if not, then he's competing with Taylor Heineke, I guess.
Or Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I would say there are a lot of things still to overhaul in Washington, like in a lot of different ways. I would have him in obviously for training camp and being like here, but I'm doing everything I can to find.
He's staying on my team for sure. I will say that. He did
Okay.
enough that I'm 100% not exposing him to the NFL because I won't get him back if I do that.
They have a bunch of backup quarterbacks though.
Yeah, and that's why I brought up Lamar Jackson, who, by the way, rumors circulating that there's a strong chance he will play in the wild card game. The Commanders retired the jersey of Sonny Jurgensen. I believe just the 4th jersey retirement in franchise history.
Is it weird when they do it and they're like 90 years old? Like, what happened the last 40 years?
I do think it is a bit odd. I would agree with that.
Now, I know the Cowboys don't do that at all. There's not a retired number on the Cowboys, but it would be weird if they did, and then they bring in Bob Lilly this year. Like, what happened for the 40 or 50 years that you had this opportunity? Like, what made 2022 the opportunity to finally put him in?
They were just really busy.
Uh-huh.
You know?
I think that happens all the time where you like get your gold watch like as an Academy Award. It's like, hey, you've been working really hard. You can get Best Director for The Departed.
We know what was going on. They were working really hard on the Sean Taylor stuff.
No, they didn't work hard on that at all,
why it took
Corey.
so long for
Wait,
Sean
hold
Taylor's
on. Just
numbers
because it
retired.
looks bad doesn't mean they didn't work hard on it. That's very unfair for you to assume.
They just might have incompetent people running it? Okay,
By the
that's
way,
fair.
We're out of time, but Greg Olson's getting worse at this job.
I liked him early in the season.
And
by the end of the season, I did not like him anymore.
Yeah.
Sonny Jurgensen, by the way, Bobby Mitchell, number 49, Sammy Baugh, number 33, and Sean Taylor, number 21, the other retired jerseys in Commanders history. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, looking for something a little bit more upbeat. Let's talk about all the magical things happening in Buffalo and what it means for the Bills going forward. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
All day.
Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss. That's soda.
Hines takes it a yard deep in the end zone, going to bring it out. Out to the 10, to the 15, up over the 20, 25, 30, gets away from the tackler, 35, 40, 45, 50. They're not going to get him. He's going for another one. 102 yards. Nyheim Hines sets high mark ablaze with his second kick return touchdown of the game.
What an incredible game. And in just a second, I want to go back to the very first return is cut 20, is when that happened, because we talked a lot about, like, I didn't entirely know what to expect from Buffalo in this game because this was one of the teams that I thought about betting on. When this moment happened, I thought that Buffalo was going to win by 70 points.
Fielded at the 4 by Hines, coming straight up the middle to the 20, cuts it back at the 25. He's got an alley down the right sideline to the 40, 50, down to the 40, 35, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Nyheim Hines, 96 yards. Run as fast as you can. You're not catching Hines. He's your end zone man. Buffalo on the board with the first play from scrimmage.
At that point, I thought they were going to win by, like I said, 60, 70 points. And then when it was tied at halftime, I was fairly shocked.
Why is that?
Because of all the things I just said.
The part that really, like, the beginning of that thing, when you were watching the pregame, Kevin, did that give you any sense that it was going to be one of those kinds of games?
It did. It really did. And that's why I was like, oh, man, I should have bet on them. And then after the kick return, I was like, I definitely should have bet on them. Then it was 14-14 at halftime. I was like, I give up. I have no idea.
My friend is a huge, just a massive New England Patriots fan. All right, like just a massive New England Patriots fan. And she was freaking out whenever she saw the opening, like as it was going on. She was like, there's no way. There's no way that the Patriots can do anything against this team today. It just seems that way. She was very happy afterwards, though. Significantly more happy afterwards, for sure.
I didn't have much emotion to it.
Really?
Yeah, so I know you're looking at me going, Mike, what? And I'm like, well, I was in the car.
Oh, just participating in the segment
driving home. Well, I had some text messages I needed to look at. People people want me, Kevin.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Do you know what that's like, Kevin?
I guess not.
And it was cool. I know I want to have more emotion to it. And I'm not saying it was bad at all. All right, they returned the kick. I know it, but I don't know. I guess I feel like he did it. He made it. He's going to be alive. I don't know if he's ever going to play football again.
Right.
But he's alive, and I know a lot was number 3 and everything around the NFL. I get all that, but it didn't have an emotional impact to me at all.
Do you think there'll be any impact on the Bills, I guess, going forward then? Or do you think they're a good team and they're going to stay the same good team?
I think it will, but I'm not covering them, so I don't know. Going forward, I just don't know the impact because everything is going well with DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying, I mean, I don't know. I don't, because you just get into a line. I don't want to cross anybody's line, and everybody has a different line on this.
I think it is when you're a coach each week from here on, you have to find a significant way to connect with your players. And I don't know if, hey, let's go out there and bust them in the mouth is going to work. Right? Like the idea of, hey, let's go be the more physical team. I don't know that that's going to work the same way for coaches as they prepare each week, because you just saw a guy get hit in the chest from physical play. How am I supposed to get that out of my mind?
Yeah.
So I understand like the idea of DeMar's wearing the jersey. He's texting the guys before the game and all those things. I understand that part of it. But it does seem like there's this question mark in the back of your mind as a player each week while you're preparing for a game. If they can figure out how to clear that and not have it, like, use that energy in a different way, then yeah, man, this could be a very magical run for Buffalo.
I think players compartmentalize that portion of it all the time. Like the idea of like that physicality and the harm this can be done. Now the thing about it is clearly this was something otherworldly in that way, and maybe that shatters that barrier or whatever, that compartment that you've created. But if that happens, then I think that, look, man, you might be done with this thing entirely, just because, look, playing football as someone, and I don't mean to say this like, in any sort of judgment, like if you are entirely rational, playing football is insane, right? Like, but the folks that are able to do that are able to compartmentalize it. Now, if you get to that place where you're now thinking about it in that depth, I don't know that you could play football. So I think the fact that dudes are still out there playing football means that they can compartmentalize this still in some way.
And the weird thing is this doesn't happen in football. It happens in baseball most, and then it happens in lacrosse, and it happens in hockey. So this is the weird thing, is this injury isn't common in anything. But if you're going to go, what is it common in? This is one of the injuries where it's actually not common in football, and you will probably never see it again on an NFL field. And just talking to my wife, you know, a lot of she hates saying this, it sounds, you know, insincere, but most people that have heart conditions that struggle with physical activity, usually they die in high school. That's usually when they don't make it this far. They don't make it this far in life if they have a bad heart and it hasn't been diagnosed.
There was a bunch of cool stuff surrounding this. Damar Hamlin was live tweeting the game, and his first tweet on the kickoff return was OMFG with
what does that mean?
Oh my freaking goodness is what I'm going to say. I know for radio purposes, I'm going to say that's what it means, but you know,
I appreciate that.
We want to stay on the air. He was super pumped about it. I think everybody was. Jim Nantz said it was storybook, and that's kind of how I felt about it. And then John Brown, the player for the Bills, after he scored a touchdown, the receiver, after he scored a touchdown, he went and took the football over to Denny Kellington, who is one of the coaches who administered CPR to Damar Hamlin. And he took the football, scored the touchdown, walked over, gave him the football, and...
Do you know what Kellington did with the ball afterwards?
I don't.
Like, did he keep it in his arms the rest of the game? Ooh. Did he go put it in a box? Did he put it back in the rotation? And he's like, no, just put that one back on the field.
Oh, my gosh. That last part feels like it would be too far.
Oh, what do you mean? That would be awesome.
To put
he's
it
like,
back in the
I'm
rotation?
committed to the game.
Yeah. And then bad things like happen to the Patriots when they try to throw that ball. All right. That would be kind of amazing. No, I don't know that. I'm assuming he gave it to like one of the equipment managers and said, will you put it in my office or will you put it in the locker room or whatever? And he did something with it later. But no, I don't know the answer.
That is
to
a cool
that.
gesture. Like that is absolutely a cool gesture, and I do like wonder if that's going to have a special place on his mantle whenever he gets home.
And to go along with that is Damar Hamlin is now producing T-shirts that you can get at the Did We Win shop. It's the two, I don't know, I can't do a heart better with
hands.
My hands. Yeah, the two hands that goes into the heart and Did We Win.
Don't you, just because somebody's calling me a douchebag on the thing.
Who did? Just some person.
Alcy something or whatever. But I feel like more emotional for me, at least. It just means that it just didn't hit me as emotionally as I think a lot of people. It hit you obviously tremendously, right, Kevin?
I thought it was a big deal. And yeah, Kellington's the trainer, not a coach.
And I do think it's a big deal to a lot of people. I think really to me, like the big deal would be if we see Damar Hamlin ever on a football field again.
Like you mean playing, right?
That's what I'm saying. Is like if
I would have a lot of mixed emotions there
next
too.
Year, if he's able to go to training camp, compete, make the team, and then you see him on the field week one, I'll be like, oh my gosh. But I mean, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I guess everybody's line is different on everything. I don't know.
Yeah. I thought the kickoff return was really cool, and it's been 3 years and 3 months since they've had a kickoff return for a touchdown. I thought that was pretty incredible.
When was the last time the Cowboys had one?
Preseason. Do I get to count that?
The Chargers.
I don't get to count that.
Punt and kickoff return.
How much of the Cowboys' reputation on special teams do you think has been built off of that preseason game?
Oh, a lot of it. Oh yeah, a lot of it was like, Turpin's just. Well, he has had some like big time runs, and I do want to go back and look, and we'll get to that at some point. I want to go back and look at the numbers if they were close to what Mike and I said he needed to average this year, because he never got the return fully, but he was pretty good.
He had some big returns, and some of them that were brought back due to penalties. Now, how much you want to say the penalties opened up the runs is a question.
I do want to bring it back to the shirt. Is the Did We Win shirt? So he is making that. He tweeted this out, and he said that proceeds of the shirt will go to the first responders and the University of Cincinnati Trauma Center. So he's not like bringing it up so he can make some more money and everything like that. It's so they can funnel the money or not funnel, that sounds nefarious.
It does.
I didn't mean it like that. So they can get the money to the first responders and the UC Trauma Center.
That is really cool. And I know there were a lot of people that were connected to him while he was there for sure. And I think that's understanding also how the Bills Mafia works and grooves.
Yeah.
They're more than willing to say, hey, we'll buy these shirts for this specific purpose for sure.
Is Cincinnati, Mike, still your favorite in the AFC?
Because if they would have won that game, then yes.
Because
they would have got the 2 seed. They would have only had to go to Kansas City, most likely, and they have Kansas City's number. I don't know if that means automatic win, but it just means you have to feel confident as a Cincinnati Bengals fan. You did it last year. You did it this year in a non-playoff game, but you literally feel like for some reason we're better than Kansas City head-to-head. And Buffalo has to come back to Kansas City where we just beat them. But because you didn't play that game, and I know you get into – maybe you can help me out here. Most likely Cincinnati wins and Buffalo wins.
I think that is probably
that game
correct.
is played where?
That game is going to be played in Buffalo.
All right. I don't think that's fair at all to Cincinnati, and I know that's why they've been complaining a lot. That's not fair. So now to pick Cincinnati to go to Buffalo and win and then go to Kansas City and win makes it a lot more difficult. But if they would have won that game, that's why I was basing the championship off of it.
I hear you.
I think Buffalo has a much better chance to go to the Super Bowl now.
I think you make a fair point because the AFC Championship game is at a neutral site because they say the two teams didn't play the same amount of games, right? And they're saying, well, Buffalo and Cincinnati played the same amount of games. But to your point, Zach Taylor's point, Joe Mixon's point, I understand where they're like, well, yeah, but we were playing Buffalo. We had the chance to get home field advantage for that game. So I understand the frustration level with where they're at, but I will just say that wouldn't have impacted them if they kept the rule the same. I think Cincinnati was angrier about the idea of a coin flip with the Ravens because if they wouldn't have changed the rule, it would have just been win percentage.
And just to add on, I just don't know if Buffalo can go on an emotional high for over a month. I think they can win the Super Bowl, but I just don't know if you can go on that emotional high for that long. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I feel like this week was stressful enough. Like this 1 week between games had to have been enough to be like, man, this was exhausting. It probably felt like just to hear that he was okay.
Yeah.
Took 3-4 days. So that must have felt like a couple of weeks, a month before they got to play football again or even think about real football for a time.
Do you think, this is totally speculation, so this might be a wasted question, do you think now they have to or they will turn all of their attention to football now that you're in the playoffs? Not that people can't visit DeMar or anything like that, but do you think everything has to go into playoff football because it's playoff football?
Man.
Not this week. They get to play the Dolphins. They're good.
Yes. I mean, I think that and that's McDermott's task now. He's got to get his quarterback on the same page with him of, hey, we have to all turn our attention now to this is the most important thing. We got to figure out a way to get DeMar's words to us, or if he can visit us or whatever. We do have to get, something from that too, but we have to, there's no way that they can go into this game with any other doubts or any other things like that. But Mike is right. It is Miami. So maybe having that common opponent, knowing that opponent so well, does make it a little bit easier.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are the Houston Texans the dumbest team in the NFL? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here from my friends.
DC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
With beautiful biscuits.
And we start with the question that I think will end up going into a different direction about the draft. I want to see if we can play cut number 28 right here. And our question: are the Houston Texans the dumbest team in the NFL?
Ultra prevent defense on 4th and 20. Mills buying some time, fires towards the end zone, and it is caught. Oh my word. Improbable. Akins. It went right through his hands. I thought it was an interception. Rodney Thomas had a chance, but instead it's Akins on a 28-yard touchdown.
I'm going to go ahead and answer your question with more questions, Kevin.
Ooh, nice. Great.
Dumbest team.
Yep.
Does that include the ownership and general manager group too?
Ooh, yes.
Okay. Their problem is that they let Lovie Smith know beforehand that he wasn't going to have his job back. And so he was like, hey, I'm going to go out here and win because why would I do anything for you guys? Like, and Lovie Smith said afterwards, he was like, look, I know I'm going to be back. I'm pretty confident I'm coming back.
Whoops.
And that could all been a big ploy because he had to have been looking at that thing going, there's no way they want to bring back a coach after this situation. But I think that Lovie Smith just went out there and won a football game for himself because that was a pride football game. He was like, yeah, I'm going to try and win a football game. I'm not going to throw this thing.
And so with about no time left, they go for 2, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think there was like 30, 40 seconds, but yes.
How are we smarter than NFL franchises? Because Jerry doesn't believe this either. But literally, your whole franchise is based off of your starting quarterback.
Yeah.
As much as everything else can go right, if you don't have one of, we've even heard from, the FC Dallas owner.
Oh, yeah. Hunt.
Yeah. Obviously, like, look, as long as you have a top 8 quarterback in the NFL, or you believe you have one of the 8 best quarterbacks in the NFL, you have a chance to win it all. If you don't, you don't. It's pretty much almost impossible unless you create one of the greatest defenses in NFL history. So knowing that, and you're the Houston Texans, and I know they have the 2nd pick, which means they can get one of the 2 quarterbacks. But to lose and to put yourself in a position where Chicago can take a quarterback, Chicago can trade out of that pick so somebody can trade up and take the quarterback you like the most.
Exactly.
So now all of a sudden you're like, we take the leftover. Or we hope that we do evaluate the quarterbacks in a way that everybody thinks this guy's the top pick, but we think this guy's a top pick, a la, I know it's different sport, a la Markelle Fultz versus Jason Tatum.
And I'm with you. That's where it comes down to me. From the 214, this is fair point. Not the dumbest team, because remember what the Patriots did a few weeks ago. That actually is a really good point. Is from the 479, they came in with all 3 of the Texans' number 1 picks were mediocre. That's not the point. It's an asset management point. There's actually several quarterbacks that could go very high in this list, with Bryce Young and CJ Stroud leading the way. If there are teams that, let's just say, covet Bryce Young, you could trade out of that slot. What if for some reason Chicago was like, Justin Fields ain't working for us, we need Bryce Young? You could always swap the picks from them. You could do whatever the hell you want. Having the number 1 pick for asset management purposes is better than having the number 2 pick.
Yeah, you're a team that needs a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like that in both of those teams. I mean, the Bears need a lot of things too, but you need a lot of things. You got to figure out a way to acquire those. Number 2 pick, can you get some things for it?
Sure.
Like you can trade.
Absolutely.
You can definitely, if you're like, you know what, we're willing to eat it for the quarterback 1 more year. We'll wait, but this is
They're going all in on Caleb Williams in 24.
This is another year of poor tanking. Like this is just another year of it.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's all you.
Well, I was going to say, Reggie, that being said, I do think the Miami situation put it very tough on ownership to go into a room during the week and say, I don't care what you do. At the end of the game, we need to have the lesser score.
Yeah.
Because then you might lose the pick altogether.
Absolutely. I mean, and piggyback off what Mike said is like, look, man, the organization, the team is not a monolith, right? You got players on the field that want to put up good tape at any given instance. And you have a coach that, look, man, he's not tethered to this thing as much as he may say that. And then even if he is tethered to this thing, right? Coaches don't want to just add losses to their record. Nobody really wants to do that.
It's just an unbelievable turn of events. By the way, this is my favorite part, is the franchise, the Texans official Twitter account, after the game was over, tweeted out, "Never give up."
Heck yeah.
Here's a sampling of some of the comments.
I'm sure they were just like, this is the kind of motivation we need for next year.
Chicago never gave up. They were 3-4 to start the year.
That, man, they sure did. And subsequently, Chicago loved the number 1 pick in the draft for the first time since 1947. Here are some of the comments.
What a great year.
Corey, you were close. You gave up on the fans. You gave up on the future. The number 1 thing you had to do was give up. LOL, the most tone-deaf franchise in sports.
Oh, man.
So, unfortunately, at least the
only 3
commenters...
comments.
There's a lot more. This would take up the whole segment.
You know what's amazing is the Texans probably aren't run as bad as the Houston Astros. And the Houston Astros are in a dynasty. We are almost to February. They still don't even have a general manager. They fired their general manager after winning the World Series. We
don't need him.
You would think, like, the way Jim Crane has ran the Astros at times, you're like, how in the world are they a dynasty? So, like, they do have the Astros who, when this thing does fall apart, and I don't know when it will because they are so loaded, but Houston's in trouble in their city with their sports franchises because I don't know. I guess the Texans are going to take a quarterback, but they might. What if they have to trade pick 2 and pick 12 just to get to 1?
Yeah.
Because if you're Chicago and you do want to keep Justin Fields, you might go, well, I mean, we'll make this really simple. We'll just drop back 1 spot and you also give us the 12th pick.
Yes. I think that probably is an accurate take on that. All right, let's go back to the Bengals. Do you agree with this quote? And this might be a longer discussion because I think he makes an excellent point. There's discussion about the Bengals Super Bowl window, and he said the window is my whole career. The window is always open.
Burrow?
Yes.
I think that for him, he thinks that, but he's
going to be humbled.
The history of he's going to get $50 million a year.
Sure.
And when you get $50 million a year, it makes it tough. I mean, one of the reasons, not all, one of the reasons Tyreek Hill is on the Dolphins is because Patrick Mahomes does make a lot of money now. I know that they do it salary cap wise and you can manipulate things, but when your quarterback releases off of that rookie contract, it makes it more difficult to put a really good defense with really good weapons and to try to, I know he doesn't have a good offensive line, but at least to try to put a good offensive line around him. So I do think the best time to win is the first 5 to 6 years of that quarterback's career. And then after that, it just becomes more difficult. And then sometimes you get lucky and Tom Brady makes a behind the scenes deal where he gets more from Robert Kraft than we'll ever know of because it's not on the cap.
Yeah, because he builds a little center next door and says, hey, just send all your players over there.
And he got it rent free. How that wasn't circumventing the salary cap, I'll never understand. Do you want to talk a little bit more about Tom Brady? Or would you rather talk about Patrick Mahomes?
I just wanted to check something because Bobby has posted some stats on Dak Prescott in cold weather under 50 degrees.
He's perfect.
It's not very good.
Oh, that's surprising.
But I just went and checked the weather, Kevin. Tampa Bay, we're going to be just fine. I think it's like mid-60s.
Yes!
Yeah, we're going to be okay.
Game over.
But that's 10 days away, so who knows?
How many days away do you think the game is?
15.
It's 7 days, Corey.
Oh, there's no bye week?
No.
Nobody gets a bye week.
Well, I mean, the really good teams do.
Oh, we're really good. We're 12-5.
Speaking of, that is fair. The elite team. Actually, I don't even think there's an elite NFL team. The 2 number 1 seeds.
Gotcha.
I should have just jumped right to that. Is Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, the MVP, because he will win that award.
You wait until 12:40ish when Mike Bassick does his segment where he talks about the NFL awards.
Oh, okay. Can I tell you a non-award-based Patrick Mahomes fact?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're probably right. He probably is winning.
He threw for 202 yards and ran for 29 yards Saturday, and the Chiefs 31-13 win over the Raiders.
What a bum. We call them bums when they put up bad stats and they win by 1,000.
You're right. But here's a stat that he will like. He has 5,608 yards of offense this season, which is the most ever for a quarterback, breaking the record of the non-mobile Drew Brees in 2011, who had 5,562 yards. So congratulations to Patrick Mahomes for that.
And the first ever quarterback to throw a touchdown after they did Ring Around the Rosies.
That was such a wild
Loved it.
formation. I did too.
I'll tell you what, NFL players are nice.
What do you mean? Because
If
you
I was on the Raiders, our season is over. I'm like, guess what's happening to y'all's knees and balls right now?
Oh my goodness.
My helmet is
mark
going
that.
into it as many times as possible.
All right.
Andy Reid just chuckled about it whenever they ran that. He was like,
I mean, I get what they were
Look at these
doing. They
guys.
wanted to do a quick snap thing. Detroit did it, but they didn't
Yeah.
do Ring Around the Rosies
Yeah.
at the end of the game.
I dare them to do it in the playoffs.
Do you remember the rest of that song?
Pocket full of posies.
Ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
Did they all die?
It's about the plague.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You're supposed to keep roses in your pocket so you can smell good because everything stunk.
Yeah, it makes it sound fun. It's like the Titanic. Put on the band. Let's all drown.
Thoughts on that, Corey?
Or freeze to death.
All right, let's.
My thoughts are there was plenty of room for Jack to be on top of that thing with her.
For sure.
Not according to a little
Dude, you could have
documentary.
fit like 15 different people on there.
Wow, that feels like maybe too many. All right, let's talk about Tom Brady. He set 2 NFL records on the very same play.
Is it about being old?
No.
Okay, good.
He got his 486th completion on his 727th pass of the season. Both are the most in the history of the NFL. So when we talk even more going forward about how pass heavy that team is and how they think the run game is stupid or maybe they're just bad at it, there's another example of Tom Brady setting those records. And then he went and hit the bench and they lost. And the Tampa Bay Bucks became just the 6th team in NFL history to make the playoffs with a losing record. This was also Tom Brady's first losing season as a starting quarterback.
Wow.
So,
And yet 21 years in a row of making the playoffs.
it is
Somehow figured out at 8 and 9 how to be. That's why, like, when they talk about the Raiders, I'm like, you sure you want to go to the Raiders? Like, Patrick Mahomes ain't losing that thing.
I'm inclined to agree with you about that.
And then, oh my God, Cowboy fans are going to go crazy Monday night if they lose to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yes, I will. I'll be so mad.
And I'll say, hey, look, it's a great game, and Tom Brady's great, and, you know, what can you do? I mean, sometimes
so mad.
Dak throws to the team in the different colors.
He won't.
and-
He won't on Monday night.
Is that a Corey guarantee?
Want to bet?
Is that going to be a side bet?
I don't
my
know how he
goodness.
does it, but he finds the other team, or it does hit our guys in the chest
Hold
and
on.
it bounces to them. But
Before you make any wagers, I want to remind you that Bernie Kosar was originally pulled from the pregame broadcast for the Browns and then eventually let go because he said declaratively during the show that he was betting $19,000 on the Browns. He did also say he was donating the money to charity if he won the bet.
he can't bet.
He can't donate money to charity?
I think it's just frowned upon to bet the team that you're covering to that extent. I don't know. If
You're betting on him to win.
I guess maybe there probably are rules that Babe and Brad can't bet on the game.
Yes. Bobby can't bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then I understand why he was fired because we don't have the knowledge that they get. They get to interview coaches and players before in the game and stuff, so I get it.
So just keep that in mind. I don't want y'all to get in any trouble for that.
We just did betting with Bassick for 17 weeks or 18 weeks.
I don't know what you're talking
We just
about.
didn't do it
I'm
for
just
19,000.
assuming-
I don't think there's any podcasts of that
We
up. So
never
No.
bet in games involving the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think, since we were talking about the Bengals, what did you think about Joe Mixon flipping
This
the
coin flip?
coin? And then did you see Eli Apple grabbed the Roger Goodell cutout coin with him wearing the clown nose and held it on the sidelines?
Mike, I might be with Mike on this. They might go undefeated and just destroy everybody the entire way here.
Because Cincinnati's so frustrated
They're-
with
yeah,
how
they're-
they got screwed over.
That galvanized them even more. They're already a good team. It motivated them even more. the Joe Mixon thing, I thought it was funny. He was like, hey, Chad Johnson said he'd cover any fine. So if I get fined, then I got to give Chad Johnson a call because that was Chad Johnson's idea. He was like, hey, somebody please do this for us.
Can I ask the question? Don't you think it's more fair if Cincinnati and Buffalo played each other? It would just be at a neutral site.
Yes.
And most likely that's going to happen next week, not this upcoming week. That the most fair thing, and I think Cincinnati would be okay with, look, we just can't play this game at either place. We have to play it at a neutral site.
AT&T's not hosting any games, so.
That's a good point, because it is interesting. They give Buffalo the neutral site if they make it off of the assumption that they would have won.
But they have a worse record.
But they don't give that same grace to Cincinnati if they would have won their game against Buffalo. I do think that is a bit perplexing.
Which is supreme. Like, that's why Cincinnati is as ticked off as they are, man.
I get it. I get it. Did you see that Michael Jordan scored a touchdown over the weekend in an NFL game?
His son?
I didn't see this.
It's Michael Jordan, the lineman, who scored when Sam Darnold looked like he was about to score a touchdown and then fumbled the ball.
Man, he's the GOAT for real.
Then he fumbled the ball, and then Michael Jordan recovered it.
That is the best line in Space Jam 2, is we want Michael A. Jordan, not Michael B. Jordan. That one did make me laugh out loud.
Excited.
Is it smart to name your kid after the greatest at something?
It's tough because Michael's such a common name, or Mike.
But then, like, that kid has something to live up to the entire life that they just can't get to at all. But I guess he scored a touchdown as a lineman, so
that's pretty
impressive.
Pretty amazing. Work out. Somebody named their kid Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He played at UCLA and made the Miami Dolphins.
Are you serious?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar who played for UCLA and then was like a second-round pick. And
was this like in the 90s?
Like late 90s, early 2000s?
Okay. That actually does sound...
There it is.
That actually...
I mean, it's a lot easier to name your kid
5'11", 194 pounds.
Jordan
Same
is
guy.
a common last name. Michael's a common first name. To get to your kid being named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar doesn't sound common. Maybe it is, but that doesn't sound like a common name that ended up getting doubled up.
Valid.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time to talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. And then don't forget, also in the noon o'clock hour, we have TCU alum and Super Bowl MVP Larry Brown. So we'll get into that next right here on The Fan.
and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm hoping, I know Monday morning, it's always tough to say, but do you guys get the sense that health-wise, how did the Cowboys come through that game, and how is Deron Bland looking?
I think we came through the game health-wise pretty good. I think we're going to be just fine, and, the good news is we'll be getting some more players back. So, overall, as we head into the playoffs here, we feel health is not an issue.
Well, and since you just referenced that, I was curious. I feel like, or I guess I hope as a Cowboys fan, is that in allusion to Biotish, Hankins, and LVE? Is the hope or anticipation that all three will be ready for Tampa Bay?
That's our hope right now. I mean, you never know once you get them out there practicing, if you have a setback or something. But right now, I think in general, our trainers feel very good about where they've progressed to up to this point, and ready for them to work back into practice this week and get ready to go play the Buccaneers.
Steven, I'm not going to lie. After that game last night, it felt pretty gross. And I had to go take a shower and clean that off real quick. And I was kind of curious, how do you cleanse yourself after one of those kind of nights?
Well, I mean, it's obviously very disappointing, the way we played the game. And we're certainly not going to have any success against anything if we play like that. My hat is off to the Redskins. They came out ready to play. They do have a very talented defense, and but at the same time, that's what we're gonna see in the playoffs. You're gonna see really good defenses, really good offenses, and I don't know, what was exactly. We got to put our finger on it, but we've got to move forward. We're better than that, and know we can play better than that, and we just have to put that behind us and get ready to play the Buccaneers.
Well, and that is interesting that you said you can't put your finger on it, because Jaron Kerr said the same thing last night after the game, that we're not playing our best ball, and I don't know why. And that kind of concerns me. Does that concern you a little bit, that he can't figure out why they aren't playing their best?
No, I think I just think, at the end of the day, Mike will get this team ready. I think this is a good wake-up call for our team, in terms of knowing, hey, we've got to put all the work in during the week to have success on day of game. And, I'm just convicted. We've got a good group of guys, who I know what this means to them. I know all the work they put in through this season. Most teams, when you go through the course of a season, have a game like this. Obviously, by far, our toughest, worst game, if you will, in terms of a defeat. But, we just have to bounce back. One good thing about this team is we've bounced back after every loss. And I think the guys will do the same thing again. We got great leadership on this team, starting with Dak. We've got a great coaching staff with Mike and Kellen and Dan and Bones. And, I just think, I'm just convicted that we'll go out there and we'll do the work and get prepared the right way, and that we'll bounce back and have success.
Steven, the run game hasn't been its best lately. What gives you optimism that the running game can get back on track in the playoffs?
Well, I mean, one of the things that will be helpful is get Biotish back. Getting him back will be a big deal. And, he's the quarterback of that offensive line. I think things just go a little smoother. Not that Connor doesn't do a nice job in there, but it's not where he's played most of the time. I think to get him back, to get our starting center back in the middle of that offensive line is going to go a long ways toward helping that. I think it coincides with the games that he's missed in terms of our struggles. I like our conviction to run the ball. I just think we got to be more productive doing it, and I think we can.
Is there, and that all makes sense to me. I was kind of curious, is there any concern that it also coincides with the injury loss of Terrence Steele, and maybe that is the explanation for some of the running struggles as well?
Well, I just think our guys are going to get the job done. I think Tyron's one of the best in the business. He's getting acclimated over there, but I just think we get the group, get guys back in their places. I think it'll be a big plus as we move forward, and convicted that we'll do the things that we need to do in practice this week, to get the ball rolling again. I mean, obviously going into that game, I've seen statistics where we're the number one scoring offense in the league before this game over the last 8 games. So, I don't think you let one game ever define you. I know this team won't do it. And as I said, they've bounced back after every loss that we've had this year and bounced back in a positive way. And I fully expect that this time.
I was just curious, since you did bring up that statistic, is some of those points are at least built in via defensive points or defensive turnovers. How important is it for the defense to turn the ball over to get the offense going?
I think that's always important. I mean, that's a big part of most teams. I mean, anytime you lose that turnover battle in the NFL, there's a good chance you're going to lose the game. We certainly lost it last night. We shot ourselves in the foot. We were batting off. We weren't very good in any phase. Obviously, special teams, having the 2 turnovers there, was a big negative. We lost the turnover battle. I think anytime you create turnovers and you win the turnover battle, you give yourself a much better chance to win the game.
Stephen Jones joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, as he does every Monday. Stephen, before the season, we were in Oxnard, and I remember asking you about the money, and Kevin had a very good question about the money that Amari Cooper had left over and what your plans were, and we discussed the potential of adding a wide receiver. That was something you thought, hey, a veteran wide receiver is going to still be important. Have you finished that? Is that done this season? Are you done with the veteran wide receiver? Do you think you found the answer opposite CeeDee Lamb?
Well, obviously Michael's had some really good games this year. Gallup has, and then he's had some quiet games. And I think T.Y. has come in here and done some good things. He had part of our problem last night were some drops, and he had a few himself. I fully expect a veteran like him to bounce back and make the catches. He made some great catches last night, and overall he's been very productive for us. And I fully expect Michael to play well. And obviously CD's had one of the best seasons of any wideout in the NFL. So, like I said, we're not going to let one game define us. It's real easy to take a game like this and really give a good critical look at anything. I mean, we just didn't play well. Really in any phase, if you really want to go to it, and we have to be better if we want to have success in the playoffs.
Since you brought up CeeDee Lamb, I think we all agree he has had a phenomenal season, and I know there are ebbs and flows throughout a game, and obviously you do not call the plays or anything like that, but CeeDee Lamb didn't get targeted until the team's 5th drive. Were you surprised by that? And I'm assuming that can't happen in the playoffs.
Well, like I said, at the end of the day, between Mike and Kellen and Dak, and the reads and what they're given in any given game can dictate that. And they're probably the better people to ask about, when balls ultimately start going to certain players. At the end of the day, obviously CeeDee's a big part of our offense. Certainly when he has success, the offense has success. And certainly the more times we can get him with his hands on the ball, he has more chances to make big plays, which he's very capable of doing. So I'm certainly certain Mike and Dak and Kellen can answer those questions better. But I do know this. I do know we go into most games wanting to give CD his share of opportunities.
Stephen, on the defensive side, do you believe Van Der Esch and Hankins will be ready for Monday night?
He said he thinks
so.
Yes.
And then
at this point, we feel good about it.
When it comes to Tom Brady, obviously one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, but he can't run. And Tampa Bay really struggles to run the ball throughout this season. Do you feel like that at least helps you guys out matchup-wise?
Well, you don't want to take anything for granted. Anytime you're playing playoff football, everybody picks it up a notch. You're playing one of the greatest quarterbacks probably the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. Certainly is hardware has skins on the walls to prove it. he's going to be a challenge. They're going to be a challenge. We're going to have to play our best football if we want to go beat Tampa in Tampa.
Stephen, we saw the report this morning that Dan Quinn, the Broncos requested permission to talk to him. Are you guys willingly letting him do this? And then on top of that, how does he balance, staying focused here with also that on his plate?
Well, Dan's the ultimate pro. And, of course, NFL rules prohibit you from allowing any assistant coach to interview. It's more of a notice than it is a permission slip. So, the way the rules are now, the way the rules are in the NFL now, any assistant coach can interview for a head coaching job. Obviously, there's some protocols that are in place from a competitive standpoint that allows Dan to continue to do his job at a high level for us, but also give him the opportunity, if he so chooses, to take an opportunity with another team in terms of an interview.
Do you like the idea of the Tampa game being next Monday because you get an extra day to prep, but obviously the flip side could be how it looks if you make it to the divisional round?
Yeah, I mean, we're comfortable. I mean, the schedule is what it is. I mean, we get to play on Monday night. It'll be a great audience. It'll be a great. We're playing against a really good Tampa team, coached by, quarterback by the greatest player to play the game probably, and you relish that opportunity. It'll be a challenge, and we look forward to it.
Last night, Jason Garrett said the Cowboys struggle defensively on grass. Can you talk about how much faster guys can play on turf rather than on grass?
There's all schools of thought. And at the end of the day, you play the game where it's scheduled to be played. And we've got to go out and play our best football to win a football game. And I don't think the guys let it get into their head as to whether it's on grass or turf. I just think you suit them up, you put on your cleats, and you go play football.
And Stephen, I'm trying to figure out how the cornerback position opposite Diggs gets kind of figured out this week. I mean, you add Xavier Rhodes, but you also have some other options there. Is it kind of we just got to watch all these guys in practice? What's the best option here?
No, I think Dan's been getting his hands around that. He wanted to see some things last night, and I think he's starting to get a feel in his mind how he wants to play our corners, and I think we'll have a good rotation there in terms of how we want to play, our top three corners, and we'll go from there.
All right, excellent. Appreciate it very much, good sir. We're all looking forward to the playoffs and hopefully talking with you next week, getting ready for the division round.
Sounds great, guys. Great being on with you.
There you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. I think one of the things is, is something I think about, Mike, that you brought up is when we talk about breaking down that game, you talked about where they see the team versus where the rest of us see the team. And, we had conversations with him last week and the week before that about it doesn't just feel like it's one game. It feels like there's been a couple of games, like the Houston game, the Jacksonville game that jump to mind that are troublesome when combined with last night's game.
Mike, you've said this many times before. A manager in baseball can only have the come to Jesus meeting maybe once a year. If you've done it twice, man, it better be late in the season.
You're good. Once a half.
Yeah, and I am like Stephen Jones. It does him no good to come on here and go, man, this guy was miserable last night, all season long. But I do wonder if there is a point where you just go, you know what, now's the time. I do need to. Some people need that call. And there have been moments where they said, hey, CeeDee Lamb needs to do this. There have been a couple of moments this year, but for the most part, it's been just keep the hand on the wheel, keep it steady. Don't move the boat too much, because if we do, we don't know how fragile these guys could be. That's the way that it feels like they treat them with it, like they're very fragile. And it seems like there should be a moment where you're like, not good enough, man. These guys got to respond.
I wonder this, and we're not in the room, and we don't, and Bobby gets great information, Broadus gets great information, we try to relay that information, but what we don't know is during the Houston film session, and I don't think that you need to yell at the guys after a win, but you might say, hey, you know you're going to get your ass kicked in this league if you play like that. And I don't know if McCarthy, if Kellen Moore, if Dan Quinn, throughout this kind of 4 games or so, went over the film on Mondays and said, guys, I'm glad we won, and there are positives to look at, but these are bad negatives. These aren't just like, hey, everybody has bad plays. Like, you guys are playing like butt at times, and you're going to get destroyed here if you guys keep doing this.
I definitely want to ask Broadus about something he tweeted out and kind of went back and forth with a few people, was the idea that when they kept asking on the TV broadcast, why are the starters still out there? Why are the starters still out there? Is Broadus seemed to either insinuate or flat out say, oh, no, they're out there for a reason. Like, this is a message. Is you don't just get to, I don't know if the message was you don't get to bail.
You don't get a free day off.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not doing what it takes to be ready for that day off.
Yes.
You know, if you wanted the day off, we should be up by 40 right now. Otherwise, get back out there. Y'all have stuff to fix.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, as we jump into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway, we will do some Mike Likes It, but also Super Bowl MVP, and perhaps today, more importantly, TCU alum Larry Brown joins the show. Let's talk about that national championship game next on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
Fancy Masterpiece is brought to you by Bacon Plumbing, and never forget that our fan studios are presented by DFW Security. Residential, small business, or commercial, protect yourself like many other Tolos do at dfwsecurity.com.
Fancy Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we might flip things around just a little bit. We're going to talk with Larry Brown, Super Bowl MVP, and maybe most importantly today, TCU alum going into the national championship game against Georgia. But first, we'll do some Mike Likes It.
Okay, so in Mike Likes It, this is from ESPN's Bill Barnwell. Hopefully Larry Brown joins us soon, but I have the top 3 candidates at each major spot, and you guys tell me who should win the award.
Okay.
The first award they have here for ESPN is the NFL Coach of the Year. Your 3 candidates are Kyle Shanahan, Nick Jaundice Sirianni, and
So
Doug
rude.
Peterson. So Doug Peterson, Nick Sirianni, and Kyle Shanahan, who is your Coach of the Year?
Do you think it was going to be Brian Dable until he waved the white flag yesterday and he was like, I'm not going to try? I'm going to say, look, if you're on your 3rd quarterback and you go 13-4 and end the season with 10 straight wins, I'm going to go Shanahan.
Great. Where's my Dougie Fresh love? Corey, Doug Peterson, Nick Sirianni, Kyle
did a hell of a
Shanahan.
job.
Who is the NFL Coach of the Year? Those are the 3 candidates.
I'll tell you
they
this:
have.
Doug Peterson's a hell of a coach. Like to see what they were last year, what they started as this year, what they finished as, completely different teams. But Shanahan's my pick.
Well, I'll tell you what, you 2 Nimrods got it completely and totally right. They did pick Kyle Shanahan as NFL Coach of the
Peterson
Year.
second?
They actually had Nick Sirianni second, and then they had Doug Peterson
I get
third.
it.
So Jaundice comes in second again. Comeback Player of the Year. Ho, Reggie.
Oh, well, now I know the answer for sure. It should be.
This is the year.
Damn it. Brian
That
Robinson.
J.O. Smith.
All right, your 3 candidates.
Puts it all together.
Well,
Geno
now I know
Smith.
who was going to win.
Saquon Barkley. Or traded San Francisco 49er Christian McCaffrey. Those are your 3 top candidates for comeback player of the year.
Corey, I think we're in agreement. It should have been
Brian
Brian Robinson. I realize that.
Well, he's not on the list.
I will say, based on how y'all started this, that it's going to be
Say it
Geno
right.
Smith.
Say it right.
Oh, that Geno Smith has put it all together and
Thank
will
you.
win comeback player of the year.
Corey,
Geno Smith.
just when I think you guys couldn't get any dumber, you totally redeem yourself and
Eugene
pick
Cyril Smith.
Geno Smith
They love to
as
see it.
Bill Barnwell's comeback player of the year. Offensive rookie of the year, Garrett Wilson, wide receiver. Chris Olave, wide receiver. And Tyler Aguirre, running back. Algiers. Running back, Falcons. I loved watching him all year.
I'm going to say
I don't think I watched one Falcons snap all year. I can't even remember watching a snap of the Falcons.
That's
play
called
football.
self-care.
I'm going to say Garrett Wilson is my guy
I like it.
with the Jets.
Finally, you guys get one completely and totally wrong. It is Chris Olave of
Why do you take so
the
much
New Orleans
joy in
Saints.
that?
You guys are 2 for 3.
Okay.
Okay, so they have Chris Olave. We'll see what happens. I do think that's very close.
Oh, yeah. I was just, some people brought this up at the fan text. No love for Dan Campbell in Coach of the Year. I do think he's done a heck of a job.
I didn't make the list. This is Bill Barnwell.
What happened to Brian Daboll?
Yes,
Okay.
PN. Defensive Rookie
Daves.
of the Year, Aiden Hutchinson of the Lions.
Idiot.
Tariq Woolen, cornerback, Seahawks, and Sauce Gardner of the New York Jets, otherwise known as, I forget his real name.
It's Ahmed, right?
Ahmed, yeah. I actually pulled one of his cards and I was like, who's this Ahmed?
Because that was numbered to
Gardner.
10, and I was like, oh, Sauce! And you go, is that who that is? Because I was freaking out, and Mike's like, well, this is a trash card. I was like, no, this is a
No,
real.
You could have taken it
There's-
from for cheap.
They must have drafted 2 Gardners on this team, one Ahmad and one Sauce.
A Sauce Gardner.
By the way, Nick Cannon named his kids different names.
My wife
would hope so.
showed me something.
Well, they're like just like they're things.
What?
Nick
Are you
Cannon.
saying? I know who Nick Cannon is. What are you saying?
Go look at Nick Cannon, and he's had 13 kids. Unfortunately, one of them passed away at a very early age. But when you look at their names, they're things. They're like things.
Can you not think of a thing?
I forget their
Like
names.
a sofa or fridge
Yeah.
cannon.
Oh, like objects.
Yeah, they're objects.
Got you.
Things.
Sure.
My wife showed me a meme, and it was where they put all the strollers at Disney World, and they're like, hey, Nick Cannon's here.
Like if you're playing the pyramid game, you could be like Nick Cannon's kids' names.
Okay.
And you wouldn't ever think of a name. You would have to think of a thing or an object. All right, so who's
What
you
was
guys,
your question?
You guys pick Sauce Gardner. You guys win.
Okay.
Nobody's gonna pick
I
anything.
honestly could not remember what your question was.
That was an object failure right there.
Ooh, got him.
I didn't
Okay.
hear what you said.
Oh.
This isn't an award, but they said it should be Best Offensive Lineman of the Year.
I mean, it was Terrence Steele for a while.
This is the only thing the Cowboys won on this list. The only Cowboy that was actually on this whole list.
Is it Zach Martin then?
It is Zach Martin. Actually, there's a Cowboy on the list earlier in a second here. Best individual performance of the season. They have Minka Fitzpatrick versus the Bengals in week 1.
Is that the one where Joe Burrow turned the ball over like 4 times and a half?
Biggest upset of the season, the Panthers over the Buccaneers in week 7, 21-3. The catch of the season, Justin Jefferson against the Bills in week 10.
Oh my gosh. That was incredible.
The game of the season was week 2, the Dolphins 42 and the Ravens 38. So they said awards that should exist. Zach Martin does win the Offensive Lineman of the Year. Free agent signing of the year.
Okay, I'm worried about this one.
This isn't a real award, but he says this should be.
I'm worried about this one. I don't know who it'll be, but I remember when we talked about like how the Eagles got so good. They had 3 of the top 4 additions. So is it?
It is an Eagle.
Who is it?
James Bradbury of the
Okay,
Eagles.
he's been really good this year.
So he ended up. Oh well, there's a whole bunch of names they give, but he signed a contract. Defensive Player of the Year.
He signed a contract, Corey.
Chris Jones.
I think I know.
Micah Parsons or Nick Bosa.
It's Nick Bosa.
I have terrible news. Is the report was that they took Defensive Player of the Year betting odds off the board because it was statistically impossible in their determination that Nick Bosa wouldn't win.
Yeah, I saw that.
You are correct.
How big of a I don't want to derail your segment too much, Mike, but I am curious, like how big of a letdown is that Micah went from not only being the defensive player of the year, but I mean like an emphatic leader for defensive player of the year, and he's dropped so much, even though he's still second. The gap has gotten so wide that you can't even bet on it anymore.
Well, I don't want to use the word disappointment because I think there was a big learning experience for Micah Parsons, the player, and the defensive staff. Now, hopefully Dan Quinn is back next year, but I think they learned that his body is not big enough to play defensive end this much.
Yeah.
So they either have to ask him, you need to put on 15 pounds in the offseason because we're going to now play you at defensive end the rest of your life, or we have to go more of a split we did in his rookie year if we're going to want him to stay the same size and be a similar player. Not that he had a bad end of the season, but he talked about my body's breaking down. He told Von Miller that my body hurts a lot more this year than my rookie year because of playing defensive end so much. So I do think he was still a great player. He's going to finish second. That's great. And now we just have to go into the offseason going, do we want Micah Parsons to be a defensive end? If so, he has to change his body. If we want him to be the hybrid player that he was more of his rookie year, then we say, hey, stay the same size. It's up to us to put you in situations where when you're on the defensive line as a defensive end, we're only going to do that 35 to 45% of the snaps you play. That'll be an interesting thing on what the Cowboys do in the offseason with Micah Parsons. Offensive player of the year. Your candidates are Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, and Travis Kelce. Obviously, they try to give this to a non-quarterback.
Yeah, so basically the non-quarterback of the year.
Yes.
Jefferson, right?
Yeah, I would say Jefferson. He had a phenomenal season, man. And the last two games aside, he had a really, really good year.
I think what helped him here is, and this is according to Bill Barnwell, is that Tyreek Hill, his quarterback situation kind of dropped off too. So Justin Jefferson ends up winning his offensive player of the year, even though he had at the midway point, he did have Tyreek Hill as the offensive player of the year. But obviously, Slow-Mo Glitzstein playing quarterback yesterday didn't help out, and neither did Tyrod Taylor.
Or Skywalker.
And my last one.
You mean Teddy Bridgewater?
Yeah, Teddy B.
Okay.
Most valuable player of the year. Your candidates are Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, who will never be on this list again, and Patrick Mahomes are your three candidates. Ask Lamar Jackson if he gets on the list. He keeps doing the same thing. And they're like, no, not good enough. So Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow. Who is your MVP of the NFL?
I mean, I think it's easily the oldest quarterback in the AFC playoffs, Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, wow. Is he
is.
Not wow to your answer? Because I agree with that.
Yeah, 3 of them were drafted in 2020.
Holy moly!
Yeah, he is the oldest quarterback.
2 of them were drafted in 2018.
What a relic!
And how old is he?
27, I think.
Good night.
AFC's weird.
Yeah,
bro.
he is 27. Wow. I also think it's going to be Patrick Mahomes. That's bananas. Sorry, that's really tripping me out.
I don't think I've heard anybody say that's bananas in a long time, and I really appreciated that.
Yeah.
They do say now, as the season has ended,
Willikers.
at least Bill Barnwell says, this is a pretty comfortable MVP pick. Like, he's not worried about being wrong on this one, is that this one will be pretty consensus that he gets most of, if not all of, the first place votes, and that Jalen Hurts and Joe Burrow will split the second place votes. And he thinks that Jalen Hurts will finish second, but he thinks that Patrick Mahomes wins this pretty easily with his second MVP award in his 5 seasons as being in the NFL. I mean, he has 6 years, but he played 1 game.
I do kind of wonder if, let's say Jamar Chase is healthy all season and offensive line better protection earlier in the year for Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
If that's a little bit different, because I think Joe's kind of right in that category now where, look, I win big games. I know how to quarterback. And when he said the window, I think he really believes that as long as he's playing, the window's open for Cincinnati, which is a valid way to approach it.
A lot of things will be determined come playoff time on how we really rank quarterbacks. Like it or not, that's when we start really going, he's better than him. But I do think Joe Burrow has now become the second best quarterback in the NFL ahead of Josh Allen.
I would be inclined to agree with that, with the caveat, like you pointed out, that it could flip.
It could.
Instantaneously.
Obviously, you go to the divisional round and Josh Allen throws for 4 touchdowns and Burrow throws for 2 touchdowns and Buffalo wins, then a lot of people will say, well, obviously Josh Allen's better. They just played each other in the playoffs.
Now, when we're talking about quarterbacks, who has the better quarterback tonight? Is it the boringly, fancily named Stetson Bennett?
Stetson Fleming Bennett IV.
Or that, what? I don't know if that's true,
That
but
is
that
100%
sounds right.
correct.
Okay, but even if it wasn't, that sounds right. Or Hacksaw Max Duggan, or you can go with Maxaw Duggan if you want, because the bettors have a clear preference.
Mad Max Duggan?
Ooh, I like that too. Mad Max Duggan, 5.5 to 1 on your money to win MVP tonight. Stetson Bennett, less than even money. Which,
what does that mean?
Well, it obviously means they have built in a Georgia victory because Kenny McIntosh is second on the list, so another Georgia player. So the top 2 MVPs come from Georgia, which is a heavy implication, if the point spread wasn't enough to tell you this, that folks around Vegas are counting on a Georgia victory tonight.
Man, that is... yeah. And Mike, we've kind of been discussing that all morning, is where we kind of land on this thing together. I think Maxaw is one of those guys, though, that like you root for, Kevin.
Oh, for
and that's,
sure.
Like, that's why I would just happily put my money on it, because this is the way like he goes through the game. It's just, it's gritty. And everybody wants to use that word about a player. Like, he has this grit that goes along with it. Not the dance,
Stars dude
not the
or
dance. But no, that's the Philadelphia Flyers.
Yeah.
But like you want to root for a guy. Plus,
green.
we got that Texas thing going tonight. So I don't know what Vegas is saying, but
I think you've hit on something that happens in the collectible world as well. Is like, my son collects Jimmy Butler, loves Bulls cards. Are those likely to take over the world and explode in value? Probably not, but he collects. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to just drop a bet on. Max Duggan is absolutely a viable candidate to win MVP tonight.
I would be shocked if he doesn't win MVP if TCU pulls off the upset.
Exactly.
Obviously, you'd have the wide receiver situation who's going to be a top 10 pick, but usually they give it to the quarterback who threw to the wide receiver.
Yeah, and so I
Is
think
the running back healthy?
they said he's a game time decision and he's 50-50.
Shoot it
So
up. I mean,
I have not seen an update today. I'm going to go check on that. But yeah, Johnston is the next favorite for TCU. But to your point, I don't think it's a bad strategy to drop a smaller amount of money on somebody that you really appreciate. And you're like, when he wins, you're like, yeah, I believed in him so much so that I made $110 or $55.
Don't worry about that $65 that I lost in the game. It's
Sure.
all about the money that I made on that player.
Holland's listening right now, and I'm trying to figure out.
The whole country?
Derek Holland.
Oh.
Yeah, probably, the whole
love
Holland
Amsterdam.
country.
And just the thing is, are you going to ask him if he's rooting for
I think
or
he's rooting for
against
TCU, but I just
Okay.
want his money. So I'm just wanting him to make a bet on this. He's asking me, who do I like or want? I will tell you
The
this.
spread's 13.
I'm worried about this being a blowout. I hope it's not. I want TCU to win. I'll be rooting just as hard as everybody else. I guess maybe not, because if you went to TCU or whatever, you'll be rooting harder. But I want TCU to win this game, but I am worried that this game could get out of hand.
There are a couple of positive factors at play with that in mind in terms of the game getting out of hand. It's true that Georgia's 14-0. They've been number one for most of the year. They are 7-7 against the spread. TCU, meanwhile, 10-3-1 against the spread. And don't forget, this is a Georgia team that got outplayed against Ohio State. Like, I know they won, but there was a crazy series of events towards the end of that game that led to their victory. They look like the worst team against Ohio State. Or maybe CJ Stroud was just having the greatest game of his life at the perfect time for the draft. Either way, I am optimistic that
Good.
this game will be competitive.
I'm looking at Georgia's schedule/wins, and I know September and October really don't mean much. At Missouri, they won 26-22. That was within 14 points. They beat Tennessee 27-13, so that was a 14-point win. And they beat Kentucky 16-6. Those are their only games that they wouldn't have covered a 14-point spread.
Yeah.
Or sorry, a 13-point spread.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
they would cover a 4 because they beat Tennessee by 14, so that would cover tonight's spread. So only twice did they win by less than 14 points.
And the game against Tennessee, Kevin, that was one that was frustrating because Tennessee's quarterback was holding on to the ball, and I was like, you're not playing the same game you were playing against Alabama.
Right.
And so I felt really frustrated by that one, but that just shows what Georgia is as a team. Now, I think that Maxaw's going out there doing that tonight? Heck no, I don't. I think he's going out there and he's going to let it fly, baby. I think
Last game.
I think he's going to be really in that zone of I've been waiting for this moment. Here I am for it. I think this team's ready for a rival.
And Corey, worth noting is when you're talking about how Tennessee was not able to play that same game, Tennessee absolutely loved just flying down the field. Georgia was we will play man defense and shut that down, which doesn't bode well for the prospects of TCU getting those big plays with Quentin Johnston. Now, of course, Quentin Johnston is a monster, and maybe he still gets those, but yeah.
Derek is taking TCU plus 13.
Okay, so
that means I'm not.
But you're not betting $19,000.
I will
right?
take the loss, 18,000.
Oh my God, that's too much.
Since Derek is down, it looks like $300 to me. I just said you want it for $50, but
okay. Now I have some. Believe it or not, I have some positive stats for y'all from the Cowboys game yesterday.
I need Derek to bankroll my bets, Kevin.
Ooh, because he doesn't care about $300.
You're going hard on Friday?
No, please don't. I don't think this is going to happen, but I already told Jess I'm having nightmares of you going double or nothing. Because when you ask how did it get to 300, it's because Corey's like, I'm going double or nothing, 2 or 3 weeks in a row. And I started running those numbers, and I was like, please don't do that. Are you interested in positive Cowboys stats today? Or are you like, no, today is a day to be angry and talk about how the Cowboys played like garbage in the first game and the last game to bookend what was a good season?
Corey, can I start off because I'm going to be positive Mike here?
Absolutely, man.
Ultimately, that game didn't matter.
It's true.
I know it did, but it didn't. Because if you would have won, it still wouldn't have changed the outcome of where you're playing Monday night.
Was there any part of you that was watching that New York Giants onside kick? And by this point, okay, because the Giants made a feverish pushback and they made an onside kick. I was like, by this point, clearly the Cowboys are getting it handed to them all day. I was like, oh my God, if they get this and they score a touchdown, I'm going to be infinitely more pissed.
And then you played horrible, which I think is the greatest motivation. I think especially to professional athletes. And sometimes I think maybe, Steven and Jerry don't get it because they never played pro sports. And I know that they both played college sports at a very high level at a Division I school. But I think the biggest motivation for professional athletes is at times is either embarrassment or everybody saying you can't.
Okay.
For the most part tonight, we're just talking about TCU. For the most part, everybody believes that they can't. They can't win it. Can
and
they
Sonny
keep it?
Dykes brought that up right after the semifinal game.
So sometimes the greatest motivation is you can't, I'll show you, because most professional athletes have gotten to the point where they have shown a lot of people. They have beaten the odds. And then with getting embarrassed, there's no way they're coming into the Star today going, well, at least I played. Everybody's coming in going, that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassed by that. We were embarrassed by that. And we have to do everything possible to be ready. They can't be coming in smiling and happy. They're not. And so I think that in a weird way, it was much better to get embarrassed than to pull off another game where we're like, well, they won, but God, they didn't play great.
That is another part too, knowing your team well enough to know whether they need that. If they're the kind of team that they perform better after moments like that, after having that, and they sit with it all week and they got to chew on that, is that something that they can that really drives them and motivates them? Because everybody in this room is motivated differently, right? We discuss that all the time.
Yeah.
So you got to figure out what does drive your team, and then maybe you do let them walk into that kind of situation and then say the next week, all right, then y'all prove me wrong. But it does have. We'll find out if Mike McCarthy has his finger on the pulse of this team or not. And that's a big decider on what I'll talk about in the C block too, for sure.
Okay, and I know people brought up they haven't lost back-to-back games all year, which is positive. A couple more positive notes for you. Then I do want to throw out some positivity about the Stars. Is after a touchdown reception yesterday, CeeDee Lamb has 9 touchdowns for the regular season in 2022. That is the most by a Dallas Cowboys player in 8 years, since 2014 when Dez Bryant had 16 touchdowns.
Where's 88?
Oh, yeah. So that's the key. Now,
just put 88 on all of them. They'll be
and
great.
we'll figure it out. And then this might be the more important.
It kind of looks like it. If you wear 85, it looks like an 8. If you wear 9, it looks like an 8. If you wear 6, it looks like an 8. They just have fat numbers that all go together.
Oh.
It's not easy to tell their numbers apart, the Cowboys, when it becomes, what is it? It's 8, 6, and 9 all look like the same number on their jerseys.
Because they're fat numbers.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense to me. But this is probably the more important stat. And I'm not sure if Steven saw my point when I asked him the question, because he brought up, you don't want to dwell too much on one game, right? And he said, I think I saw a stat where in the last 8 games, we're averaging the most points per game in support of the offense. So my question to him, or my counterpoint to him, was how many of those points have come directly or mostly directly via the defense, whether it's getting a shortened field or scoring yourself or whatever else, because there's a pretty good chunk in there that I think would make the numbers look a little bit different. But the Dallas defense recorded an interception yesterday, 33 takeaways for the season. That is the most in the NFL. And I told you last week this could happen. They are now the first team to lead the league in takeaways in back-to-back seasons since the Pittsburgh Steelers did it from 72 to 74. So it's been almost 50 years since a team led the league in forced turnovers in back-to-back years. Yet the Cowboys accomplished that. And I think that's a huge deal. And I think that's going to be something you're going to have to do in the playoffs.
You think that you can trust that it's going to happen in the playoffs? You know, like it has been significant this season.
Tom will throw up some jump balls on you. So I do think at least in the first game, Tom Brady will give you the opportunity to intercept a ball or two down the field, especially because I think he's going to have the confidence, whether it's, I think, more Evans than Godwin on jump balls. But
yeah.
I think he is going to throw some jump balls that, not against Diggs. He won't do it again. He's smart enough to go, where's 25, where's 37, and whoever, if Kelvin Joseph unfortunately gets on the field, we're probably completely and totally screwed. But like, if they're on the field, which one of them has to be at all times, I think he is going to throw some jump balls that way. Now, whether it's a safety that comes over and intercepts the ball or you get one, I think you can get one. Unfortunately, I do think Dak's throwing an interception in the playoffs. Like, and that first Monday night, Dak's throwing an interception. He just does.
Yeah.
It's what he does. He's now proven that's what he does. It's like saying Joey Gallo's not going to strike out today. Like, we know he's going to strike out. We're just hoping it's only one time and not 3.
Now, we're going to move away from football for just 1 second. We're going to start with the bad and work our way up to the good. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 33.
Shea got 7 in a row, going to work on Bullock, good defensive player. Bullock pressuring him outside. Shea gets to his spot, leans in for it, and he's going to get the bounce to close out the quarter.
Now, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander scores 33 points as the Thunder defeat the Luka-less Dallas Mavericks 120 to 109. I got to know, you said you dipped out of the Cowboys at one point when it was clear they weren't putting forth their best effort. How invested were you in this game, and what did you think about the play of Christian Wood?
Watched most of it. Christian Wood was good.
27 and 17.
It's one of those things where, you'd want more, but it's very tough to ask for more. But he had a nice game. Remember, he has to work off of his teammates. You can't just give him the ball and say, go to work, big man.
And when Luka's not out there, that becomes exponentially more difficult.
And he had a very good game, don't get me wrong, but I mean, the defense was completely and totally pathetic. Once again, rebounding is a major issue for the Mavs. Even when they had Wood and Powell, and I know Bertans is not a rebounder at all, but he is a 6'10" guy.
Yeah.
Like, they had 3 guys that are pretty much 6'10" on the court, and they still couldn't get a rebound to save their lives.
To your point about that, think about how wild this is. The Christian Wood led everybody with 17 rebounds. Nobody for Oklahoma City had double digits, and they still out-rebounded the Mavs by 5.
But
that just shows you.
I mean, looking at the positives, I thought for sure you're going to lose. When Luka doesn't play, I'm just automatic loss.
Sure,
I don't care
get it.
who you play. And I do think Oklahoma City, this is the last year they don't make the playoffs.
Okay.
I think that they're going to make the top 10 next year. When I say playoffs, I mean that they'll make at least the play-in next year. I think that is a team coming up pretty darn quickly.
Yeah.
That being said, it's interesting watching the Mavs right now because the last few games, including the blowout to Boston, Jaden Hardy's looking like he can contribute 12 to 15 minutes a night. I'm not
Hardy
expecting
Party has been trending on Twitter.
I'm not expecting a point a minute the way it kind of went his first 2 games out there. And last night there were moments where you see the rookie moments where he's out of control, turns the ball over. I get it. Like we saw it from Devin Harris too when Devin Harris was a young guy on a good team. Like you're going to have to live with some of those mistakes to keep improving him. And I just don't know when Dorian Smith and Josh Green get healthy, and I'm expecting it at some point in this month they both play. I just wonder, this is Jaden Hardy's real opportunity in the next week or so before Josh Smith comes back, and then probably afterwards Dorian Finney-Smith.
Green.
I'm sorry, who did I say?
Josh Smith.
Josh Green, sorry. That this is his opportunity to show I really deserve 6 to 10 minutes in the first half and somewhere between 3 and 7 minutes in the second half.
Now, in other positive news, our guy, Jason Robertson, put work in yesterday. He had 2 goals as the Stars crushed the Panthers 5-1. I was worried about this for a couple times. We have a couple reasons. We have a bad track record of Stars players or the team in general hitting the skids once we talk about them. So once we started our MVP candidacy for Jason Robertson, I was worried because when we started the Vezina candidacy for Jake Ottinger, he got hurt within like that same 72-hour window. Jason Robertson, 2 goals yesterday in the 5-1 victory. He is now on pace for 56 goals for the season, which would be the most in a single season in Dallas Stars history. Now, it'd only be the most by 1.
Take
So
that, Modano.
it's still close. I don't even believe it's Mike Modano who has the lead.
Take that, Sean Avery.
It's not. It's definitely
Take that,
not
Jason Arnott.
Sean Avery.
Take that, Klinger.
Take that, Zubov.
No,
Number 3.
None of those are the correct answer. And
Take
Sean
that, Andy
Avery
Moog.
is the
Eddie
most.
the
He was a
Eagle.
goaltender. Sean Avery is the most incorrect until he said Andy Moog. Now, as the goaltender, that is the new most incorrect answer.
I think there are only, I might be wrong about this, 2 teams in hockey that have more goals scored than the Stars.
Which is an
One of them's the Sabres, and they're not hot, but they're they've scored a lot of goals.
And by the way, and check Buffalo out. Their offense is insane because they've played fewer games than quite a few teams. But the Stars have the 5th most points in the league, and to Corey's point, they're really high up there in the goals scored as well.
Since I played in Buffalo in 2000 and 2001, the way we cover the Dallas Cowboys is the way they cover the Sabres.
Really?
I could see
So
that.
when you turn on sports talk radio and it's springtime,
Lots of you-knows.
I mean, yeah, but literally you get there in April because it's getting close to playoff time and then playoff time. And at that point, the Sabres were great. Remember, 2000, 2001, was it 99? You beat the Sabres in the
Correct.
So they're a very good team. I mean, if you turned on and you listened to 3 straight hours of Buffalo sports talk radio, 2 of the 3 hours was dedicated to Sabres.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry, we will get back into TCU coming up in just a little bit. But coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
My biggest concerns, and also the reason I don't want a coaching change.
Oh.
Next.
Azim is a Tolo.
My name is Azim. I'm a Tolo because
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd and 5, snap to Howell, chased out of the pocket to his right, stops, hesitates, hit, sacked. Armstrong, who just wanted every part of every play on that series, gets the sack back at around the 15. I believe that's his 9th of the year.
Woohoo! Heck yeah, another W, baby.
Well, they lost.
Hey, Chase Young. I saw Chase Young play football for the 3rd time in his life.
Did he complete a full game?
I think he did.
Let's go.
What's a worse loss? Yesterday's 20-point loss or the crosstalk loss of Zach Wolchuk's beard?
Zach Wolchuk's beard is going to grow back within 10 days.
That is a hairy man right there.
Could be by the end of the show.
I saw his back.
I also want to point something out.
Not that bad.
Wife went to a baby shower this weekend. All
Congratulations.
Right? For her
What'd she do?
cousin. It was her cousin's. Well, her cousin's pregnant. And
that makes sense.
There were Tolos at this baby shower. And Adrian was like, I mean, you do realize it was a couple's baby shower. And I said, that's not a real thing. And I don't go to those.
Oh, yeah.
So I just let her know that that's why I wasn't there. But there were some Tolos there that know Zach Wolchuk personally and are good friends with him. I think they're in a fantasy league together. So we'll ask Zach Wolchuk that question here shortly.
All right.
So the guys are friends with Wolchuk, not the girls.
Absolutely correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I was just wondering that.
Man, look at Mike trying to stir
We actually
the
had a
pot
conversation with a friend about, and it wasn't, I don't know if I've ever gone to a baby shower before. Maybe I did and forgot. But that they're the most awkward parties because it's just one person sitting there opening presents while everybody just stares at the person opening presents. And then the person is done opening the presents and then everybody just kind of looks at each other like, well, is the party over or what do we do now? You opened up the 10 to 20 presents everybody gave you and we all oohed and awed about them, and now what?
And it is weird that one person that's opening all these presents is the only one without a champagne glass, right? Everybody else getting bombed.
Well, it depends on how responsible they are. They're like, the hell with it. I'll take
Why
the
do they?
champagne
It's the
glass.
only thing. Even when kids have birthdays, for the most part now, you don't open up the presents because everybody knows how boring that is for the 5 to 25 other people.
Is that why? I always thought it was because it would like hurt people's feelings, and they're like, oh,
I think
both.
I always thought it was the mindset of we've only had this place rented for an hour and a half, and we don't want to waste that. Go play, kids. You know,
go
like
to Chuck E. Cheese bacteria ball thing.
This is the type of stimulating conversation you get in the C block with Corey Mason.
There's no way to get those balls like virus. Like after
what?
Why would you get in the middle of that?
Yeah, let him talk, Kevin. Jeez,
after multiple kids jump in the ball pit. And then they get out and they had runny noses or, they touch their boogers or their private parts or whatever.
Some of them peed.
And then, and some of them pee in their diaper and then they get out. Every day, Chuck E. Cheese or Showbiz back in the day, they don't take all the balls out and they're like, let's go wash all the balls.
Mm-hmm. And also think about this. You think those kids are all washing their hands after they go number 2? No.
Probably not.
All right, let's get back to the C block here.
I was really enjoying that topic.
I know this is strange, Mike. I did not expect this either. But the Rangers are front runners to get Vlad Guerrero's son.
Oh, the second son. I've already seen him. He looks really good. This is a good thing. It's just not the junior.
Our bat's on the way. Pablo Guerrero, 16-year-old outfielder. A week ahead of international free agent signing period, decked out in Rangers gear. And he looks like
His swing
Vlad.
looks great. In the weird way, he looks more like Vlad Sr. Vlad Jr. doesn't look like Vlad Sr.
Agreed.
He looks more like Cecil Fielder's son. But
Prince Fielder.
Yeah. Well, and he does. He looks like the right-handed Prince Fielder, except a little bit taller and not as fat yet, but just wait.
Oh my goodness.
He'll get that fat.
Goodness.
Well, he will. He's like only 23 years old. And so I do like this if they were able to get Vlad Sr. And I don't know that he played here 1 year, if that matters at all, that there's a little bit of known when it comes to this organization. I don't know that would help as a father going, hey, I know this organization. I was with them. I think that you could develop well there.
You can see how, though, when Corey first brought that up, I might have been like, what?
Yeah, I was too.
Sorry.
That being said, he's not a top prospect in the Rangers class. I do want to point that out. And the Rangers have less money to spend because they got Seager and Simeon. So they're about $1 million less than they typically have for their international.
So they have to
free
look
agents.
at maybe not what you'd consider, at least college-wise, the 5-star guys. They're looking at getting maybe a premium 4-star guy.
Okay.
The guys ranked just below the premium international. free agent.
Sebastian Walcott of the Bahamas, a shortstop, is ranked as the number 8 prospect in MLB's international prospect rankings, which puts him kind of in line with the Rangers.
So once again, I know that there is a pool, but this goes to Reggie and draft talk. Reggie
hates the draft.
So isn't this interesting? I always find this interesting, and it's just a conversation. It doesn't mean one is right and one is wrong. That if you are not from the United States and you play baseball, you can sign at 16 years old and you choose the team. It doesn't mean like whoever gives you the most money. If Vlad Sr., who obviously I'm assuming has $100 million after his career is over, and his other son is doing great financially.
Yeah.
He can choose the team he gets to go to, and he can choose it as a sophomore in high school. So as a sophomore in high school, he's choosing to play professional ball, and he's choosing the organization which he thinks is best suited for him, that gives him a contract that he likes. If you're born in the United States, you have no choice on where you go, and you have to negotiate where you were drafted on how much money you get.
Yeah, I think that's
Isn't that weird that in the same sport, it's totally different?
That is weird.
It is very weird.
I'm pondering that a little bit more, but yes, that is weird.
When you were saying he gets to choose, I was thinking that Vlad Sr. gets to choose which son's his favorite based on, and I was like,
I mean, he gets to do that too.
Yeah, there was a lot of thoughts going into my mind of where's Mike going to go with this, but you went in the right direction, so I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Mike.
ball is to draft and rookie free agency everywhere.
My question is, has the Noah Brown shine worn off this year?
Because of the
Late.
dropped pick?
Because
like
of
the
late.
drop.
I
get
is it 3 now in the last month that
But
has
there's
been off
nothing
of
he could
him.
do yesterday.
But is your contention that bad things are happening more frequently when the ball
Right.
goes in his direction?
Yes, for me.
Okay.
And I'm looking at Jacksonville. He had 9 targets, caught 6, dropped the one that mattered, right? After that, 2 targets, 4 targets, 1 catch, 1 catch, 1 catch. Yesterday, 6 targets, 1 catch.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and I would agree with you if Michael Gallup was anything close to what he looked like before he was hurt. Like, he looks like he can't ever get open. even when he does catch the ball, he looks covered, right? And then a lot of times the ball gets batted away because the guy is on top of him. I don't think Michael Gallup's having a drop issue. He's having I can't get open issue.
Yeah. Do you feel like
I am intrigued by your hypothesis. I'm not saying yesterday, just like we said in the Jacksonville game, that wasn't on Dak. I'm not saying yesterday was on Noah Brown, but I am always intrigued by the philosophy of something continually bad happens one way or another when you go to a specific player, and that could be in any sport. So I kind of see your point, but I'm curious about the other options too.
if you had another option at third wide receiver, like let's say, I mean, Ty is, I guess, your third option.
He had a drop yesterday too.
A lot of guys had drops yesterday. They looked unfocused, man.
That's fair.
There was a lot of like, why is all this happening? It just didn't look like they were focused. I say lack of preparation throughout the week. McCarthy's the one that said they had a poor practices last week. They just didn't look focused. But yeah, I still don't think they have an answer opposite CD other than Dalton Schultz.
I'm with you, and unfortunately, I think as this season's coming to a close, I think you have a true number one. CD elevated himself from a great number 2 to a number 1 receiver, like a top 10, right in that 10th spot, right in a top 10 wide receiver. I'm not going to compare him to Jefferson or Chase or Devontae Adams, but you get into that next tier of wide receivers, and he is in that tier.
I'm glad to hear you say that. And Corey, we can move off of this and talk about whatever is next on the agenda if you like. But somebody I saw said, well, what do you expect when Dak has a fringe number 1 wide receiver? And I was like, no, CeeDee Lamb is not a fringe number 1 wide receiver. He ain't, like you just laid out the classifications really well. He ain't a fringe number 1 wide receiver.
He's arguably the 10th best wide receiver in the league, just like Dak is arguably the 10th best quarterback in the league. You can start playing around where is he 7th or is he 12th or whatever, but I think that's where CD is as a number 1. The problem is, Corey, to your point is, I think Noah Brown, Michael Gallup, and T.Y. Hilton all go into that okay number 3, great number 4 wide receiver. Yeah. And Michael Gallup looked like he was better than that, but coming back from injury, he looks like a number 4. Noah Brown, it looks like a number 4. And a 4th wide receiver does get on the field for 25 to 35% of your snaps. And T.Y. Hilton at this point in his career is probably an okay number 3, but a great number 4. Well, that's what you're dealing with, a number 1 and then 3 number kind of 3/4s. There's not a number 2 on this team.
I still have the same feeling because, I mean, what's the first thing that's going to pop up when you start talking about you have to have a receiver opposite CD? Well, what about Amari Cooper? You know, like that conversation happens, and I still think that you wouldn't have this version of CD Lamb if you had Amari Cooper still.
Because that's where
it was his room.
That's where the argument comes from, right? Is people were like, well, no, I concede, or hopefully they concede that CeeDee Lamb is better than Amari Cooper, but I wanted both. And your contention is, well, you weren't going to get this version of CeeDee Lamb with Amari Cooper here.
Yeah, for sure.
That makes sense.
I think he was, I'm not going to say progress stopper, but it was his room. CeeDee Lamb was low bro. And he was there to collect whatever Amari Cooper didn't get.
And to your point, when we were at training camp, they talked about how this was very important for CD because he's such a quiet, reserved guy that this kind of made him have to step up into kind of not only the number 1 role on the field, but also in the room.
Yep.
That he would become more of a focal point and more of a leader on the team. And I think he did I'd give him an A this year.
So you're ready to sign him to a long-term deal?
Yes, I would sign him to. I would have to look at numbers, but I think his type of receiver gets around $20 million a year. It might be more than that. Is it more?
And that's my concern is because that's where my dependency on this lies is GVAG. I want to say 2 weeks ago was talking about him being in the kind of the sphere of the $27 million a year player. Now that we've seen wide receiver contracts explode, and that gives you like at least a second more for pause than $20 million.
Well, and inflation.
Well, sorry. What is it? I mean, I'm sorry I forget. What did Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams get per year?
I think it was in the neighborhood of close to 28 to 30.
All right, so you're going to just be probably right around that number, and I'm okay with it. Yeah. What are you going to do? Let him go?
And
no. That's the other thing. Oh, he's not worth $26 million. All right, well then we have Michael Gallup and Noah Brown and T.Y. Hilton.
Let's get it.
Devontae's at 28, and
Jalen Tolbert too.
To be, I gotta figure something out there. To your point on is he Devontae Adams, is he Justin Jefferson? Those two guys at this moment potential Hall of Fame guys. Like Justin Jefferson has a lot more to add to it, but the first few years of his career have been pretty special.
And remember, Devontae Adams was a slow starter in his career. Like, it took him till year 3 to actually show that he was eating anything as a good wide receiver. Like, he didn't even look like a good wide receiver his first 2 years, if I can recall. It's 38 catches for 446 yards his second year, 50 catches for 483, 4 total touchdowns in his first 2 years for Devontae Adams.
CD seems to be doing all right. And then, Kevin, I wanted to get these numbers out real quick because the Kevontae Turpin shine.
Yes.
Has that kind of worn off. Mike, we said he needed to get 28.8 kick return yards, average that, and 2 touchdowns to have an exceptional year. He averaged 24.2, and that's okay. Like in this year, there were some really good kick returners. No touchdowns. In the punt return world, he needed to average 13.5 and 1 touchdown. He averaged 10.4 and 0 touchdowns. So
And I know people will be like, oh, he made the Pro Bowl. Like, I get that.
Was that what we needed from him to be excellent this year?
I have to admit, he played better than I thought he would.
All right.
I don't know if that counts as a victory, but
because you don't think USFL players can compete in this league, is that what you're saying?
Correct. I thought it was a weird commercial that they showed of the USFL and then didn't show that person translating to the NFL. Like, they showed a cool play, but then they didn't pick, like, why didn't they show Turpin and then show his touchdown? Like, even if it was in the preseason, it's still wearing a star. And they were like, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
And I was like, maybe you're not allowed. Maybe they don't have the video rights to that. I don't know. I thought it was a weird decision.
I think both sides have good arguments because he did make the Pro Bowl. And I do think also you could have the other side of, man, his expectations got built up way too much after a preseason football game.
No, I think that
and didn't live up to the San Diego/LA Chargers game.
I forgot to play the Jamal Williams audio. It was great. We'll have to figure out.
We have another segment.
Well, when we can play some of that in there, but I also want to get back to TCU. Are we on the cusp, and I'm seriously asking this, of the most improbable NCAA football champion in a generation or more? It's TCU time once again, next on The Fan.
All right, guys, in 2023, if you
On 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air and Electric, and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Quentin Johnston, the motion man. Here's Duggan. Touchdown, TCU!
Quentin Johnston right there. Who knows? Could be a huge factor tonight in the national championship game. TCU going up against Georgia. Quentin Johnston, a potential top 10 draft pick. Certainly looks like a first-round draft pick easily. Is my question for y'all to start this off is I already kind of felt this way. And then I was listening to Paul Feinbaum this morning, and it is just... Yeah, it is just further that, man, his collars are tripped. Would this be the most improbable NCAA football champion in at least a generation?
Wow, man, that's a really good question.
I don't know because obviously before 2000 and we didn't even have 1 versus 2.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
we would have and sometimes like 97, you get your weird split champion and everything.
Obviously, you're getting the best team winning the national championship before you had 1 versus 2, right? Because you're having to choose what they did all season plus their bowl game. So there was no championship game. So I can't remember the year they had a championship game. Obviously, like Oklahoma, when they won with Roy Williams, that was a 1 versus 2. That was an intentional 1 versus 2, right? So for about 22 years now, we've had
necessarily,
we've had 1 versus 2. So I can't remember. I guess were they showing in 2002 Ohio State was a huge underdog with Maurice Clarett and won?
No, you're definitely right, and that was the Miami game. I guess that's talking about the game. I'm talking more of the season.
And the answer is
unranked.
yes.
Okay.
Like unequivocally yes, just because this would be, if TCU pulls it off, right, this would be a team that was not even considered in that class of program.
Let's talk about that. Well, I know we have to go back just a little bit, but I just want everybody to know how astonishing it is that TCU is even here. When the Southwest Conference broke up, the Big 12 was like, no thanks, we don't want you. And then TCU had to roll through the MAC, Conference USA, and then the Mountain West before the Big 12 was like, okay, now we do want you.
Did you say the MAC or the WAC?
the WAC.
Wasn't that because like Ann Richards was a Baylor alum, and she, as the governor, said my school's getting in and TCU isn't?
I have heard that. There are other people who are like, well, that's why Baylor got in. TCU was never getting in. And so like it depends on which version of that history
know if it's true or not.
you believe. But yeah, so TCU has been in the Big 12 for like 10 years. So I get that they're not like 84 BYU in terms of they weren't even in a Power 5 conference. But think about this. Going into the season, TCU was picked to finish 7th in the Big 12, and it was 200-1 to win a national title.
Wow. So if you bet then,
oh my gosh,
you're feeling pretty good right now.
You're not let's say
I feel like you're
you
pretty
did.
stupid though, right? You're giving away money. Like there's no way a team that everybody sees as an unranked team, not even a team a top 4 in their conference, is actually going to pull this off. So to your point,
new coach too, like all that stuff that goes into it. Yeah.
Yes. And think about it. Not only new coach, they fired the iconic coach who has a statue of him outside. All right, let's say you would have bet $100 on that game. So you on TCU, are you
bet 200-1 odds?
Yeah, so you're on the hook. You could win $20,000 tonight. Are you going for it because you're the one who believed?
What's $20,000? That's not even a year of school.
That man. I get where you're going with that. But do you take a buyout? Do you try to hedge? Do you say, no, I believed at the beginning of the season?
The smart play. Okay,
you can get like 6 hours credit at TCU.
Where am I from? Am I from Fort Worth? Am I a diehard TCU fan? Okay, then I'm sticking with it.
You went to TCU.
Absolutely.
So did your father and your grandmother.
If I'm
You're
me,
fine either way.
the smart thing to do, according to Choppy, is to hedge that bet for sure. Like that's like go ahead and sell the ticket or whatever, and then bet, split that money up and bet them on both. Like that's the smart thing to do in some way. But like this is a blast if you made that bet early on. Like you got to be excited.
I wonder how
about
much
that.
money is on TCU preseason. Like how much money do you think came in on it? $10,000? Would you, if I said over under $10,000 worth of TCU alumni?
I'll take the under.
Just like people probably do that every year, right?
Sure.
Like if you're an SMU fan and you like going to Vegas, you're like, every year I go to Vegas and put $100 on SMU, and and you lose $100 every year, but it's like, so what? They're my team. I just put $100 on them.
I wonder what the number is. Do people bet 10? Do they bet 100? Like, I'm not sure, but I bet it's kind of low. Yeah. And then from the 806, Corey, I'm going to let you speak to this. Is there any concern that TCU is now cursed because Larry Brown no-showed on us?
I'm not going to put that on that.
Okay.
I want to talk to Larry before I say anything.
I just wanted to double check about that. But
is he in LA?
That was a question I didn't consider.
I think.
Oh, and that he might be thinking it's.
I may have dropped the ball on the standard time, thinking that he was here in Texas.
He's gonna call in a G-bag, excited to talk.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, I can't wait to talk about this game. G-bag's gonna be like, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Or not. I don't know.
Because Zach's still sad because his beard is gone.
Or does he go, hey guys, we don't have to shave my beard. Let's talk to Larry Brown instead.
Okay, well, I'll pass on that. We can do both of those things simultaneously.
I mean, Luka's going to be on the sideline playing tonight.
I did have that question.
Let's talk about it.
How many times do you think we see Luka and Kidd tonight on the TV?
One time.
I think that's probably right.
Okay.
Because they're going to have to show 8,000 shots of the Bulldog, and if he's sleepy or not.
Uga's not making the trip.
Oh, no, why not?
It's too long of a trip for Uga.
Okay, never mind. Twice for Luka. I say, I don't know if that's the reason. I now say twice for that. Is somebody brought this up?
Will they show Herschel on the Georgia sideline?
This is funny too because Luka had the quote about the horny toad a couple weeks ago and everything. Like, there's so much that they're building on this. I love it.
Did y'all see the custom jerseys that they have?
Yeah, they look awesome.
Has he ever been to a college football game?
I don't know.
Luka, I bet he's never been. Right? This will be his first ever college football game of his life.
Well, what a letdown for future college football. Well, maybe not.
No, I feel like this
football,
is like the worst experience of a college football game.
That's true. You go to like the swamp.
Well, maybe not the worst.
Yeah, but you go to a whole bunch of other environments. It's probably still pretty excellent. Is somebody brought up, will TCU be able to run the ball? And that's kind of where the rubber meets the road tonight. Is
they have to be able to, man.
Or else they are screwed.
And 33, I just know him by number.
Kentre Miller?
Yeah, so he's a 50-50.
Yeah, and that I keep looking for updates, and they said they're going to warm him up
Okay.
And
that
he
makes
is a
sense.
true game time decision.
It doesn't feel great just because
Yeah.
you have to get to, at this point, it didn't go well enough 2 days ago at
be able to say,
walkthrough
yeah.
practice to be like, great, he passed all of our tests and he's good to go. You're like, he's really close and we got to see if it improved in the last 24 hours.
And they need a strong rushing attack. TCU averaging 204.5 yards per game rushing. Compare that to Georgia, who gives up 80 yards rushing per game. That is a gigantic gap. And if you're able to move, if TCU is able to move the ball on the ground, I think this becomes a significantly more competitive game.
All right, I have a question to you because I just saw this, Kevin.
I answer questions.
All right, Mike, you can answer this one too. Is this a terrible place for this game to be played?
In LA? Well, because you can't tailgate.
You know what time? You can't tailgate. Very good point.
The game starts at what, 4:30, 5 o'clock in
Should
LA?
be in Arlington.
That's in rush hour, Mike. In LA, 4:30 o'clock.
If you didn't leave by now, you ain't making
I
it.
think you can't tailgate, so now you have to. I don't know what time they open
only
the parking
11:30.
lots. Yeah,
You ain't making it. That's my prediction.
Boy, and that has to stink for SEC and Big 12. I don't know how great every tailgate is, but I probably these are college football fans, and I know a lot of people who have traveled from this area to LA for this game.
They have a
you
big
can't go in
tailgate
the
party, but nothing like we
but
have
you can't
around here.
can't park your truck. I guess
Nope.
they most likely flew there.
And let me tell you, there's some folks at TCU with some really cool setups.
Yes,
I've been fortunate
absolutely
to be out
they
there a
do.
few times.
From the 254, I know a guy that has $1,000 on a 16-1 TCU ticket. So that actually might have been either
maybe like
before,
after 3 games, maybe.
No, I remember going into the playoff, we talked about like TCU was an afterthought in this. Michigan was going to stomp them and then figure it out from there. I think they were still like 10 or 12-1 going into the playoff. So that might not have been like as far back as you think, but man, that's a lot on the line. $16,000 for that football game. I wonder if that person would take the $16,000 or rather have a national championship.
And the kickoff's at 7.
I think it's at 6:30 even maybe.
Oh.
Maybe it is at 7 and the
Those-
pregame's at 6:30.
Yeah, it says 4:30 Western.
Okay. So Pacific time.
Nobody really knows what that means.
6:30 here.
Okay.
So perhaps, which is good because as you've brought up many times, Mike, college football games will tend to go long on you.
Yeah, this could be close to a 5-hour game,
Yeah.
right?
And so you probably need to start out at that time.
I'm going to be
but-
honest. I think I've fallen asleep at 50% of the last 5 years of the national championship game.
Which, I mean, don't you hope it's what, even 60% as exciting as those semifinals? Those semifinal games were crazy. So if you get any semblance of that level of excitement, well, first of all, that's going to be good news for TCU because that means the game is going to be competitive. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. And Corey, people, as the point spread would lead you to believe, are not picking TCU. The Athletic has 16 experts. How many do you think pick TCU?
Against the spread or overall?
Overall.
0.
It's more than 0.
1.
2.
3.
Nice.
So,
Mike and I were adding ours.
Yeah, they're all from Texas.
I'm going to guess 7.
I don't know.
I was going to say, let me get back to you. I'm not entirely sure. Well, this is concerning. One of the people that picked TCU from The Athletic is their culture writer. So I'm not saying that
Because
person.
he fears the Hypnotoad. Or they. I don't know who they are.
I could see
Horticulture?
that. One of them's on the social media team.
Sure.
I did see, Kevin, I did
That
see
is
somebody
concerning.
recently post a job for sports that covers Stars, Mavericks, Rangers, and Cowboys, and also culture. So
Okay.
I did see
Well,
that
'cause
recently.
one of them
we know how
is-
print works.
Why
now.
are they letting them pick? Why doesn't Levi Weaver pick for them? He covers the Rangers.
Well,
for the
maybe
Athletic.
it could be it could be what Corey said because one of them is Damon Sales. He picked
Oh,
TCU.
Damon?
Damon Sales is like from around here, local guy. Work with him, very nice
great.
guy.
In living color.
And it's Damon Wayans. He is also listed as the culture senior editor, and he picked TCU, but he knows a crap ton about sports. So obviously, best of luck to the Horned Frogs tonight. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellows from the G-Bag Nation. And Zach Wolchuk will have his beard shaved. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Well, hopefully we are all excited that a new year is here, and I'm also glad.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with our classic loyalty pricing, below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America, too. This is Texas, this is classic. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the hairless fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific. Hagee, how are you?
I'm doing better than some in the room. Do we need to start right off by introducing Wolchuk getting his beard shaved, and then we will go through the rest of the things that we need to discuss? Wolchuk, will you tell us something in the mic? How are you feeling? What are you thinking right now?
I really wish Micah Parsons could have gotten the 16 sacks that I needed him to get this year. I still love you, Micah. You're still a beast, but man, things really slowed down this last month of the season.
What did he end up with?
13 and a half.
Ugh.
Half more than last year.
It wasn't his fault. He wasn't built to play defensive end all year.
Well, you want to be a depoy, you're going to have to step it up a little bit. So we're going to need to do better next year.
Yeah, he and Belt had a big wager that happened in the summer, set the number at 15.5, and for a while it looked like Bobby Belt's beard was coming off.
Yep.
This is perhaps the number one most important thing to Wolchuk as far as his appearance. It's like a security blanket and a life hack all in one. It
true.
brings him up 2 scores. You see him when he gets the fresh haircut and the beard trimmed. He puts a little bit of that sheen on there.
Yeah.
He damn near looks like a plus-size model,
Wow.
If more women find you more attractive with not a beard, would you just keep it off because more women are flocking your way?
I'd consider this. If the shadow look ends up working out better, maybe we go beardless.
What do you think of the odds of that? Are you do you believe that could happen?
I'm not confident. But
I'm hopeful for you.
I've had some friends that are sending me positive messages that are saying, dude, you're going to look better. Then I've had some other friends that are trolling me and they're just stroking their beards and saying, haha, sucker.
So if the women increase, you took off the back hair and then your
but
face
the back
hair.
looks like
The back
crap.
hair looks horrible.
I was going to ask what would be the next hair that you
What
would
if
take
the
off?
men find you more attractive? Then what are you going to do?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Lean into it.
Double down.
I don't know, Eric. What do you think?
Hold on, wait. Before you answer that, Eric, I got a quick side question for you. How long do you think it will be before you realize that for everyone to hear what you're saying, you need to lean into either Broadus's mic or Wolchuk's mic instead of standing in between and just saying things?
There was an almost kiss with Broadus one time, and so he's anti me leaning into his mic.
Okay.
And then there was an actual kiss with Wolchuk, and he liked it a little too much for my comfort, so I don't lean into his mic anymore, and so it's just one of those weird deals.
Weird sandwich that you got going on there.
Now I got Broadus's mic.
Okay,
Look at
I was
me.
just curious.
Double micing it, baby.
Because we've done this for a while, and it was like that day that Mike's dad was at the card shop Texas Roadshow with us, and he kept talking to respond to the conversation, even though he was walking out the door. And it very much gave me those vibes when you're like, yeah, well, I think this one thing is going to happen.
Does it make you upset that at one point me and Wolchuk realized how much it frustrated you, so we made a plan to make sure that we do it as often as possible?
I get it. I'm a highly strung individual, and I would also want to agitate me.
Wait till you see my email icon on my phone. You're going to lose your mind.
Fantastic.
It's bad.
Are you ready, buddy?
Yeah, let's do this. Let's get it over with.
And we've got Walt the Barber here.
Let's hear that buzz, big boy.
Doing it live.
Clad in purple.
We're doing this a bit in increments because I want
man.
to see the chops and the mustache remaining on the face, and then the mustache will be the last thing that goes.
Yeah.
We're kind of coin flipping whether or not we should just keep the flavor.
We need to get like
in
4
its
different
entirety.
things and then ask the ladies which look is best for Wolchuk.
I'll snap a pic for everyone,
Okay.
and we'll see which look is
Okay.
the best.
Like a
That's a
live
great
Twitter
idea.
poll?
Great
Oh,
idea.
I love
Do you have any
Yes,
dates
okay.
lined up this week, Wolchuk? Can we get some instant reaction?
I canceled all of them.
How do you
next 6
date?
weeks.
Do you
Well,
date
Cowboys
off
playoffs,
of
that makes sense.
app or do you date off of meeting people?
I date at Baby Dolls and Hinge. No, but Hinge has really been. And then my mom's
Is Hinge an app? I don't know what the
Hinge is the app. Hinge is the dating app.
Finish that thing about your mom.
My mom's
Stonehenge.
tried to set me up with a couple of Jewish ladies.
How's that going?
We'll see.
Is her number one idea of your mate that she wants them to be Jewish, and then we'll figure the rest of it out?
Jewish 1, female 2nd. That's the order.
I think it's the
How
opposite.
progressive.
But honestly, she's down for whatever makes me happy.
That's
but no,
nice.
she's working at a Jewish school now, so like all of the single daughters of the Jewish the coworkers,
yeah.
she's like, "Oh, my son's Jewish too." And so they're all just
You're single.
Your mom
He's
talks
single.
like that.
Y'all must get along.
Both of our sons are Jewish.
She's a
Let's do this
Amish
thing.
Jewish
We've watched the
person?
Marvelous
It sounded like an
Mrs.
Amish
Maisel.
She's
Jewish.
actually South African.
Amish
I'll have her
Jew.
on the show one time.
You realize he's buffering right now, right? He's stalling.
Oh yeah. Hey, quit stalling. Shave off his beard.
Yeah.
Take it away. I'm leaking confidence.
Oh, this
Take
is
his
amazing.
face off.
I like the idea that if he stalled, he'd get through the next 5 hours without it.
I honestly
happening
thought he was going to need like a riding
Kevin?
John Deere lawnmower to take off this beard.
Did we bring a vacuum?
We
got
got
a towel, blanket.
We got a vacuum
Oh.
down the hall. We'll be okay here.
Chops is a
We got a
good look.
blanket that we
Look at
shouldn't
that.
blacklight that is down here
You
under
look like
the
a pirate.
That does look pretty killer right there.
Yeah.
Tops is a
You
good
look like a
1968 movie character.
See,
like
I was
riding
thinking-
a motorcycle.
I was thinking either
High
that
Plains Drifter, maybe?
or the
Yeah.
Civil War soldiers will follow
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
It's just
His
that
name was
we're getting-
Ambrose.
Yeah.
Dude, the sex appeal is insane
like
right now.
easy
Either that or
Ambrose Wolchuk is
Spaghetti
really,
Western, maybe?
yeah, I can see that for
They're getting
sure.
hotter
We're going
in
to
here
take
all of a
over the
sudden.
town.
He's starting to look a little
gosh.
evil too.
I got the deed to
that's
this
great.
property.
I've got the best R's in the business, right, Gavin?
Yeah, that's correct.
Just real quick as we go along, Dawson, can you tell us any of the fallout from your hair adventure on
It was
Friday?
glorious, hanging out with the Tolos on Friday afternoon and taking pictures with them and chatting with them was amazing. Of course, when I got home, I was set to roll audio.
With the women find out things.
Yeah, with the
line,
women
yeah.
find out. But Cassandra knew I was rolling audio.
Oh.
So she wasn't really saying anything good. But she liked it.
Okay.
Yeah, Cassandra, I think she's excited to have a bald-headed man. I think she's down with that look. So
Okay.
she got a little
She
bit
would
of a
not have
change up.
tolerated the broadest staying,
Yeah.
though, would she?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, that part of it, probably not. No, but once I shaved it all down. So before I shaved it all down, Abby got home. And Abby is at the age where she can be embarrassed by her parents.
Yeah.
And I was rolling audio on her 11. And she was crying. It was sad. It was not good. It was not funny. It was just I was trying to troll her to get her to at least scream or something, but she was just depressed. So
He looks like the guy. What was the Gangs of New York movie?
Yeah.
And There
Daniel
Will Be Blood.
Day-Lewis?
Yeah, he looks like Daniel Day-Lewis right now.
Hey, will you
Get that
say
man a
I
butcher
drink
knife.
your milkshake?
Yeah, say
for
that.
me?
I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
That makes me so happy.
Yeah.
You look like you
Please
could
get
have
that
been the 19th president of the United States. You don't.
He looks
Millard
good. Right?
Fillmore.
Yeah, I don't think this
Cool. Badass.
This is not a bad look. This
Yeah.
is not a bad look.
Yeah,
It's
you
just
should
it's
think
a
about
full
this.
beard minus the chin, really.
Uh-huh.
And it looks fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it does. This is good. Okay, the look number one is now in the books.
Okay.
This look will get tweeted
I
out
like
along
that.
with the
I think we
ensuing.
will reflect on this as the best look.
I think we will.
Yeah. Now
But
what
we're
do we
not
do?
done.
I think he
back
invented
to
the
it.
ice cream cone, didn't he? Either that or the bicycle. Or was he one of the Wright brothers?
It's this frozen concoction you
Yeah.
can eat even when it's hot
Yeah,
outside.
you don't have to have a bowl. You have a cone.
Shout out to Walt going the extra mile. He doesn't even have to shave Wolchuk's ears and his lobes,
But he
but
did
he's
it.
just doing it anyways.
Oh,
He's a true
that's
professional.
nice.
Super nice of him.
Walt's a pro.
Yeah.
Dang it.
How did that look go away? That's a solid look.
that is nice.
Hey,
You
Mike,
brought
it's coming
the
back.
mullet
Mike.
That's 100 times
He's bringing
better
it
do you
than
back.
think he could have been like a pitcher in the 1800s?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yes,
It's
that
more like a
does look
catcher to me.
A T206 card with Hannes Wagner.
Jerome Two Fingers Johnson.
Yeah. Oh my
That kid does
goodness.
have a great arm.
All right. While we do this, what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
So good.
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We'll probably get the conclusion of this Wolchuk shearing here in the opening segment. Of course, we'll have TCU keys to Dub City coming up at 2:20, the G-Bag of the day. But I'd like to draw your attention to the 4. Sean Merriman's going to join us, Mr. Lights Out himself. We're going to talk playoff football with Sean Merriman.
And I don't know if you want to talk about this at any point, but I know at one point he was trying to get into WWE as well. And I heard maybe not everyone in that sphere got along super well. So that could make for an entertaining anecdote for you as well.
Yeah.
All right, Wolchuk, are we pausing until the beginning of G-Bag, or are you just keeping this look? You look fantastic.
I'm down to do whatever the fellas want.
It's got to come
mark
all the way
that.
off.
It's not the first time you said that.
Let's mark that.
Shut your mouth, Corey. I say we continue. We'll continue. Well, let's keep this going, Walt.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation for your Cowboys
You can keep
reactions.
the fan cam rolling there, Carter.
TCU keys to victory and the continued shaving of Zach Wolchuk. It's going to be a hell of a show. Roll home with G-Bag. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Fear the Hypno-Toad.
Fear the Hypno-Toad. Go TCU.
Commercial-free fellowship. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Woolchuck is now beardless. You can check it out at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. He does have a great-looking Old West mustache, though. Are you keeping that stash, Woolchuck? Or is the stash coming off as well?
The stash will be coming off.
Stash coming off. Okay.
Yeah. Bobby wanted
just to honor the bet and respect Bobby Belt here, which oftentimes we don't respect him, but when we have to, we do away with our mustaches.
Looking pretty good over there. By the way, you can find Walt on Facebook or Twitter, BossPlaya88. He is in for the second straight show now, hooking us up here in the G-Bag Nation to help us pay off our bets. So a salute to Walt. And salute to Zach Woolchuck. How you feeling over there? Now that the beard's totally off, do you feel as naked? Or
yeah, I mean, I feel totally naked. Wow, feeling the face for the first time in a long time.
It's a different feel.
And I think this is going to make me look much younger.
Yeah?
Much younger. But so far, the feedback seems to be okay from the truckwreck.com text line.
Yeah.
I'm not getting completely hazed yet. So
all right.
we'll see how this goes throughout the 5-hour show.
Okay, we'll get an update on this momentarily, and you'll be able to see all these pictures on social. We're looking for some feedback on which look is best for Woolchuck.
You're talking about the apps and stuff you deal with. Do you have to change pictures on that, or
no?
You don't.
You bet your ass I'm not changing a single picture. Unless, maybe I'll put up.
Well, don't do false advertising. If you're gonna date with a naked face, then you got to promote with a naked face.
Not going out with the naked face. Unless, I don't know, maybe the Conquistador look. If people are digging that, maybe I'll put one of those pics up there.
Right on. Ooh. Yeah. I think you can do whatever the hell you want, Woolchuck. I think you can pull this off. It's going to look good here in just a few minutes. Okay, Albert Breer says the Raiders are looking into Tom Brady. That's interesting. That's early. I'd be kind of ticked off if I'm Tampa right now, but whatever. The Cardinals have fired head coach Cliff Kingsbury. This is 10 months after an extension. And GM Steve Keim has decided to step away from the position to focus on his health.
Yeah.
So this would clear things up significantly for Sean Payton if that's the opportunity he wants.
Absolutely, this does. And that to me is the best. I think the best. Now, depending on what happens with the Rams, keep an eye on the Rams. You don't know what's going on with Sean McVay and them right now. And so I know that there was when you – I talked to Sean the other day, wished him a happy birthday. Didn't talk to him about much of the coaching stuff at all. But, Sean, people who were close to Sean were saying that the LA teams were interesting. The Chargers got into the playoffs. So that seems like it's a closed deal. Let's see what happens with the Rams.
Yeah.
Arizona.
McVay doesn't seem committed.
Yeah. He really doesn't. Arizona would be, to me, a great fit. You have a team that's got a decent roster. You don't have to you don't have a bunch of media scrutiny out there in Arizona. And Sean could be the general manager and do the things that he wants to do without any interference. He could bring a guy along like Jeff Ireland, who he had with the Saints, that can help him with personnel. So to me, that seems like the ones that are interesting too are the Denver ones seem like they're wanting to interview a lot of defensive coaches there.
Yeah.
That's kind of keep an eye on that one as well, but not for Sean, but maybe the defensive coaches that are there.
Okay, so those are a couple of the bigger breaking news stories that we have throughout the afternoon. 682 says, you look weird, Zach. So there is that.
Yeah.
903, Zach, go with the mustache and lower lip hair. You really do look good like that. That's no BS from your guy, Tim in Carthage.
Wow.
Hey,
okay.
He's a straight shooter, man.
He is.
And he's astute.
What's up with the hat, General, at your service? Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. I'll take the hat off if you want. It's a little bit cold. That's what I noticed. Like, a lot of hair escapes through the head. I think this is something I got to get used to. I was wearing a stocking cap for most of the day, but if you want to see my totally shaved head now, there you have it. As we've lost a lot of hair here in the G-Bag Nation over the last month or so with these bet payoffs. Now, the good news for us, we all survived Week 18, 4 dubs. A lot of us, I believe, taking the Bengals, and they won comfortably over the Ravens. We are going to do this in the playoffs, though. Okay,
Absolutely, Survivor.
For playoff Survivor, bigger bet payoffs than ever. No, I don't know if I can pay off on that, but significant
like,
bet.
Yeah, double down.
Yeah, we're going next
I want to
level.
lose limbs during the playoffs. We're leaving all on the line.
But here we are again. I think very similar to last year. The second half of the season has been less than ideal. They have not looked good going into the playoffs, and now we're trying to find optimism. You know, I don't know how many people have it. You know, truckwreck.com fan text is open, but listening throughout the day, it's really felt like the overwhelming majority of Tolos and public opinions are, even though the Cowboys are favored, people aren't really excited about getting this playoff run started.
Honestly, the fact that they're favored, like Brady as a home dog, has to just make you sick to your stomach right now. Absolutely does. And if you came in here rocking and rolling and the defense was playing well and offensively you looked better than inept like you did yesterday, maybe you feel a little bit different. But, yeah, it's hard to find positives right now because yesterday, like just knowing that this quarterback and this offense is still even capable of that, you saw it in week 1, and you just hope that wasn't even like they got that out of their system forever and it could never come back. And then, boom. They're still capable of looking like an offense that isn't unprofessional.
Yeah. No, it's really bizarre. You know, I don't know how a team can lead the league in so many things and not be that good, not be better. Now the Nacho Libre look is done, and Wolchuk's face is now totally clean except for a little soul patch under the lower lip there.
Just got the soul patch, baby.
Just got the Creed, right? Is it the Creed look? Is that what that is with the soul patch?
I don't know what
Remember,
that
was
is.
it that the classic Thanksgiving Cowboy halftime, and one of those gentlemen had a soul patch?
Oh, yes.
Like we've never seen before?
The one that took went flying in the air.
Yeah, that's right.
I do want to make a quick announcement. If you're watching on the webcam, I can see Wolchuk live and on the webcam. He looks better than the webcam. I'll just say that.
Well, because the webcam adds 10,
The
right?
lighting is off. The webcam might add.
The lighting's bad for me, okay?
He looks better than the webcam. He looks
way
pretty
sexier in person.
Looks pretty good in here.
Yeah,
there it is.
good.
Chia Follows getting an updated picture. Oh, okay. And is that going on? What's your Twitter?
Chia Follows Sports, at Chia Follows Sports. I need all the followers I can get, by the way.
And that's CHIA.
CHIO.
FALO. Okay. Chio Follow.
There you
Boom.
go.
There
Boom.
you got it. Everybody follow him and Wolchuk and get these pictures, these updated pictures of Zach as the show continues. As Wolchuk, we're kind of waiting for your thoughts here on these Cowboys and optimism. Do you have any, Brian? What do you got?
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys, did you feel like in a game that they were trying to win that they weren't trying to win it? And I mean the way that they were shuffling. It was a 13-7 game in the second half when they came out and they're shuffling the cornerbacks. They're taking looks at guys throughout the game, especially on defense.
I think they're trying to find something.
Yeah, they played 3 different corners yesterday. They played 3 different left corners yesterday. Mm-hmm. And so I was wondering if you were in a game yesterday where you were trying to win the game. Were you trying to win the game with as many? You know, I know offensively how bad they looked, but I saw a ton of substitution on that defense yesterday. When you see Luke Gifford and stuff playing when the game's still kind of in the balance.
Yeah.
I wonder if you're really trying to win the game.
That's a good question. I think the first half they definitely were. I think offensively they definitely were.
Because it was a 13-7 game at half.
Sure. I think the bigger thing, though, is what happens to this offense when the opposition can get pressure without blitzing anybody. Yeah. It's over. Show me the first 2 series. If they're doing that, I can turn the TV off. It's over. And I don't think there's an adjustment you can make. That means your offensive line is probably going to get blown up. And now that you don't have Steele helping as much as he did in the run game, that's one thing I think we're finding out about Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
You don't have that combo block between Martin and Steele that was paying off so much that you can go to as your bread and butter.
Yeah.
It's over. Like, if you can find a matchup where the defensive line can't get in Dak's face and keep you under 3 yards per attempt, I'll pick the Cowboys to win that game in the playoffs. But I don't see any of those teams in their path right now, Brian.
No, the problem is, and then the running game, and I'll get into it. I saw the All-22 this morning. We'll get into Dak. I really want to focus on some of what was going on in that game yesterday with him. But, the problem in the running game is that they just cannot secure. And yesterday it was poor. I mean, you got Jonathan Allen not playing the game, but Ridgeway played great. And Ridgeway was a kid that was drafted by the Cowboys, and he's done a nice job. But he had like 5 tackles in that game at defensive tackle. And you just could not secure the down guys. And what the problem is then when you get, and there's some opportunities where they had on the 3rd and 5 run that they had, where they hand the ball to Pollard. And what happens is instead of being square up on his guy blocking, Schultz is like what we call half man. So he's really hitting half of the linebacker. When a back sees that, his only read is to go, okay, I got to just take the ball and go forward as fast as I can, because there's not that sure that, okay, if you're square on the block, you give the back the ability to two-way cut, like we say. So like you can either go left or right. Well, the way that Schultz blocked, it was all of a sudden like it gave Pollard no other opportunity but to try and go and get the first. Now, that's the problem you're running into. You're having a lot of these blocks, whether it's the down guys or trying to get guys up onto the linebackers, that these half-man blocks are making the backs have really struggled with some of their reads. And you can see it really clear in this game when the way them trying to run the football and not give the running backs the opportunity for any type of a cutback.
So at 877-881-1053, we'll ask you, how are you feeling about this football team? Brady's undefeated against the Cowboys. It'll be one and done. It's a 3-point favorite by Vegas. I mean, because these Buccaneers have played bad, and they've had to come back and pull off miracle wins against bad teams. So I don't think that the Cowboys can overcome a defensive line, and I think the Tampa corners are healthy now. Their secondary is pretty much healthy. And I just don't see Dak Prescott suddenly figuring out how to excel against those kinds of looks. It's one thing when you're just facing good coverage. You got extra guys back there. They're stopping your run without committing resources. You got extra guys, and of course the interceptions are going to continue. He ties for the league in picks despite missing so many games at the beginning of the year. And I don't know. Going into this week's game, I said, I need a get-right game, Chiafalo. That was the exact opposite of a get-right game.
It could not have gone any worse. I mean, it is pretty insane. They bookend their seasons with the worst game of the year to start versus Tampa, and then the worst game of the year to close versus Washington. There was nothing really positive that you could take from it, and it was maddening. And maybe they were, to some extent, brought us, looking at, okay, how does Mullen look? How does Coyle look? We're toying with things because we want to win, but midway through the second quarter, we kind of know, okay, it doesn't really matter if we win or lose. But offensively, there is no excuse for the way they played yesterday. I couldn't believe how bad that was across the board. Not being able to run the ball, not being able to throw the ball. It's like, was nobody open? What's the deal here? Is Dak not seeing things? It was just like it was pulling your hair out dysfunction.
Yeah, Dak being the worst version of himself was a big part of it.
Yeah.
They could at least manage to beat the Commanders, but I mean the Commanders are a bad football team, and when you can execute that ideal game plan against this Cowboys offense, you can make them look pretty dang rough. So,
but that bad.
No, you shouldn't look that bad. No,
bad is inexcusable.
It is. Didn't y'all say Steele was trash? Says the 469. Yes,
I did. No, I admit it. Yeah. I've said this since. No, absolutely.
Not recently though.
But don't blame these guys. Blame me. I thought after Steele's worst game by far was the Tampa game.
Yeah.
I mean, remember he had all the false starts in the game and all that, and you're kind of thinking, okay, he's a liability. In the preseason, absolutely. Don't blame these guys. Blame me for that. I told you that.
In 2020, he was terrible. Last year, he figured out how to do some things, and the team ran better with him in the starting lineup. When they went to Lyle Collins midseason, the team started to run worse.
Yeah.
This year, watching his pass pro, he's still out there surviving.
Mm-hmm.
But in the run game, he's young and athletic that he's always been, and he has learned how to use that athleticism.
Him and Martin have a great feel of how to play together, and that's what helps you. And that's what I was talking about. Secure down linemen, get to second levels, and then allow these backs to make cuts off what you see of square blockers. They're not doing that right now.
Okay, when was the last time Dak Prescott hit the top of his drop and released immediately? The guy's always hesitant to throw the ball. He can't just let it loose. Well, so now you're asking the guy to be aggressive when he needs to be less aggressive.
The touchdown pass he threw the touchdown pass he threw to Lamb, you couldn't draw that one up any better. You talk about protection, let the ball fly, route by the receiver being where he needed to be. That right there. If someone said, "Well, when's the last time you did it?" The touchdown pass yesterday. That's what I would have said.
All right. That's a good answer. A huge thing here that we got to keep in mind is this football team at the front office level has decided that they don't want to throw huge all-in type of investments at trying to win. And I would hope that the idea is getting hammered home eventually up there after watching. I think we're going to watch it happen again. A 12-win season. All these stats say that, hey, we are freaking amazing. We don't have a good enough team to get to the next level here in the playoffs. And why is that? Is it because we don't do anything in free agency? Maybe? Is it because the trade deadline comes and other teams are like, hey, I'll take Christian McCaffrey, I'll take a pass rusher, I'll take another corner, I'll take a wide receiver, and we're like, well, what's on the absolute bottom of the barrel, okay? Why are we getting worse in the second half of the season and other teams are getting better and really hitting this strong? Either it's because we don't have elite enough playmakers, like at quarterback, or our front office isn't doing a good enough job making a good enough team, right? So if you truly believe in Dak Prescott, then we're just letting the results speak for itself, right? He's supposed to be an elite quarterback, not getting out of the first round of the playoffs, just winning in the regular season. You know who else does that? A lot of pretty good quarterbacks like Kirk Cousins, okay? So you got to say, hey, maybe we don't have that quarterback and we have to stock the team with so much damn talent that we make it easier for him, right? You finally got an amazing defense. Really, 2 years in a row. All through the Dak's first 4 years, it was, the defense will let him down. You don't have now you got a good enough defense. You had Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, and Michael Gallup. You had all the wide receivers. Now you have 3 tight ends. Now you're going to say, the offensive line is bad. You never get to have everything unless you say, this is our opportunity. Let's buy everything and really make it happen. The only other way through is with an absolute Hall of Fame quarterback that can cover up your mistakes. And the Cowboys are team building like they have that. You don't have a good enough quarterback to cover up all your mistakes. It's checkmate against Dak right now, okay? You need an amazing offensive line and great wide receivers and a really good defense. That's going to be the recipe for this team to win the Super Bowl. And I think I've been saying this now pretty consistently for a number of years. Hopefully at the end of another season where you're like, number one, suck it, Dak haters. How about this EPA? Well, guess what? It's a team that for some mysterious reason can stack up stats in the regular season against mediocre teams that makes them look like they have the best offense. But hell no, they don't. Not even freaking close against good defenses. And they're getting exposed now here for another year of this team. And I think Dak Prescott being exposed as well. But you need to have the light bulbs come on and say, guys, we're not going to get into the playoffs and then have him carry us. Are you kidding me? Like, good defenses destroy this offense. This offense that's number one in all these things, you put them up against a good defense, and it's like, oh boy, he looked bad. He looked like he might even be a quarterback that doesn't even belong in this league. And that happened last year against San Francisco as well for the majority of that game. So, this just continues to happen, and hopefully once this is all said and done, we can wash our hands of it, get some new perspective, and the front office can actually get serious about building a team that Dak Prescott can lead to the championship. Okay, Wolchuk, how you feeling over there with your new fresh face, buddy?
I'm feeling I feel a little bit weird. I feel a little bit weird.
It's a new person. It's a new person that we're looking at here. Are you kidding me?
There's going to be an adjustment process here.
Yes, for all of
this
us.
is gonna. I don't feel as confident. I do feel like a new person.
Yeah.
I feel like I've gone straight back to Plano Senior High School my senior year.
Wait, do you find yourself right now in your imagination?
Like I'm 18 years old.
You're urinating next to Rex Burkhead in between fourth period again?
I just left Mrs. Cannon's sports marketing class after fourth period.
Could you put a little part on the side or do something new?
Well, we're not. Walt's going to do a little something for me here.
We're going to get something going.
Let's get that confidence back.
Yeah,
because he lost his mojo today.
Swag. My mojo is gone. I have no ability to even.
Your mojo and the swag is gone.
That beard better grow back.
That's a strong beard.
It will.
Yeah, that'll be
pounding biotin.
Yeah.
Just eat it for breakfast.
I need
Hopefully, it's soda
I'm going to
approved.
inject myself with some kind of creatine and steroids and PhDs, all the stuff that Gavin loves.
Is there a Mark Bashara for the face?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll get some PRP going on in
baby.
there.
I'm just going to
play
pick
with
this stuff
plasma
up off the floor and glue it back on.
Okay, thank you, Walt. Another outstanding
Walt,
job, and
I love you.
I understand he's not done. He's going to fix him up. Okay, we got the
coconut
G
oil.
bag of the day
Wonder
coming
it
up.
smelled delicious.
TCU keys to victory as well here on a championship Monday, and then Krusty's Corners coming up with some film takeaways at 2:40 here. It's the G Bag Nation, the Fan.
Friday morning.
All right, welcome back, Nation. The G-Bag of the day is 5 minutes away. Wolchuk's look has been completed. You can see that on our webcam. It is time now for Eric Chiafalo to take us to some TCU keys to victory. Let's get a championship, Metroplex. It is time to make this happen. Here's Chiafalo with what they need to do.
Yeah, we need TCU to bring us the positivity back here in the Metroplex from a football standpoint. We got Broadus wearing his TCU purple over there. I know Wolchuk on the outside doesn't look like he's repping TCU, but trust me, under those pants, he's got a nice horn frog hanging around. Around the waistline area, which is pretty exciting.
Right, yeah.
And speaking of horn frogs, Shaquille O'Neal's alleging that if Georgia defeats TCU, then he will eat a horn frog.
Oh wow!
So I don't know.
Safe?
I guess it's kind of a win-win for everybody because if TCU wins, we party, and if TCU loses, at some level we get to watch Shaq eat a horn frog.
I think so. That's like former Rangers pitcher Miles Michaelis, the Lizard King himself.
Oh, yes. That's what he's going to be channeling.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty exciting stuff. Now, Pete Thamel, ESPN, has his handful of things that TCU must do in order to escape with victory tonight. And he chatted with a bunch of anonymous coaches throughout college football to kind of get their thoughts on it.
Gang of 75, maybe.
A gang of 7,500, perhaps.
Maybe, yeah.
Number one is throw it to number one over and over and over again. And, of course, Quentin Johnston, who is Broadus. He's the top receiver in the draft for the most part. If he's not one, he's two, but he's probably not two because he's one.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be one of those guys. Him and your receiver out there at USC would probably be the top two that people, depending on what you think about the Ohio State receiver, too.
And Wolchuk's a big,
yeah, exactly.
Jackson Smith guy.
Yeah,
local.
Jackson Smith. So, that to me is, there's a lot of really good receivers in this draft, but I think that Quentin Johnston is going to be on the top of a lot of teams' boards.
And Keely Ringo's supposed to be a stud corner for them, and he matches up size pretty well because Johnston's a big boy, but Keely Ringo is going to be covering him, is 6'2", 210, so he brings that. But they note that his frame has not really helped him in press coverage, and he's got the 8th worst completion percentage playing press in college football this season.
Yeah.
So not going to be able to really get up and bump and run on old Quentin Johnston, who's just a home run threat all the time. One coach said, he's not going to kill you down after down, but you hope that the 5 or 6 catches he makes, you tackle him because he'll take that 12-yard play and he'll make it a huge play. And then the jump balls down the field, that's going to be a huge one. That has to be focal point, I would think, number one for TCU. Just throw the ball to number one as often as possible, especially what you saw Ohio State do to them, Marvin Harrison Jr. last week. Number 2 here, keys to TCU victory, Max Duggan. One coach says that he needs to run for at least 70 yards, which would require Georgia's rush discipline to be as poor as it was against Ohio State. Run, Max, run is key to victory number 2. And that's something he's capable of doing. So I don't see why he wouldn't be ready to take off. When you saw what C.J. Stroud was able to do with his legs last week, if you're Duggan, you got to know, hey, we're leaving it all out there today, so let's go ahead and rack up all the rushing yards possible.
Yeah, what they're going to have to deal with, too, is this Georgia pass rush, though, and especially through the middle of the pocket. So all of a sudden now
Jalen Carter.
Yeah, now you're in a situation, though, that where if the pocket does open up, though, and the opportunity to run, because Georgia will – those corners and the safeties and linemen, they'll turn and drop and run, and they'll give you the opportunity to maybe make some plays with your feet. And so Max does need to take advantage. If he sees a little lane that he could take off with after the pass, boom, go with it and make it happen.
Block Jalen Carter, as you mentioned, that interior pass rush there for Georgia. Jalen Carter is going to be one of the top picks in the upcoming NFL draft. He is absolutely huge in the middle of that Georgia D line. And so making sure you keep him contained is going to be a big key. And then can you get both running backs to play? Because Amari DiMercato played like a beast last week, but Kendre Miller has proven to be one of the better backs in the sport. 1,400 yards, 17 touchdowns on the season. He's going to be, I believe, a game-time decision, listed as questionable. So, man, if he can play, that's going to go a long way for them. But that is some of the keys to victory, according to Pete Thamel.
Thank you so much, Chiafalo. Keys to TC. We'll talk more about this big game a little bit later on. It's time now for the best audio in the world of sports. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I totally forgot it was National Championship Day until about 2 hours ago. About 2 hours ago.
Frantically making food plans and drink plans.
First thing on my mind was, what am I going to eat? Yeah, what am I going to eat? I decided,
College football, you got to be ready for 4 hours, too.
We got wings again?
Big party.
I decided Jersey Mike's. I'll face a Jersey Mike's sandwich
Delicious.
after the work.
Yes, sir.
Our winner from last week, Charles Barkley, got a little too loose on the TNT set. Check this out.
I'm being honest, right? I don't want to be one of these on television. Hey. Oh, I mean jackasses. I meant. I'm sorry. I apologize.
What the heck is going on?
I meant jackasses. I apologize. These guys who act like they know everything. Ernie, I got
the first, Shaq.
That's the first time I've ever cursed. I apologize.
First time I ever
It is. I
cursed.
apologize.
Chuck, I tell you what, I will pay your fine to the FCC.
I do. I apologize.
This is the first time I ever cursed. I feel like I played some more audio of Charles.
Yeah.
Myself right here.
Exactly.
They'll say S if it gets late. You know, on a
100%.
late West Coast game, 1 in the morning,
100%.
they're cutting up.
Yeah, it wasn't the only. It wasn't the only a-hole dropped on the air last week.
No, it wasn't.
We had one from our own Brian Broaddus right here.
If somebody has an opinion, it's fine. You don't have to agree with it. Don't make it personal. Don't let you're a you know, I probably can't say
It's
that.
just blue hole. I will say you there. I got
Lucius
you.
was
You're a blue hole there.
Sorry, Lucius.
Welcome back, Lucius. Happy New Year.
Lucius, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I knew better than that. I really didn't. I really didn't know better. I just tried to act like I knew better, but I really didn't know better.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some tricky ones in there. You know? Like you can say you're pissed off, but you can't say you're taking a.
Oh.
That's a bad one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm glad you said that. That was a great example. That leads us right into the next one. This man is a radio professional. You hear me, y'all? He didn't even know what I had in the bag over here, but just...
Trial and error.
We got a girlfriend right here that defends her boyfriend who is caught urinating on a lady's house. Looks like there was a day party going on, you know, like maybe like Greenville Avenue type of situation. And there's a whole lot of people, and I've had 4 Miller Lights. I got to pee.
Yeah.
And you go to an alley, and that's somebody's house, though.
Yeah.
So this lady caught a man just, relieving himself.
I saw that at the parade one year behind a dumpster.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably me. 100%.
It was a gal.
Yeah, 100%. Almost went to jail in Mexico for being behind a club.
Ooh.
Yeah, gave him $50. Not 50 pesos, $50 whole dollars.
Yeah.
They ate off your boy.
Great business move. 50 pesos.
Yeah. A girlfriend right here defends her boyfriend who is caught peeing outside.
On his phone right now. I'm gonna take a picture of this sorry ass.
Take a picture, bitch. I'm pissing on your house. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Face,
It's on my.
Ready to pee on my house?
Yeah, I'm pissing on your house. What's up?
Piss on my house. You hear him?
Yeah, bitch.
You hear him?
You.
You. He tells me. He didn't mean it. Yeah. Well,
He's
he's
a
you
really
are
nice
peeing
boy.
on private property.
I'm really sorry
breaking
about
the
that.
law.
He was gonna pee himself.
I don't care if he's gonna pee himself. He's a grown person. Go find a toilet. Not my house.
Grown person. Sorry. I hope you have a
You're
wonderful.
sorry?
I
No,
hope
you're
you have
sorry.
a wonderful year, Angel. Love you.
I love you. I love you. Hope you have a great rest of the year. Love you.
Wow.
He's a grown person. He can find a toilet.
That's ballsy.
Yeah.
I like the idea of that lady actually being homeless. She's in a dumpster. He's just taking a leak on the dumpster, but in her mind, that's her house.
Peeing on each other.
Like Oscar the Grouch or something. Hey, lady.
It's a golden shower 2.0.
That guy was rude though, man. It would take a loving woman like that to.
It would.
He was very rude, very, very rude. On the RJ and Choppy show last week, they were roasting Dan Snyder. RJ Choppy was reading off some jokes from a sheet. And he messed up the name Felicia Rashad. You guys know who Felicia Rashad. All right.
Cosby Show mom, right?
Yeah. Check this out.
It was so bad, Snyder filmed a sitcom pilot with Felicia Rashad. Wait a second. Two different Fashilla? Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby. I might be dyslexic. Okay.
Wow.
Sean is ridiculous, bro. Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby.
Hey, Bill Cosby.
The caffeine was flowing.
I mean, it was up.
Did he? Wait, did he make the? Did he make Bill Cosby's wife in the Cosby Show Fran Fraschilla? Sounds like he went Frashilla there. Frashilla.
It was so bad, Snyder filmed a sitcom pilot with Fashilla Rashad.
Fashilla. It's
Fashilla.
close.
Fashilla
It was
Rashad.
very close, yeah.
Closer than Felicia.
Ahmad Rashad and Fran Frashilla had a baby.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all just stopped all of a sudden. It's crazy. It wasn't even like a laugh, and then it just stopped. Let's see here. What else we got for you boys? We got a guy that accidentally called the cops on himself. It was a butt dial while he was playing Rainbow Six Siege. You guys ever heard of that game?
Yeah.
Okay.
A Tom Clancy game.
All right.
Shooter.
Well, they heard him oversay something like, I killed 2 people or something like that. I got 2 kills.
Oh, no.
And the cops showed up.
I was playing the game, and I got butt dialed the phone. That was my bad. What? No. It's only me home.
Smelly, calm to you. Keep walking to us.
All right.
Okay. Let's just figure everyone inside, okay?
Nobody's inside. It's only me.
Bring him out. Keep walking with us, okay, buddy? What's your name?
And a box of Cheez-Its.
Yeah.
You're not hurt or anything like that? You play video games? Yeah, you said he was. You did somebody off? I was playing Rainbow Six inside.
Butt dial while playing Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
He's bragging. Yeah, I got 2 kills. Yeah, I'm a pretty bad man over here. I pulled out my knife for one. Threw it right in his face.
Ooh.
The other one had my MP5 out. Had no shot. Any of the nominees, Lucius?
I mean, if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't know what to do with this one. I just want to play the audio. There was a cop that was just going to pepper spray a guy for going 5 miles over the limit and being a little lippy. I guess you could say being a little lippy, but 5 miles over the limit. Anyway, he was getting ready to pepper spray him, but there was no no juice in the pepper spray. So he's like, you got away with one, buddy.
50 miles an hour. You were going 60 to catch up with me. I was going 50, which isn't even illegal.
Okay.
And now you're pulling your pepper spray out.
Put your phone down, bro.
No.
Put your phone down.
Get off me, man. You had...
Oh, man, it's out. You're so lucky.
Dude, that's the universe trying to protect both of us.
So lucky.
No, how are you acting like this? We're supposed to be on the same side, man.
Listen, I don't know you, but I'm telling you that you are going to go to jail right now because you're not cooperating with law enforcement. You are resisting my orders, so you're going to jail. As soon as my units come,
But
come
you're
here,
pulling
we're
me
taking
over
you
for
out of the
going
car.
over the speed limit by, 5 miles per hour?
Okay.
And you have a taser out.
Okay, that's fine.
Taser out.
Whoa. That's a little excessive, though, right?
A little bit. Yeah.
A little excessive. A little excessive.
I got a little fired up there.
Yeah.
Pepper sprayer shooting blanks. Charles Barkley and Brian Broaddus don't want you to be an a-hole about it. Girl defends her boyfriend who was caught urinating on a lady's house. RJ and Choppy were joking about Dan Snyder. Butt dial while playing Rainbow Six. I'll go with our champion, the combo platter, Barkley and Broaddus. Chiafala, how about you?
House P for me.
The house peeing over there. Okay, Lucius, how about you?
Yeah, man, me too. House P.
House P vote 2-1. Wolchuk?
I'm threesome with the House P.
Big fans of the House P scene. Broaddus?
Yeah, I was going to go with me and Chuck, but that does no good, right?
No, it wouldn't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
I kind of feel like
That's
it should
what I'm
be,
saying, man. I
Yeah.
was going to, it doesn't mean no good.
Your vote is unnecessary.
Freaking a-hole.
Usually is every day, yeah.
Appreciate your participation.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, at least you have Krusty's Corner. You've been watching film, right?
I do. Let's talk about what happened at the nation's capital. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ.
Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not never. This is Texas. This is Classic. Found new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is time now for Brian Broaddus' Krusty's Corner. Here he is, the king of the Krusties himself, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I was just looking at Twitter on the break.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
You need to see your therapist?
I need to, as you know. Patrick Mahomes just tweeted, he goes, I want to root for the Big 12, but am I allowed to root for TCU? ?
Oh, did you respond? No.
No.
Emphatically?
I think he's like me. I think he doesn't. I think it's a hard thing for him to pull, being having competed against TCU.
It's a question that every fan has to answer for themselves.
Yeah.
And I'm me.
You're petty.
I do. I've got my TCU. I got my TCU. I have 2 pieces of clothing from TCU. I'm wearing one of them. Right.
Okay, so you will pull for them?
Oh no, I'm just trying to show support.
Okay, good job.
I'm glad that you're showing support.
I'm just trying to show support. I hope they win because I do. I hope they win. I really, really do.
Go Frogs.
I'm not pulling for Georgia. I can't do that. And another thing real quick too, before I get going to this, we've heard this about DeMar Hamlin is getting to go home, going back to Buffalo.
Pretty amazing.
The doctor said yesterday when Himes returned the opening kickoff, he was in his chair and he jumped up. He started jumping up and down, and it set off like every monitor for his heart and all that.
Oh.
Like every alarm that could go off
went off.
And like everybody went scrambling to his area, but he was
excited.
He was just excited.
When those reports started coming out of him watching that game in the hospital, I immediately started thinking of Gary Bertier and Remember the Titans.
Oh yeah,
yeah, PD.
Yeah.
Like that's how I envisioned him that entire game.
Like, don't come in here.
Don't come in here. Don't come. Like just leave him alone and let him do his thing.
I think it's great that he gets to go back home. All right, we saw. I watched the tape this morning, and I'm going to focus a little bit on your quarterback today. By the way, guys that played really, really well, that they wanted to win the game, like they were really trying to win the game.
Guys, plural. There was more than one.
All right, Armstrong, Osa Odighizuwa, and Golston were the 3 guys. I really kind of felt like defensively that those guys showed up yesterday and played for you.
You tried to find a 4th, but you just couldn't.
Well, I couldn't find. It was hard. It was hard. This offensive line has issues run blocking right now. Hopefully I was at the Star today, and I hope I don't get in trouble for this. And I know that people are telling me it's really close on the center, and I need to check back on that. I watched the center work out a little bit today as I was going to my area, and he was moving around pretty well. So let's see if I hope I don't get in trouble for saying
Good report,
that.
Brian.
Let's go, Tyler. We need you, baby.
I was watching it. I was walking to the podcast studio, and to my left as I was walking,
snuck a peek.
Britt and Beatish were out there on the cords, and he was moving around pretty decently. So
as long as he's moving around on those umbilical cords,
man, I just
look good.
You going to report that he's playing?
It's a good sign.
I'm going to try and find that out before the end of the week for sure. But like I said, I was told it was going to be close. So let's see. If my eyes were telling me that it wasn't like a guy limping around or anything, but let's just, like I said, I hope I don't get in trouble for
passing the eye test there a little bit.
I just snuck a little look. That's all.
214 says Wooly Bully looks cute. Gavin looks like Mr. Magoo. I've heard that before, actually.
Have you really?
Yeah. Really? Or the kid on Mad Magazine, Alfred E. Newman.
Alfred E. Newman. He's a ginger, though, right?
I'm a little ginger. I'm a little bit ginger.
Little ginger.
I am.
All right.
25%.
You got it. Okay. Your quarterback.
Yeah.
The throw, we talked about this a little bit earlier. The throw he made to Lamb for the touchdown, probably the best throw he made all day. Yeah, and I know awesome. He didn't have many of them.
Of his about 10 completions, that's 14, the one that stood out.
14.
Yeah, that one was a sex pistol.
It really was, man.
I'll tell you what, though. No, it was a great route by Lamb. He did a great job of selling it so well to the outside to keep. He found space. Actually, he created space by the route. And this is the things you're kind of looking for in CeeDee Lamb. You're looking for that. What is he doing to kind of help himself? And his route running, I think, has improved so much. But he did a great job to be able to create the space with the corner over to one side, and then to kind of keep the safety where he needed to be. But it's a great throw. Dak actually got some really nice protection on that. The ball came out of his hand well. He found the hole, and then that's where you need to make it.
Did they miss some more chances to CD? Because that was one of them. And then we did the post game. Okay, all right.
Let's talk about this.
Let's talk about it.
What do you say?
Let's do it.
To your point, okay, they throw a ball to the middle of the field to Noah Brown, and it was one of those deals where it was when there was a lot of congestion in the middle of the field. There were 3 Commander players right there, and the ball's thrown. And what they're trying to do on the play is they're trying to get CD to run a double move to get him up the field. So you get the double move, and it's almost like Dak didn't wait for him to clear. If Dak throws the ball, if Dak just goes ahead and commits to the play, we've seen him throw balls down the middle of the field and just commit to throwing it. If he commits to the double move that they're trying to run with Lamb, they're likely going to score on the play. But he never gave it a chance. He absolutely did not give it any chance. It was the stutter, and it kind of an in break, and then up, and boom, it was clear to that. And Dak said he just threw the ball right in the middle of the field, and it was to Noah Brown, and Noah Brown had absolutely no chance. They threw another ball to Noah Brown on a 3rd and 10 with just terrible traffic in the middle of the field. It's 3rd and 10. He's got both Gallup and Schultz wide open underneath. Neither one of them covered. It's going to be a first down. If he just throws the ball, it's just literally right in front of him. Instead, he tries to throw the ball further down the field. And again, it's a lot of collision going on out there. A lot of the Commanders standing there, the way the coverage was being played. He had Gallup and Schultz both wide open underneath. Just throw it to them. You keep the drive going right there.
So is he just consistently not seeing things? Probably were guys open and he wasn't seeing them?
I tell you what, there's nothing in this game that led me to believe that he saw the field well at all yesterday. And I don't think it was what we've talked about before, rush 4, drop 7 and all that, because there was some bracketing and stuff of that of Lamb. They were trying to they were very conscious of where Lamb was on that field yesterday, but there were opportunities to make plays, and he just did not see it. I'll give you another example here. You know, there's the pick 6 that he threw. They're playing cover 2 on the and when we talk about cover 2, it's 2 safeties or 2 defenders standing on the hash. Corners are usually played in press up tight. Okay, there is no way in hell against cover 2 you throw the ball to the flat, because the corner to either side is what they call squat technique, and they're just going to wait, and that their responsibility is to play anything in the area or play the flat. Once the corner read the ball, the route of the out, all he had to do was step forward, as you saw, and drive on the ball. Mm-hmm. That's Dak Prescott. You do not throw the ball. If your intention on 3rd and 5 is to try and throw it for 6 yards and get a first down, and you throw it into that coverage, you got exactly what you deserved, a pick 6. That's a terrible read on his part to see cover 2 and to think that he could throw the ball in the flat and it wasn't going to get picked off. That's inexcusable right there for him. You look at the situation too on the.
Hold on. Do you feel like he lost the game for them yesterday?
I feel like that the way he played gave them no chance to win. Yes, I will say that.
Yeah,
absolutely,
no
chance to win.
Making reads like that is frustrating. Like even if like you saw it in the Titans game where everything ended up being okay, but that interception he threw where he throws it to Schultz,
it's a throw he can't make.
It's just a terrible read, terrible throw, nothing good about it in any way, never had a chance. And to make that read, and then the one you're talking about here on this pick 6, the fact that you're still doing that, making those which seem like elementary mistakes, gosh, that is really, really disheartening.
He's lucky he didn't have 2 pick 6s in this game, because the ball he threw to Schultz, it was too high. If Schultz doesn't tip that ball, it's coming back for a pick 6 on the other side of the field, on the left side of the field. He threw one that it was completely airmailed, and Schultz got up and knocked the ball, tipped the ball away trying to get it. That ball is going to get caught and come back the other way. So he's going to have back-to-back plays or back-to-back series with pick 6s. That's how bad he played yesterday. It was awful. It really, really was awful for him. Now, I will say this is my final thing that I saw. The missed extra point, bad snap. Ball was on the ground.
Okay, that's good.
Anger did a great job of getting the ball upright, and then got the laces away. But by that time, the damage was already done. I guarantee you, Maher was looking down. He saw the ball on the ground. He stepped up to try and knock it home, and he pulled it. but the laces were away, and it was a good hole by Anger. The problem was the kicker probably was freaked out that the ball was on the ground, and Anger had to smother it to get it up.
Took it out of his rhythm.
Well, I'd say
Steps got weird.
Yeah, steps got weird, and it was a bad play all around. So
can't be doing another boy like that.
Nope, not at all.
All right. Well, thank you, Brian. Always great to know. Brian Broaddus has your film every Cowboys Monday or Tuesday when they play on Mondays, but he's the only person in the media that gets access and can tell you the truth about what happened in these plays before anybody else. It's NFL True or False Postseason Prediction Edition. That's coming up next here in the Nation.
It has the entire... studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, as Zach Wolchuk is prepared to take center stage for this segment, lead us in some NFL true or false fart, and he is stewing right now, aren't you? What are you stewing about, Wolchuk?
Bobby has changed his freaking profile picture to me beardless right now, and I just want to hit him in the face.
And it's before Walt did the nice trim up on the actual head hair.
It's not even the completed version.
So
I just got Bobby, you tool.
Honestly, I will say, and no joke, if you cropped out the microphone in this photo here, this looks like a mugshot picture.
Yeah,
Because
that's
Walchuk's
bad.
clearly angry. He's just like deadpan looking into the camera, and he
Oh
looks
my
like
goodness.
he regrets
Yeah.
everything that's happened to him over the last
my
24
life.
hours or so.
It's a
And
factory of
potentially
sadness picture.
Does he look like he's hearing a verdict, like he was on trial?
Yes.
Like it's like
Just got the-
sentencing?
He just got the worst news ever, which is a life sentence.
When he said new profile
Maximum
picture,
security.
I thought it was like anytime I call him, he's changing it. It's not the one of displeasure when he called into the nosebleed seats, and I knew he was calling into troll. Now he's changed it on all of his platforms.
This looks like your evil twin, that spent time in Alabama and has no fashion sense.
This isn't good.
That's what that
I don't
looks
know
like
what
right
to
there.
do with myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't know either, Wolchuk, and I'm trying to decide in my mind what your name would be or should be if you looked like this instead of the normal Zach Wolchuk, and I think I'm going with Cletus. I think this is Cletus Wolchuk that we have in our presence.
You were Bert the other
Fox
day.
Sports
for a little while.
robot?
Yes, the Fox Sports robot. Yeah, let's do that. Anyway, here he is.
There's just a lot of eyebrow now when you look at Walchuk.
A lot of brows.
A lot of brows.
Nothing happened with the brows.
A lot of R's, and here he is with
of
some
R's and
NFL
brows.
true or fart false. Take it away.
All right, let's get right into it. I'll bring you some NFL news leading into the 420 top 10. But if you missed it and you've never played NFL True or Fart, this game originated thanks to the greatness that is Robert Flores, former ESPN anchor, might even still be current. I can't keep up with who's in and out over there at the wide world of sports.
I think he's baseballing now.
He's baseballing? Well, good
I think
for
he's
you, Robert,
baseballing, yeah.
because he had this slip up on air.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, here we go. I'm going to ask you guys this, and you tell me if you think it is true or you think it is false. I begin with you, Eric Chiafalo. Jimmy G is going to sign with the New York Jets this offseason.
Oh, he's got the Robert Saleh connection.
Yep.
Wow.
And he's obviously sent Zach Wilson home to read a book, meaning I don't want you anywhere near my football team.
Yeah, get away from me and my football team. Man, we were laughing yesterday if the Jets only had a quarterback.
Go F yourself, Bobby Belt.
Walchuk is not handling things very well right now, certainly not professionally.
I'm not a professional.
Let's go with big fat false here, and I think the Niners are gonna try and retain him. I think that's what they're gonna. I think ultimately that's what they're gonna want.
They got Brock Purdy. I don't think there's any reason to retain him.
Trey Lance?
But Trey Lance, I mean, what's the plan there? He's off a catastrophic injury. He's supposed to be a mobile
Keep him as your
quarterback.
backup because you probably can't trade him.
I mean, the Jets do have a lot to like. There's familiarity with the head coach now. They have a respectable defense, and they got some weapons. Like Garrett Wilson at wide receiver is legit. They got young running backs that are coming back. Actually, I just convinced myself Garoppolo's a Jet. Let's true that.
Okay, true or false? I'm gonna go. That is stinky flatulence because I think he makes more sense in Miami. With former Niners OC Mike McDaniel.
Ooh.
I think Robert Saleh, being the defensive mind, knows Jimmy sucks, and it was just Kyle Shanahan all along, so he doesn't want him.
I agree with Gavin. I think this has got Miami Dolphins written all over it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to go.
Is that just because like Jimmy Garoppolo looks like a guy who you could see walking down South Beach at any given moment?
And just getting anybody he wanted.
All of them.
I'm going to say fart. You guys have
even some
convinced
women.
me. Yeah.
Even some women.
I think Jimmy G in South Beach is a perfect fit. I love that idea. All right, let's go to you, General Derek Carr, man. He's going to end up signing with the Washington Commanders this offseason. Maybe it's via trade. Either way, he's going to be a commando.
I'm going to say false. I'm taking him back to Houston, where they have an affinity for the Carr family. There's some connections there. Plus, they're just rebuilding. He's a bridge quarterback where Washington, I feel like, has a good team, and they're going to be looking for either a good rookie or a better quarterback to lead them into the playoffs.
Okay, Brian?
I'm going to say Fart. I think he does end up at the Jets because I think Robert Saleh's kind of a tough-minded guy, and this is a tough-minded quarterback. Kind of guy that can handle conditions and things like that, sturdy and all. So I'm going to say that he's going to end up with the Jets.
Okay.
Certainly could see that, but I will fart on it. I think the Colts are an interesting one. They've been recycling through quarterbacks, and I don't know that they're going to have I don't know, what are they picking? They won a handful of games that's probably going to keep them out of unless they trade up in some way, but I like Carr to the Colts.
All right, I'm going to end up going Fart there as well. I think there are other destinations that he ends up going to. I don't know if it's going to be the Commando, so I think the betting odds would be no. All right, let's go.
630 says douche move by Bobby Belt, by the way. You're getting some support here on the text.
I appreciate it. I'm also getting a lot of predatory.
Can I go on record and say Bobby doesn't give enough?
No, I know Bobby doesn't care.
Yeah.
He does not care. But his wife does, and his wife's going to be very upset with him.
They're calling him Wilbur Wolchuk right now in the 254.
Wilbur.
Speaking of that, do we have cupcakes in the fridge? Did you bring the cupcakes?
Oh, that's a question.
Did he bring the cupcakes is the question. Did Bobby Belt?
Oh, Bobby bring the cupcakes.
Do you think those delicious cupcakes made it through the weekend at Bobby's house? God, no. That would be
Bobby
my
was
guess.
gone. But, maybe
that's fair. But Bobby came home.
But they wouldn't have made it through the morning
All
with
right.
RJ around.
Let's see. Maybe
I'll check the fridge.
Colts, by the way, have the 4th overall pick, so they could end up drafting one of those quarterbacks. All right, here's a Cowboys one. Let's start with you, Brian. True or fart? Tony Pollard ends up drawing a lot of free agent interest, and he ends up leaving the Cowboys.
I'm going to say that's true. I think people kind of realize this guy is not just a slight back, that he's 200 pounds. He's capable of carrying it. He can catch the ball well. I think Dallas, they got what they, it's a shame they didn't use him the other 3 years like they're using him now. He's a 1,000-yard back. I don't think he's going to be really hugely expensive, but I think somebody's going to bring him in and they have a really good plan for him. But there's a lot of good backs in this draft. You and I have already talked about that, at least in the first round.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think anybody ever wants to use a first round, but I would say that he's probably going to leave the Cowboys.
I'm really scared of the Eagles now with that New Orleans pick they got, 10 overall. I think they're going to snag Bijan Robinson.
Very well could. Yep.
Eric?
I would love for my division rival to take a running back at pick number 10. I would be excited. If you told me right now they could take just Bijan Robinson, the Eagles could have him, and they have to forfeit their 10th overall pick to do it, I would say, please, God, do that. Thank you, Eagles.
They're in a position where they can take a luxury pick, and that dude might be a top. I think he is right now a top 5 overall player in the draft.
Oh, from a talent standpoint, I don't think you can argue.
I don't disagree with you when you're talking value wise, though.
Ultimately, though, I think the Cowboys end up franchise tagging Tony Pollard. That's what's going to happen. So I don't think he's going to have. Yeah, I'll fart on that.
What is that like? $15 million?
It's about $15 million.
Yeah,
but for 1 year, cool with it.
I mean, are you kidding me? If Dalton Schultz is worth whatever he was
10?
This year, 11, 10 or 11, I think Tony Pollard this year worth 15.
They have a lot of cap issues. I don't think they're going to keep him. I think you got to find the money somewhere. And I think the point you made right there about, teams coming in, like what's the cap at? Or I mean, what is the tag at?
I think it's at 15.
15, yeah.
It's at $15 million for a running back.
Well, you got bleeped with. You just got new contracts. Derrick Henry's, Kamara got a new deal.
Wow.
Zeke's deal still is bloating it.
Yeah. It was a good run, but I think they would keep him if he had been a college star and sold a lot of jerseys. But you could tell by the way they positioned him in their first 3 years that he just wasn't a guy that stirs the drink for them in those other ways with TV ratings and stuff. So I think they'll go back to the approach that they use with DeMarco Murray, which is that it's not good business to pay running backs.
This one will be interesting. Eric, I'll go to you for this one. True or fart, Lamar Jackson demands a trade out of Baltimore this offseason.
See, so that was the thing. You guys got Jimmy G going to Miami. I think Miami is trying to build up all the speed in the world. They got Waddle and Hill. With Tua, who knows if he's going to play this week or ever again. And if you're the Dolphins, how could you trust that health anyways? Lamar Jackson is a South Florida kid. I'm sure he would welcome that going back to his hometown, assuming the money's right there, which I think the Dolphins have shown they're willing to spend all the monies right now. And so that's where I have Lamar Jackson going. I think he is going to end up kind of doing one of these trade demand things. Because, I mean, dude, he was hell-bent on getting that guaranteed contract, and Baltimore was hell-bent to not give it to him. Yeah. By the way, it is not there are no brownies in that fridge.
Oh.
So Bobby bleeped us again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think he'll demand out. I think Baltimore is one of these teams that's wise enough to know. It's going to be really, really difficult to build a winner around this, and that's why they don't want to give him what he wants. And Miami will give players what they want. That's their edge right now, whether it's a Chubb or Hill. They're like, yeah. Here, so I could see that. I could see that happening quite easily, where the agent is, talking with multiple teams that would be willing to give him what he wants. And I don't know if you can build a winning team around Lamar Jackson, to be honest with you. I think the Ravens probably have the right idea here with playing this thing, careful. There's two things you can do. You can say no, or you could give him the deal, and I think this is the coward's way out. Say, well, let's see if it works. And it just doesn't work unless you can slice and dice an offense like you're freaking Peyton Manning or Patrick Mahomes. It's just not going to work with guys like that. Defenses have become too small and fast for the running quarterback to dominate a game the way that you would have to for a deal like that to make sense.
I think this is the first big trade of the new year, the league new year. And I would keep an eye on the Commanders here at the 17th or the 16th pick. I'd keep an eye on them.
Well, maybe you're moving him out of the conference. It makes sense.
And moving him out of the conference. Ron Rivera's probably, the fact they went 8-1 was really a good thing for him. But that's a coaching staff that's probably going to have to do something, and will probably have new ownership there. You might want to make a big splash. Now, do you make the splash that you made with like what they did in Denver and give guaranteed money and all that? I think they'd be a little bit more reasonable. But I'd keep an eye on the Commanders, and I think he's going to get traded.
Yeah, I think this is a true. I don't think Lamar Jackson and Baltimore end up coming to a deal, and I do know that Miami has a lot of interest. I had a source preseason tell me that Miami was going to go all out for Lamar Jackson. They were trying to do it last offseason, but they ended up going and making the deal with Tyreek Hill.
It would be kind of interesting to see them trading for a quarterback with all the injury problems that they've gone through. With the Dolphins, they've gone through so much with the injury of their quarterbacks. Do you trade for a guy that might be a little bit more injury prone there? I that's the question I would ask
I understand that. I get it. All right, Gavin. Well, actually, I'll go to you on this one, Brian, because you're pretty plugged in on this. How about this for a prediction? True or fart? Sean Payton actually doesn't end up returning to the NFL this season. He sits out one more year.
Yeah, he told his Fox brothers yesterday that he was on a scale of 1 to 10. He was 7 on coming back. I just think it has to be the absolute right situation. And to me, I've been really clear about this. The right situation is where he can run everything. He doesn't, he's talking about city. He's talking about ownership. He's talking about, all these things, roster and stuff like that. But ultimately, he wants to be the guy that the decisions go through. So if he can't find that location, then I could see him staying at Fox. Absolutely.
I think he's going because there's multiple good opportunities, great weather, good quarterback situations. I could see him staying. This is a tough one because the Saints are asking for compensation, and I don't know if they're going to come off a first round pick, or if a 2 or a 3 will get it done. But I just think there's interesting opportunities, and it's not often that you get those decent rosters with franchise quarterbacks that you can step into in good weather. Holy cow, that's a lot of good things going on.
Yeah, you're going to need the perfect situation. I see Sean Payton being a guy that's going to be super picky and judicious about the way he goes about this, because it's not like the shine's going to wear off of him. We blink our eyes this time next year, Sean Payton's still going to be a name out there floating around, and people are going to be interested in him. How many years did we talk about John Gruden? For
Bill Cowher.
For a million years. Yeah. So Bill Cowher talked about him for forever. So I'm kind of with Broadus here, where I think it's a true that he's going to end up going back to the studio.
All right, let's do this last one, and I think true as well, because I don't think McVay's going to leave. I think he ends up staying, and I think maybe that Rams job might be the most attractive for him. All right, Gavin, let's go to you to wrap this up. A lot of rumors here, true or fart. Tom Brady ends up jumping pirate ships, and he is a Vegas Raider next year.
I could see that definitely, because the way that the owners are structured with the Raiders, you want to make a splash. You want to bring somebody in. You really need a quarterback. Derek Carr has known he's out the door. I just feel like there's a lot of momentum heading in that direction for it to get out even before the Buccaneers play a playoff game. I'm going to buy that 100%.
Brian?
Especially now that the 49ers have found Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like, though, this will be an interesting one. I know the Raiders have talked about it. At least that's what Albert Breer's saying. It's kind of getting out there. I really wonder, because there's some people that really don't know if Josh McDaniels really wants Tom Brady coming out there. I think Josh McDaniels would like to have his own quarterback that he could kind of develop and kind of groom. And, was it always really that those last couple of years, there's a lot of loyalty that McDaniels has to Bill Belichick. And I don't think it went really well for Brady, Belichick, and McDaniels those last couple of years there in New England. I think he knows all the warts of Tom Brady as well. Do I want to hitch my wagon to a guy that's 45 years old? I don't. I'm going to call. I think there's going to be some pushback there by the head coach, and it might cost the head coach's job. The owner might say, "Well, screw you, you're fired, and I'll bring somebody else in that wants Tom Brady."
Yeah, we'll see who Tom Brady wants.
Yeah.
Here's your parting gift. Go talk to Bill. Is he still looking for an OC? Still have Matt Patricia calling plays?
Exactly.
Looks like you're heading home again, buddy.
Yeah. I'll go far on that as well. It just seems too easy that all this is just going to happen for him in Vegas. And does he really want to go and do a division with Pat Mahomes and play for the second spot? I mean, the biggest advantage in Brady's career is playing in trash divisions, including this year.
All right. Thank you, fellas.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Looking good over there with his fresh face. He lost a bet as well. That was a big bet that he placed on Micah Parsons over 15.5 sacks with Bobby Bell.
It was looking good for a while there.
He is paying the price.
It was looking good for a while. We'll get him next year, Micah. We got this, buddy.
Yeah.
All righty. When we come back here in the G-Bag Nation, it's time for the Mike McCarthy press conference. He'll be talking with reporters as we return right here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, because if you are hurt, some Cowboys questions of the day for you right here on a Cowboys Monday. How are you looking at these things now? Okay, maybe you looked at them a little different a few weeks ago, 6 weeks ago for sure. A month ago, the idea of losing to Tampa was like an unexpected comedic tragedy. Oh, could you imagine if they still lose to Tampa? Ha ha ha. What would happen then? Well, now, even though Tampa's not coming in as a hot team, how are you looking at this Tampa game, Wolchuk? These Cowboys, the one and done boys? Or are they just taking a little step back before their rocket shot?
Well, they show up like they did against Washington. They're certainly one and done. I think the Cowboys, the one positive, they've been really good after losses. And that's not only this year, but that's in the Mike McCarthy era here. And they've been resilient. I think you're going to get a good effort from the Cowboys. And I think Tampa Bay stinks. I really don't think that's a good football team. The concern is Tom Brady. And Tom Brady's going to be going after that left cornerback, and that's a massive, massive concern. So, I think the Cowboys have a chance to win this game, but to say that I am as optimistic as I was this time yesterday would be an absolute lie.
But you'll still pick the Cowboys?
Right now, I got to go back and kind of watch some more Tampa Bay to see how they're playing run defense and at the line of scrimmage. At where I stand today and the deficiencies that the Cowboys are showing with their offensive line, I think I'm leaning more towards Tampa Bay.
All right. How about you, Brian? How do you look at this game now?
I'm going to pick Dallas to win, and I'm going to pick Dallas to win because I feel like, though, that this team has proven, though, when they have bad losses, they find a way to kind of get everything together and rally. I trust what McCarthy's saying about their bad week of practice. And, to me, now a loss like this does make you lock in a little bit more.
I like that.
And so I'm going to say you were able the first time you played Tampa when everybody was fresh. Zeke was averaging a little over 5 yards a carry. Now, I'm not saying there's teams that won't let you run the ball. I'm interested to see. I'm going to go back and watch Cincinnati because I think Cincinnati defensively did something that really gave Tom Brady a lot of problems. There's been some teams this year that have given the Bucs some issues. I'm going to study those games and kind of figure that out. But Dallas, my thought about Dallas right now is, though, they find ways to recover after a bad game. So I'm going to go likely as right as I sit right now with the Cowboys until something tells me different. I think you're getting Van Der Esch back. You're getting Hankins back. You're getting some guys. I think it's going to be close on the center. So I think you could shuffle your line for how you want to go that way. Tampa doesn't score a whole hell of a lot of points.
No, they're not playing well.
And Dallas has scored a whole hell of a lot of points until yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't think that's, that quarterback can't play like he did yesterday, of course, and expect to win. I kind of feel like this team's going to bounce back right now, and I would say they'd go.
Well, Mike McCarthy will like to hear that, and here he is at the podium.
What was your message to the players today, and just in general, what's the mood been here?
The move was I'd say it was consistent. They came in, they got their workouts in, had some conditioning to do, being on an 8-day week here. So then we had the team meeting. So I felt that we were able to cover some things in there that need to be covered, and they've had a chance to visit with their position coaches. I talked a little bit about yesterday not being a burn the tape type outlook here, but we've had a chance to go through it, and frankly I think it's time to burn the tape and move on to Tampa. So
until folks start talking, moving on to Tampa, what gives you confidence that you can move on and get a different outcome?
Well, I have confidence in our football team, regardless of who we lined up against in the playoffs, that we'll be successful. And we have built that over the course of the off-season, training camp, and in camp. You're as good as all your parts. I'm more focused on who are the 48 going to be for this game. Because we're getting healthy. Hopefully, get a couple more guys back. So that's really where my mind is. And if you look at the defense, we've had a chance to play some players that didn't have opportunities. At all, frankly, or even since earlier in the year. So they got some opportunities. So I feel like we have really good information there. Offensively, same deal. We got some things that we were able to go through and make sure that we got the right direction going for Tampa Bay, and just like anything, who's going to be on the 48 that directly affects the special teams. So I feel like what we're capable of doing is very high, and a lot of belief and confidence, and we'll get ready to go. And I'm just really focused on a good week of preparation.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. You weren't sure if it was going to be a 6-day week or a 7-day week. Now you've got an 8-day week. How does that change your approach and schedule-wise? What does that mean for this week?
I mean, it really doesn't change much of the approach. We had the Monday night game in New York, so all these schedules were all done beforehand. So we'll be very similar to what we did going into the Giants, because it's obviously a Monday night type game, and it's on the road. So scheduling wise, so it'll be more of a winter schedule. We'll have a bonus Wednesday on the front end, and then Thursday will be Wednesday, Friday will be that kind of process.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. 2015, you guys lost your last 2 games up there in Green Bay. Are there experiences you draw on that experience as you're getting your team ready for this game, coming off this loss?
There's been a couple of them over the years. You lose games at the end and play well in the playoffs. 2010 we limped into the playoffs and end up at AT&T Stadium playing for it all. So I'm going to say that I think there's one other one up 12, where you don't play as well as you like at the end, and so I've been on both sides of it.
And you mentioned the guys you played on defense that were you able to get any answers out of the guys you were able to?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are answers that will go into game planning, and which is started already, and those answers will be we'll put players to line up and compete against each other, because that the defensive personnel will be the primary focus on those individuals. How we feel like we match up against Tampa, and then ultimately the tiebreakers will be made by special teams. I mean, that's a process we've always followed, and and this is no different.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Does it concern you that here we are at the playoffs and you're still trying to find some pieces at corner?
Well, I wouldn't say concerning. I think it's just I think this is what you go through when you have injuries. I think the injury to Anthony Brown is Anthony's been a super consistent player for us since I've been here. So I think last year and what he's done this year, I mean he played at an extremely consistent level. So I think it's just a matter of also Deron Bland's part of that equation too. So this game always comes down to matchups. I think it'll be even highlighted more in the playoffs, and I think that'll be part of our thinking going into Tampa.
What's your confidence level for Van Der Esch and Hankins for this week?
Feel good about it. They're both very positive today, so we'll see where they are on Wednesday. But everything's pointing up.
Howard too. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Center too.
He had a good workout today too, so everything's pointing up. Yeah.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio. Could you update us on Deron Bland, who wasn't able to finish the game?
Yeah, I see him being available for Wednesday, if not for sure Thursday's practice.
And follow up, you got an extensive look at Mullen and Coyle, so if you could address both of those.
I mean, it's really part of the question earlier. I think it's definitely given us the information to see how they fit into the defensive packages, how we feel like we'll move forward there, and obviously their performance on special teams too will play into that.
Question follow up on Coyle. What is it that you had seen earlier in the season in practice that you thought might work for the matchup in the sky?
Yeah, I mean, he just wanted, he's one of those young guys that we don't talk much about, but that we've been excited about for quite some time. He has corner traits and his ability to play safety, even nickel, and then obviously on special teams. So I just think he's an excellent young ascending player.
Jory, we'll go to you.
Jory of Yahoo Sports. Mike, whether or not Tyler's back this week, how do you feel about the offensive line generally, and even getting Tyron in late in the season? What can you do to continue to work on those blocks?
Just got to really work on the continuity. That's why, the decision on Tyler is imperative. So hopefully, as I've already stated, things are looking up, and I haven't completed my work with the medical, because I mean they just like they do every Monday. You have guys they got to look at, and then there's extra testing that goes on. They've been in the weight room. They've been in the meetings. So, once they get the final notes, but everything we're very optimistic for for all these guys.
And you talked so much throughout the year about consistency. I know you burned the tape from yesterday, but when you have a performance like yesterday's, is there any sort of formula from that consistency that didn't work yesterday that you could point to of where you want to improve?
Formula of consistency, I don't follow you.
I mean, when you try and be consistent, and it seems like yesterday wasn't consistent with the rest of the season, is there anything in particular that felt like?
Oh, I think it's the National Football League, and I'm not trying to just throw shade to it. You know, we always talk on how difficult it is to win a game, and you know, I thought you got to give them credit. Just the way they matched our pattern reads and pass concept, the aggressiveness that they played with in coverage, and so hindsight's always 20/20. But we need to be better in spots, and I think like anything, when you get a chance to you get punched in the mouth quite often in this league, and it's just like anything, it's how you respond.
Piggyback just a little bit on the line thing for a second. Zeke said that the line stuffs have been a problem. It was a problem yesterday, been a problem all season to a certain extent. How do you fix that? Or?
Well, I mean, line movement is something that you regularly see, and I think the bigger challenge in today's NFL and what we're experiencing is the multiplicity in fronts that you see in first and second down. I mean, it's astronomically higher the last couple of years than it was, prior to that. So, then within that, the 5-man schemes, the 4-man schemes, the 6-man, looks, and so it's just more the recognition of that and the movement that comes with it. So, yeah, we didn't. There were definitely some spots where the movement, we didn't handle it great, but that's something. I mean, that's really football. I mean, that's what it comes down to, the fundamentals and the basics, and so we're definitely focused on those things.
The Tom Brady mystique, he's undefeated against the Cowboys. Is that something that's real, or how do you talk to your team about that?
I mean, I think clearly what we'll pay the most attention to is we've had an opportunity to compete twice against Tom Brady in Tampa, and that's really as far as it will go with us. I mean, that's all we can focus on. We have zero responsibility or even time that will not be wasted on what's happened prior to those two games. I mean, that none of that responsibility falls to us.
Connor Dixon with BAP. Todd asked you earlier about some of the late season experience in Green Bay. You said yesterday it's a reset anyway.
Yeah.
Last year the momentum didn't really help going into that game. What's your big picture view of that sort of question of momentum at this point?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Frankly, my team meeting for today was pretty much done. Before I got on the plane to go to Washington D.C., and that's not normal. But there's always a turn the page, reboot, whatever term you're looking to use when the regular season ends and then the playoffs start. So, I mean, you want as much consistency and conformity to how you always operate, but we all understand what these games mean. We're guaranteed four quarters. That's all we're guaranteed. Where prior to that, we were guaranteed 17 games. So really, my adjustment was, last night based off what happened in the game and then some of the things that I felt needed to be addressed today from the game. But, there's, once I got through the correction of the game, we're on to the playoffs.
Osa Odigizua and Chauncey Golston came in together. They both had some standout moments yesterday, including a TFL for both in the fourth quarter. What have you seen of them of late, and with getting Hankins back, how important is their progression to this defense?
Well, first off, agreed. I thought they both played very well. And I think clearly, not only the ability to play inside, with the squareness and gap integrity, I think they also were their ability to explode off blocks and is getting much better in their in making plays. So I think that's a great look, as we go into this week on how we're going to play. So yeah, I was very pleased with both those guys.
You're obviously not dismissing your performance yesterday offensively, but when something like that, where there don't seem to be many indicators that you're moving in that direction, and then it just hits kind of out of nowhere, is it a little easier to work past, and does it do less to impact confidence than if you saw some things where it was moving in that direction?
Yeah, I think like anything in this game, it's the accumulation of the little things on both sides of the fence. It's the accumulation of sometimes you may not get the result that you want, but if you're doing it right, and and the details are in order, the good days are a lot closer than further away. And I think like with the negatives, when you're not, adjusting and tweaking, for instance, if you look at the first half, the first 5 3 and outs, we're 3rd and 7, 3rd and 6 twice, 3rd and 5 twice. And I mean, those are all reasonable third down situations to be in. And I think our numbers on third down going into the game speak for themselves. So you can see where the confidence is. So how do you evaluate that? Well, you look at the first and second down run. You're only averaging a little over 2 yards a carry. I don't know if you're a yard better. So now it's 3rd and 4. And the 3rd and 4 is a lot different than 3rd and 7. So that's really the fine line between that. Then take it into the third down situational conversation and just being specific on what we did and how we attacked it and the results. So that's why I think it's important, whether it's week 1, and week 7 or even 17, just if you're on top of your game and the specifics of the details, you got to push the envelope one way or the other. So the nice thing is we've had a chance to reboot today and get ready and start playing for Tampa and have great confidence. We'll be ready to go and going in there to win the game.
For Tyron at right tackle, how different is run blocking relative to get the sunny right there? Relative to the left side, like how different is that for a guy who's been accustomed to on one side to the other in that transition? I mean, I don't want to be crude here, but the best description I ever heard was from Josh Sitton, and he could be crude. Is when we moved him to the left guard, he said it's like wiping your ass with your right hand, and then you got to switch to your left. It's a pain in the ass. So it takes time. All right, that's my humor for today. Thank you.
There he is, Mike McCarthy, with perhaps a regrettable anecdote there to wrap up the press conference. But point taken, no doubt. And he reiterated several times, we're going to go into the playoffs with confidence. You're trying to speak that into existence at this point. How confident are you? We will give you your chance coming up the 6 o'clock sound off. That'll be time for your phone calls at 6 o'clock. But in the meantime, if you want to text in, that is great. It's time next for a little Eric Chiafalo. Where are we heading, sir?
The rare double middle finger disguised as victory. And what do you call your grandparents? That's next.
Commercial.
shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads, y'all.
Well, thank you very much. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo and the best of the weekend. Here he is, Chief.
Happy 89th birthday to Mum. And we will celebrate accordingly here by doing two things. Of course, we'll get to making fun of her and my grandfather, Pup-Up, here in just a moment with some classic audio that we have stored in the vault. But also, what do you call your grandparents? Because I got a Mum and a Pup-Up on one side, and then I just have Grandma and Grandpa on the other. I know Walchuk legendarily, Heppy.
Yep, Heppy and Honey.
And Honey.
Those were mine.
It's Grandma and Grandpa.
Oh, that's amazing.
May they rest in peace.
I know we get a lot of Mimis and Mamas, and we do have the 972 saying I only knew one side of my grandparents and only the women. So my grandma was nanny, and my great grandma was other nanny. So that's
nanny
how that
and other
works.
nanny. I like that.
Nanny and other nanny. The Mum and Pup-Up thing for me is my mom's side is from the Northeast, and I guess that's a thing for them.
Okay.
Like in the Northeast, there's a lot of Mum and Pup-Ups going down.
Okay.
But around here, not so much.
No.
So I am
a lot of
always
nanas
curious.
here.
A lot of nanas, yeah. A lot of mamas and pawpaws or peepaws or whatever it may be.
Peepaw?
I think I'm going to be grandpa when that day comes for me. Like I don't need a special name. I'm just going to be grandpa.
I'm going to call you Peepaw.
Like that.
We've been all grandpa and grandma in our household for a while, although my mom is trying to make a move on the word granny. Okay, she wants to be granny, and about half the grandkids are respecting that wish.
Okay.
Yeah, we've always been grandma and grandpa, though. Although Abby, when she was about 3, she started calling me honey, and I loved it. I did not want to correct her at all, but Cassandra always called me honey. Right. So I became honey there for a while, and it was magical because she'd be hollering for me at a grocery store, right? Honey, honey, and I'd be like, here I come.
That's
adorable. And people were like, did she just call you honey? That is adorable.
It's adorable. It is.
Yeah.
We go with Bennett goes with Paul and Shug.
Paul and Shug.
Shug.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Shug.
Yeah.
I do like that.
Ass.
My mom has adopted that as her name. Like when she introduces herself to people, she's like Shug. Her real name is Shirley.
Okay.
So, but Bennett called her Shug. And so now she like say she teaches over at Green Hill and the students call her Shug.
Oh,
so she's adopted that.
Yeah, Shug's cool.
Yeah.
Lucius, what do we got?
The old classic grandma, grandpa.
Yep.
Great grandma is Big Mama.
Big Mama.
Nice.
That's a good one.
Lovely Big Mama.
That's a good one.
I like that a lot. Okay, so we will make fun of my grandparents here on my grandmother's 89th birthday in just a moment. But first, we need to do the saluting of the rare victory, or the rare really double middle finger that's disguised as a victory, and that's Lovie Smith. And it's also Dan Campbell, but Lovie Smith there winning a useless game for the Texans. Not even useless. They needed the game, but they needed the L. The only use to that game for the Texans was taking the L, getting the number 1 overall pick. But 4th and 20 with 58 seconds remaining in the game, Hail Mary style down 7. Then you go for 2, and you get the victory as the Texans when all you need to do is take an L, even if it's just by 1 point, so you can get that number 1 overall pick. But
I
now
was so proud of them.
The Bears own that, and Lovie Smith gets fired, and that's just the perfect way to go out if you're Lovie Smith, in my mind. Now, on the other side of things, Dan Campbell and company last night, they didn't need the victory. Oh, how sweet it was, though, watching Aaron Rodgers lose at home with the playoffs on the line to Man Campbell and Jamal Williams and Jared Goff was special. And it started before the game. The Lions knew going into that game, we don't have any reason to play. So, Dan Campbell, what's your motivation here a few minutes before kickoff?
How motivated are you guys?
Yeah, we don't want them to go, so that's our motivation. So we're ready. We're trying to play. We're trying to finish this game and see if we can make some plays on both sides of the ball, special teams, and that's our objective.
I did feel for him last night. He had the frozen tundra on his face.
He was wearing it last night.
Thing,
he was standing outside.
I know that feeling too.
Yeah, watching it, just frostbite on the face. It looks like Mike Zimmer.
There's nothing. Oh, Tom Coughlin.
Coughlin in that
go back.
Game.
Tom Coughlin's face looked like it was going to just peel off.
That it did.
At the end, he got the victory, and that, I guess frozen face might equal victory at Lambeau Field.
Yeah,
the red leather face.
Yeah.
Zimmer though is legendary because even indoors, he seems to have it. But I mean, you could see Man Campbell was on the field. They're playing the Seahawks game at Lambeau trying to see what happens, and he's standing there watching it, and evidently, obviously, Seattle wins, so they knew the result, but I felt for him. I was really hoping Seattle would lose just so that was a win and you're in game.
I just love him being like, no, we're playing to ruin their night.
Bleep you,
We're
Green
playing
Bay.
spoiler, and we want everybody to know it.
Well, do you kind of feel like, though, that having Green Bay as the 7th seed might have been the best thing?
It would have been nice. It would have been, but just having Rodgers
I'm
out
just
is
saying,
fun, though.
if you're a Cowboy fan,
right?
Seattle going to San Francisco to knock them out.
Maybe.
That's probably your best.
But you know
path,
what?
isn't
Now
it,
it's
right?
probably not. They just lost to the Lions, so they're not any damn good. And bleep that Rodgers guy.
Now, that was the pregame. Postgame, Jamal Williams, former Packer, very emotional, excited about the Lions' victory. But listen to this mid-interview 180. It is pretty incredible, the mood swing that takes place for Jamal Williams mid-interview here.
I'm grateful to be able to play this game for my great-grandfather, and I'm glad that he's looking down on me, and I know I'm making him proud.
You said this ball's for him?
Yeah, this is for him. Another thing, stop playing us, man. We the Detroit Lions. We the Detroit Lions. Stop playing with us. I don't even watch TV, but I heard everybody already picked the Packers over us. Stop playing with us. That's all I gotta say, man. Don't let these tears fool you. There's all dog around this mug.
He was
That's
literally,
fun.
he's like emotional about his grandfather to start. And then by the end, he's like, yeah, but we're dogs and I'm glad we won. And don't you ever bet against us.
Yeah, Aaron
Even
Rodgers.
though at one point in the season, we had the single, historically worst defense in the history of the sport.
1-7.
1-7, yeah, or something like that. But it's funny, Aaron Rodgers talked to him after the game, like pulled him real close and was like telling him something and all. I was wondering, like, I kind of wonder what that conversation was like. The fact that, that he broke Barry Sanders' record. Think about that, 17 touchdowns in the season. Pretty incredible.
Pretty incredible. On my grandmother's 89th birthday, here is the voicemail she accidentally left to my brother. Well, she meant to do the first part of the voicemail. She didn't hang up, and then her and my grandpa got in a huge argument. It was great.
Hi, Mikey. This is my mom. You're probably out eating now. Could you give me a call back? I have a question to ask you, or just text me if you get this message. I can't get the Netflix to go on at all. So I looked at my box, and one plug is not plugged in. I put a mirror in back of it, and I don't know which thing it will hook into. Big one with the 2 dots, or one looks like a receptacle. Maybe that's the reason why my Netflix isn't working. Could you call me back? Thank you. Bye-bye.
Here's where it gets good.
I hope they don't blow it. If I plug it in, something happens to it.
Well, it won't fit. Only one of them. Why was one cord?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it, honey.
I know you know, but
What do you want?
Okay, I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Don't mess up my picture here.
Oh, my Lord have mercy. Never mess your picture up. That's crazy.
Well, the picture was right there.
Well, look at this. This is here, too, and then all this stuff is here.
Where do you want me to plug it in? The back of this thing?
Yeah, I want you to see where it is. Can
I
you
can't see, no.
Let me get the lights on more.
Let's see.
The lights are on.
I can hold the mirror.
Which is it? Kid?
All right.
Can we move a few things here?
Wow.
They had no idea.
Awesome.
She thought
Don't
she
mess
hung
up
it
my
up.
picture, dear.
That will live on forever, man. Shout out to Mom and Papa.
Sounds like your family's a lot of fun, Chiafalo.
Yeah, they're not bad,
I love
not
it.
bad.
You could tell the love through all the vulgarities. You know?
Absolutely, that's
Only
right.
true love can stand through that. We got Lights Out. Sean Merriman set to join us next here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Fort Worth. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, a Cowboys Monday. We're asking you, how much confidence do you have now with the matchup set a week from tonight? The Cowboys will visit the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And joining us now is one of the best defensive players to ever play this game of football, lights out, Sean Merriman, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Oh, it's great to have you. Sean, let's jump right into this, and maybe you could ask the question that we're asking our listeners here. You know, the Cowboys really haven't played well in a while now. They're still 12-5, though, on the year. Did you ever have a situation like this where you were stumbling down the stretch, but still, man, we got 12 wins? And how should you feel going into a game like this?
Well, you know, first and foremost, the Cowboys have a really good team, right? If you look across the board, they got weapons. They're very well balanced, and when they're playing well, they are very difficult to play against. One thing that's working in their favor is a path to the Super Bowl, right? The teams they're playing, they should get a win against Tampa. And the path getting there shouldn't get difficult until they have to see the 49ers or you know, Philly or one of the better teams. With that being said, you know, this is the year that Dak Prescott, he has to show that he can lead them bare minimum deep into the playoffs, because after that they have to start looking around and start to make moves, because they spent a lot of money to keep them there. You know, and they have other pieces on the defense side of the ball. I mean, Micah Parsons, man, we haven't seen nothing like that in 10 or 15 years. And it probably will be another 10 or 15 years before we see another guy like him. Diggs and, you know, these players that's up front pass rushing, they're making plays. They got a good running game with 2 guys. And so they have to figure out a way to get past this first round and get somewhere deep in the playoffs, bare minimum, so they have an opportunity to win a championship, or else they're probably going to have to look around and make moves without Dak.
Okay, wow, that's interesting, Sean Merriman. So you would start looking at the quarterback position this offseason if they can't make a run with this squad?
I would. And because, you know, and what they're putting out right now, and we all know and understand, you have a very small window to get a ring. I mean, you just do. You start looking at the pieces of the puzzle they have now. Do they have the guys there? Yes, they do. They have a easier path to get there, including, you know, having. I'm not, you know, anybody can win on any given Sunday. I don't want to look over Tampa Bay at all. But if you look at the teams they could have played first round, you say, okay, cool, they can go out and win this game. They can get past first round. Who we got next? They have an easier path into the NFC Championship game in order to win a ring. If they don't do it this year, or at least get close to it, you have to look at the most important position on the field, and that's Dak.
Hey, Sean, you know, you were outstanding as a pass rusher. And, you know, and I wonder, when you look at Micah Parsons and, you know, very early in the season into the middle of the season, having great success, what did you have to deal with as a pass rusher as you became more successful in those types of situations where all of a sudden, like, teams weren't letting you get to the quarterback like they once did?
You know, I was direct messaging Michael Parsons and text messaging him during the off season, you know, after his first year, right? I told him, I said, this is the year that you're going to really have to step it up, because you're on everyone's radar now, right? You're not just playing against the quarterback or the offense. You're playing against offensive coordinators who are going to do everything possible to keep you away from the football. And that's double team, slide protection, doing these different things. But you really can't do anything with Parsons because you can move him around so much. So you can't really game plan him. So, yeah, you can slide protection or send a guy his way, but you really don't. He can line up in the B gap. He can line up and play outside linebacker on both sides of the ball. He can move around. So that's what makes him so dangerous.
One thing we pointed out during the postgame show yesterday, and I think Jason Garrett might have even mentioned it during Sunday Night Football, Cowboys are 1-4 on grass versus playing on turf this year. And the Cowboys defense is really built on team speed. Did you notice that affecting your performance, your defense's performance, playing on grass versus playing on that fast turf?
Not really, man. I know there's going to be a lot of statistics that say otherwise, but at the end of the day, you got 60 minutes of football, and whether that's on the grass or the street, concrete, whatever it is, dirt, you go out there and you win a football game. And, I think the statistics is cool for everybody else going into the game. Maybe people that's betting on the game, maybe that gives them an upper hand or so forth, makes it fun for them. But as a player, you're not going to say, hey, guys, we're not going to have that much success today because we're playing on this grass or this turf. And I think the mindset of the players is just that.
It's crazy that Tom Brady's still doing it, but as you get ready to play for him, what were one of the keys over the course of your career when you're getting ready to play against a quarterback the caliber of a Tom Brady? What was the focus? Just to try and get something against a guy that's as smart as he is, that gets the ball out as quick as he does?
Well, first and foremost, for Tom to be doing what he's doing right now, even I know he's had some bad games. He's missed a couple big balls, especially like the Mike Evans, and it's certain things that he would have done well if this was 5 years ago. So there is some kind of a decline, which he should. But him to be on the field, even talking about the playoffs at 45 years old, we'll never hear again in this lifetime. And I don't use the word never too often because things happen all the time. But we will never see another 45-year-old contend and compete like the way Tom does. He's that special breed. But with Tom, you have to get on him early. You have to hit him and close the door in the third quarter. Do not give him a shot in that fourth quarter with any time left on the clock, because I don't care what age he is or how he's played the whole season or the whole game. That fourth quarter is where he really turns it on.
It's Sean Merriman with us, courtesy Lights Out Extreme Fighting on Fubo Sports. Okay, let's talk draft day a little bit. Sean, did the Cowboys betray you?
No, I wouldn't call it betray, man. I mean, really, I just actually was at dinner probably either right before the season started with Jerry Jones out in L.A. We talked. I mean, I love the Jones family and Steve and all the guys out there. I don't think it was a betray at all. Was I shocked? Hell yeah. Because I talked to Jerry Jones. We sat in Bill Parcells, so I thought I was going there. But it was never any malice or ill will, man. I was happy to see the Jones family. We sat around. We talked a little bit. Got a chance to spend some time together, and I was texting and emailing Jerry Jones about a few weeks ago, and so I will always have much love and respect for him. And yeah, of course, if you think you're going to be a Cowboy before the draft, you can tell your friends and family and coaches, and everyone to go get custom-made Merriman Cowboy jerseys. Yeah, you're going to be a little upset, but no ill will or malice at all.
Were you hoping, or was there ever an occasion that you thought maybe you'd be a Cowboy later on in your career?
No, not later on, actually. Wherever I started out as where I wanted to ultimately retire. I mean, I know that's not, usual nowadays, because I don't care how great you are, you're going to get older, you're going to have some injuries, you're going to get beat up a little bit. And we all know as players, you're going to get cut, traded, waived, and something's going to happen at some point in time. It's just part of the business. So if anything, it wouldn't have been later on. It would have been when I got drafted.
Sean, now you got the fighting stuff going down right now. How much fighting are you doing personally?
I just actually left the gym right now, hitting mitts and doing some light sparring. But for me, I do it to stay in shape. As you get further away from the game, you want to compete more and stay with it. I think that every former athlete should pick up some kind of discipline when they retire. As you see a lot of these, former athletes and Le'Veon Bell, Frank Gore, Adrian Peterson, you had a fight not too long ago. So there's more athletes, former athletes, transitioning into combat sports. And with Lights Out Extreme Fight, man, we want to get as many former athletes we possibly can. And obviously we're on Fubo. So anyone that doesn't have Fubo, check us out. Big fight this Saturday, live at 6 p.m. Eastern. 6 p.m. Pacific on Fubo Sports.
Okay, that's outstanding. Now, during your playing days, were you always one that's trying to pick the fight in practice, or did you ever get in any little tussles?
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. I was good for one fight every training camp. That was a must. Guys had bets on if it was going to be the third or fourth day or the second week, but it was pretty much certain that I was going to have at least one fight during training camp. But that's what happens when you look at those guys as brothers. You're around each other every single day more than you are with your own family, and you fight with your brothers sometime, man. And it was great times going to battle with them and playing. I played with some of the best guys you could ever ask for.
Hey, Sean, when now you see the Chargers in Los Angeles, it's just weird. I've always loved the uniforms and stuff is it strange for you? I mean, with such I always thought the crowd in San Diego was a really good crowd. I just never could figure out why a team would ever want to leave from there.
Well, first and foremost, I was put on a panel to help the team stay in San Diego, and I think that we're so far. I think it was a little bit weird for me the first time. To kind of give you a funny story, in 2017, I announced a draft in Tennessee, and they just made the move. So, of course, I played for the San Diego Chargers, but in my head, when you're looking at 120,000 people out to the crowd, it's very easy to say San Diego Chargers, not Los Angeles Chargers. But I think that after the move happened, and see the fans now coming to the game, and just the conversion, the transition, and some of the people who are on the fence about supporting the team some years ago are now kind of gravitating back to the team and get more involved.
Speaking of the draft, I know Gavin asked you about the Cowboys and that relationship. They ended up taking DeMarcus Ware, who was just named a Hall of Fame finalist. Do you have any relationship with D. Ware and maybe what that's been like, having that career path between the two of you over the course of how that went?
Yeah, I actually, several months ago, I went to go work out with D. Ware at his gym out there in Dallas. And, we still keep in contact. We still talk all the time. And whenever we get a chance to meet up, we'll see each other. In my opinion, no doubt about it, D. Ware should be a first ballot. I don't think that there should be a question at all with that. And we talk about our careers. I got injured early, and I always say this: whether no matter what somebody saw my career as, longevity is the key, right? So I had some great years in the NFL, but I wasn't so much afterwards. And so you're talking about compare our two careers, you have to put D. Ware up there because just the longevity and how long at a high level that he did it.
Well, you certainly both had iconic sack dances. That's true. I mean, the lights out and the Hulk smash are both absolutely epic.
My sack dance is definitely better. I remind him that all the time. There's no question about that. I had the better sack dance. That I won't have a gold jacket, but I had a cooler sack dance. That's for sure.
Where did that originate, by the way?
Well, my sophomore year, I knocked out 4 guys in one game in high school. And so I begged my mom to let me get a lights out tattoo on my right forearm, with a hand in the switch, me turning the lights out. I had a big hit my freshman year at the University of Maryland live on TV, first national TV game I got into, and I kind of just did this dance, and I stuck with it. The crowd got loud. My teammates loved it. Coaches loved it. And I just stuck with it and called it the lights out dance.
Sean Merriman with us on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation. So just one final question on your MMA league, Lights Out Extreme Fighting, which will be on Fubo Sports, and you've got a fight coming up this Saturday on January 14th. I just wonder how you ended up starting the league. I'm a big MMA fan myself. Was this a passion project for you, or how'd you get into this?
Yeah, I actually started between 2005 and 2006 training with Jay Glazer over at Fox and Randy Couture. We just went in there to work on my hand-eye coordination. I wanted to get better using my hands as an outside linebacker. Turned out I was really good at the sport. And so I started training with more bigger MMA fighters during the off-season. In 2018, I launched Lights Out Extreme Fighting, as you just said, on Fubo Sports, Fubo TV. We got a huge fight Saturday in Riverside, California. But you guys can check us out live, man. If you don't have Fubo, get it. We're going to be hot this Saturday.
Sean, I'm curious, who was the of the tackles that you went up against in your career? Who was the best?
It's tough, man. Because you got to even go back as further like Orlando Pace, right, from St. Louis. Orlando Pace, Walter Jones, Willie Roaf. I had to go against Marcus McNeil every day in practice, so that just sharpened me up. And if he had a longer and healthier career, I would put him up there also with those guys.
It wasn't Maurice Jones-Drew?
No.
I love you, Sean. I just had to do it.
No, it wasn't that.
Who was the running back, most difficult running back to bring down?
I would say Adrian Peterson, man. In 2007, I believe it was, we played Minnesota in Minnesota. I've never seen, he broke the rushing record that day. I've never seen anybody run as hard as he did. And I played on the team with LT. I mean, LT, in my opinion, is the top 3 greatest running back of all time. But Adrian Peterson that day did something that I've never seen out of anybody before. He just ran with so much aggression and power and just persistence and just wouldn't give up. I was happy that fourth quarter whistle blew. He probably would have still been running to the day.
If you could get in the ring with one person right now and whoop that ass, who is it?
I don't know. I can't pick on. I would say Tom Brady, but that really wouldn't be a fight, right?
What about Jake Paul?
Yeah, he's too light, too small. I don't know, maybe Logan. I don't know. I don't want to, throw out names, but I'm definitely to open up to fighting a former athlete or something like that, or former WWE guy, or somebody will put on a show and bring him over to Lights Out, light it up on Fubo, and get after it.
Looks like Adrian Peterson is game, and maybe you could have some success against him this time around.
Yeah, not if he keeps running the way he did the first time. I don't want to play that.
Thank you so much. Best of luck with Lights Out Extreme Fighting on Fubo, and we'll look forward to catching up with you next time.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
You betcha. Sean Merriman joining us here on your home of the Cowboys. Kendra Miller says it does not look good. Knee stability is a problem. That is the latest report. I just saw that on the screen on ESPN. Brian, do you think that's going to have a big impact on tonight's game?
Well, I'll tell you what, though, the TCU is going to have to find a way to run the football. Maybe it is going to be about that quarterback, Max Duggan, getting those 50, 60 yards extra that they're going to need, though. I think TCU's got a lot of weapons. Georgia's probably not going to let you run the football, but you got to try at some point in time. That would be a pretty big loss not to have those 1 and 2 backs going at them and wearing them down.
The big bomb from Sean Merriman right there at the beginning. He says if you don't go on a big run, you have enough around you. If you're not winning, you look at the quarterback. Wow, and he minced no words when he had that take. That's a very interesting one. I said something similar a couple of hours ago. I think the organization needs to decide if you want to win it with Dak, put more around him. If you want this level of support, I don't know that it's enough to win it, to try to go after the Super Bowl with Dak Prescott. I mean, how much better of a team do you need before you look at Dak and say, okay. But he seemed pretty confident Cowboys will beat the Bucs. And maybe I'll become more confident as the week goes on. It's clearly not as good of a Tampa team as won the Super Bowl or beat the Cowboys at the beginning of last year. It's probably not as good as the Week 1 team. But I still think it's going to be enough to get the best of the Cowboys because of the strength of their defensive front. We got to run, though, and when we come back, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Got some NFL news for you, and how about we get you started with some college football? The top 10 best national title teams of the modern era. What are they? Next on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about my All right, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get representation that will not settle for less. It's my friends at the Frankels, truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com. Now here he is, the top 10 at 420. Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate the love and support and even some of the trolling that I've received from the beard shaving that took place. Thank you very much to Walt, who has now not only shaved Gavin's dome, but now shaved my beard. And I'm going to go ahead and retweet that on the socials. You can follow me at Zach Wolchuk on the Twitter, and I love you all. I will get into the top 10 here in just a moment. We're going to do an honor of the national championship game tonight, TCU and Georgia. The top 10 national champions of the modern era. So that will be in the 21st century. So really from the 2000s on. So text in who you think is the best, 877-881-1053. If you have one pre-2000, we can give them some love as well. But here is some NFL news very quickly to get to. If you missed it, Damar Hamlin of the Bills is returning to Buffalo. He's been released from the hospital. Quite the miracle story. And that is, it's amazing to hear. And he was watching the game yesterday. If you missed any of the news that's come out, he was FaceTiming the Bills. And in an incredible moment when they returned the opening kickoff. Naheem Hines had 2 yesterday for Buffalo. I'm sure they'll be making an appearance on TD Tuesday tomorrow. But that's awesome. Nick Sirianni said, and he admitted that Jalen Hurts was hurting pretty bad yesterday in his return from that shoulder injury. And he didn't want to get into his injury status, but he was not feeling good. Now, he did play pretty well. He had 229 yards, did have an interception, led the Eagles to a win, but that injury's still not good. And they're lucky they got the week off. But, Brian, you've been onto something here. They needed him to play, and he played, but he's still not healthy.
Yeah, it's just working in the league. You have a lot of people. I used to work in Philly. Know a lot of people there and stuff like that. And I just mentioned that last week. I was commenting with a Cowboys fan of why you play if you're the Cowboys. Why do you keep playing? And I made a comment about Hurts, and I'm like, he's not completely well. They're hiding something from you. They don't want you to know how bad this injury really is. And then he practiced, and everybody was coming after me about it, and I'm like, fine. But, yeah, he had to play yesterday. They had no choice. They couldn't go to Gardner Minshew. They couldn't win a game with Gardner Minshew at quarterback in order. Now, Dallas went and played like a bag of ass yesterday, so maybe that it wouldn't have mattered. But, yeah, the Eagles are in a little trouble right now with their injuries. Quarterback, their nickel corner, their offensive tackle. They've got some things that they had to go get that by, because right now, if they had to play, that would have been a problem for them.
Yeah. J.J. Watt making NFL history as he had 2 sacks in his final game. As if you bet that J.J. Watt to get 2 sacks yesterday, you made some money, as he says goodbye to the NFL. He said, I can still play. I'm just choosing not to right now as he retires. The Texans fired Lovie Smith. The Cardinals fired Cliff Kingsbury, and also their GM is stepping away as well.
Here you go. Can I ask a question here, please?
Sure, ask a question.
Whatever the hell you want, Brian.
I appreciate that. The Texans, okay, we talk about the Rooney Rule and hiring black head coaches, right?
Okay.
Is there anybody that's going to get on the Texans' ass for like hiring 2 black coaches and firing them each after a year? I mean, is that what are we doing over there?
They're a dumpster fire right now.
I don't see how anybody gets. I don't see how anybody gets anything out of it. We talk about hiring coaches.
But what about Steve Wilkes, who was also one and done in Arizona?
How about these coaches that do get hired and then they get fired after 1 year?
I'm with you 100%.
I worry more about that than the hiring.
Okay, since you brought it up, Brian, I do think there's a thing out there where black head coaches get crappier jobs, they get fired quicker, and then they don't get another chance. So it's actually like not doing the whole thing a favor,
right?
If you hire them to get fired. You're just like, well, we checked one off, while we were rebuilding, and now, we'll see. But that is a thing. I think, there are some examples of white guys getting hired and fired very quickly, as well as is Denver.
Right.
But if you would chart it for all time, the opportunities are much crappier teams, and the ability to stay on the job as much.
But also recently, and I'm sure some people will be like, well, what about Nathaniel Hackett? He just got fired in season. But I do think recently, the one and dones, you can point to African-American coaches who have gotten 1 year, and then it's immediately, okay, you're gone.
I worry more about that than the hirings. That's the thing that bothers. You're not giving these guys a chance. To even, we complain about that. Oh, this hiring practices and all that. Guys get chance. You got to give them an opportunity, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think so.
Well, Lovie Smith had a bad team competing late in the year.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Lovie Smith was doing a bad job as a head coach there.
To me,
nobody could win with that team.
No.
Well,
and they were playing well. I mean, they played hard. They played the Chiefs hard. They played the Cowboys hard. They got a couple of wins late in the season. They won their finale.
Somebody needs to look at what Nick Cesario's doing there in Houston. But I just think overall, I think you're doing more damage to the coaches by making them one and dones.
I think that's a great point. All right, let's slide into the top 10 here. The top 10 college football national champions in the modern era. So this is since 2000, and this is in honor of TCU and Georgia tonight. Number 10 will be Ezekiel Elliott's 2014 Ohio State Buckeyes that went 14-1, and they knocked off Marcus Mariota and the Oregon Ducks right here at AT&T Stadium, 42-20. And how about that team?
Dub.
With Cardale Jones, the third stringer, coming in and leading that team to a championship.
Good team, yeah.
Was he one of those guys that should have declared for the draft and then elected not to, or he wasn't eligible? I can't remember if he wasn't eligible to go.
Oh, he bailed early because he was like, we didn't come here to go to school. He was that guy.
That was David Hellman's favorite guy, Cardale Jones. He had a beard bet on that. Something like that.
Oh, wow.
That was his guy. Him and Dane Burglar got into it over him.
Number 9 is the 2008 Florida Gators with Tim Tebow when they knocked off Oklahoma 24-14 in the national championship. I believe Tim Tebow also just got into the College Football Hall of Fame today.
Yeah.
And gave love to all of his Florida Gator teammates. So they had that shocking home loss to Ole Miss. Yeah, I don't think he mentioned anybody by name.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But
so he's
technically Hernandez did get love there.
He got lumped in. He got lumped
in.
Some
love to Urban Meyer. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. I just saw him do a sit down interview thing on ESPN with Stetson Bennett, and we know Stetson Bennett is pretty frail. He's like 5'11", 175 pounds. But like sitting the two of them next to each other, Tebow looks like a linebacker. 250 pounds. He's yoked up, but seeing him comparatively to a quarterback that's playing in the championship game tonight, that quarterback, Stetson Bennett, looked like a freshman high school kid sitting next to jacked Tebow.
The freshman high school kid might have 2 national championships tonight when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
And that yoke guy has got 1.
Yep.
Oh no! It's just
I know that's what it's.
But it's just the funny thing about the way it goes.
One day someone's going to say, Stetson Bennett, you won 2 national championships.
Sure?
Yeah, it's like
the real.
You really played football?
Yeah, 5'10", 175 pounds. Tebow he might be doing 2 days right now.
Tebow,
he always has.
He looks like a linebacker for sure.
Number 8 is last year's Georgia Bulldogs when they knocked off Alabama 33-18. What a loaded Georgia team already with tons of studs in the NFL, and they're going to be adding more this NFL draft.
George Pickens was a hell of a player.
Absolutely.
I didn't get a chance.
Number 7, the 2013 Florida State Seminoles went undefeated, knocked off Auburn 34-31 in what was, I believe, the last BCS national championship game, led by Jameis Winston.
That was a hell of a game right there.
It sure was. Trey Mason was that running back at Auburn. Oh, he was so good. Number 6 was the 2020 Alabama Crimson Tide when they beat Ohio State 52-24. That was Mac Jones. You had the Heisman Trophy winner Devontae Smith, Najee Harris at running back. So good, so loaded. Number 5, you got 2018 Clemson, Trevor Lawrence getting his lone national title, undefeated, and they just stomped Alabama 44-16 in that national championship game. How about 54 sacks by that Clemson defense that year?
Yeah, you're saying was that the 2018 team, right?
Yes.
Beat Alabama, Notre Dame, Syracuse, and Texas A&M, all ranked teams that year. So, yeah, the closest game they played all year was the A&M one that was 28-26.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Number 4, we've got the 2004 USC Trojans, undefeated. Matt Leinart, and they beat the Oklahoma Sooners 55-19 in the BCS National Championship. Leave no doubt was the Trojans' motto, and they sure left no doubt. Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, Lendale White, unbelievable unit. Number 3. Hard to believe this team's only number 3, but it's the 2005 Texas Longhorns.
Take that, SC.
Number 3.
Number 3. Vince Young scores 41-38. They beat USC in what is the greatest college football national championship game ever played.
So are we going to have Broadus's LSU team and then one of these old Miami Hurricane teams? Is that what this is going to be?
It would be the two. My guess would be the 2019 LSU team and the 2001 Miami team.
You are a historian, sir. Number 2.
That Miami team was great.
Number 2, the 2019 LSU Tigers. Yeah. Go Tigers. Yeah. And one day we will have Brian Broaddus do the narration of their 30 for 30 as they go undefeated. They beat Clemson 42-25. It's Joe Burrow.
I was there.
It's Jamar Chase. It is Justin Jefferson and a plethora of other NFL studs. Joe Burrow throwing for 60 touchdown passes, an NCAA record. They scored 48.4 points per game. He wins the Heisman Trophy, and that game will be forever remembered. By the greatness of Brian Broaddus.
It will, because I almost had to fight my way out of the stadium because David Hellman challenged every Clemson fan to a fight in our section, basically.
Well done, David.
Yeah.
Now he's just whooping up on LaShawn McCoy every day.
But number 1, the greatest college football national champion in the modern era, the 2001 Miami Hurricanes. They beat Nebraska 37-14 in the national championship game, and some people call them the greatest college football team of all time. They were number 1 in overall defense, number 3 in total offense, and they had an astonishing 17 first-round NFL draft picks.
Sean Taylor was on that team.
Yeah, a lot of guys were.
Yeah.
You're damn right.
Yeah. Antoine Roll.
Frank Gore.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Jonathan Vilma was another one, too.
Yeah.
That was on that
Will
team.
Fork and Antrell Roll was a beast for
Philip
them.
Buchanan.
Yeah, Buchanan.
That was some fun film to watch.
Where do you think you'll slide in TCU if they get the dub tonight? Around 5, 6?
I think they've got to be somewhere
there.
between like 5 to 8.
Maybe ahead against this 2001 Miami team.
I agree.
They might be number 1 on the damn list.
Give me Max Duggan.
Okay, we will have a college football super segment coming up with a TCU preview for the ages at 5 o'clock. But up next, Cowboys Twitter. The thing the Cowboys are actually number 1 at that could win them some games in the playoffs. It's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. It is home season, though, and Window Nation is bringing the home show savings to you. Get 0% financing for 60.
thousands of people just like you resolve their IRS problems. I have over 20 years experience serving individuals and businesses in Dallas and Fort Worth. If you've received a letter from the IRS, don't try to handle them on your own. IRS problems are legal problems and deserve the attention of an experienced lawyer.
If you're in trouble with the IRS, call Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney, at 972-484-0829 or visit myiRSteam.com.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Willard Heating and Air.
Willard AC is now Willard Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Make sure your holiday dollars don't go down the drain this year due to emergency plumbing issues. Visit WillardAC.com today to schedule your appointment and take advantage of their $99 drain cleaning special.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, look, finally a website that won't give your PC a virus. Check out 1053thefan.com and browse safely. DFW Sports Station is 1053 The Fan.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral, and we are going to talk some serious football. But I wanted to talk about our old friend Jane Slater. 105.3 The Fan host alum. She used to rock 10 to 2 with Mark Elfenbein. And, that ended like in 2013. She's been dominated the NFL Network pretty much ever since. I thought she looked amazing in the outfit that she had on yesterday. She went viral for it. Bro Bible picked it up as she tweeted, "Layers upon layers, but no snow or rain yet." Inspiration, a football, clearly. She has on brown leather pants and like a brown leather coat, and she kind of dressed like a football over here.
I love the leather.
It's good. Yeah.
Yeah, it really went viral on her, man.
Yeah, some people compared it to like one of those sumo outfits that you'd put on at like a corporate retreat.
Yes.
I saw some tweet out like a leather couch picture.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of leather couches went there. And somebody nominated Jane Slater for Football Guy of the Week for dressing like a football.
Yeah.
So I thought it was funny. I didn't even realize this thing went viral until today. But kudos to Jane. She always takes it well.
Man. Yeah, she's always going to be funny about that because she'll bust balls right back.
Oh, yeah.
Legendary ball buster, that Jane Slater. Mm-hmm. She's a good broadcaster.
Yep.
Okay, the thing the Cowboys are the best in the NFL at that could actually win them a game or two, maybe even all the way. If you think back to the 2006 Saints, how'd they do it? 50 takeaways. The Cowboys are actually the first team to lead the NFL in takeaways in back-to-back seasons, though, since 1972-1974 Steelers. And I think this is the hope, right? As pessimistic as, I might be annoying some Tolos, but I think a lot of your friends are this pessimistic. Like, we're all rolling our eyes at the chances, right? But if you turn the pass rush?
I like that.
If you get in the quarterback's faces, Tom Brady can throw you 4 picks.
If you pressure him up the middle, man, he does not like it.
This thing could happen, but being number one in offense, that's not going to win this game. It's not going to beat the Niners or the Eagles. The elite defense that we thought they had, what is the case with this defense? I don't know, but I think it's that, especially when you get to the playoffs, elite offense is not going to happen consistently. Like the greatest show on turf when they won their Super Bowl, it was 23 points against the Titans. And they damn near lost it, and that's a team that was averaging 34 points per game. So that's my path to victory here in the playoffs, guys. You guys got anything else for me?
I think running the football and playing good defense is always the path. And that's always been the model in the NFL. And I know we're in the era of elite offense, and that's awesome. You want to be able to throw the football, but when you get into the meat and potatoes of the postseason, that's kind of a formula that you will need at some point in the 60-minute football game.
I hope they can run the ball. We can debate whether it's in their best interest to run or pass on first down. Nothing was working yesterday. We need one of those two things to work.
Well, it's the offensive line. And the good news is the reports are that you should hopefully get Tyler Biadasz back, which will then put guys back to where they should be, where you'll get Tyler Smith at left tackle, and you will be able to then have, your left guard, Connor McGovern, back there, and you don't have Jason Peters playing a full game because Biadasz, you were able to watch the All-22.
Yeah.
I think pass protection was okay, but the run blocking is clearly lacking.
They haven't been very good at run blocking the last 3 weeks, if you really want to put it out there. They weren't good against They weren't good at all against, Philadelphia. They weren't good against Tennessee. They really weren't good. This team yesterday, Dallas's lowest rushing totals for the season, for the two worst games, I believe, have been against the Commanders, both times. Commanders just aren't going to let you run the ball. They have a problem, and hopefully putting everybody back in spot will be helpful. I don't know. I mean, let me say this though: it's
not going to be worse.
Yeah, without watching Tampa Bay, if you just look at numbers, it's like a middle of the road run defense.
Yes.
They're like 16th, 15th, or 16th.
Yeah, Tyler Algier run for over 100 yards yesterday, and Cordell Patterson was effective as well.
See, the thing about it is, though, is that number that way because of injuries?
I think so.
And now they're starting to get, they get all their
Vea
guys
and
back.
Hicks, corners getting healthy.
Yeah.
They can play a little bit more man.
Yeah.
They have their big guys back.
Shaq Barrett's not coming back for him. He's out for the year.
Yeah.
I think that's the only one, though, that's not
but I don't
back.
think they're getting a bunch of defensive linemen back.
Well, they've had
Vea and Hicks last week.
Yeah, see, that's the thing about it is I don't think Vea played this week. I think
that's huge.
They rested him for the game for this week, and that was the problem that But I go back and we need to go back and watch that myself. Is the Dallas was averaging with Zeke was averaging a little over 5 yards a carry in that game, and then it turned into remember it was a game, it was like really kind of close, like 3-0, 6-0, 9-0, 9-3. It was one of those games. I mean, Tampa really couldn't get away from you. And Tampa's MO really all season is they don't score a lot of points.
No.
They throw the ball a ton. They're last in the league in running the ball themselves.
No, brutal.
But the way they beat you was they ran the ball. They ran the ball. Brady didn't have to be Hall of Fame Brady that he was that game in Tampa when you played them 2 years ago.
Well, and really the way they beat you was your offense was terrible.
Yeah.
They scored 19 points. I mean, dear God, even with some of the running that they were able to do where Fournette has 127 yards on the ground, they score 19 points. Your offense was absolutely terrible, and unfortunately you just got a mirror performance last night from the offense the same way.
It was the game against Tampa was very similar to what you saw yesterday in Washington.
Nothing's working.
Nothing was working.
I just think these better defenses that you're going to face in the playoffs, and Tennessee had one, even though their offense sucked, they had one. Philly had one. Yesterday had one. Tampa, I believe, has one. And I think it's a pretty consistent recipe now that we're seeing. The only way through that is to go Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, have Ron Leary, have Doug Free, and dominant offensive line. It takes multiple years to build an offensive line that good, and by the time you get there, your defense is going to suck. So it really is, like Jerry Jones described it, as trying to hold hands full of Jell-O. And as soon as you get one where you want it, the other one's already leaking. John Machota here tweet about Jerry Jones, quote, "We got to suck on that all week." That was the big, I guess, money shot from last night. Also tweeted the Cowboys' opponents, Commanders, Eagles, Giants, Jets, Lions instead of Packers. It's going to be the AFC East plus the Chargers and the NFC South. And then Detroit and Carolina. And then how about George Stoya? I asked Russell Wilson about the coaching search last night, specifically about Sean Payton and Jim Harbaugh. Wilson made sure to mention Dan Quinn. I know him personally. He's an amazing coach as well as an amazing person, an amazing soul, and a great leader. So we'll see how much sway Russell Wilson has in that coaching decision there, but it sounds like he'd cast a big old vote for Dan Quinn right about now. And they have a great defense, don't they?
They do. One of the best in the league.
So you could obviously see him excited to be there because he would have taken the job last year. You feel like he was gone?
I think that he was absolutely gone. And the thing that I'm glad to see for him, there was some thought that maybe some bridges got burned along the way.
Okay.
With the general manager there. And I think things are okay now.
Okay. All right. Well, didn't need to tell me that. I thought we were heading in a good direction. Let's pursue that burnt bridge angle. Yeah. Okay. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, We got the 5 o'clock hour and a college football super segment, including a TCU preview for the ages. The Expressway's right around the corner. LA Live with Lucius and more here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat about Diamonds Direct, though, because if one of your resolutions this year is to save money or be a smarter shopper, you need to get your jewelry from Diamonds Direct.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Oh, yeah, get him in the air. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good day out here on a Cowboys Monday. Sure, they lost. We're reviewing the damage and looking forward to Tampa. Also looking forward to tonight's national championship with TCU having an opportunity to bring a title back home to the Metroplex. This is huge tonight. And Wolchuk has your college football super segment here in just a second. I did want to say Kellen Moore's been at the podium. He's been talking. Amongst the quotes on yesterday's offensive performance, obviously really a poor performance for us. Tons of 3-and-outs, very abnormal for us. Game plan was to win it, but we just didn't execute and didn't call it well. Okay. You know, I see the coaches trying to take some of the pressure off the players and be like, oh, yeah, that's on me. Didn't practice well, didn't call a good game. You couldn't have come up with any plays yesterday. Maybe the practice, maybe there was a major letdown going into Week 18 and they really didn't have all that much to play for. I don't know. It really seemed like the players were focused last week with their words, but I would say this is not that abnormal considering they haven't been able to run the ball a lot in the second half of the season. I don't know.
But they've been able to bail themselves out of it.
Yeah.
With the passing game. Like
No,
they've been,
right.
it's 3rd and long and Dak in the passing game, get it figured out.
There's no
Time and
excuse.
time again. And then yesterday, there was no figuring it out. The
So you
passing
think
game
this
was a disaster.
Do you think this is a one-off? Not something to worry about?
No, I'm worried about it for sure. I'm
Yeah.
definitely worried about it. I mean, the fact that you could look that inept. It wasn't like, just kind of a bad game. There were bad moments, but there were some things that you liked. There's really, other than the touchdown pass to CeeDee Lamb, even in lead up to that, things looked wonky before halftime. Are they going to botch this thing? And it's Washington playing a little bit of prevent. Okay, you had a halfway decent drive, but otherwise everything was so bad yesterday. I don't know how you could trust them. The fact that they are capable of that, playing that poor, is just extremely disheartening. And Dak had bailed them out plenty in lead up to this with no run game and still first down run, second down run. Yesterday, that just couldn't happen. Dak was terrible.
Here's a tiny bit more chicken soup for your soul. DC Dan Quinn hinting weeks ago that this would be the case. He said personnel usage and scheme in recent games was influenced by a desire to learn more about the players and what they could offer in the postseason. Okay, so to borrow a storyline from 2021, which I was made fun of savagely, you know, Dan Quinn was doing things in the regular season, just trying to find out what might work in the postseason. And Brian, you mentioned that at the start of the show today, so credit to you for that. Dan Quinn says absolutely, and he pointed at Chauncey Golston and said absolutely. I feel like his arrow is going up. So there's a couple of quotes from your coordinators as the Cowboys are back at practice. And it is time now for a college football super segment. Here's your host, Zach Wolchuk.
Well, we got Georgia and TCU. That's going to be kicking off here in about an hour and a half.
Gosh, that sucks.
We got a weird early kick, and we'll see. I mean, will that actually kick off at 6:30? I don't know. That's what they're saying. But aren't we accustomed to these like 8 o'clock kicks for the national championship game? Things are bizarre. But what does TCU need to do to get this victory? The keys for TCU to shock Georgia tonight. What about these tight ends? We've talked about the tight ends for the Bulldogs, Brock Bowers and Darnell Washington. Now, Washington, we don't know if he's going to play tonight for the Dogs, but Brock Bowers is an absolute stud. You got to find a way to counter them. Simply put, TCU does not have a matchup for those players on their roster. You got your linebackers, D. Winters and Jamoy Hodge. Now, Hodge has been fantastic, and each hold a coverage grade of under 60, according to Pro Football Focus, which you always take by a grain of salt there. You have converted wide receiver, Shadrack Banks, who might step into the lineup, play some key snaps against Bowers. I like that. He's an athlete.
Yeah.
Banks is a kid I got to watch play in high school as well. but this 3-3-5 defensive system is built to attack from unorthodox angles. We got to see that, and it worked very well against Michigan at times, forced a couple of pick sixes as well. Maybe that confuses Stetson Bennett a lot. I mean, he doesn't quite see that in the SEC at all. So I'm sure he studied film and he's watched that, and Kirby Smart will have him ready to go.
Yeah, Stetson Bennett's like 38 years old, though.
That's true.
That's the thing about it, and they've got the weapons on the outside. This will test TCU to their full limits, and yeah, they're going to have to be super creative. I think this game is going to be a hinge on for them defensively for TCU on if they could stop Bowers. I think Bowers is the one guy that when Stetson Bennett needs a big play, the ball's going in his direction. He's an outstanding red zone player. He's very athletic. He knows how to get up the seams, get open. He runs through zones. He catches the ball. He's super reliable. This is going to be, if you watch the game tonight and all of a sudden number 19 is catching every single ball for Georgia, that's a really bad sign for TCU.
Well, another key to victory, they need to have another type of performance up front like they did against Michigan. Where
they did control the line.
They controlled the line, and that's a good front that Michigan has, but it's a different beast tonight against Georgia. And they did an excellent job of controlling where their offensive line feasted. They paved the way for 263 rushing yards despite the loss of Kendre Miller. It's doubtful. It's not looking good for Kendre Miller to go tonight for TCU, but now you're going to get a test against who I think might be the best player in this NFL draft, Jalen Carter. Now, Ohio State did an excellent job of neutralizing Jalen Carter. Can TCU do a similar thing tonight against what is an outstanding player? Jordan Davis got a lot of attention in last year's draft class. Jalen Carter, to me, is a better player.
Yeah, Carter, he's just so disruptive. That's the thing about it, in the way that he's able to get up the field and attack. And you're right, Ohio State did a really, really nice job. This is a TCU offensive line that's got some veteran players. On the flip side of that, Georgia's a pretty young, if you look at them, it's mainly sophomores and a couple of juniors and stuff like that. But this TCU offensive line are guys, these redshirt seniors. They're going to be ready in this game. They made it a very physical and personal game last week against Michigan. Michigan was the Joe Moore Award winner for best offensive line in the country. That TCU line showed their mettle last week. I would not put it past this veteran group to have a good day up front for TCU.
Yeah, and they average 6'4", 317 pounds on the O-line.
They will lean on you.
They're a big group.
Yeah, they're a big group. Lean on you.
One coach said that they're really big. They're better than I thought. They're really well coached, and I thought they handled Michigan's movements well in the last game, worked well together. Big, massive, good players who move their feet well. Not a knock you off the ball operation, but they're really, really good at position blocking and giving the back enough crease to get at least 4 yards a pop. So that O-line for TCU, they've
been playing well. They have been. And also explosive plays. They got to continue. They had 11 explosive plays. Georgia's done good in terms of limiting explosive plays, but they got tons of them against Michigan. That was key. They turned that into a Big 12 type of track meet in that one. So you've got Quentin Johnston, who some believe is the best wide receiver in the upcoming NFL draft. I think he's going to be a top 15 pick. I'm partial to Jackson Smith and Jigba from Ohio State, local kid out of Rockwall, but I got a lot of love for Quentin Johnston. That matchup with Keely and Ringo, I actually think favors him. I think he's going to give Keely and Ringo some fits in this game. That's going to be fun. And also Amari DiMarcado, who's probably going to be the starter. It's a homecoming for him. There's going to be a lot of emotion for him in this game. He's going to have a lot of friends and family there, but he's an explosive playmaker. Look for him as well out of the backfield in this one tonight.
And Max Duggan, 18 passing touchdowns of 20 or more yards this season. That leads all quarterbacks for college football. The big play TCU offense, the speed that's there, and they're going to have opportunities today, and they got to hit him. And then Max Duggan taking advantage of things with his legs like Stroud did last week, all going a long way for TCU tonight.
And look, Georgia's been toasted a little bit. I mean, you mentioned this, Brian, watching the SEC championship game. Yeah. Keyshawn Boutte, Malik Neighbors were able to get some big plays, and Marvin Harrison Jr. toasted Keely Ringo for 106 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's why I like Quentin Johnston. I mean, all eyes need to be, if you're a draft guy and you're watching these, Dane Brugler put out, who are some prospects to watch. Marty DeMarcado is one from Georgia, but some of the guys that Brian and I have already watched. Quentin Johnston's one, Jalen Carter is another, but Keely Ringo's one as well. And I think, Brian, it's not to go ahead and just completely strip down Keely Ringo, good player, but he's probably more of the overhyped prospects right now in the process of the corners we've watched.
I think there's going to be some problems with him having to deal with Johnston's speed. A big guy that can cover some ground, long stride and all that. I think Keely, there was some times where people were baiting him. He comes forward and then they get past him and take off running. And I didn't see the catch-up speed with him. Another guy, too, to keep an eye on, and I know you've probably watched him, too, is Georgia offensive tackle Broderick Johnson. Though.
Really good.
He is a really good – he's the left tackle.
Yeah, 6'4", 315, big kid.
Georgia likes when they're running the football, it's usually behind that left side over there with Broderick Johnson. That right side of that TCU defense is going to have to buckle down. They play that front that everybody thinks you can kind of run the ball on, but those linebackers make a ton of tackle. If Georgia's getting those, if you see number 59 out there up in space and all that, outside blocking like that, Georgia's probably having success running the ball.
They busted out a little bear front last week, too, versus Michigan.
They did. And that's the thing. They're going to get creative on defense. That's what they're all about, trying to just confuse the opposition and come in a kind of kamikaze, just attack at a bunch of different angles. But you also have Dylan Horton that Dane's pointing out, who is an edge from TCU, 6'4", 275. Not a guy I've been able to watch yet, but that'll be a fun matchup. Dylan Horton going up against Broderick Jones, the left tackle from Georgia as well. So there are some fun individual matchups in this game, but I think you look at the quarterback, Stetson Bennett, who's been on the stage before, certainly not going to get rattled, but he turned it over quite a bit. How does Max Duggan play, and is he able to run around and use his legs in this one? I talked about that against Michigan, kind of some of his mobility, him being able to run around. You saw that in the Kansas State game. It might be big again tonight against Georgia as well, getting some dirty yards from Max Duggan.
That's really what I wonder about, because we've obviously seen in the NFL how the running quarterback can be a massive X factor. We know that the secondary he's facing isn't great, but how fast is that front? And he's fast, but he's not blazing fast. And, the difference in speed going to an SEC defense could be the difference for him tonight. Hopefully it's not.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, and Georgia does have, and it's not a veteran team, but they do have some guys, especially at quarterback, as we mentioned, that have played in this setting before. I feel like the nerves very early in this game. You remember last week against Michigan, though, TCU gives up a huge run, and then all of a sudden it's like they play goal line defense and get to stop right there. They're going to probably have to deal with a little bit of that today, the nerves and all that. It's great that they got the victory last week, but, man, this is a totally different stage to play on.
If you're TCU and you win the toss, defer?
No, I'm taking the ball. I'm going to go with it. Most teams in college will take the second half. If I'm TCU, I try to establish something here. I come out swinging and say, okay, let's see if you can cover our All-American wide receiver. Let's
go
see.
Put the pressure on immediately. Get up 7-0.
Run the ball.
Great.
Let's see. Your quarterback is a Heisman Trophy finalist. Their quarterback is too. But you come out and you show something offensively, let them establish some things early. I think that would be a great way for TCU to get into this game.
Okay, so if you're Georgia and you win the toss, you want your offense there?
Yeah,
or you want your defense?
I'm taking the ball.
Okay, so Broadus is taking the ball. He's saying, hey, Michael Lombardi, you were the best man in my wedding, but bleep your middle eight conversation.
Yeah,
we don't need any
doesn't
of that.
matter. It doesn't apply in
college. Say that for the regular season.
I just feel like in this game, you really try to come out and establish something that we're going to be here all day.
Yeah.
Allegedly, RG3 said on one of these ESPN pregame shows today that TCU has the advantage at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, defensive back, and special teams.
Wow.
Let's go.
He's liking TCU.
That's a Big 12 guy talking right there.
Yeah, that's RG3 and Texas guy as well.
Yeah.
Some big names returning.
On the other side of that, Tim Tebow
David Pollack.
David Pollack is a Georgia.
Georgia's got the talent. It's all the edges going for the SEC.
Yeah.
Big names returning to their schools today. Blake Corum is going to come back to Michigan for 2023. That is big news. And Utah is getting Cam Rising back as well at quarterback. So they're going to try and set up for a big run there in the Pac-12. Also, if you missed it, Dylan Gabriel going back to Oklahoma, and it seems like Jalen Catalon, the outstanding safety from Mansfield Legacy, who would be a first-round pick talent-wise, just can't stay healthy. He entered the transfer portal from Arkansas. Word is he's going to be going to Austin. He will be becoming a Texas Longhorn as well. So there is some big news in the college football world.
Thank you, Wolchuk. It is time now for the Expressway. We'll have 35 minutes of uninterrupted content, all the breaking headlines, then Bobby Belt, then Lucius Alexander in LA Live coming up at around 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation, the Fan. I'd love to chat with you about D&M Leasing, though. Here we are. We're in 2023, and it's a different year. Unfortunately, the same.
and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Bobby Belt's about 10 minutes away. There's some really interesting NBA trade rumors involving the Dallas Mavericks. And this thing could get really fun. We'll hit you with those rumors here in just a second. But I think it's very appropriate to open up with the national title game. Most importantly, this game starts at 6:30. Okay, and we keep saying it. I think a lot of people are expecting 7:45, 8. But that is not going to be the case. So you got to cut out. You got to get to a TV. Got about an hour and 10 minutes before this starts. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Leighton Vander Esch is going to be on with Brad Sham tonight, the Cowboys Hour, 7 to 8. And he should be back for the wild card weekend, and so should Hankins. And fingers crossed on Biotish. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
All trending in that direction.
Elsewhere, Bills safety Damar Hamlin released from the University of Cincinnati Medical Center after spending almost a week in the hospital following the cardiac arrest on the field. That news was shared by the doctors at UC Health. He flew from Cincinnati to Buffalo, and it was transferred to the medical center and the Gates Vascular Institute, and is now in stable condition and continues to receive treatment as he recovers now back home in Buffalo.
Yeah,
So congrats.
the medical team there at Cincinnati had a press conference, and the thing that they had in the transfer of Hamlin, they had people flying with him to make sure that everything that his lungs and stuff could handle the flight.
plane,
And they were happy to report that he's in the what they call the care team now with Buffalo, and they thanked everybody for all their support of the doctors and nurses and stuff there in Cincinnati and what they were able to do.
Well, right on, man. Congrats to everybody involved. The Cardinals have fired head coach Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
10 months after his extension, and GM Steve Keim has decided to step away to